This is an eerie mist that even the gods themselves can taint. Yet the youth lingered within for 2 millennia. For 2 millennia, the youth wandered within. Yet, when Lu Ning finally emerged from the haze, yet, I beheld a woman whose entire body was adorned with eyes. A man capable of transforming flesh and blood into weaponry. Even one forged from molten lava. Even more bizarre is the fact that they consider themselves to be normal individuals, while they perceive the path emerging from the mist as that of a monster. For no one can endure in the midst of the fog. At this moment, on the walls of the 7th border fortress at the misty frontier 233 of Earth, a middle-aged man stands before you, accompanied by a group of students, all gazing at you in incredulity. The man's eyes widen progressively, and he murmurs, "Indeed, an ordinary person cannot survive amidst the fog." Those who can survive in the mist are either extraordinary individuals or not quite normal. As one emerges from the haze, they are compelled to gaze up at the sun in the sky. Above the golden sun, long, slender tendrils dance. The entire sun expands and contracts, as if a living entity is breathing. It was as if the heart was pulsating. Lu Ning's gaze swept across the surroundings. The cerulean sky revealed, beneath its expanse, faintly discernible colossal, distorted apparitions. The spectral shadows flickered dimly, appearing and vanishing intermittently, while faint echoes of lamentation and cries for help resonate from the depths of the earth. Occasionally, whispers found their way to Lu Ning's ears. In the face of it all, Lu Ning remained utterly unfazed. He simply inhaled deeply, almost greedily, savoring the air around him. Then, a frenzied smile spread across my face. Ha ha ha, I have returned. I have finally come back. At last, I can go home. Lu Ning took a step forward, yearning for movement. At that moment, hunger and exhaustion overwhelmed him. Darkness enveloped his vision, and his steps faltered. He fell heavily to the ground. Base 116 is the Fog Affairs Processing Bureau. In the room of astonishment, Lu Ning lies upon the hospital bed. Her body and limbs were restrained by black metal to the bed. 3 individuals clad in black trench coats stood to one side. Observing Lu Ning's demeanor, which was both grave and vigilant, the middle-aged man with black hair held a report in his hand, his expression inscrutable. His name remains unknown. The race is human. Physical strength is that of an average individual. Mental fortitude is also at the level of an ordinary person. The degree of mental pollution is 0. She shook her head, revealing a complex smile. The dark-haired young woman beside her rolled her eyes and spoke, "Captain Lin, are you still reading this report? It is undoubtedly a mistake. How could there possibly exist a human being in this world with a mental pollution level of 0? Not even a newborn infant. Even within the womb, one is susceptible to the insidious effects of mental radiation. The degree of contamination can never be reduced to a mere 0%. Meanwhile, another bespectacled youth adjusted his glasses. The inspectors solemnly stated that they had conducted the tests repeatedly, a total of 24 times, and had even tested other individuals. And through analogous methods such as instrument replacement, we can ascertain that the issue does not lie with the equipment. The ultimate conclusion reached is that the degree of mental pollution is 0. I, for one, do not belong to the 0 of humanity untouched by mental pollution. Such existence is conceivable only on Earth prior to the advent of the fog. Surely, there must be some mistake. The delicate brows of the woman furrowed slightly. Her gaze fixed intently upon the unconscious Lu Ning. Even if such a being truly existed, it is unlikely for one to emerge from the mist so recently. Ling Xiao casually placed the report on a nearby table and retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it with ease. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Taking a deep drag, he slowly exhaled. After another deep inhalation, he released the smoke gently. Mumu was indeed correct. The calamity beasts thrived. Within the mist, a multitude of mutated beings existed. Even the servants of the malevolent deities, it is inconceivable for an ordinary person to emerge alive from such a realm. The golden-haired youth, Colin, nodded silently. Even the fully equipped mist exploration team faces a mortality rate exceeding 50 during their perilous ventures into the fog. It is a remarkable feat for an ordinary individual to emerge unscathed from the shrouded depths of the mist. How is it possible? I must say, he is undoubtedly a twisted abomination, perhaps even a servant of an evil deity. It is conceivable that he has been bestowed with the favor of a malevolent deity, employing unknown methods to render us incapable of scrutinizing specific information. Such a possibility is not without merit. Such precedents have indeed occurred, otherwise, they would not have bound the unconscious patients in such a manner. A glint of cold severity flashed in Li Mu's eyes. With a somewhat sinister smile, he slowly spoke, "Captain Lin, shall we take advantage of his still dazed state and eliminate him now?" Ling Xiao slowly shook his head. "No. Even if it were an infiltrator disguised as a servant of the evil god. There has never been a precedent for a mental contamination level of 0. Since the dawn of the mist, he has undoubtedly been a singular entity. Perhaps we may glean from his existence a means to eradicate spiritual pollution. However, Captain, what if he truly is a servant of the malevolent deity?" Ling Xiao gazed intently at Li Mu and said, "This is precisely the reason for our presence here. Is it not so?" Li Mu fell into silence, gazing at the figure on the hospital bed, still emanating a chilling aura of murder. Ling Xiao sighed softly. "Mumu, during this period, your stress levels have escalated significantly. The degree of mental pollution has reached a critical threshold. The incident that occurred last time is not your fault." Colin also concurs. "Indeed, Mumu, you might benefit from taking a respite for a while. Perhaps once this matter concludes, you could consider indulging in a paid sabbatical to explore and wander." Li Mu pressed her crimson lips together and coldly replied, "No need. I am most aware of my own condition. In just a few days, I shall recover." At that moment, on the hospital bed, Lu Ning suddenly let out a faint groan. The three of them tensed up, as if facing a formidable adversary, their bodies rigid and watchful, fixated on Lu Ning. In the next moment, a hoarse, feeble voice emerged from Lu Ning's cracked lips. His words were exceedingly faint, yet the three individuals heard him distinctly. Their expressions grew serious as they exchanged glances. Colin, somewhat uncertain, remarked that he had just mentioned the potion. Ling Xiao chuckled softly. "The examination report indicates that he is in a state of severe malnutrition, urgently requiring replenishment of fluids and energy, which aligns with the findings of the report." Li Mu let out a cold laugh. "It aligns with the archetype of an ordinary person." Ling Xiao and Colin exchanged a wry smile. Colin produced a slender plastic tube. The slender tube measures over 3 meters in length. One end is submerged in the water bottle. With a flick of Colin's wrist, the once pliable straw becomes as rigid as steel, standing perfectly straight. He stood 3 meters away, inserting the straw into Lu Ning's mouth. Subsequently, he pointed towards the water bottle, where a drop of water defied all logic. As the liquid gradually flowed into Lu Ning's mouth through the straw from the ground, the first sensation that awakened Lu Ning was an overwhelming dryness in his mouth and throat. Famished beyond measure. Yet he is filled with unbridled joy. He has traversed through the endless mists for an eternity, never once feeling the pangs of hunger. Even the thirst does not evoke a sense of fatigue within him, nor does he possess the tangible sensation of being alive. Once again, she experiences the pangs of thirst and the gnawing ache of hunger. This made him acutely aware of his existence, igniting an instinctive yearning for sustenance. Soon, a chilling rush of liquid filled his mouth. He devoured his sustenance with an insatiable hunger. Gradually, he sensed a semblance of vitality returning to his spirit. With some difficulty, he managed to open his eyes. The glaring incandescent light pierced his eyes, accompanied by the dark gray metallic ceiling. Lu Ning stared blankly at the self-illuminating lamp for a while. He then slowly turned his gaze to the other side, where 3 individuals stood. One of them was a middle-aged man with short black hair. A man with a scruffy beard bears a scar on his left cheek. He is a foreign youth with short golden hair, adorned with spectacles, exuding an air of both intelligence and refinement. A young woman with cascading black waves possesses remarkable beauty, rivaling that of a star. At this moment, the 3 individuals gaze upon her. They all seem somewhat wary. Lu Ning did not ponder the reason behind it. He was scarcely aware of his own immobility. A subtle smile began to grace the corners of his mouth. The smile grows ever wider. The voice takes on a hint of madness. "Ha ha 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 ha. It is humanity, indeed, it is humanity. At long last, I have laid eyes upon humanity. I have returned." Lu Ning's maniacal laughter startled Ling Xiao and the others, as if they were confronted by a formidable adversary. Ling Xiao's right hand, contorted and bloodied, transformed into a pale bone dagger forged from flesh and bone. Colin's thoughts stirred. Steel needles shot forth from his pocket, swirling in the air.
Li Mu's brow contorted in agony, transforming into a cold, unfeeling eye, within which a luminous white light flickered.
In their eyes shimmered a self-luminous flow.
Lu Ning beheld the transformation of the three individuals. His smile faltered,
and gradually faded away. He gazed at the trio, who likewise fixed their eyes upon him.
The air grew remarkably still. After a brief exchange of glances, Lu Ning's face bore a distinct expression of confusion as he inquired,
"Are you humans?"
Ling Xiao slowly drew back the smoke from his left hand, squinting as he scrutinized the bewildered Lu Ning.
"It is I who should be posing that question to you. Or what are you?" "I am undoubtedly a human being. To the best of my knowledge, humans should not possess the ability to transform their hands into blades.
There is no ability to control objects through thought, nor will there be eyes growing on one's forehead."
Lu Ning gazed intently at Li Mu.
In his line of sight, within Li Mu's body, a swirling mass of colorful mist entwined him. Within this mist, countless eyes were densely packed, as if there were no flesh and blood within his form.
All is composed entirely of eyes.
Lu Ning's mind, engaged in contemplation, began to operate slowly.
Is the human body composed of eyes?
These eyes are surveying their surroundings,
as if they have sensed a gaze upon them.
Then, they collectively turned their attention towards Lu Ning.
Her gaze was as cold and unfeeling as ice.
Lu Ning locked eyes with those piercing orbs for a fleeting moment, slightly tilting his head.
"What are you staring at?"
His words had scarcely left his lips. The chaotic turbulence within Li Mu surged violently. A distorted brilliance flickered in the eyes of all around him.
In the next moment, Li Mu's expression underwent a dramatic transformation.
Suddenly, he bent over and began to retch. Ling Xiao and Colin were startled,
turning to look at Li Mu. "Mu."
Ling Xiao wished to step forward. As Li Mu's exposed hand suddenly split open, a narrow fissure appeared, and his eyes gradually opened.
Witnessing this scene, Ling Xiao's pupils constricted.
He suddenly yanked with fervor, and a blinding light burst forth from Colin's eyes, piercing through the very spot where Colin had been just moments before.
In the next instant, beams of white light emanated from Li Mu's trench coat, resembling laser rays. Colin's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression transforming. He lifted off the ground, soaring into the air. Rapidly navigating through the laser beams, evading the onslaught, the figure beneath the cloak of Ling Xiao appeared to swell slightly. The entire figure moved with such swiftness that it left behind an afterimage, deftly evading the assault. Mu restrained himself and bellowed at Li Mu. Li Mu let out a low growl akin to that of a cornered beast. In the next moment, a round object emerged from his cherry-like lips. It was an eyeball. As the first eyeball emerged, an increasing number of them were expelled from its depths. Once coughed out, these eyeballs scattered upon the ground. The gaze frantically emitted beams of colored lasers, enveloping the entire room in their radiant glow. Staring blankly at Li Mu, Lu Ning lay upon the hospital bed. Lu Ning lay upon the hospital bed, gazing vacantly at Li Mu. His trench coat was riddled with numerous holes, and within those apertures, it was not snow that touched his skin, but rather a multitude of eyes. Is this truly humanity? The thought briefly flickered through Lu Ning's numbed mind. In the next instant, a beam of white laser pierced through his skull. Humph! The evasive Ku was inadvertently struck on the arm by an increasing barrage of lasers, emitting a muffled grunt. Upon witnessing this, Ling Xiao no longer hesitated. He let out a low growl. His entire form expanded once more. The once loose trench coat appeared to transform into a second skin. As the vibrant laser light cascaded upon her, it melted away the trench coat, revealing the dark crimson musculature beneath. In the next moment, Ling Xiao's foot struck the metallic floor, leaving an indentation in its surface. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing before Li Mu, his fist now twice the size it had been previously. With a tremendous force, the impact struck Li Mu's abdomen. Boom! Li Mu's body was propelled back several meters, crashing heavily against the metallic wall. Then, he slowly collapsed to the ground, fainting. As Li Mu lost consciousness, his open eyes gradually closed, transforming once more into snow from his skin. The eyes upon the ground appear to have lost their vitality, decaying within mere breaths, transforming into clusters of putrid flesh. With a swift motion of his injured hand, Colin wielded the plastic hose, originally intended for watering, which ensnared Li Mu like a steel cable, binding him securely. Having completed this act,
He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Ling Zhao's body had returned to its original size, albeit with her coat in tatters. She cast a worried glance at Colin.
Is everything all right? Colin glanced at his bloodied arm and shook his head. It's merely a minor injury.
He then turned his gaze to the unconscious Lin Mu.
Some things are simply unbearable. How could this happen?
Although Mumu's psychological pollution level has reached the warning threshold, it should not have escalated to the point of direct pathological change.
Ling Xiao remained silent as he gazed at Li Mu.
Then, a thought occurred to him, and his eyes flickered momentarily. The person from before, he had fixed his gaze upon Mumu and uttered a phrase.
Colin suddenly recalled this matter and turned to him, asking, Mumu, what are you staring at?
Hey, Colin swiftly shifted his gaze towards Lu Ning. Subsequently, his voice faltered. On the hospital bed, Lu Ning bore over a dozen wounds. His garments and the sheets soaked in crimson. His eyes widened in disbelief.
The gaze was dim, seemingly devoid of life.
Astonishingly, it appeared lifeless.
Colin stood there, momentarily stunned. Ling Xiao also witnessed this scene.
He furrowed his brow slightly. What a pity. He is, to this day, the sole individual with a mental pollution level of 0.
Perhaps he can guide us in discovering a means to reclaim the purity of youth. Colin expressed a sense of guilt, stating that he had previously gathered too much attention and had failed to care adequately.
You are not to blame, he added, the change in Mumu's condition was far too sudden. I would also like to inquire about the meaning of his final statement.
Does Mumu's ailment have any connection to her?
As it stands, it seems unlikely that he is involved. Colin exhaled a breath of frustration and continued. Ling Xiao nodded slightly, then turned to gaze at the unconscious Lin Mu and spoke. First, please notify someone to come and restrain Mumu. I hope this will help stabilize the mental contamination, otherwise, Colin will also fall into silence. If the mental pollution continues to intensify, and the pathological conditions fail to improve, the outcome is one they all dread.
At this moment, a faint sound emanates from behind.
This left Ling Xiao and Colin with a prickling sensation on their scalps, as if they had swallowed a block of ice, causing a chilling wave to spread from their stomachs to their very limbs. They abruptly turned their heads, their eyes widening in astonishment as they glanced behind them.
What they beheld was an unimaginable scene, unfolding upon the hospital bed.
The gaping wounds on Lu Ning's body healed at an astonishing pace, even the one that pierced through his forehead was no exception.
As all the injuries mended,
Lu Ning's somber eyes gradually regained their luster. He blinked, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings, landing on the figure of Lin Mu sprawled on the ground.
He then turned his gaze towards the frozen Ling Xiao and Colin, and with a hint of perplexity, inquired, is it truly possible for humans to possess so many eyes? The atmosphere lay still and lifeless. Ling Xiao's form swelled once more. Around Clin, sharp steel needles emerged anew.
Ling Xiao's gaze dared not stray from Lu Ning for even a moment. Even though Lu Ning remained ensnared by the metallic confines, his voice emerged hoarse and deep.
What exactly are you? Lu Ning blinked his eyes. I am human, he repeated.
With a refined exterior, Colin's face flushed crimson as he stared intensely at Lu Ning, bellowing in fury.
If you were human and had perished, how could you possibly be resurrected?
Colin's body trembled slightly, and the objects around him began to levitate uncontrollably, even the hospital bed.
Sensing Colin's mental disturbance, Ling Xiao's expression shifted, and he placed a hand on Colin's shoulder. Calm down, Colin. Colin's body, trembling slightly, became rigid. He then took several deep breaths, gradually regaining his composure.
The object that once floated in midair gently descended back to the ground.
Ling Xiao inquired in a somber tone, you should have perished just now, how is it that you have returned to life?
Lu Ning bowed her head, pondering for a moment. Subsequently, I pondered earnestly, considering that I might still salvage myself.
Thus, I endeavored to restore my own spirit. The atmosphere once again fell into a serene silence.
Ling Xiao and Colin gazed at Lu Ning, their faces simultaneously twitching.
Colin posed a profound question, while Lu Ning echoed it once more. I believe I can still salvage myself. Thus, I endeavored to rescue my own being.
In this moment, even Ling Xiao's complexion gradually revealed signs of strain as he clenched his fists, delivering a forceful blow against the wall.
A deep dent was struck into the metallic wall. He growled, do not feign ignorance with me. Which deceased individual can rescue themselves? Let alone your claim of being human. Is humanity incapable? Certainly, it is not. How could a sane person possibly save themselves?
Ling Xiao roared in fury.
Lu Ning furrowed his brow in confusion and said,
Since you possess the ability to alter physical structures and wield telekinesis,
so many eyes can be conjured, yet why am I unable to salvage my own existence?
Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao and Kuzheng found themselves at a loss for words, as time seemed to render them momentarily speechless. Lu Ning fell silent for a moment, striving to employ the brain that had long been numbed.
With a contemplative expression, he inquired, Are you applying double standards?
Lu Ning's words caused both Ling Xiao and Colin to flush with embarrassment. Ling Xiao took several deep breaths, murmuring to herself, do not be angry, lest it leads to illness.
No one cast a lingering glance at Lu Ning.
Subsequently, they turned to Colin and instructed him to summon someone to attend to Mu.
Then I took him to meet the director.
Shortly thereafter, pairs of soldiers clad in silver-gray metallic protective suits, armed to the teeth, entered the room. The first action of these soldiers upon entering the room was to aim their firearms at the unconscious Li Mu, sprawled on the floor, and Lu Ning, who lay upon the hospital bed. Lu Ning was captivated by the attire and weaponry of these soldiers.
What enigmatic organization do you belong to? Is it akin to what is portrayed on television? On another note, where exactly am I now? The soldiers stood like statues, their expressions unwavering in the face of Lu Ning's inquiry.
As for Colin and Ling Xiao, they simply disregarded Lu Ning's question altogether. Ignoring Lu Ning's inquiry, Ling Xiao turned to Colin and said, Colin, I leave the matter with Mu in your capable hands. I shall take this creature to meet the director.
Lu Ning retorted, I am human. I am but a mere mortal.
Colin nodded, casting a wary glance at Lu Ning.
He then spoke in a hushed tone, Captain Lin, Jiao, please exercise caution. This creature is undoubtedly extraordinary.
Mu suddenly fell ill, perhaps this is somehow connected to him.
A normal human being, Lu Ning continued to plead his case. I understand.
I shall be cautious of this creature.
If there is no additional weight on the wood, you know what to do. I am but a human. I am aware, Captain Lin. Colin paused for a moment before responding.
After concluding his exchange with Ling Xiao, Colin made no visible move. Meanwhile, Lin Mu, who lay on the ground, suddenly soared into the air. Subsequently, he departed the room with Li Mu, accompanied by a contingent of 6 soldiers following closely behind him and Clin. Now, within the metallic chamber, only Lu Ning, Ling Xiao, and 18 soldiers from the 3rd squad remain.
Ling Xiao's physique swelled once more, and he inhaled deeply, staring intently at Lu Ning on the hospital bed.
Get up, Lu Ning spoke.
I am bound by these iron plates and cannot rise.
As he spoke, he symbolically struggled a bit.
Could an ordinary person break free from such a thick iron plate?
Ling Xiao's eyelid twitched slightly.
He cast a deep glance at Lu Ning.
Subsequently, a button was pressed beside the bed, releasing the metallic restraints that bound Lu Ning, thus restoring his freedom. He propped himself up with one hand on the edge of the bed. With great effort, Lu Ning rose to his feet, keenly aware of the fatigue and pain coursing through his body. A wild smile spread across his lips, as he erupted into a fit of laughter.
So weary, so painful.
How wonderful, truly splendid. She can no longer recall how long it has been since she last felt such exhaustion and pain.
Experiencing the sensation of being alive once more is truly delightful.
Perhaps it is due to Lu Ning's laughter, which is so exuberant that it renders the statue-like soldiers as if they are facing a formidable adversary. He aimed the gun at Lu Ning's head. Even Ling Xiao regarded Lu Ning with caution, smiling for a moment. Lu Ning gazed at Ling Xiao, a hint of perplexity evident in his expression.
Why do you look at me like that?
Ling Xiao's breath grew somewhat heavier. After taking a deep breath, he replied, Now, come with me and leave this place. His hand transformed once more into a skeletal blade, aimed at Lu Ning.
Go ahead, I shall guide you. Very well. Lu Ning followed suit with remarkable ease.
As he took a step forward, he suddenly paused and cast a glance at Ling Xiao.
Ling Xiao furrowed his brow and inquired, What is it? I am feeling a bit hungry, came the reply. Will there be something to eat later?
Ling Xiao's complexion gradually flushed crimson as he cast a fierce glare at Lu Ning. Lu Ning paused momentarily, recalling a thought that perhaps it would be best to have some braised pork, something she had not indulged in for quite some time. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he growled, Hurry up. In another metallic chamber, Ling Xiao pressed against Lu Ning, urging him to enter. 3 squads of soldiers awaited at the entrance. The room was shrouded in dim light. A solitary long table occupied the space. On one side of the table sat 3 individuals. In the center stands an elderly man clad in a black uniform. He possesses a head of short gray hair, his face adorned with deep wrinkles, and his eyes are dark and profoundly enigmatic. On either side, there is a man. To the left sits a young man with crimson hair. His pupils mirror the same fiery red. He lounges nonchalantly against the chair. In his hand, he delicately manipulates a ball of flame, which dances like a sprite at his fingertips. To his right stands an unremarkable middle-aged man. He sat upright, his posture impeccably straight. When Lu Ning and Ling Xiao entered, all 3 turned their gazes towards them simultaneously. All eyes were immediately drawn to Lu Ning. Ling Xiao pointed to a chair on the opposite side of the long table. "Please take a seat here." Lu Ning sat down. Ling Xiao stood at Lu Ning's side, slightly behind, preventing him from erupting in violence. Lu Ning's gaze was fixed intently upon the flames held by the crimson-haired youth, his eyes brimming with curiosity. The air in the room was tranquil. Gradually, under Lu Ning's gaze, the red-haired youth shifted his seating position uneasily, letting out a slight huff. Extinguishing the flame in her hand, Lu Ning withdrew her gaze with a look of regret. She then sat there in a daze, lost in the protracted haze of time. Lu Ning had long since become numb, having developed a habit of relinquishing thought. The 3 of them observed in astonishment as Lu Ning drifted into a daze.
A moment of stunned silence enveloped the room before the elder in the center spoke first. "Greetings, I am Wang Yanming, the director of the Mist Affairs Processing Bureau of Base City 116. May I inquire your name?" Lu Ning regained his composure and replied, "I am Lu Ning. May I ask from which base city you are referencing? I do not find any information about you within Base City 116. Wang Yanming, along with Lin Xiao and the others, fixed their gazes intently upon Lu Ning. Confused, Lu Ning remarked, "Your organization is quite peculiar. Why do you refer to it as a base city? And why the numbering? Is this a concept from a science fiction film?" His words caused the others to furrow their brows slightly. The red-haired youth clicked his tongue and retorted, "What else would you call it? You are a suspect. You have no right to question us. Your sole duty is to answer our inquiries truthfully." Lu Ning acknowledged this with an O and continued, "I hail from Hangzhou, the capital of Zhejiang province. According to your terminology, I suppose that makes it Base City 1 of Zhejiang province?" His answer deepened the frowns of the 4 individuals present. The red-haired youth suddenly slammed his hand onto the table, rising to his feet. Leaning over the table, he exerted pressure upon Lu Ning and said slowly, "Do not attempt to play tricks on us. We have encountered numerous suspects like you. What is Hangzhou? What is a province? Did you invent these terms?" In contrast to the red-haired youth's agitation, Wang Yanming maintained a calm demeanor, though his gaze towards Lu Ning bore an unusual intensity. "To my knowledge, Hangzhou in Zhejiang province is a civilized city from 2,000 years ago. After the establishment of the Earth Federation, human settlements transformed into base cities, and the names of cities from the Mist era ceased to be utilized." He paused, fixing his gaze directly on Lu Ning, and asked, "Mr. Lu Ning, is your ancestral home indeed Hangzhou?" Noting Lu Ning's somewhat dazed expression and his lack of response, Wang Yanming observed closely. The red-haired youth, preparing to apply further pressure, was halted by a gesture from Wang Yanming, signaling him to remain silent. "Mr. Lu Ning?" Lu Ning snapped back to reality, his breath quickening, his eyes filled with disbelief. Trembling, he pressed his hands against the long table, staring intently at Wang Yanming. "What did you say? 2,000 years ago? What year is it now?" Wang Yanming frowned slightly and responded, "It is the year 2014 in the Mist calendar." "Mist calendar? What is a Mist calendar?" Lu Ning's voice trembled, laced with a suppressed fury and madness. The red-haired youth and the middle-aged man beside him exchanged wary glances, their brows knitting together. Unfazed by Lu Ning's agitation, Wang Yanming continued, "After the arrival of the Mist, humanity established the Human Federation before the collapse of order, using the time of the Mist's arrival as the starting point for a new calendar. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the room as Lu Ning slammed his fists onto the long table, blood seeping from his hands. He glared at Wang Aming, shouting, "Impossible! You are lying." Flames flickered around the red-haired youth, a fireball the size of a soccer ball forming in his hands. Lin Zhao's physique expanded once more, resembling a small giant, his palms transforming into blades adorned with a hint of crimson. The expressionless middle-aged man's skin darkened, glistening with a metallic sheen as he tensed his body. The three of them eyed Lu Ning with caution, as if anticipating an imminent outburst. Lu Ning paid little attention to the trio. Bloodshot veins were visible in his eyes. He found it hard to fathom the so-called mist chronicle. If it were true, had he truly lingered in that expanse of white mist for over 2 millennia? What his family? What his parents? His breath quickened, and his body trembled slightly. Simultaneously, the mist-covered regions across the globe, which had been flowing with white mist, seemed to momentarily come to a standstill. This instant was barely perceptible. Even the fortresses at the mist's borders failed to detect any anomalies. Within the metallic chamber, the atmosphere grew tense for a moment. Wang Aming spoke in the gentlest tone possible, attempting to soothe Lu Ning. "Mr. Lu Ning, please remain calm. Perhaps we can have a constructive conversation." Lu Ning turned to Wang Aming, declaring, "I need to go outside and take a look." Wang Aming replied with a smile, "Of course, that's not an issue. However, your origins are rather mysterious. We must conduct a thorough investigation to ensure your safety before we can allow you to leave. Therefore, I hope you can cooperate with our inquiries." Under the watchful gaze of Lin, Xiao, and the others, Lu Ning took a deep breath and slowly returned to his seat. Upon seeing him sit down, Lin, Xiao, and the others collectively sighed in relief. Lu Ning's background was too enigmatic. They could not ascertain what might transpire if he were to become agitated or undergo a transformation. Wang Aming maintained a calm demeanor, smiling as he stated, "Mr. Lu Ning, we discovered you at the 233rd mist border. Witnesses claim you emerged from the mist and subsequently fainted outside of it. I wonder if you have any memories of this?" Lu Ning appeared to have emerged from his earlier anger, his expression returning to a state of calm, bordering on dazed. Upon hearing Wang Aming's inquiry, he responded, "I remember." Wang Aming's eyes flickered with intrigue as he asked, "So, Mr. Lu Ning, did you truly walk out of the mist before you lost consciousness?" "Yes. It's impossible. If you emerge from a mist, how could you have escaped mental contamination? Moreover, you are merely an ordinary person. How could you confront the monsters lurking within a mist?" The red-haired youth slammed the table and exclaimed. Lu Ning cast a bewildered glance at the red-haired youth, inquiring, "Monsters? Are there monsters in the mist?" "I wandered through the mist for quite some time and saw no monsters at all." Wang Anming and the others collectively held their breath, fixated on Lu Ning, seemingly searching for clues in his expression. Yet, after a prolonged gaze, they uncovered nothing. The atmosphere fell into silence once more, and Wang Anming resumed his questioning. "Then, how did you enter the mist? How long did you remain there?" "I was walking along a path when I noticed the surroundings transforming into white mist. As for the time, it was the year 2025 in the Gregorian calendar, approximately 2,000 years ago." "Unless you are deceiving me," Lu Ning replied. Wang Anming and the others exchanged incredulous glances. Chapter 5. The Rift in that moment. Even Wang Anming felt his breath quicken. He inhaled deeply to steady his emotions before continuing. "We have reviewed the reports, and you appear to be just an ordinary person?" Lu Ning's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously. "Yes, I'm just an ordinary person. This old man insists on calling me a monster." Lu Ning shot an annoyed glance at Lin Xiao, who was visibly frustrated, clenching his fists tightly. Wang Anming smiled ambiguously. "Hee, so tell me, can an ordinary person live for over 2,000 years? How have you survived in this fog for so long?" Lu Ning replied earnestly, "Thus, I have contemplated a possibility." Wang Anming straightened his posture, gazing intently at Lu Ning, awaiting his response. Lin Xiao and the others also leaned in, listening closely. Lu Ning's eyes scanned the group, his expression tinged with complexity and even a hint of sympathy. "In truth, you are all deluded. There has not been a passage of 2,000 years. This place cannot possibly be a psychiatric hospital. Can it? Those soldiers earlier were patients? Are you engaging in role play?" A profound silence enveloped the air. The expressions of Wang Anming and the others shifted from serious to peculiar. Wang Anming's eyes twitched slightly, and he chuckled. The likelihood of that scenario is 0. Then I am at a loss. Lu Ning reclined in his chair, surrendering his thoughts. Wang Anming furrowed his brow deeply, pondering for a moment before asking, "Then, why is it that you wandered in the fog for 2,000 years without escaping? Only to suddenly emerge now?" "Oh, because I saw something different within the fog." The eyes of Wang Anming and the others sparkled with intrigue. Wang Anming inquired, "What was it?" "A patch of light." "A patch of light?" The four were somewhat perplexed. "Yes, a golden patch of light, roughly this size. Sometimes it was round, at other times flat." Lu Ning gestured as he described it. "And then?" "Then I approached it, for it was my first encounter with something else in the white mist. Subsequently, I beheld the solar system within the patch of light." "The solar system? You claim to have seen the solar system within a patch of light? Do you think we were easily deceived?" The red-haired youth slammed his hands on the table, glaring furiously at Lu Ning. The expressions of Wang Anming and the others were also filled with skepticism. However, Wang Anming inhaled deeply and patted the red-haired youth, saying, "Sit down." With a final glare at Lu Ning, the red-haired youth slowly complied. Wang Anming turned his gaze back to Lu Ning and pressed. "And then?" Lu Ning's expression grew increasingly perplexed as he began. "I noticed something odd about the solar system. There were many long." Before he could finish his sentence, his entire being was torn apart, physically. An unseen force gradually ripped Lu Ning's limbs and body asunder. Blood splattered, coating the long table and the four individuals. Lu Ning's severed limbs fell onto the chair and the floor. The four remained frozen in shock, their eyes wide as they stared at the dismembered Lu Ning, utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. In the next moment, their expressions changed drastically. The right hand of the red-haired youth transformed into magma, dripping from his body. Wang Anming's eyes grew darker, the whites vanishing from view. The expressionless middle-aged man found his legs morphing into metal, fusing with the chair. Lin Zhao's trench coat tore from the back, revealing two robust muscular appendages that writhed freely. The four let out low growls, their faces contorted in fury. Suddenly, Wang Anming struck a white jade tablet affixed to his chest. The tablet emanated a chilling white light, enveloping the four of them simultaneously. Gradually, the mutations that afflicted the four individuals began to recede, ultimately restoring them to their original states. Including Wang Anming, all four wore expressions of terror, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. "What was that?" The red-haired youth bellowed, his gaze fixed in horror upon Lu Ning's severed limbs. Wang Anming slowly shook his head, his aged face still reflecting lingering trepidation. "I do not know. It seems to be the power of some entity that tore Lu Ning apart. The residual force nearly caused us to mutate." Even the usually impassive middle-aged man now bore a visage of stark fear. "It's terrifying. What kind of power is this? How can it be so formidable?" The four exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with an eerie silence. Wang Anming then glanced at the dismembered limbs on the ground, furrowing his brow. "I never imagined it would come to this. Lin Zhao, you previously mentioned that Lu Ning could be resurrected. Can he still return to life in this condition?" Lin Zhao shook his head in confusion. "I don't know. His body was intact before, save for a few punctures. But now," he surveyed the scattered hands, feet, eyes, and ears, his expression filled with uncertainty. The red-haired youth scoffed. "Can one truly resurrect after being reduced to this? That would make him a genuine monster." Before he could finish his thought, all four widened their eyes in astonishment. They observed the severed limbs on the ground, where flesh buds began to sprout from the wounds, writhing and intertwining. Eventually, Lu Ning's form gradually coalesced from the scattered parts into a singular entity. When at last I was drawn back into its socket, Lu Ning twitched slightly and slowly opened his eyes. His complexion was an ashen hue, and he appeared to have lost considerable weight. Lying on the ground, he glanced around in confusion, then struggled to rise and settled back into his chair. His stomach growled audibly, and he clasped it while looking at the astonished Wang Anming and the others. "I'm so hungry. Is there anything to eat? I would love some braised pork." The air remained still for a lengthy moment. Noticing Wang Anming and the others staring at him, silent and still, Lu Ning spoke again. "Is there food?" If not braised pork, perhaps snacks? Something like spicy strips? By the way, do your snacks contain many additives? If there are too many, it's best to skip it. I can manage. It was only then that Wang Anming and the others snapped back to reality. Their gazes towards Lu Ning were filled with apprehension. Wang Anming inhaled deeply and replied, "Of course there is food. Lin Xiao, have the people outside prepare it." His slightly trembling voice betrayed his inner turmoil. The red-haired youth, still reeling from shock, exclaimed, "What kind of monster are you? You can resurrect even after your body is shattered." Lu Ning frowned at the red-haired youth and retorted, "I am human, a normal human. If you can play with fire, why can't I resurrect?" "That's not the same," the red-haired youth shouted. Just as he was about to continue, Wang Anming interjected sternly, "Yin Feng, enough." Yin Feng fell silent, closing his mouth. Wang Anming turned his attention back to Lu Ning, now regaining his previous composure. He smiled and suggested, "While the food is being prepared, shall we converse further? You mentioned you saw." At this point, Wang Anming suddenly appeared lost in thought for a fleeting moment before continuing, "You saw the solar system. And then what?" Lu Ning began, "Then I tore apart the light spot, creating a path, and stepped out. After that, I emerged from the fog." His tone was so calm, as if he were merely discussing what to have for dinner. However, the eyes of Wang Anming and the others widened in disbelief. They exchanged glances, and even the usually composed Wang Anming appeared somewhat bewildered. Lin Zhao's lips twitched, unable to suppress his curiosity, finally asking, "Lu Ning, are you serious?" "Of course I am," Lu Ning affirmed with a nod. Yin Feng muttered, "Madman." "I am not mad," Lu Ning defended himself. Yin Feng rolled his eyes, uninterested in replying. Wang Anming chuckled, "So, Mr. Lu Ning, you claim to be a human from over 2,000 years ago?" At that time, the fog seemingly had not yet appeared. Lu Ning nodded vigorously, indeed. "Then, as you walked along, you entered the fog and remained there for over 2 millennia, only to finally see a light spot through which the solar system could be observed." "That's correct." Lu Ning's expression brightened. Wang Anming's tone grew increasingly complex. "Ultimately, you tore through a light spot no larger than a fist and emerged from the fog. It seems you truly understand me." "You are absolutely right." Lu Ning smiled sincerely, feeling as though he had found a kindred spirit. Wang Anming's smile was somewhat strained, and he did not respond. After a moment, he asked, "By the way, what did you mean by that statement you made to Li Mu? Why did Li Mu suddenly undergo a transformation?" "Who is Li Mu?" Lu Ning inquired, a look of confusion on his face. Lin Xiao clenched his fists and growled, "The woman from before." Realization dawned on Lu Ning, and he replied, "I saw many eyeballs within her body, all gazing at me. I asked them what they were looking at. For some reason, they seemed quite angry." Lu Ning's words caused Wang Anming and the others to widen their eyes in astonishment. Wang Anming asked incredulously, "You mean you saw numerous eyeballs inside Li Mu's body?" Lu Ning nodded, recalling there was also some white mist. It seemed as though the woman's body was composed of white mist and eyeballs. Yet she still appeared to be a normal person. "Why can't I be considered a normal person?" Lu Ning glanced silently at Yin Feng before turning his gaze to Lin Xiao. Both of them twitched their lips but remained silent. "White mist and eyeballs," Wang Anming murmured. The other three were lost in thought as well. The atmosphere in the room grew quiet once more. At this moment, Lu Ning asked, "I have finished speaking. May I leave this place?" Wang Anming returned to his senses, smiling. "We still need to verify the truth of your claims. Once we ascertain that you pose no danger, we will allow you to leave." "Very well," Lu Ning nodded. He continued, "I am hungry. May I have something to eat? Do you have braised pork?" "Of course. You can eat," Wang Anming replied with a chuckle. "Shaolin, please prepare a resting room and food for Mr. Lu Ning." Lin Xiao silently nodded, looking at Lu Ning. "Let us go." Lu Ning rose and exited the metallic room. As the door closed behind him, Wang Anming's expression turned serious. He looked at the two individuals beside him. "What do you make of what he has said?" The fiery wind immediately declared, "That individual must be a lunatic. The extent of his mental pollution must be exceedingly severe. However, you have seen the previous report, which indicated his mental pollution level as 0. Frankly, I find it inconceivable that there exists a human being in our era with a mental pollution level of 0. The middle-aged man responded calmly, "Director Wang, Do you truly believe that he is a human from over 2,000 years ago, prior to the Mist era, and that he has remained within the Mist for over 2 millennia? Wang Aming shook his head with a bitter smile. Rationally, I do not believe that. Yet, he glanced at the ancient bronze ring adorning his finger, crafted from what appeared to be a peculiar type of bone. Embedded within it was a blue gemstone that occasionally emitted an extraordinary glow. The Ring of Lies showed no reaction, indicating that it deemed his words to be truthful. The atmosphere in the room once again fell into silence. The middle-aged man suddenly rose and approached the spot where Lu Ning had previously sat, examining the tabletop. "Old Li, what are you looking at?" Yin Feng inquired with curiosity. Li Yixing, maintaining a calm demeanor, slowly articulated. When Lu Ning experienced an emotional upheaval earlier, he struck the table with such force that his hand bled. Yet, the surface remains perfectly smooth. "So what?" Yin Feng replied dismissively. Under such a mental state, it is difficult for a human to fully control their strength. If he were truly not an ordinary person, there would at least be some marks left on the table. Upon hearing this, both Yin Feng and Wang Anming were taken aback. They turned their gaze to the tabletop. Indeed, it was remarkably even. The three exchanged glances. Could it be that he truly is an ordinary person? Yet, he had just been reduced to a mere fragment of himself and managed to revive. And he could even perceive the source of mental pollution within Li Mu's body, which hardly seemed characteristic of an ordinary individual. After much deliberation, they could not arrive at a conclusion. Lu Ning was simply too enigmatic. Finally, Wang Aming spoke. "I will relay this information upwards and await orders before taking any action." The other two had no better alternatives and nodded in agreement. "All right." Lin Xiao led Lu Ning into a room. "You will stay here for the next few days. I will remain outside. If you need anything, feel free to inform me. The room has a private bathroom for your convenience. Until we receive orders from above, you are not permitted to leave this place." Lu Ning nodded and then asked, "Can I have something to eat?" Lin Zhao's eyelid twitched, taking a deep breath. His voice emerging through gritted teeth. "I've already had someone prepare it for you. Is there braised pork?" "Yes." Lin Zhao's voice trembled. "Thank you." Lu Ning promptly seated himself at the table, eagerly awaiting his meal. Before long, someone delivered 3 dishes and a soup, accompanied by a large bowl of rice, which included braised pork. Lu Ning's mouth nearly watered as he began to eat. He glanced at Lin Xiao, who stood nearby, hesitated for a moment, and then asked with a straight face, "Would you like some?" "No, thank you." Lin Xiao shook his head. A radiant smile spread across Lu Ning's face. "Oh, really? What a pity. It tastes quite good." Lin Zhao's breathing quickened, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. Observing Lu Ning's expression, Lin Xiao felt no sense of loss. He let out a cold snort, exited the room, and closed the door behind him. 3 days later, Wang Aming arrived at the room where Lu Ning was situated. Lin Xiao stepped forward to greet him, addressing him as Director Wang. Wang Aming nodded slightly and glanced at the door behind Lin Xiao. "Have there been any abnormalities in the past few days?" Lin Xiao shook his head. "None. Aside from eating and sleeping, he has been lost in thought." "Lost in thought the entire time?" Yin Feng, who stood nearby, expressed astonishment. "Isn't he bored?" "I am uncertain about his thoughts," Lin Xiao replied, turning to Wang Aming. "Director Wang, have you gathered any information? In the other base cities, we have not found anyone by the name of Lu Ning. He seems to have appeared out of nowhere." Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. "How shall we proceed with him?" "The directive from above is to integrate him into the Bureau." "Integrate him into the Bureau?" Lin Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. "But his origins are unclear." "We are indeed aware of that. However, he exhibits numerous anomalies. Ignoring them would be quite concerning. Furthermore, he has not demonstrated any dangerous tendencies, and we cannot keep him detained indefinitely. Most importantly, despite being here for so many days, his mental contamination level remains at 0. Do you understand what this implies?" Lin Xiao fell silent for a moment before giving a slight nod. "I understand." Thus, integrating him into the Bureau for close observation might yield some answers. Perhaps he truly is a human from over 2,000 years ago, from an era before the mist appeared? At this point, Wang Aming chuckled at his own naive notion. Yet, would he agree? That is why I came to speak with him personally. Please open the door. Chapter 7. Freedom Lin, Xiao nodded slightly and turned to open the door. Inside the room, Lu Ning lay on the bed, staring blankly at the white ceiling. Having spent so long in the mist, he had grown accustomed to this state. The daily servings of warm and delicious meals were already a significant improvement compared to before. Upon entering the room, Wang Anming and his companions exchanged glances, noting that Lu Ning indeed appeared to be lost in thought. Lin Xiao cleared his throat and spoke. Lu Ning, Director Wang has arrived. Lu Ning turned his gaze toward them. Wang Anming smiled. Mr. Lu, the results are in. Lu Ning sat up and asked calmly, Can I leave now? Yes, of course. Our various tests indicate that you pose no risk of pathological changes. So you may leave here. However, given your unclear identity, we will monitor your life post-departure to ensure you pose no threat to society. We hope you can understand this. Mr. Lu Ning nodded slightly. So, I can leave now? Certainly. However, Wang Anming, looking at Lu Ning with a smile, inquired, What do you plan to do after leaving here? Return home. Lu Ning replied without hesitation. Wang Anming responded calmly, But according to your statement, you come from over 2,000 years ago. Your family has likely long since passed away. Upon hearing this, Lu Ning fell silent. The three individuals beside Lin Xiao instantly became tense, fearing that Lu Ning might become agitated and exhibit abnormalities. However, Lu Ning maintained a tranquil expression as he gazed at the group and inquired, I still wish to return. Do you not possess extraordinary abilities? Is there a power that allows one to traverse time and send me back over 2,000 years? How could such an ability possibly exist? Yin Feng retorted, his forehead adorned with black lines of disbelief. Why not? Characters like the Flash and Bulma have such powers. Lu Ning earnestly countered. Wang Anming exchanged astonished glances with the others. He then asked gravely, Who are these individuals capable of altering time? Oh, they are characters from films and animations. Lu Ning clarified. The group reacted with surprise. Wang Anming's lips twitched slightly before he smiled and remarked, as it stands, the Federation does not possess any abilities related to time. Before Lu Ning could feel disheartened, he continued, Surely, Mr. Lu Ning, you have noticed that you also possess a special ability. Perhaps you might eventually discover your own path home? Lu Ning fixed his gaze upon Wang Anming and asked, How can I find the way home? You mentioned wandering through the mist for over 2,000 years. Perhaps the secret to traversing time lies within that very mist. The Federation has a mist exploration team. By joining them, you could uncover some of the mysteries of the mist. In due course, there may be a way for you to return, would there not? The secrets of the mist? I have wandered within it for a long time, and it seems devoid of anything, Lu Ning remarked. Perhaps, Mr. Lu Ning, you are rather unique, Wang Anming observed thoughtfully. From our investigations, the mist is exceedingly perilous and conceals great secrets. You might discover why you entered the mist and why you have lingered there for over 2 millennia. Lu Ning's dulled mind slowly began to churn, and he found merit in Wang Anming's words. He looked up at Wang Anming and asked, If I join the mist exploration team, will I find the way home? Wang Anming smiled gently. As I mentioned earlier, the mist is fraught with danger. To join the mist exploration team, one must possess a certain level of strength. Although you seem rather exceptional, your abilities do not meet the required standards. However, before Lu Ning could speak, Wang Anming continued, You can first join our Mist Affairs Processing Bureau, where you will receive guidance on the matters of this era and assistance in enhancing your strength. Once you have acquired sufficient power, you will then be eligible to join the Mist Exploration Team. Wang Anming smiled. This choice also bears an additional benefit for you, Mr. Lu Ning. Lu Ning inquired, perplexed. What benefit? Even if you were free, how do you intend to live alone? Do you possess the means to earn a living? Do you have a place to stay? Wang Anming inquired kindly, resembling a wise elder speaking to a younger relative. At these words, Lu Ning shuddered as if confronted by a great terror. He was merely a sophomore, lacking even a diploma. How could he secure employment? Moreover, if it truly was over 2,000 years in the future, a diploma from over 2 millennia ago would surely be worthless. Wang Anming, still smiling gently, added, By joining the Mist Affairs Processing Bureau, you will receive a handsome salary, along with provisions and accommodation. Lu Ning nodded solemnly, deal. A smile broke across Wang Anming's face. You have made the right choice. Subsequently, he pondered and said, Mr. Lu Ning, I sense you harbor some reservations regarding our discussion. How about this? Let Lin Xiao take you for a stroll outside. It is fortuitous. As you are about to join Lin Xiao's team, you can become acquainted. Lin Xiao's expression shifted slightly, astonished as he gazed at Wang Anming. Director Wang? He is joining my team? Lin Xiao's face flushed, and he turned to Lu Ning, disbelief etched across his features. Lu Ning, however, remained composed, offering Lin Xiao a gentle smile. Lin Xiao's lips twitched. We may have had some prior conflicts, Director Wang. Wang Anming interjected. Those were merely professional disagreements. I believe Lu Ning will not take them to heart. He glanced at Lu Ning, who nodded slightly. Indeed, Wang Anming continued. The last mission inflicted severe losses on your team, and now, team member Li Mu is on the brink of complete transformation. Only you and Colin remain as combat personnel in your entire operational team, necessitating urgent reinforcements. As you are aware, the number of awakened individuals is not abundant. Lu Ning poses no risk of transformation, and he is already awakened, making him suitable for your team. Lin Xiao's eyes twitched, and, after a lengthy silence, he seemed deflated. Very well. The expressions of Yin Feng and Li Yi, who stood nearby, revealed a hint of sympathy towards Lin Xiao. All right, it's settled then, Wang Anming stated. Turning to Lu Ning with a smile, Lu Ning, you are free now. Lin Xiao wore a sullen expression. Director Wang, I shall take him now. Wang Anming nodded. Go ahead. Lin Xiao glanced at Lu Ning. Keep up. He turned and exited, with Lu Ning quietly following behind. Upon leaving the room, they entered a spacious corridor. After traversing the corridor and passing through a door, Lu Ning observed numerous staff members bustling about in the intersecting hallways. There were soldiers clad in metallic uniforms, armed and ready, alongside various men and women in trench coats, resembling Lin Xiao. Several passing staff greeted Lin Xiao, to which he responded with a strained smile. Lu Ning noticed many staff members directing curious and cautious glances his way, but he paid them no mind. After navigating several corridors, Lin Xiao led Lu Ning into an elevator. Descending swiftly, they soon arrived at the first floor. The first floor featured an imposing hall, bustling with even more personnel. Upon reaching the entrance, Lin Xiao, who had maintained a sullen demeanor, finally spoke to Lu Ning. Where do you plan to go? Without hesitation, Lu Ning replied, Hangzhou. Lin Xiao's face turned crimson, and he gritted his teeth. That place doesn't even exist here. Lu Ning felt a tinge of disappointment and forced a response. Then what is the current location where Hangzhou used to be? Let's go take a look. We want to leave the base city. We'll merely explore within the base city. Lin Xiao's expression twisted slightly. Suit yourself. Just show me around, Lu Ning replied, his face devoid of expression. Sigh. Let us go. Chapter 8. A New World. Lu Ning followed Lin Xiao out the door. The scorching sunlight bathed his face, causing him to squint slightly. Once he adjusted to the brightness, he surveyed his surroundings. Beyond the Grand Gate lies a vast square, flanked by parking lots brimming with numerous vehicles. Outside the square stretches a bustling street, teeming with traffic, while further afield stand various edifices, none towering beyond 10 stories. The scene before Lu Ning starkly contrasts with the visions he had conjured in his mind. He turned to Lin Xiao, questioning, is this what 2,000 years into the future looks like? Noticing Lu Ning's incredulous expression, Lin Xiao smiled wryly. What? Doesn't it resemble what you expected? You envisioned a future with countless intelligent robots, where people could recline without the burdens of work. Without hesitation, Lu Ning replied, indeed. Lin Xiao's smile faltered slightly as he responded, there were many intelligent robots in the past. So why are there none now? Lu Ning inquired. Because of a mutation, Lin Xiao said, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it leisurely. A mutation? Much like that, Li Mu. Can machines also undergo mutations? Lin Xiao sighed. It was a type of network mutation. Artificial intelligence developed cognitive capabilities, which were similarly impacted by mental radiation. That incident led to a collective rebellion of robots, resulting in a third of the Earth's population vanishing in a single day and a technological regression of several centuries. Pausing briefly, Lin Xiao continued. You'll receive training on the specifics once you join the team. That lesson on the dangers of mutation will be covered, and someone will teach you then. Now, let us go. With that, Lin Xiao led Lu Ning toward a nearby parking lot. Lu Ning followed in silence until they arrived before a sleek black sports car. Lin Xiao tenderly brushed a speck of dust from the door, then turned to Lu Ning with a proud grin. What do you think? Impressive? Isn't it? Lu Ning nodded and candidly replied. Quite striking. It must be expensive. Lin Xiao's smile momentarily faltered before he feigned indifference. It's manageable. In 3 years. My car loan will be paid off. Come on, let us get in. I'll show you around. Once inside the car, Lin Xiao started the engine, and they cruised through the Bay City. The internal conditions of the Bay City bore a remarkable resemblance to the city Lu Ning had known before entering the mist. The distinction lay in the presence of homeless individuals and a notable increase in violence, with frequent brawls occurring on the streets. Although ordinary citizens possessed antibodies against mental radiation, the psychological strain remained significant, rendering the populace more irritable and combative. However, such street fights are beyond our jurisdiction. Those fall under the purview of the Public Security Bureau. We handle the major issues, Lin Xiao explained. Soon, Lu Ning discerned a stark difference marking the Bay City from the pre-mist era, the towering walls encircling the city's perimeter. These imposing walls, exceeding 100 meters in height and constructed entirely of metal, enveloped the Bay City. Their purpose was to safeguard the ordinary citizens within, as the mental radiation inside the city was mitigated by special interference techniques. Outside, however, the situation was dire. Many of the former beasts had mutated into monstrous forms, compounded by the presence of other aberrations lurking beyond the walls, all posing significant threats to the unprotected populace. Lin Xiao parked the sports car beneath the wall, leaning against the vehicle as he smoked, elaborating on the city's defenses to Lu Ning. Outside the city walls lies danger, yet the base's guard army stands vigilant. Our duty is to ensure that ordinary citizens are shielded from the perils within the city. As Lin Xiao spoke, he turned to Lu Ning and said, to join the action team entails significant risk. In our last case, we encountered a nest of mutated beings. Only Colin, Li Mu, and I survived. The rest perished. However, we harbor no regrets. After all, we are the awakened, members of the Mist Bureau's action team, guardians standing before ordinary people, many of whom are our own families. I share this with you to prepare your mind for what lies ahead. Lu Ning nodded and replied, it's fine. I can resurrect. I won't die. This statement left Lin Xiao momentarily speechless, his face flushing with embarrassment. After a pause, he managed to utter a single word, damn. At 3 in the afternoon, a sports car arrived at a modest 4-story building. This is the headquarters of our 7th action team. As I mentioned earlier, the Bay City is divided into 9 districts, and we are responsible for the 7th. Given the severity of the mutation incidents, we must reach the scene promptly. Departing from headquarters would take too long, so each district has its own branch. This will be our workplace from now on. Lin Xiao led Lu Ning inside. In the lobby, a young woman with long black hair was at the reception desk. She had a round face, large eyes, and an endearing appearance. Absorbed in a mobile game, she failed to notice their entrance. Lin Xiao, exasperated, cleared his throat twice. The young woman jolted, akin to a student caught daydreaming by a teacher, and skillfully tucked her phone beneath a book, smiling as she looked up. Hello, welcome to the Mist Bureau. Upon seeing Lin Xiao's face, her smile froze. Captain, what brings you back? Lin Xiao shot her an annoyed glance. Xiao Ran, how many times must I remind you? No gaming during work hours. Xiao Ran's face flushed with embarrassment. I'm sorry, Captain. I was wrong. Knowing your mistake, yet refusing to amend it. This has happened several times. Next time, I'll deduct your wages. Please, Captain. It's just so boring. There is hardly anyone coming in. Lin Xiao shook his head in resignation and proceeded with the introduction. This is Lu Ning, who has just joined our team and is currently a reserve member needing training. This is our receptionist, Yu Ran, an ordinary person. Yu Ran's eyes dimmed momentarily, yet she quickly extended her hand to Lu Ning with a bright smile. Hello, I envy you for having awakened. I wish to become a full member too, but alas, I have yet to awaken. Lu Ning shook her hand. Hello. Lin Xiao shot her a disapproving look. What is so great about awakening? Once one awakens, the rate of mental contamination increases significantly compared to ordinary individuals, raising the risk of mutation. What is wrong with being an ordinary person? But my parents were both awakened, Yuran replied, gazing at Lin Xiao with a hint of stubbornness. Lin Xiao fell silent for a moment before shifting the topic. Have the other reserve members arrived? Yes, they're already here. The vice captain is waiting for you on the 3rd floor, Yuran cheerfully responded, seemingly dismissing her earlier comments. Lin Xiao nodded. Let us go. Lu Ning followed quietly behind. Yuran pressed her red lips together, observing as the two individuals ascended a nearby staircase. Once they disappeared from sight, she settled down with a thud and resumed her game. On the 3rd floor, stepping out of the staircase led into a corridor flanked by several rooms. Lin Xiao introduced. This is the activity room. When work is light and boredom strikes, we can amuse ourselves in here with some computers, gaming consoles, and card games. Do not be too tense. Relaxation is beneficial in alleviating mental strain. Lu Ning glanced at the array of equipment within, casually remarking, but my level of mental strain seems to be consistently at 0. I shouldn't have to worry about it, right? Lin Xiao, seemingly unfazed by Lu Ning's comment, took a deep breath before continuing. This is the finance office where salaries are collected. Lu Ning leaned in for a closer look. This is the captain's office. And here before long, they arrived at the conference room. The large doors swung open to reveal 4 individuals already present. Among them was a seemingly refined young man with blonde hair named Colin, whom Lu Ning had encountered previously. The other 3 were strangers to him. Upon seeing Lin Xiao and Lu Ning enter, all 4 turned their gaze towards them. Colin's eyes settled on Lu Ning, his expression notably intricate. After a thorough examination of Lu Ning, he turned to Lin Xiao and smiled. Captain, you finally made it. We've been waiting for you for a while. Lin Xiao returned the smile. I took this lad for a little tour to let him glimpse the outside world. Are these 3 the newcomers? Colin nodded. Indeed. Allow me to introduce them. This is Wei Xian, this is Wang Qiwen, and this is Qiu Yuelin. This is our captain, Lin Xiao, and beside him is Lu Ning. As Colin introduced each individual, Lu Ning turned his attention to them. Wei Xian was a sturdy young man with a buzz cut, friendly in demeanor as he offered Lu Ning a warm smile. Wang Qiwen, a tall and somewhat aloof figure, merely inclined his head slightly towards Lu Ning. Qiu Yuelin, a girl with black hair styled in twin ponytails, appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, with a delicate face and a hint of shyness, standing there somewhat awkwardly. Lu Ning also smiled and nodded in greeting. Lin Xiao pulled out a cigarette and lit it, but noticing Qiu Yuelin discreetly stepping back a bit, he paused, extinguished the cigarette, and continued. You have now joined the 7th Action Team. However, since you have yet to complete your training, you cannot be considered formal members just yet. For the time being, you will train under Lao Qin. Once you pass the training, you will officially be members. Understood? Yes. Captain Lin, Wei Xian replied emphatically, startling Wang Qiwen and Qiu Yuelin beside him. Lin Xiao cast a glance at him, chuckling. Did you serve in the military before? Reporting to Captain Lin, I was previously with the Public Security Bureau. Wei Xian stood at attention. Lin Xiao nodded approvingly. Very well. Colin, please take them to find Lao Qin. All right, let us go. Colin beckoned to the others as they departed the conference room. Colin led the way, and the 4 of them followed closely behind, like chicks trailing after their mother hen. A group of individuals descended the staircase, with Colin introducing. The training for newcomers is overseen by Old Qin. Although he is not young, he is a retired veteran. As I mentioned earlier, the accident rate in the action team is quite high. Those who manage to retire in one piece possess exceptional qualities. You must learn diligently from him. Perhaps it will enhance your survival rates in future missions. Wei Xian replied loudly, yes. Deputy Captain, Wang Qiwen nodded with a neutral expression, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Qiu Yuelin, resembling a quail, shrank into the corner, uttering a soft "oh." Lu Ning was lost in thought. Colin smiled at Wei Xian. There are no rigid protocols here. Relax. We will all be teammates and friends moving forward, with no hierarchy outside of mission duties. Wei Xian scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. I apologize, it's a habit. No worries. Take your time to adjust, Colin assured him. As they conversed, the group arrived at the basement level. The basement also featured a corridor with floors and walls crafted from black metal, differing from the upper floors. The corridor was considerably longer than that of the third floor, lined with doors to various rooms. Colin led the four into the first room on the left. The space was expansive, approximately several hundred square meters, and rather empty, with a few pieces of gym equipment scattered in the corners. An elderly man with gray hair and a frail frame sat in a rocking chair by the door, engrossed in a magazine. Lu Ning noticed the cover featured two women in revealing swimsuits. Colin cleared his throat. "Old Qin, I've brought newcomers." Qin Feng set aside his magazine, assessing the newcomers. Upon seeing Qiu Yulin, his eyes lit up. "What a lovely young lady." "Heck, Colin. The quality of this batch is impressive." Colin, feeling exasperated, replied, "Don't frighten her." Noticing Qiu Yulin retreating slightly, Qin Feng chuckled awkwardly, just a joke. He then rose from the recliner and stretched. "All right, you can leave now. I'll take it from here." Colin nodded, turning to the newcomers. His gaze lingered on Lu Ning for a moment before he addressed Qin Feng. "The captain has briefed you about Lu Ning, right?" Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Glancing at Lu Ning, "Yes, he mentioned it. Just be cautious." Qin Feng smirked, understood. Wang Chuan and the others looked at Lu Ning with curiosity. What could be so special about him that warranted a private discussion between Colin and Qin Feng? Lu Ning remained in a daze. After Colin departed, Qin Feng regarded the group, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His slight frame was somewhat hunched, and his smile carried a hint of lewdness as he announced, "Now, for the time being, I will impart knowledge regarding the action team, the fog, mutations, awakenings, and various other topics, as well as combat skills. I hope you all pay close attention to avoid an untimely demise, lest the old man has to burn incense for you." Wang Chuan scoffed, muttering under his breath, "Who are you cursing?" The subsequent agenda is as follows. We will engage in cultural studies in the morning, combat training in the afternoon, and in the evening, we shall return to our respective homes. As it is already afternoon, let us commence our combat training. As Qin Feng spoke, he paused briefly before continuing. From now on, we shall all be comrades of the 7th team. In the heat of battle, understanding both our companions and our own abilities will enable us to devise clearer strategies tailored to the situation. Therefore, our first lesson shall be self-introductions, to familiarize ourselves with one another. His gaze swept across the group, a smile gracing his face as he said, "Let us take turns to share our backgrounds, including our awakened abilities. Young lady, you may go first." Qiu Yulin took a step back, slightly intimidated by Qin Feng's smile. However, she took a deep breath and spoke. "My name is Qiu Yulin. I'm 17 years old, and I was originally a student at Moonlight High School. 4 days ago, I awakened my immense strength ability, which led to my recruitment into the Bureau." Qin Feng nodded appreciatively. When she paused, he pressed on, "Is there anything else? Anything else?" Qiu Yulin blinked, her eyes reflecting the innocence typical of a high school student. "For instance, my personality, hobbies, measurements, and so forth?" Her face paled, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. The three onlookers, Wei Xian and the others, regarded Qin Feng with expressions of disbelief. Lu Ning remarked, "Is this what workplace harassment looks like? This is my first time witnessing it." Qin Feng's smile faltered as he coughed lightly, just a jest. The elderly tend to be quite curious. "Please forgive me. Now, on to the next. Let us hear from you." He pointed at Wei Xian. "I am Wei Xian, 24 years old, formerly a mid-level officer in the Public Security Bureau. 4 days ago, I awakened my petrification ability and was recruited into the Bureau." Qin Feng then turned his attention to Wang Chuan. "And you, young man?" Upon hearing the previous introductions, Wang Chuan's face lit up with pride. "I am Wang Chuan, 22 years old, a recent university graduate. I awakened my water manipulation ability just yesterday." Water manipulation? Quite an impressive elemental ability. Qin Feng nodded in approval. He then glanced at Lu Ning, a complex expression crossing his face. "Perhaps you might like to share?" Wang Chuan and the others turned their curious gazes towards Lu Ning, clearly intrigued. Previously, Colin and Qin Feng had mentioned Lu Ning separately, indicating he was not like the others. "I am Lu Ning, over 2,000 years old. My awakened ability is a superpower. Perhaps I possess resurrection or immortality." The trio stared in disbelief. The atmosphere grew tense as Wang Qiwen's face soured. Are you mocking us? Wei Xian scratched his head. Come on, buddy, over 2,000 years is a bit far-fetched, don't you think? Xiao Yulin nodded in agreement. And to awaken an ability related to immortality? How could such a power exist? At that moment, Qin Feng's calm voice silenced the trio. What he says is the truth. Their eyes widened as they exchanged glances between the serious expression of Qin Feng and the seemingly aloof Lu Ning. The air turned suddenly still. Are you joking? How could anyone possibly live for over 2,000 years? This is absurd. And an immortal ability? Wang Qiwen looked at Qin Feng skeptically. Are you all conspiring to play tricks on us newcomers? Though Wei Xian and Xiao Yulin remained silent, their eyes were filled with disbelief. Qin Feng rolled his eyes, remarking that it was hardly surprising that the stronger the awakened, the more robust both their mind and body would become, leading to an enhancement in vitality and lifespan. Theoretically, living for 2,000 or even 20,000 years was possible for exceptionally powerful awakened individuals. Wasn't he just a newcomer? Wang Chu interrupted Qin Feng, gesturing towards Lu Ning, stating that Lu Ning's situation was rather unique, as he had emerged from the fog. Upon hearing this, the three appeared to recoil, as if they had encountered something unsavory, stepping back to distance themselves from Lu Ning. Hey, I haven't finished. Qin Feng, observing the terror etched on Wang Qiwen and the others' faces, retorted with exasperation. You needn't worry about his mutation. His mental pollution level is 0, lower than any of yours. Huh? The trio seemed to have heard something unbelievable, their expressions reflecting deep skepticism. Sighing in fatigue at their incredulity, Qin Feng decided against further explanation, stating, regardless, the situation is as it is. Headquarters has confirmed that Lu Ning poses no risk of mutation, so you need not fret. Simply regard him as an ordinary person who has just awakened. The three exchanged glances, assessing Lu Ning's calm demeanor, seemingly unconcerned, and then glanced back at Qin Feng, caught in a moment of hesitation. After a few breaths, Wei Xian took a deep breath and declared, since the higher-ups have confirmed it, I shall, of course, trust headquarters unconditionally. He approached Lu Ning, extending his hand with an apologetic smile. My apologies. As teammates, we shouldn't have doubted you. Lu Ning, pulled from his reverie, responded, Oh, it's fine. He shook Wei Xian's hand, and one could distinctly hear the sharp intake of breath from Xiao Yulin and Wang Qiwen. A true warrior. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. With the commotion settled, he smiled and said, Now that we all have a better understanding of one another during combat training, we can coordinate more effectively based on each other's abilities. Let us continue with the lesson. The strength of awakened abilities can be enhanced through the amplification of mental power and the deep development of one's capabilities. For instance, Wei Xian, why not demonstrate your ability? Perhaps sensing Wei Xian's military essence, Qin Feng called for him to showcase his power. Wei Xian nodded, uttering a low command, and in the next moment, his hands transformed into a grayish-white stone. Qin Feng instructed Wei Xian to touch his hands together, producing a resounding clash. Observe Wei Xian's ability, he elucidated. Due to insufficient mental strength, Wei Xian can currently only petrify his hands. If his mental power were sufficiently robust, he could extend this petrification across his arms, or even envelop his entire body, thus eliminating any defensive weaknesses. Moreover, should he continue to develop this ability, while his current petrification manifests as marble, he could eventually transform it into harder stones, such as corundum or even diamond. Wouldn't that render him even stronger? Noticing the thoughtful nods from Wei Xian and the others, Qin Feng smiled warmly, stating, developing one's abilities requires time. You must possess a deep understanding of your own capabilities, coupled with ample imagination and creativity, alongside relentless practice to achieve enhancement. As he spoke, Qin Feng's expression grew increasingly solemn. However, I must caution you that the utilization of abilities requires the expenditure of mental energy. Should an awakener deplete their mental energy excessively, it may lead to a severe increase in mental pollution, potentially resulting in mutations. Therefore, when practicing your abilities, one must exercise utmost caution and never allow oneself to descend into a state of mental weakness. Do you all understand this? Understood. Wei Xian, and Qiu Yuelin exclaimed in unison. Wang Qiwen, with a weary tone, added, got it. Meanwhile, Lu Ning inquired, since my mental pollution level has consistently remained at 0, does that mean I can practice my abilities indefinitely? Qin Feng and the others widened their eyes in astonishment, as if a door to a new world had just swung open. Qin Feng murmured, what? It can work like this? No, it seems it truly can. Wang Qiwen, with an envious glint in his eyes, retorted, just because your mental pollution hasn't risen doesn't imply that your mental energy won't increase. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng replied, there is some truth to Wang Qiwen's words. Lu Ning, you might consider consuming your mental energy to a certain extent and then observe whether your mental pollution increases. Should it rise, you would no longer be able to exhaust your mental energy for training. That won't happen. I died twice at headquarters before, and despite being utterly fatigued, my mental pollution did not increase. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Qin Feng, regarded Lu Ning with a mixture of envy and jealousy. Lu Ning continued, so how should I train my abilities? Should I repeatedly die and then revive? His expression remained unchanged as he mentioned death and revival, as though he were merely discussing a meal of braised pork for the day. This calm demeanor sent shivers down the spines of the 4 companions. Qiu Yuelin's body trembled slightly as she silently distanced herself from Lu Ning. Wei Xian couldn't help but grimace, saying, dude, could you act a bit more normally? It's a bit unsettling. Wang Qiwen muttered, are you out of your mind? Lu Ning calmly explained, I am perfectly normal. I simply cannot die. He paused for a moment before adding, you needn't be afraid. A profound silence enveloped the air, laden with awkwardness. Subsequently, Qin Feng cleared his throat and ventured. Have you ever tried inflicting a minor injury upon yourself to see if you can recover? Perhaps you can revive not only from death, but also from being injured? Before Qin Feng could finish his sentence, Lu Ning had already extended his right hand and forcefully twisted his left hand. With a sharp crack, Lu Ning's arm contorted into an unnatural shape. The 4 stared at him, mouths agape, their expressions a blend of confusion and disbelief. Then, they witnessed Lu Ning suddenly burst into laughter. That really hurts, ha ha. It feels wonderful, perhaps due to having lingered in the fog for too long. Every time Lu Ning could distinctly feel that he was still alive, he experienced an extraordinary happiness, beaming with joy. The other 4, observing Lu Ning's unrestrained merriment, felt an eerie chill creep over them. Wang Qiwen silently moved closer to Qin Feng and whispered through gritted teeth, are you sure he's all right? Absolutely sure. Qin Feng opened his mouth, poised to respond. Qiu Yuelin pondered for a moment before inquiring, Lu Ning, considering the severity of your injuries, what if you are unable to recover on your own? Lu Ning glanced at Qiu Yuelin, seemingly perplexed by her oddly phrased concern. I assume it's simple to just take my own life? Once I am revived, the injuries will heal. A profound silence enveloped the air once again. Qin Feng's lips twitched slightly. Confronted by Wang Kaowen's scrutinizing gaze, he let out a muted chuckle. Haha, the headquarters has confirmed it, but I remain in the dark. Chapter 11. The Art of Mental Refinement. As soon as Qin Feng's words fell, Lu Ning's contorted arm reverted to its original state. Clenching his fists, Lu Ning turned to Qin Feng and remarked, it appears that my injuries can indeed mend themselves. Wang Kaiwen's and Qin Feng immediately ceased their whispering. Clearing his throat, Qin Feng stated, it seems that as long as you sustain injuries, self-treatment can enhance your abilities. At this, Qin Feng expressed a tinge of envy. Since your mental affliction does not worsen, you need not fear the dangers of mutation. Your rate of ability development should be considerably swift. Lu Ning nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Qin Feng continued with his instruction. The enhancement of abilities we previously discussed pertains to profound development. Next, I shall address the augmentation of mental prowess. This relates to the strength of the awakened. So let us explore this aspect first. After awakening your abilities, you should be able to sense your own mental force. Yes, the 4 of them, including Lu Ning, nodded in agreement. In recent days, Lu Ning had been able to visualize a swirling orb of white energy within his mind when he closed his eyes. Upon consulting Lin Xiao, he had learned that this phenomenon represented his awakened mental force. From the early days of the Fog era, Scientists began to investigate the mental radiation emitted by the fog, discovering that awakened individuals also absorbed this mental radiation to achieve their awakening and could consciously draw upon it. After years of research, our Federation developed a method of mental refinement suitable for the awakened. This technique harnesses the power of absorbed mental radiation to refine one's own mental force. Consequently, we categorize the awakened into tiers from 1 to 9, with tiers 1 to 4 classified as low level, 5 to 7 as mid-level, and 8 and 9 as high level. Beyond these, there exist the sanctified and demigod levels, which transcend the 9th tier. At this juncture, Qin Feng paused, a flicker of trepidation crossing his features. According to the projections of the strong and the research teams, there are indeed higher tiers beyond the demigod level, associated with the realms of malevolent deities worshipped by certain cults. At this statement, Wang Kaiwens inquired curiously, "Are there currently any individuals of that caliber within the Federation?" Qin Feng regarded Wang Kaiwens and shook his head. No. Wang Kaiwens curled his lip in response, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Qiu Yuelin questioned, "So, if we master this method of mental refinement, can we enhance our strength?" "Indeed," Qin Feng affirmed. "However, each level possesses its own inherent barriers. Upon reaching these thresholds, mental force cannot be further enhanced. Only by overcoming these obstacles can one continue to progress." "What then is the method to break through?" Wei Xian inquired with curiosity. Each individual possesses a unique circumstance. Some shatter their limitations through intense emotional fluctuations, while others break through via persistent application of mental refinement techniques. There are also those who, after a period of relaxation, effortlessly surpass their barriers. However, it is evident that the lower the degree of mental pollution, the easier it becomes to transcend these limitations. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Wei Xian and the others simultaneously directed their attention towards Lu Ning. Wang Qiwen muttered under his breath, "Why does he get to reap all the benefits?" Qiu Yuelin remarked enviously, "Lu Ning is truly fortunate. Breaking through his limitations seems like a mere formality." Wei Xian nodded in agreement. Qin Feng sighed, saying, "There is no need for envy towards Lu Ning. I have previously stated that he is quite exceptional. In fact, he is the only human in the entire Federation with a mental pollution level of 0, mind you. I am referring to all humans from the Mist era to the present." Observing the lingering discontent among Wang Qiwen and the others, Qin Feng continued, "All right, let me impart to you the method of mental refinement. It is, in essence, rather simple. Utilize your own mental energy to perceive the mental radiation from the external environment. Once perceived, draw this external mental radiation into your being with your own mental energy. However, pay close attention. At this juncture, Qin Feng cast a serious glance at the four. The external mental radiation carries inherent mental pollution. Therefore, absorbing it may lead to an exacerbation of mental contamination. You will experience pressure on your psyche and may even encounter illusions or inexplicable whispers." The faces of Wei Xian and the others instantly paled. Seemingly unfazed, Qin Feng pressed on, "Do not panic at this point. The intensification of mental pollution is temporary. When you sense pressure on your mind, cease the absorption of external mental radiation and instead focus on refining the mental radiation you have already absorbed. Once this radiation has been completely refined, the mental pollution will gradually diminish. Only when it has reached a sufficiently low level may you continue to absorb more. This process requires patience. Do not rush, nor should you seek shortcuts." Wang Qiwen inquired, "What if one absorbs too much mental radiation?" Qin Feng shot him a glance, revealing a mischievous grin. "You would suffer a transformation, and before any destruction occurs, we would eliminate you and handle your remains." Qiu Yuelin's complexion grew even paler, and Wei Xian furrowed his brow. Noting the somber atmosphere, Qin Feng reassured them, "Do not dwell on such thoughts, as long as you remain cautious. There is minimal danger involved. In all these years, I can recall fewer than 5 awakeners who have experienced mental transformations due to refinement." Upon hearing this, the trio's expressions softened somewhat. As for Lu Ning, his demeanor remained utterly unperturbed, for these matters held no bearing on him. After imparting the methods and key points of mental radiation refinement to the four, Qin Feng, with a sly smile, declared, "Let us commence your first session of mental refinement right here. I shall observe to ensure you do not encounter any unforeseen mishaps." He added, "The remainder of today will be dedicated to your perception of external mental radiation." Wang Chuan expressed his dissatisfaction. "It's only 4 o'clock. Do we truly need 2 hours?" Qin Feng scoffed. 2 hours? For you fledgling awakeners perceiving external mental radiation for the first time, a full day is hardly sufficient. Some individuals of lesser aptitude took several days to successfully perceive the phenomenon. Upon hearing this, Wang Chuan scoffed, crossing his arms and declaring, "That applies to others. I possess the awakened ability to control water. My innate talent is undoubtedly exceptional. I shall perceive it within no more than 2 hours. Think as you will. Let us commence. A tranquil environment is essential for perception. Please maintain distance and silence." With a wave of his hand, Qin Feng directed Lu Ning and the others to different corners of the room, where they settled down. There was no prescribed posture for perceiving mental radiation. They were free to sit as they pleased. Lu Ning leaned against the wall, closing his eyes. In the next moment, he sensed a faint disturbance surrounding him. Observing closely to find that these fluctuations manifested as a white mist, albeit so tenuous it was nearly imperceptible. Is this the mental radiation? Following Qin Feng's prior instructions, Lu Ning utilized his mental energy to entice and absorb the white mist. In an instant, the mist seemed to be drawn in like iron filings to a magnet, offering no resistance as it swiftly entered Lu Ning's mind. Contrary to Qin Feng's prior warnings that absorbing mental radiation could lead to increased mental pressure, hallucinations, or whispers, Lu Ning experienced none of these. He began to refine the just absorbed mental radiation, employing his mental energy to meticulously hone it, akin to a millstone grinding grain. Before long, he sensed his mental energy elevating at a steady and deliberate pace. Chapter 12. Gratitude. All right, the workday is nearly over. We shall conclude here for today. Qin Feng's voice echoed, as if emanating from a distant realm, jolting Lu Ning from his reverie. To him, it felt as though only mere seconds had passed. Yet 2 hours had flown by. The process of refining his mental energy seemed to have made him oblivious to the passage of time. Qin Feng, hands clasped behind his back and hunched slightly, smiled and inquired, "So, have you perceived the mental radiation?" Wei Xian and Xiao Yuelin shook their heads in disappointment. Qin Feng turned to Wang Chuan, who had previously boasted, now awkwardly admitting, "I was very close. Just a bit more time, and I would have succeeded." Qin Feng chuckled. "Youngster, do not be overly proud." He then addressed Lu Ning. "And you? How fared your attempt?" Lu Ning nodded, calmly stating, "I have successfully perceived it." "What? Is that true? How did you achieve it so swiftly?" Wang Chuan, whose earlier bravado had faded, widened his eyes in disbelief. Even Wei Xian and Xiao Yuelin regarded Lu Ning with astonishment. Qin Feng, though slightly surprised, merely remarked to Wang Chuan, "It's a minor achievement. No need for such fuss." He then turned to Lu Ning. "Given your uniqueness, it is to be expected. Now that you have perceived it, you must begin attempting to absorb the mental radiation and ultimately refine it. These 2 steps are more challenging than perception and may require additional time. Once you return, you may begin practicing on your own." Lu Ning replied, "I've already begun refining my mental energy." A silence enveloped the air momentarily, including Qin Feng. The 4 of them gazed at Lu Ning as if they were witnessing a peculiar creature. Qin Feng exclaimed in astonishment, "You mean to say you have already begun refining your mental strength? How is that even possible? How could it happen so swiftly?" Lu Ning, perplexed, responded, "Is it really that difficult?" The 3, including Wei Xian, were left speechless, their mouths agape, unsure of how to refute him. Particularly, Wang Chuan felt his face flush crimson, struggling to catch his breath. Qin Feng's face also turned red as he muttered under his breath, "Not difficult. You have only just begun to explore the art of mental refinement. How many individuals take weeks or even months to reach the stage of refining mental radiation? And you say it's not difficult?" Wang Chuan, brimming with envy and jealousy, inquired, "Lu Ning, how did you achieve this? How could you grasp it so swiftly?" Wei Xian, and Qiu Yulin also regarded Lu Ning with curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ning replied, after listening to Elder Qin's words. I followed his guidance and succeeded. The four fell into silence. Is that truly all? There are no special methods involved? Wang Qiwen remained unconvinced. Lu Ning thought for a moment before shaking his head. No, I found Elder Qin's instructions quite straightforward. I merely followed them. An awkward silence ensued until Qin Feng cleared his throat and remarked, perhaps this is related to Lu Ning's unique qualities. He then glanced at Wang Qiwen and the others, who appeared to be questioning their life choices, and reassured them. As I have said, Lu Ning is exceptional. You need not compare yourselves to him. Wang Qiwen and the others came to their senses and nodded in resignation. All right, you have all worked hard today. We shall conclude the lesson here. We will continue tomorrow morning. You may go to the third floor to find that rascal Lin Xiao. Qin Feng gestured dismissively, ushering them out. Lu Ning and the others nodded, bid farewell to Qin Feng, and exited the room. Watching their departing figures, Qin Feng muttered to himself, to think such a genius exists. Untroubled by mental contamination, effortlessly mastering the refinement method, his ability development should not pose too much difficulty. This is surely not an ordinary talent. Yet, his background seems rather dubious. With a shake of his head, he reclined in his rocking chair and picked up a magazine, pondering, why concern myself with such matters? Since the higher-ups deem him safe, I need not dwell on it further. As they ascended the stairs, Wang Qiwen and the others regarded Lu Ning with the same awe one might reserve for a giant panda. Unfazed by their scrutiny, Lu Ning drifted into his own thoughts. They arrived at the captain's office on the third floor, finding the door ajar, with Lin Xiao seated inside, engrossed in television. The screen displayed a dramatic scene of tragic love, and Lin Xiao, with reddened eyes, silently dabbed at his tears with a tissue, entirely unaware of the four's presence. Wei Xian knocked on the door, startling Lin Xiao, who jumped in surprise. He hastily discarded the tissue into the trash, his expression shifting to one of seriousness as he asked, has today's class concluded? Reporting to the captain, it has. Wei Xian stood at attention. No need for such formality. Lin Xiao waved his hand, reaching for a cigarette, but upon seeing Qiu Yulin, he returned it to the table. Subsequently, he smacked his lips and remarked, our branch's regular working hours are from 10 in the morning to 6 in the evening. However, given the unique nature of our work, 2 operatives must be on duty each night to preempt any unforeseen incidents. The remaining team members must keep their phones on in case of emergencies. Although you are not yet official members, you have joined the action team and are required to stand watch as well. Tonight, it will be just me and Wei Xian on duty. The rest of you may return home. At this point, Lin Xiao paused and turned to Lu Ning, saying, by the way, Lu Ning, you haven't yet arranged for housing, have you? For the time being, you can stay in the staff lounge on the 4th floor. Once your salary is disbursed, you can find a place of your own. Lu Ning nodded, then inquired, how much is the salary? Wang Qiwen and the other 2 exchanged peculiar glances at Lu Ning. Wang Qiwen could not help but ask, you joined without inquiring about the salary beforehand? Well, I just emerged from the fog. I had nowhere else to go, Lu Ning replied. The trio recalled Lu Ning's background and suddenly understood. Lin Xiao continued, due to the special and hazardous nature of our work, the salary is quite substantial. Even as a reserve member, you'll earn a base salary of 30,000 per month, which is considered high in the base city. Once you complete your training and officially transition, the base salary will increase to 100,000, with additional bonuses contingent upon task completion. The specifics of the bonuses will vary based on the nature of the assignments. Should you sacrifice yourself during a mission, Lin Xiao paused, rolling his eyes in exasperation. That's not something you need to worry about. Just surviving is a blessing. Wei Xian and the other 3 nodded in agreement. Lu Ning simply replied, oh. Lin Xiao then addressed Wang Qiwen and Qiu Yulin. You 2 can clock out now. The 2 bid farewell and departed. Lin Xiao turned to Wei Xian, saying, during your night shift, you can entertain yourself in the activity room. Colin is in there, and you can seek him out. Wei Xian nodded, all right. After Wei Xian left, Lin Xiao looked at Lu Ning. Come on, I'll take you to the staff lounge. With that, he retrieved several large shopping bags from behind the office door. Inside are toothpaste, a toothbrush, and a change of clothes, along with a mobile phone. I've already arranged for a SIM card, You can use it directly. Oh, it's registered under your identification. Your documentation has come through and is also in here. I've even purchased a wallet for you. Remember to keep your identification safe and don't lose it. You can go to the bank outside to set up a salary account. There's a federal bank right at the entrance. He pushed the items towards Lu Ning's chest. Lu Ning instinctively caught them and, after a moment of silence, expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Lin Xiao took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a long drag before casually waving his hand. The expenses are on me for now. You'll need to reimburse me when your salary comes in. I still have my mortgage and car loan to settle. Understood. Chapter 13. Revitalization. The staff lounge is a suite comprising a living room, kitchen, and bathroom, beautifully decorated and exuding tranquility. This ambience allowed Lu Ning to appreciate the grandeur of the Fog Affairs Bureau. After freshening up, Lu Ning headed downstairs to the federal bank to open a salary account. His current balance stood at 0, but he anticipated that by next month, it would blossom into a 5-digit figure. Lu Ning dined on the 3rd floor alongside Colin, Lin Xiao, and Wei Xian. After their meal, the four engaged in a brief card game. Lu Ning, having not exercised his mind for quite some time, found himself disinclined to strategize, even in this casual entertainment. Despite the modest stakes, he ultimately lost over 500, while the other three each won a couple of hundred. Lin Xiao and the others displayed satisfied smiles. Even Colin's gaze towards Lu Ning softened. As for the money, it would naturally be settled once Lu Ning received his salary. By around 9 in the evening, Colin retired for the night, his residence conveniently close to the division. In fact, all the official members of the action team live in proximity to the division, facilitating a swift response in case of emergencies. After Colin's departure, the card game could not continue, so Lu Ning and Wei Xian opted for some video games, while Lin Xiao secluded himself in the captain's office to watch a romantic drama. It was nearly midnight when Lu Ning returned to the 4th floor to rest, feeling quite content with his day, having wandered through the fog for many years, akin to a wandering soul. His departure from a mist and entrance into the headquarters brought him into a realm filled with people. Yet, he remained unique, still in the observation phase. Now, however, he had been confirmed as non-threatening and had joined the Bureau of Fog Affairs. With a higher salary, amiable colleagues to converse with, and a relatively smooth work life, everything was gradually improving. From that point, he aimed to continually strengthen himself, aspiring to join the Fog Exploration team and uncover a path back home. Lying in bed, Lu Ning unusually found himself contemplating the future rather than daydreaming, drifting into slumber with hopes of what lies ahead. The following day, on the 1st floor of the 7th Division, Qin Feng addressed the four, stating, "This morning, we shall engage in some cultural studies. Please take a look at this book, Significant Historical Events of the Fog Era. It will provide insight into our history, including various introductions to the fog and significant calamities. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me." He distributed a book to each of them, and then reclined in a rocking chair to peruse a magazine. Lu Ning noticed the cover model had changed. Holding the substantial volume of Significant Historical Events of the Fog Era, Lu Ning began to peruse its contents. It detailed the fluctuations in the number of fog occurrences, starting from the emergence of the first fog in South Africa to the proliferation of over 100 fogs across the globe. It also recounted the first awakened individual, Li Yang, heralding the dawn of the awakening era. Notably, Li Yang awakened in the 35th year of the fog calendar and is still alive today, regarded as one of the demigods of the Human Federation and the oldest guardian, akin to a stabilizing force. The establishment of the Earth Federation amidst various turmoils, including 2 significant schisms, ultimately resulted in its reunification, was also documented. Lu Ning further came across the robot rebellion caused by artificial intelligence malfunctions, a catastrophic loss for humanity over the span of 2 millennia, leading to a total ban on the development of all artificial intelligences, with even mobile phones rendered less intelligent. Lu Ning spent some time playing with his phone yesterday, feeling that its functionality was akin to what it was before his time travel, perhaps even inferior to that of a high-end smartphone. While Lu Ning immersed himself in a book, Wang Qiwen used a hefty historical tome as a pillow. lying there in slumber. Wei Xian sat cross-legged on the floor, a book laid open on his lap, yet he had not turned a page in half an hour. Xiao Yulin, engrossed in her reading, found her head drooping. As for Qin Feng, he stared intently at a magazine, occasionally chuckling to himself. The morning swiftly passed. Qin Feng glanced at the time and rose with a smile, declaring, "All right, the cultural lesson is over. Let us go eat." Wang Qiwen sprang up from the floor with a graceful flip, stretching his limbs in a show of satisfaction. That was a delightful nap. Wei Xian flipped a page with a flourish, then closed his book, nodding in contentment as if he had absorbed knowledge from its pages. Xiao Yulin, feeling a twinge of guilt, stole a glance at Qin Feng, only to find he was not looking at her. She wiped away the drool from the corner of her mouth and stood up alongside Lu Ning, who had also closed his book. Lin Xiao had previously mentioned that the Fog Affairs Bureau provided meals, and team members typically dined together. Each member would select a dish of their choice, entrusting Yu Ran with the task of procuring the food. This young girl sometimes took on errands as well. As Lu Ning and his companions reached the first floor, Yu Ran was already there, ready to take their orders. Lu Ning naturally chose braised pork, while Wang Qiwen opted for stir-fried meat with green peppers. Wei Xian selected steak, and Xiao Yulin chose sushi. They then made their way to the third floor to await their meal. On the third floor, only Colin was present in the activity room, engrossed in a video game. Lin Xiao was not there, nor was he in the captain's office. "Where's the captain?" Wei Xian inquired. Colin glanced at Lu Ning and replied, "He went to see another team member." "Are there other members besides you and the captain?" Wang Qiwen asked, somewhat surprised. Xiao Yulin and Wei Xian also looked intrigued. Colin nodded. "Yes, there's one more." "Then why haven't we seen her? Is she on vacation?" Xiao Yulin queried with curiosity. Colin took a deep breath and explained, "No, she's on the brink of a complete transformation and is under supervision at headquarters." The three of them fell silent, their mouths agape. Lu Ning understood that Colin was referring to a woman named Li Mu. He asked, "Has she lost her eyes yet? You know her?" Wang Qiwen looked at Lu Ning in astonishment. Lu Ning nodded. "Yes, she once killed me at headquarters." Wei Xian and the others were taken aback. Colin snorted, casting a stern look at Lu Ning. "Although Li Mu was already on the verge of transformation, your presence contributed to her condition at that time." Wei Xian and the others were speechless. Lu Ning acknowledged this. "That's why I asked." Colin's expression softened, a trace of concern appearing on his face as he said, "The situation is relatively stable, but it depends on whether she can manage her mental contamination." Lu Ning noted, silent. Ultimately, Lin Xiao did not return for lunch. After their meal and a brief respite, they returned to the basement level once more. The afternoon class, in stark contrast to the casualness of the morning, saw Qin Feng standing before the four students with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his lips. "Yesterday, we delved into the development of awakening abilities and the techniques of mental refinement. Today, we shall explore something different. It is well understood that the human spirit and body are intricately connected. The ailments of those afflicted begin in the mind. Once the psyche undergoes a transformation, it inevitably leads to physical deterioration. The same holds true for the awakened. As their mental fortitude strengthens, so too does their physical prowess. When utilizing their abilities, awakened individuals must consider the totality of their mental capacity and the potential for spiritual pollution. It is not without limits. Thus, the combat efficacy of the body remains critically important for the awakened. Today, I shall impart to you the art of combat techniques, which encompass the enhancement of reflexes, the efficient deployment of physical strength, and most significantly, a unique method exclusive to us awakened, the resonance of mental and physical power, which can amplify one's attack potency manifold. This technique is known as the Resonant Soul Fist. Chapter 14. Soul Artifacts. Seeing the four students captivated, Qin Feng felt a swell of satisfaction. He released his arms from their clasp, stretching his body as he continued. To master the Resonant Soul Fist, two essential conditions must be met. The first is an adequate control over your mental and physical faculties. The second is to synchronize the frequency of your mental and physical power at the moment of attack. Observe closely. With that, Qin Feng struck at the air with a punch that appeared feeble and lacking in force. However, as his fist traversed the air, A faint white glow flickered around it. In the next instant, a thunderous roar resonated through the atmosphere. The four students felt a powerful gust of wind from the punch, making their breaths labored. As Qin Feng slowly retracted his fist, he smiled with satisfaction at their astonished expressions. I have yet to achieve perfect resonance. The force I just demonstrated is significantly weaker than what true resonance could yield. Theoretically, if your body can withstand it. Perfect resonance can amplify your power by over 100-fold. My previous punch only managed a 3-fold increase. Is it truly that formidable? Wei Xian gasped in astonishment. Excitement flickered in Wang Chuan's eyes, while even Xiao Yuelin bore an expression of eager anticipation. Only Lu Ning remained as inscrutable as ever. With a chuckle, Qin Feng resumed his stance with hands behind his back. However, you must understand that achieving such feats will require considerable effort. After all, you have only just awakened. The notion of perfectly controlling your mental energy is somewhat unrealistic, and the mastery of physical strength presents even greater challenges, not to mention the subsequent resonance. Lu Ning, what are you doing? Qin Feng inquired as he noticed Lu Ning stretching his arm. Wang Qiwen and the others turned their gaze, puzzled. I was listening to your explanation, Old Qin, and it doesn't seem overly difficult. I would like to give it a try, Lu Ning replied. Hearing this, Wang Qiwen crossed his arms, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Buddy, you're getting a bit ahead of yourself. Go ahead and try. If you succeed, I'll do a handstand. Boom! A faint white light flashed from Lu Ning's striking fist, interrupting Wang Qiwen's words. Wang Kaiwen's entire being appeared as if turned to stone, his mouth agape, seemingly forgetting how to close it. Alongside him, Qin Feng, Wei Xian, and Xiao Yuelin were equally immobilized. A look of existential doubt surfaced on Qin Feng's aged visage, as if he were questioning himself. Is this it? How did it come to be? Abruptly, he lifted his gaze towards Lu Ning, his eyes bloodshot and face flushed. Do you have any idea how many thousands of punches I threw daily for 5 long years to master the soul-quaking fist? How could you achieve it on your very first attempt? His voice crescendoed, and his body began to tremble slightly, instilling a sense of trepidation in the trio of Xiao Yuelin. Qin Lao, she whispered. This seemed to jolt Qin Feng back to reality. He took several deep breaths, then managed a wry smile. Practice on your own for a while. My mental fluctuations are quite intense right now, and I need some solitude. With that, he appeared to age even more in an instant, retreating to a corner where he slowly squatted down and lit a cigarette, enveloped in silence. Lu Ning, Pushlet, inquired, what is wrong with Qin Lao? Wei Xian and the others exchanged glances, and then Wei Xian patted Lu Ning on the shoulder. Don't say anything. We too. Seek silence. Wang Kaiwen's grinned sheepishly and muttered. Thankfully, our mental pollution isn't too severe. Xiao Yuelin, with a playful smile, remarked, Brother Wang, if your mental pollution had been high, would you have transformed directly? Wang Kaiwen's face flushed, and he stammered about how awakened individuals' conditions should not be deemed transformations. Laughter erupted from Wei Xian and Xiao Yuelin. Wei Xian, rare in his jesting, quipped, Wang Kaiwen's, why were you talking about doing a handstand earlier? Lu Ning recalled Wang Kaiwen's earlier words and turned his gaze towards him. Sensing Lu Ning's attention, Wang Kaiwen's hurriedly clarified, I was referring to doing a handstand while washing my hair. I'll definitely try that when I get home today. Xiao Yuelin mischievously teased. Is that so? Did I hear something about a pole? You must have misheard. Wang Kaiwen's insisted with a serious expression. Subsequently, Wei Xian looked at Lu Ning with an eager expression, rubbing his hands. Lu Ning, we are good teammates, right? Lu Ning nodded. Yes. And could you teach me? How did you manage to do it? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuelin blinked her large eyes, looking at Lu Ning with a pitiful expression. Brother Lu Ning, please teach us. Wang Kaiwen's cleared his throat, his face reddening. Ahem, I also want to fit in, right? Lu Ning blinked and replied. I did exactly as Qin Lao suggested. After he spoke, I thought it didn't seem too difficult. I believed I could accomplish it, so I gave it a try and succeeded. Wang Kaiwen's was left in a state of confusion. You thought you could do it, tried, and succeeded? Is it really that simple? Then why did Qin Lao toil for 5 years? Lu Ning contemplated momentarily before responding. Perhaps Qin Lao is a bit slow? At that moment, Qin Feng, hidden in his corner, momentarily paused his smoking, exhaling a thicker cloud of smoke. It took a full 2 hours for him to regain his composure. He then encouraged Lu Ning to continue playing while he began instructing Wang Kaiwen's and the others on how to control their own powers. He also inexplicably procured some eggs, instructing Wang Qiwen and the others to peel them without breaking the inner membrane of the shell. Meanwhile, Lu Ning practiced the resonance fist. According to Elder Qin's explanation, even many seasoned awakeners cannot achieve resonance with every strike. This requires an absolute state of focus and complete mastery over both one's mental and physical faculties. However, at that moment, every punch Lu Ning delivered emitted a brilliant white flash. Initially faint, the white light gradually intensified. As Lu Ning continued to throw punches, the thunderous sound he produced grew increasingly louder. With each clap of thunder, the hearts of Qin Feng and his companions trembled. By the time they finished for the day, the ground was strewn with a pool of egg liquid, and Wang Qiwen and the others regarded Lu Ning with deep resentment. Confused, Lu Ning asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." In the following days, the mornings were spent immersed in historical events, while the afternoons were dedicated to practicing strength control or honing their abilities. Lu Ning remained focused on perfecting the resonance fist, and now, with each punch, the white light became dense and vibrant. Qin Feng and the others had grown somewhat desensitized to it. Lin Xiao and Colin, upon hearing that Lu Ning had mastered the resonance fist, specially visited the basement to observe. Subsequently, they found themselves questioning their own lives, eventually succumbing to numbness. After a few days, Qin Feng, perhaps contemplating that the cultural lessons in the morning could benefit from a different approach, instructed Wang Qiwen and the others not to sleep. He spoke up in the morning. "Today, we shall learn something different." Wang Qiwen, who had already settled down to sleep, looked over curiously. "What do you mean by different?" Lu Ning, intrigued as well, felt he had gleaned a considerable understanding of the fog era from the history book and was eager to learn something new. He had even contemplated borrowing additional books to expand his knowledge. Qin Feng smiled. "Today we will discuss some special artifacts, known as soul artifacts." Chapter 15. The Final Assessment Soul Artifacts. The group looked at Qin Feng with keen curiosity. Qin Feng, grinning, explained, "Soul artifacts are special items that possess mental radiation. Some are artificially crafted, while others are discovered within the fog. Their functions are diverse. Some can enhance personal strength, others can alter one's appearance, and some can even detect deceit. Isn't that akin to equipment in games?" Wang Qiwen exclaimed, astonished. "If we equip these soul artifacts, can we become incredibly powerful?" Qin Feng chuckled lightly. "In a way, your analogy is not entirely off. However, soul artifacts are not only rare, but also not for unrestricted use. We categorize them into 4 levels based on their power and function: low risk, medium risk, high risk, and special risk. As I mentioned earlier, soul artifacts emit mental radiation, which can pollute the mind. Low-risk artifacts have minimal mental radiation and can be used sparingly without significant danger. But the situation changes dramatically with medium-risk artifacts. The mental radiation emitted by medium-risk soul devices is already considerable, and their usage may lead to various side effects. While these side effects may not seem overly severe, even the slightest of them could prove fatal during combat. The mental radiation from high-risk soul devices is even greater than that encountered in fog, and low-level awakened individuals who attempt to use them may suffer immediate deterioration. Furthermore, the side effects associated with these devices are substantial. However, it is important to note that the power of high-risk soul devices is immense, with the potential to annihilate an entire base city. As for the extremely high-risk soul devices, my knowledge is limited, and I am uncertain whether such devices exist within the Federation. What can be affirmed is that the use of extremely high-risk soul devices could likely result in the immediate death of even advanced awakened individuals, and their destructive power could potentially lead to world obliteration. Qin Feng smiled and remarked, "Our Fog Affairs Processing Bureau also possesses soul devices, though they're all of medium to low risk. Under normal circumstances, these devices are securely stored and are only utilized in the face of particularly challenging tasks." Wang Qiwen looked dejected. I thought they would be like equipment. I didn't expect the side effects to be so significant. However, Qiu Yuelin suddenly thought of something and turned to Lu Ning, asking, if they're merely low-risk soul devices, then can't Brother Lu Ning use them continuously? After all, he has no concerns regarding mental radiation. Qin Feng, Wang Qiwen, and Wei Xian were momentarily stunned, their eyes widening as they turned to Lu Ning. Qin Feng murmured, "It seems that it truly is possible." Wang Qiwen's eyes gleamed with envy. Damn. How can Lu Ning have it so easy? Is having a mental pollution level of 0 really that advantageous? Wei Xian expressed astonishment. Lu Ning must now be quite adept at using the spirit punch, right? If he combines it with a low-risk soul device alongside his immortal abilities, how formidable would that be? Lu Ning, equally intrigued, looked at Qin Feng and inquired, "So, can I use them?" Qin Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding, "I will report to that fellow Lin Xiao shortly, during the afternoon break. You can go have a chat with him." Lu Ning nodded in agreement. All right. The expressions of Wang Qiwen and the others were filled with envy. In the time that followed, Qin Feng introduced several interesting low-risk soul devices. After the introductions, he discussed various characteristics of deterioration, and the morning passed swiftly. During the afternoon break, Lu Ning and his companions returned to the activity room on the 3rd floor, where Lin Xiao and Colin were present. Upon seeing the four enter, Lin Xiao turned to Lu Ning and stated, "Old Qin just called to inform me that your mental pollution level has consistently been at 0, which means you might be able to use some low-risk soul devices." Upon hearing this, Wang Qiwen and the others perked up their ears. Lu Ning nodded, "Yes, that's what Old Qin mentioned. So, am I allowed to use them?" Lin Xiao replied with a smile. "Actually, this matter has already been discussed among myself and Director Wang during our time at headquarters. Although you are quite unique, soul devices are assets owned by the Fog Affairs Processing Bureau and cannot simply be entrusted to an individual. If you can excel in your tasks and accumulate achievements, we can grant you the privilege to exchange for low-risk soul devices from the Bureau." Upon hearing this, Lu Ning revealed a hint of a smile. "I understand." In the ensuing days, Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen continued to participate in the training regimen as per their original schedule. The morning cultural lessons became considerably more enriching, encompassing topics such as the introduction of awakening abilities, the nature of cults, and some malevolent deities they had recently come to learn about. Additionally, discussions included cases arising from individuals afflicted by transformations. In the afternoons, apart from honing their mental acuity and power control, Qin Feng enlisted the expertise of a veteran to instruct them in firearms usage. Initially, Wang Qiwen exhibited a degree of disdain, questioning the necessity of firearms given his water manipulation abilities. Qin Feng, casting a sardonic glance his way, retorted, "Can your water shield withstand bullets? Even if it could, how many rounds could it endure? Heavy weaponry poses a threat even to mid-tier awakened individuals. As a mere novice at the 1st tier, do you dare to look down upon firearms?" Wang Qiwen, his face flushed with indignation, refrained from retorting. The basement featured a designated shooting range for practice. The veteran taught them the use, disassembly, assembly, and maintenance of various firearms. Regardless of the task at hand, Lu Ning excelled at each on his first attempt, much like his proficiency in the mental refining techniques and the soul awakening fist. When the veteran witnessed Lu Ning's inaugural handling of a firearm, achieving a perfect score from 100 meters away, his expression mirrored that of someone encountering a marvel. Furthermore, upon observing Lu Ning assemble a firearm with his eyes closed in a mere 3 seconds, the veteran regarded him as if he were a celestial being. As for Wang Qiwen and the others, they had grown accustomed to Lu Ning's extraordinary performance. Qin Feng often reassured Wang Qiwen and his companions that Lu Ning was exceptional and not to be compared with. In truth, Lu Ning himself found these tasks quite manageable and learned with ease. The entire training spanned over 20 days, aside from the soul awakening fist. Wang Qiwen and his companions had not made significant progress, yet they had all become capable of normal mental refining. Their combat skills had also improved through subsequent training. Regarding firearms, awakened individuals possess considerable mental fortitude, allowing them to learn at a decent pace, albeit not as swiftly as Lu Ning. Yet they fully mastered the skills within a few days. One particular morning, as Lu Ning and his group arrived at the basement, Qin Feng announced, "The training for reserve team members has reached its conclusion. I have imparted nearly all that is necessary. What remains is the final assessment. Should you succeed, you will officially become team members." Chapter 16. The gang leader. Upon hearing this, Wang Chuan eagerly rubbed his hands together, unable to contain his enthusiasm. "What does the assessment entail?" he inquired. Xiao Yuelin, slightly apprehensive, asked, "Elder Qin, will it be difficult?" Qin Feng replied with a reassuring smile, "Fear not. It will not pose much of a challenge. Considering you are all still novices, this assessment involves assisting the Public Security Bureau in dealing with the gang leader." Upon hearing the task, Wei Xian's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He asked, "Is this gang leader an awakened individual, or has he undergone transformation?" Qin Feng shook his head. "Neither. According to intelligence, he is an ordinary person." "Huh? An ordinary person? Do we really need to intervene? What is the purpose of the Public Security Bureau?" Wang Chuan expressed his disappointment with a pout. Wei Xian promptly shot Wang Chuan a disapproving glare, rebuking Wang Chuan. "How can you speak like that?" Wang Chuan observed Wei Xian's anger and merely pursed his lips, refraining from further comments. Qin Feng chuckled, stating, "Although this gang leader is merely an ordinary person, he commands a number of skilled individuals and possesses a cache of firearms. In a direct confrontation, the four of you, as first-tier awakened ones, might not prevail." The mention of firearms immediately silenced Wang Chuan's complaints. After several days of shooting practice, he had come to appreciate the formidable power of firearms. However, if you exercise caution and utilize your awakened abilities, assassinating a gang leader should not prove overly difficult. What do you think? Are you confident? If not, perhaps it would be best for you to return home and abandon this line of work, as the dangers you will face in the future will far exceed those of the present. How could it possibly be unfeasible? Wang Chuan retorted without hesitation. Kiwawelin took a deep breath and resolutely declared, "I wish to participate in the mission." Wei Xian echoed, "So do I." Lu Ning merely nodded slightly, opting for silence. "Very well. Since that is the case, the mission is confirmed. This evening, Colin will accompany you to communicate with the Public Security Bureau. Now, take some time to mentally prepare yourselves. After all, gunfire is indiscriminate. Although you are all awakened ones, you remain quite vulnerable and could still fall victim to death." Qin Feng, hands clasped behind his back, returned to his rocking chair and resumed his reading of a magazine. Lu Ning moved aside to continue his training, and soon the rhythmic sounds of the Zhenhuan fist echoed through the air. The remaining trio, Wei Xian, Kiwawelin, and Wang Chuan, exchanged glances before each began their respective workouts, with Wang Chuan no exception. As time passed, it swiftly approached 6 in the evening. The four of them dined with Colin and Lin Xiao, and after the meal, Colin stood up, adjusted his glasses, and smiled. "All right, let us set off." Before leaving, Lin Xiao looked at them seriously and said, "During the mission, you must prioritize safety. Do not act recklessly. If your lives are in danger, retreat promptly, as life is singular and precious. Except for you, Lu Ning. If the situation becomes dire, you can cover our retreat, all right?" Lu Ning nodded in agreement, understood. Lin Xiao grinned. "I knew I could count on you. If you accrue significant merits, your rewards will be substantial, understood?" Wang Chuan and the others remained silent, feeling the weight of pressure as the mission approached. Colin led the four of them out of the division and into the parking lot. His vehicle was a rugged SUV, wild and untamed compared to Lin Zhao's sports car. The interior was spacious, with Kiwawelin seated in the front passenger seat and the three men squeezed into the back. As Colin started the engine and noticed the tense atmosphere, he smiled and remarked, "Little Lin is the first girl to sit in my passenger seat." Upon hearing this, Kiwawelin grew nervous, uncertain, and stammered, "Oh, should I take a taxi instead?" Colin quickly reassured her, "It's fine. I'm not complaining, merely making an observation. You all seem quite anxious. There is no need for excessive anxiety. I have observed your shooting training, and it is commendable. Furthermore, as awakened beings, even without considering your extraordinary abilities, your physical capabilities surpass those of ordinary individuals. This mission does not require you to confront the adversary head-on. As awakened beings, eliminating a common person is far from challenging. If you exert your inherent strength and proceed with caution, there should be no issues. Wei Xian, who was relatively composed, nodded and said, "We understand." "Thank you, Deputy Captain." Colin's words eased the tension among the group. Soon, they arrived at their destination, an unremarkable residential area. After Colin knocked on the door, Lu Ning quickly heard footsteps approaching. The footsteps halted at the entrance, and after a brief pause, the door swung open to reveal a middle-aged man with a square face. He greeted them with a smile. "Deputy Captain Colin, welcome." Wei Xian expressed his surprise. "Chief Bowen, I didn't expect it to be you." Bowen glanced at Wei Xian and chuckled. "Wei Xian, you are now a celebrity in our Public Security Bureau. Joining the Mist Bureau's action team has certainly brought us much honor. Do well." Wei Xian immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Yes, I will not disappoint your expectations." Colin smiled and said, "Let us catch up inside." Bowen promptly nodded. "Please, everyone." Kumin. They entered the room in single file. Once inside, Lu Ning's gaze swept the surroundings, noticing that the room was somewhat dim. A faint light illuminated the living room, where a scruffy young man stood by the window, peering outside through the curtain's gap. On the couch sat 2 men and 2 women, and the coffee table was cluttered with uneaten fast food containers. The officers on the couch stood up curiously as Colin and the others entered. The young man by the window merely glanced at them before returning his focus to the outside. After some brief pleasantries and introductions, Bowen invited everyone to take a seat. Colin adjusted his glasses, wearing an amiable smile. "Senior Officer Bowen, please enlighten us about the details of this mission." "Certainly." Bowen nodded, his expression turning serious. "The target this time is Gao Tianlin, the highest leader of the infamous Peach Heart Gang in Bay City. The gang is involved in various illicit activities such as drug trafficking, human trafficking, organ trade, and usury. Due to Gao Tianlin's cautious nature, the gang has operated in the shadows for a considerable time, causing significant negative repercussions in Bay City. We have invested substantial time and effort and endured many sacrifices to gather evidence and ascertain the location of the leader, as well as to roughly confirm his movements." Bowen sipped some water to clear his throat and continued. "According to our investigations, Gao Tianlin places immense importance on his security. Whenever he ventures out, he is accompanied by 6 or more subordinates, all of whom are armed. And it is likely that they possess not just basic handguns, but possibly more advanced weaponry. His residence is fortified with heightened security measures to avoid alarming the target. We dare not delve deeper into our investigations. The specifics remain uncertain, but preliminary estimates suggest at least 15 subordinates may be present, and it is likely that firearms, including sniper rifles, are involved." "Sniper rifles? Is this a jest? How can we possibly undertake such a task?" Wang Qiwen's complexion paled at the thought. His hasty interruption drew the attention of Bo One and the others. Colin offered a polite smile. "I apologize. It is my team's first mission, and they're still somewhat inexperienced." Wang Qiwen recognized his own abruptness and fell silent. Bowen responded with an understanding smile. "I comprehend, truly." Colin continued. "What I need to confirm is whether there are any awakened individuals or aberrants among them. We can ascertain that there are none." Colin nodded. "Then let us discuss your plan." Chapter 17. The plan. Bowen cleared his throat and began. "Gao Tianlin's residence is located at the deepest part of the villa district across from us. Behind his villa lies a small hill, and we suspect there may be an escape route leading directly to it." He unfurled a map on the coffee table, displaying the topography of the entire villa area, with the most secluded villa circled in red. He pointed to the villa and then to the marked hill behind it. "Our plan is as follows. The operation will commence at 3 in the morning, when Gao Tianlin should be resting. The team members will infiltrate the villa from various directions as vanguards to execute the decapitation plan. Given the presence of Gao Tianlin's men guarding both the exterior and interior of the villa, the infiltration poses significant challenges. Should the attempt fail, our team will provide fire support and act as decoys to divert their attention, ensuring your access for the decapitation. Additionally, considering the potential escape route, I propose assigning 2 individuals to monitor the hill, thereby forming a comprehensive encirclement around Gao Tianlin." Wei Xian interjected, but Commander Bo, if they have so many personnel and strong firepower, the risk is too great if any of us are exposed. Perhaps we should take the lead. Our strength is comparatively greater. As awakened individuals, your lives are far more valuable than ours. Allow us to handle this perilous task. Furthermore, the decapitation requires vanguard capabilities, which you possess in greater measure. A robust young man with brown hair, who had remained silent until now, voiced his agreement. Bowen nodded. Nick's viewpoint aligns with mine. Wei Xian, still somewhat dissatisfied, turned to Colin. Colin smiled gently. I merely brought you here. I am not responsible for this mission. This is your training assessment, and naturally, the four of you must decide for yourselves. Feel free to discuss among you. Upon hearing this, Wei Xian looked at Lu Ning and the others. What are your thoughts? Wang Qiwen glanced at the several law enforcement officers and then spoke. For a decapitation operation, vanguard strength is indeed required. I find their plan acceptable. Wei Xian frowned. However, if our actions are exposed, the danger to them is too great. Wang Qiwen, filled with dissatisfaction, exclaimed, Wei Xian, do you truly believe we are devoid of danger? At present, no one is aware of the internal situation at Gao Tianlin's residence. We are the infiltrators, and our peril is far greater than theirs. Wei Xian opened his mouth, but fell into silence. Kiwawelin glanced at the still hesitant Wei Xian and softly remarked, I believe Brother Wang has a point. Bowen nodded in agreement. These two team members are correct. Wei Xian, your mission bears more weight than ours. At that moment, Lu Ning interjected. Why don't you stay outside the villa and guard the perimeter? Let the four of us handle this task. Bowen and the other officers were taken aback. Nick frowned and asked, what do you mean? I mean, you just need to prevent anyone from escaping while we go in. Lu Ning clarified. Officer Lu Ning, what I said earlier may not have been sufficiently clear. The enemy's firepower is formidable, without someone to divert their attention. Should you fail to infiltrate, you may find yourselves encircled with no chance of survival. Lu Ning nodded, acknowledging I understand. Given their overwhelming firepower, it will be prudent for you to wait outside to avoid unnecessary casualties. Nick immediately rose in discontent. Do you look down upon us? Although we are not awakened, lacking your special abilities, we remain willing to contribute to the safety of the base city. The expressions of the other officers reflected their disapproval of Lu Ning's stance as well. Bowen, furrowing his brow, was about to speak when Colin smiled and interjected. Looking at Lu Ning, what are your thoughts, Lu Ning? If someone is detected, I can draw their fire while the others continue to infiltrate. Wang Qiwen, somewhat reluctant, remarked, Lu Ning, you are the strongest among us. Without your infiltration, our strength diminishes significantly. Wei Xian, however, voiced his support. I think it's feasible. After all, Gao Tianlin is merely an ordinary person. Are we awakened ones truly afraid of an ordinary individual? Wang Qiwen, you cannot be this timid. Realizing that Gao Tianlin was indeed just an ordinary person, Wang Qiwen relaxed, chuckling. What is there to fear? Let us proceed accordingly. Kiwawelin concurred. I have no objections. Then it is settled, Lu Ning affirmed. Hey, are you all truly prepared to act this way? Nick looked at Lu Ning with incredulity. Are you insane? The firepower outside Gao Tianlin's residence is intense. Are you not afraid for your life, drawing their fire alone? Not at all, Lu Ning replied. Nick and the others exchanged glances of disbelief. Another young woman chimed in. Officer Lu Ning, you need not worry about us. Although we are ordinary, we are not cowards. Bowen turned to Colin. Deputy Captain Colin, what is your opinion? Colin replied. Lu Ning's situation is rather unique. This is their mission, and we shall adhere to their plan. Nick and the others widened their eyes, staring at Colin in disbelief, as if he were sending his team to their doom. Just then, a young man, who had been observing from the window, announced, Sir, Gao Tianlin's vehicle has returned. Bowen paused in contemplation, then cast a profound glance at Colin and Lu Ning's group, stating, Are we certain we will proceed with this plan? Lu Ning nodded affirmatively. Yes. Bowen and several other law enforcement officers exchanged glances, falling into a contemplative silence. Their task was to assist and collaborate with the action team, naturally adhering to the plans laid out by Lu Ning and his companions. With some time remaining before the operation commenced, Buin suggested revisiting the details to avoid any oversights. In the following hours, Lu Ning and his trio engaged in a detailed discussion with Buin and the other officers regarding the plan. The final arrangement entailed that Lu Ning's group would infiltrate the villa from 4 distinct directions, with the routes meticulously charted. Should any individual be compromised, they would fire a warning shot, prompting Lu Ning to rush in for support and serve as bait to draw the others in. The remaining infiltrators would continue their covert operations. Given their unfamiliarity with the villa's interior, the task for the stealth team was considerably demanding. Meanwhile, the law enforcement officers would establish a perimeter outside the villa. Should Gao Tianlin attempt to escape amidst the chaos, they would execute him without hesitation. As time passed, the clock soon struck 3 in the morning. The sky was shrouded in clouds, and the villa area across from the residential building was dim and tranquil. A young officer, concealed behind the curtains, noted that during this period, only 2 women had entered the villa area. Gao Tianlin had not departed. When the time arrived, Colin adjusted his glasses and smiled at the group. "I wish you all a successful mission." Lu Ning nodded slightly, rising to his feet, followed by Wang Chuan, Nick, and the other officers. The expressions of the group grew serious. "Let us proceed." They exited the residence, closing the door behind them. In the now dimly lit room, only Buin, Colin, and the young officer remained, still observing. Buin cast a worried glance at the closed door. Is this task too challenging for them? Dealing with so many armed criminals is no small feat. Colin smiled diplomatically. In recent years, incidents of mutation have become increasingly frequent, and the occurrences of the mist have intensified as well. The members of the action team must be exceptionally skilled if they cannot accomplish such tasks. How will they survive in the missions to come? Buin looked at Colin, offering a resigned smile. "I heard that this month, it's just you and Captain Lin holding down the fort in District 7. We appreciate your hard work." Colin smiled faintly. "It is our duty. The action team of the Mist Bureau is, after all, the guardian of the base city in the face of mutation, is it not?" Chapter 18. Siege. The group soon arrived at the entrance of the villa area across the road. Comprising 8 individuals, Lu Ning and his trio, alongside 4 law enforcement officers, they faced strict security protocols at the villa complex. However, they had already procured a visiting permit from one of the residents, allowing them to enter with ease. The villa area spanned a vast expanse, characterized by low residential density and lush greenery. The winding paths meandered through the trees, reminiscent of a forest park. Wang Chuan scoffed. Those wealthy individuals truly live in luxury. In the base city, where every inch is precious, they've managed to carve out such a large area for a villa community. How many people can possibly reside here? Meanwhile, countless others outside lack even a place to call home. The law enforcement officers remain silent. Unlike the Mist Bureau's operational team, composed entirely of awakened individuals of high status, the Public Security Bureau comprises ordinary citizens who must tread carefully in their speech, lest they find themselves dismissed from their positions. Those who reside in such places are undoubtedly either affluent or noble. Wei Xian remarked, "Enough chatter. Our mission takes precedence. Besides, being overheard would have adverse repercussions." Wang Chuan shrugged dismissively, retorting, "At this hour, who is even around over here?" Before he could finish, he fell silent as 2 figures approached from the road ahead. Upon closer inspection, Lu Ning discerned that they were 2 women, both exquisitely made up and strikingly beautiful. Upon noticing Lu Ning and his companions, their eyes widened in surprise, and they cautiously passed by, stealing glances. Nick, still captivated by the 2 beauties, only turned back after they had turned a corner, asserting with certainty, "Those 2 must certainly be the mistresses of some wealthy individual here." The previously silent young man beside him displayed a look of envy, exclaiming, "How splendid it must be to be wealthy." A nearby woman retorted sharply, "Are you even members of the Public Security Bureau? Can't you harbor some noble aspirations?" Wang Chuan countered, "What is wrong with being from the Public Security Bureau? They are not saints. Why can't they have ordinary thoughts? Who doesn't desire a better life?" Nick and the other young man nodded in agreement. Wei Xian interjected to defuse the tension. "Let us proceed. We must avoid unnecessary complications." They fell silent at last. As they neared their objective, Nick's group and Lu Ning's group separated. The former would conceal themselves in the forest pathways surrounding the villa, preventing any escape. The remaining four, led by Lu Ning, moved quietly, their footsteps audible in the stillness of the night. Upon rounding a bend, they soon beheld their target villa. This residence, the crown jewel of the estate, boasted 4 stories. Extensive grounds and a quaint garden, all enclosed by a tall wall. Lu Ning peered through the gaps in the wall, discerning shadows moving within the garden. They immediately crouched down, exchanging glances. Wei Xian took a deep breath and said, "Shall we proceed as planned?" Wang Xue nodded, cautioning, "Don't lag behind. We must remain undetected." Qiu Yuelin, trembling with anxiety, found herself at a loss for words. Observing her distress, Wei Xian suggested, "Qiu Lin, perhaps you should wait outside? Consider it akin to a task assigned to the Public Security Bureau." Wang Xue furrowed his brow, but did not argue, stating rather stiffly, "I have no objections. After all, Qiu Lin is merely 17, still quite young." Qiu Yuelin resolutely shook her head, inhaling deeply. "No, I want to participate in the mission. I'm also a member of the operational team." Seeing her determination, Wei Xian ceased his persuasion. "Let's act." The 4 split up, advancing from the forest toward the villa. Lu Ning moved with a light step and agile grace, quickly reaching the base of the wall. He crouched low, scanning the area beyond the wall for any signs of life. Confirming the coast was clear, he pushed off, smoothly vaulting over the 2-meter-high barrier, landing soundlessly in the garden-s underbrush. He swiftly concealed himself behind a rock formation. Just as he took refuge, 2 men clad in suits emerged from a corner. Strolling along the pathway, engaged in light-hearted banter. "Word has it that the boss recently acquired something extraordinary." "What is it?" "I don't know, but it is rumored to be exceedingly pleasurable, surpassing anything previously known." "Is that for real? Can I give it a try?" "Are you dreaming? They say the price of such goods is exorbitant, and acquiring them is quite the challenge. The boss has only managed to procure a little, undoubtedly intending to sell it at a premium. Let us not get our hopes up." "What a pity." They soon vanished from Lu Ning's sight. Lu Ning's gaze swept across the surroundings, ultimately settling on a balcony on the 2nd floor. He darted out from behind the rock formation, took a couple of swift strides, and leapt effortlessly over 3 meters, grasping the balcony railing with both hands and flipping over it. The entire maneuver was fluid and silent. Just as he was about to open the balcony door to enter, a gunshot echoed from across the way, followed by a cacophony of shouts. This was the signal. Someone had been discovered. Lu Ning paused momentarily, then swiftly drew 2 handguns from his holster, executing a backward leap that brought him back to the ground floor. Armed with dual pistols, he strode purposefully towards the source of the gunfire. At that moment, a barrage of gunfire erupted from that direction, mingled with cries of anguish. Lu Ning's conspicuous movements quickly attracted the attention of other approaching guards. The suited sentinels hesitated upon spotting Lu Ning in his trench coat, momentarily frozen before raising their weapons and bellowing, "Who are you?" Their query was met with the sharp retort of 2 gunshots. 2 sentinels collapsed, their foreheads now adorned with crimson wounds, as Lu Ning continued onward without a backward glance. Suddenly, Lu Ning executed a sharp stop and lunged to the left. In the next instant, gunfire erupted and bullets struck the ground where he had just stood. From a 3rd-floor window, a bald man wielding a submachine gun gaped in disbelief. How is that possible? He managed to evade it. In the following moment, a single gunshot rang out, and a bloodstain appeared on the man's forehead. Shock and confusion lingered in his eyes as he slowly crumpled to the ground. At this juncture, Lu Ning noticed several suited guards rushing out from the villa and the small garden. Some were armed with handguns, while others brandished submachine guns. Lu Ning found himself on an open lawn, devoid of any cover. The guards, wearing menacing smiles, immediately opened fire upon spotting him. Yet, Lu Ning erupted from his previous stillness, his body soaring several meters in an instant, bullets whizzing past him in a flurry of sparks. He deftly altered his trajectory and repositioned himself, all the while firing his dual pistols in motion. Bang! 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 With each gunshot, a guard fell, each bullet finding its mark in the center of their foreheads. The terrifying accuracy of his shots and his evasive maneuvers left the guards wide-eyed and filled with dread. Was he human or ghost? Why is his speed so astonishing? A tall, burly man roared. Beside him, a slender man yelled into his headset, requesting backup. "We urgently need assistance." However, the slender man's outcry was abruptly silenced. A gaping wound appeared in his forehead. His wide eyes filled with despair and terror as he staggered and collapsed to the ground. The burly man emitted a shriek and retreated, his hand trembling around his firearm. The remaining 4 or 5 guards also fell back, their gazes fixed on Lu Ning as if he were a monster. At that moment, a dull gunshot echoed. Lu Ning swiftly dodged to avoid a critical hit, but blood still erupted from his left arm. His bone shattered, leaving a blood hole that pierced through. It was a sniper rifle. Chapter 19. They are too weak. He is injured. Fire suppression. The guards around him rejoiced, then immediately opened fire. Lu Ning evaded the onslaught, his eyes scanning the rooftop of the villa. The sniper had fired from there. However, the marksman was skilled, taking cover immediately after a shot, denying Lu Ning the opportunity to retaliate. He raised both guns and continued firing. Each shot claimed a life. The guard who fell to the ground stared wide-eyed, confusion evident in his gaze. The remaining guards were equally astonished. Someone trembled and shouted, "What is happening? Wasn't he injured just now? What a monster!" One guard turned to flee, but as he took his first step, he was shot dead. Lu Ning, using his injured left hand, found that the wound had already healed, with only the blood on his clothes betraying the injury. In that moment, without lifting his gaze, he raised his arm and pulled the trigger towards a balcony on the 4th floor. Bang! A muffled sound resonated from the balcony, and the repositioned sniper was met with a new blood hole in his forehead, a look of confusion still lingering in his eyes. He could not comprehend how Lu Ning had detected him. "Care is dead," a guard exclaimed in horror, prompting the others to fire at Lu Ning in panic while they began to retreat. Before long, the area where Lu Ning stood was littered with corpses. He glanced at the bodies, surprised to find around 10, a few more than reported in the intelligence. Yet, he felt no emotional upheaval regarding it. Even the first time he had shot and killed a human, he experienced no adverse reaction. A month had passed since emerging from the fog, and though his thoughts were more active than before, his heart remained numb. Unimpeded, he continued to sprint towards the source of the distant gunfire. Soon, Lu Ning turned a corner and spotted a group of guards shooting at a distant rockery. Bullets struck the stones, sending sparks flying in the dim light. At that moment, a water shield appeared, and Wang Qiwen peeked from behind it, firing repeatedly. Wang Qiwen's marksmanship was inferior to Lu Ning's, and after several shots, he had only managed to hit a single guard. Meanwhile, the water shield was riddled with bullets, beginning to fluctuate violently. Observing this, Wang Qiwen quickly retreated behind the rockery. Lu Ning keenly observed that Wang Qiwen's complexion had become considerably paler than before. Without hesitation, he raised his hands, gripping the submachine gun he had just retrieved from the corpse, and unleashed a rapid series of shots. With each pull of the trigger, a guard fell to the ground. The sudden turn of events left the guards, who were suppressing the foam mountain with gunfire, momentarily stunned. They gasped in shock and turned to look at Lu Ning. Were reinforcements arriving? Where were the other guards? Damn it, where had the guards over there vanished to? "Take him down," bellowed a towering African man, wielding a submachine gun, preparing to unleash a hail of bullets at Lu Ning. In the next instant, a bloodied crater appeared in the center of his forehead. This area, compared to the earlier open lawn devoid of cover, was far better. Numerous trees and artificial hills provided ample shelter. Utilizing the cover, Lu Ning retaliated intermittently. Within mere breaths of conflict, the more than 10 guards present lay sprawled on the ground. During this mayhem, a guard attempted to flee, but was shot dead by Lu Ning after only a few steps. The air grew still as Lu Ning emerged from behind a large tree, making his way toward the foam mountain where Wang Qiwen was concealed. At that moment, Wang Qiwen's voice rang out, "Watch out for the sniper." Lu Ning remained unperturbed, continuing his bold stride. Before long, he arrived behind the foam mountain where Wang Qiwen was hiding. Lu Ning discovered Wang Qiwen leaning against a rock. A gunshot wound on his left shoulder, blood oozing out, and his face slightly pale. Wang Qiwen exclaimed angrily. I warned you to be cautious of the sniper. How can you be so careless? Lu Ning replied. He is already dead. Dead? Wang Qiwen paused momentarily, then sighed in relief. He cursed under his breath. That treacherous bastard. Fortunately, I used the water shield to block the bullet. Otherwise, I might have been a goner. Lu Ning glanced at his shoulder and inquired. How were you discovered? Wang Qiwen's expression darkened as he cursed. Damn it. A guard urinated in the bushes where I was hiding, and I couldn't hold back from killing him. Lu Ning nodded. Oh. Wang Qiwen retorted. Is that all the reaction you have? This isn't my fault. I never anticipated such misfortune. I don't blame you, Lu Ning replied. Wang Qiwen opened his mouth, and his previously pale face flushed slightly red with embarrassment and anger. He shifted the topic, glancing at the numerous corpses scattered around. His eyes reflecting shock. I never imagined your shooting skills were so formidable. In such a short time, you took down all these guards. Lu Ning calmly shook his head. They were simply too weak, incapable of evading bullets. Had I known they were this feeble, we should have charged indirectly. Wang Qiwen quietly redirected the conversation. Let us not dwell on that. It seems the outer guards are all dead. Shall we proceed? I wonder how those two are faring. Lu Ning glanced at Wang Qiwen's wound. Are you sure you're all right like this? Perhaps you should wait outside. Wang Qiwen immediately responded with dissatisfaction. Don't underestimate me. This minor injury is nothing. I used the water shield. It didn't damage the bone. Seeing Wang Qiwen's insistence to accompany him, Lu Ning nodded. Very well. He took the lead, moving forward, while Wang Qiwen rose, gripping his handgun, trailing closely behind Lu Ning, vigilantly scanning the surroundings, particularly the upper floors of the villa, wary of any lurking snipers. However, it wasn't long before Wang Qiwen sensed something amiss. With a peculiar expression, he asked, Wait, are you intending to exit through the main door? Lu Ning turned to him. What other option do we have? Wang Qiwen opened his mouth, buddy. We came here to carry out an assassination, right? But since we eliminated the guards outside, those inside must be aware of our presence by now. It would be wiser to stride in boldly and draw their attention. Wang Qiwen fell silent, then murmured, Can I wait outside? Yes, you may, Lu Ning replied. Wang Qiwen chuckled awkwardly. Just kidding, just kidding. Lu Ning led Wang Qiwen to the entrance of the villa and forcefully kicked the metal security door. Thud! The door trembled but did not yield. Wang Qiwen remarked, It seems the guards who fled earlier locked the door. Lu Ning nodded, then kicked again. This time, a brilliant flash accompanied his strike, producing a sound more thunderous than before, and the metal door buckled inward before swinging open. At that moment, they beheld a dozen guards at the entrance, guns aimed squarely at them. As the door burst open, a furious shout rang out. Open fire? Wang Qiwen turned pale. Damn it! He swiftly conjured a water shield, shielding both himself and Lu Ning. The bullets struck the water shield, causing it to vibrate violently in an instant. Retreat! Wang Qiwen yelled, darting to the side. Lu Ning followed suit. Just as they had evaded the line of fire, the water shield shattered, and bullets rained down on the steps before the villa, creating a shower of sparks. In the brief moment when the enemy's gunfire paused, Lu Ning leaned out, his hands wielding a submachine gun, and in an instant 4 guards fell, each struck in the forehead. The remaining guards stared in shock, eyes wide, and squeezed the triggers again, unleashing another barrage of fire. Yet, Lu Ning had already taken cover beside the door. The bullets went astray. This time, however, the guards dared not cease their shooting, fearing another assault from Lu Ning. Yet, ammunition was finite, and, as the relentless fire continued, their strength diminished significantly. Seizing the moment of weakened firepower, Lu Ning leaned out once more. Wang Qiwen, too, emerged, but unlike Lu Ning, he brandished a water shield before him. Both men fired simultaneously, and soon, every guard at the entrance lay lifeless upon the ground. Chapter 20. The fallen on the 4th floor. Wang Qiwen gazed at the multitude of corpses, his expression one of shock. He turned to Lu Ning, shouting, Lu Ning, you nearly got us both killed. I told you not to use the front door. Lu Ning glanced at him in confusion. I'm not the one who would die, and I already suggested you wait outside. Wang Qiwen's previously pale face flushed crimson with indignation, and he retorted, If I follow you again next time, I might as well be a dog. Lu Ning simply replied, Oh. Wang Qiwen, exasperated, took several deep breaths and fell silent. Lu Ning began surveying the interior of the villa. Inside the grand entrance lay a vast living room, flanked by 2 staircases leading to the second floor, with corridors running alongside them. Lu Ning approached and observed that there were doors lining both sides of the corridor. He opened each door, discovering that the rooms were all unoccupied. Ascending the staircase to the second floor, Wang Qiwen silently trailed behind him. Turning to glance at Wang Qiwen, Lu Ning found him gazing back. Their eyes met in a silent exchange, and after a moment of stillness, Wang Qiwen awkwardly remarked, "As I am currently injured, my presence doesn't count." "Oh," Lu Ning nodded, continuing to lead Wang Qiwen down the corridor to search for more rooms. After checking several chambers, Lu Ning noted that most were vacant. However, they soon stumbled upon a room where a woman lay unconscious on the floor, her attire suggesting she was a maid. She bore no visible injuries, and upon inspection, Lu Ning confirmed she was still alive. Wang Qiwen speculated. It must have been Wei Xian or Xiao Lin who rendered her unconscious. Lu Ning nodded in agreement. Then a thought struck Wang Qiwen, and he suggested, since she is a maid in the villa, she should know where Gao Tianlin's room is. Lu Ning nodded again, then gently patted the maid's face. Gradually increasing the force of his taps, her once beautiful visage began to swell, yet she remained unresponsive. Wang Qiwen, unable to bear the sight, frowned and said, "Let me handle this." He conjured a water orb, which splashed onto the maid's face. Her eyelids fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen, her eyes widened in terror, and just as she was about to scream, Wang Qiwen menacingly warned, "If you dare to shout, we will kill you." The maid's voice caught in her throat. Her eyes reddened with the threat of tears. Wang Qiwen inquired, "Who knocked you out?" The maid trembled as she replied, "It was a stranger, a man dressed in a trench coat like yours." Wang Qiwen turned to Lu Ning. "It seems it was Wei Xian. Did he ask you anything?" The maid's expression shifted to one of fear as she stammered. "He asked me where Gao Tianlin was." "Did you respond?" No, I truly did not answer." The maid appeared to be in a state of terror, crouching down and clutching her head, repeatedly murmuring her denial. Lu Ning, perplexed, asked, "Why are you so frightened?" "We are not villains. I don't know anything. I truly know nothing." The maid seemed to be in a state of mental distress, failing to address Lu Ning's inquiries, simply reiterating her mantra of ignorance. Wang Qiwen frowned at the scene. This is a severe psychological reaction. If this continues, it may lead to further deterioration. Lu Ning swiftly struck the maid on the neck, causing her to roll her eyes back and lose consciousness. Wang Qiwen was momentarily taken aback. Then realization dawned upon him. Perhaps that is why Wei Xian rendered her unconscious. Lu Ning nodded and rose to his feet. Wang Qiwen, with curiosity, asked, what could Gao Tianlin have done to instill such fear in this maid? Merely mentioning his room has terrified her to this extent. "I do not know. Once we find him, you may inquire further," Lu Ning replied as he stepped out of the room. They continued their search through the rooms on the second floor. They soon found several maids, all of whom were unconscious. After Wang Qiwen revived them with water, both inquired about the location of Gao Tianlin's room. However, none were willing to speak, their mental states becoming increasingly unstable. After rendering the last, made unconscious once more, Lu Ning stood up and said, "Let us head to the third floor." Wang Qiwen glanced at the fallen maid and remarked, "Gao Tianlin truly knows how to indulge himself. These maids are all exquisite." By the time Wang Qiwen finished speaking, Lu Ning had already exited the room. At that moment, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from upstairs. Wang Qiwen's expression shifted. Have they discovered Gao Tianlin, or have we been detected? Lu Ning's body surged forward, racing toward the staircase leading to the third floor, with Wang Qiwen closely trailing behind. Upon reaching the third floor, 2 stray bullets whizzed past Lu Ning's head. He cast a glance down the corridor, where 4 guards were firing their submachine guns toward a specific room. The next instant, a guard was hurled from the room, colliding with the 2 guards at the entrance due to inertia. Following that, gunshots rang out from within. 1 guard was struck and fell to the ground, while the others hastily sought cover. Just then, several gunshots echoed, and the guards simultaneously jolted, each sustaining a bullet wound to their foreheads. A look of confusion lingered on their faces as they slowly collapsed to the floor. Lu Ning holstered his twin pistols and strode forward. As he approached the doorway, gunfire erupted again, prompting him to swiftly sidestep, narrowly avoiding the shots. "It's me." A startled exclamation came from inside the room. "Lu Ning, is that you?" "I'm so sorry. I thought you were one of those guards." Autumn Llewellyn exclaimed, her voice filled with urgency. "It's all right, come out," he replied. She hurriedly emerged, a handgun still clutched in her hand. Although she bore no injuries, her expression was pale with fear, and her steps were slightly unsteady. She glanced at the lifeless body on the ground, let out a sigh of relief, and patted her chest, saying, "You scared me. I thought I was going to die. I was even preparing to write my will on my phone. Have you seen Wei Xian?" Lu Ning inquired. Autumn Llewellyn shook her head, "No. But Wei Xian should have infiltrated faster than I did. He is probably already on the 4th floor." Lu Ning nodded slightly. The 4th floor was the pinnacle of the villa. As they had searched without finding Gao Tianlin's room, it was likely situated on that floor. "Have we thoroughly checked the 3rd floor?" he asked. "Yes," Autumn Llewellyn affirmed. "There was nothing of note." "Then let us ascend," Lu Ning declared, stepping toward the staircase. Autumn Llewellyn and Wang Qiwen followed closely behind. Upon noticing the injury on Wang Qiwen's shoulder, Autumn Llewellyn's expression changed slightly, worry creeping into her voice. "Brother Wang, are you hurt? Were you discovered earlier? Are you all right?" Wang Qiwen felt slightly embarrassed at her observation and replied, his face flushing slightly, "I'm fine." "Oh, wait. Brother Wang, I'll stand in front to protect you," Autumn Llewellyn said with a smile, her excitement evident as she flexed her arm. "I've discovered I'm quite formidable now. I managed to throw that massive guard so far with just one hand. No need for that. I'm not helpless." Wang Qiwen retorted. Wang Qiwen asserted resolutely, "I still possess the ability to control water." Soon, the trio arrived at the 4th floor. As they stepped into the corridor, Lu Ning noticed Wei Xian standing at the entrance of an open room, his expression decidedly grim. Chapter 21. Beast Transformation. Seeing Wei Xian's demeanor, Wang Qiwen hesitantly called out, "Hey, Wei Xian, are you all right?" Wei Xian snapped back to reality and gestured for them to approach. "Come take a look." Wang Qiwen and Xiao Yuelin exchanged puzzled glances, while Lu Ning walked over without hesitation. Following his lead, Wang Qiwen and Xiao Yuelin hurried after him. Upon entering the room, Wang Qiwen's eyes widened in shock. "What on earth?" Xiao Yuelin's face contorted in disgust and fear. Even Lu Ning, despite his emotional numbness, furrowed his brow. Inside the room lay more than a dozen beautiful women, stark naked, sprawled in various positions throughout the space. Their faces contorted in expressions that suggested both agony and ecstasy. Yet their wide-open eyes lacked any spark of life. Furthermore, the room was permeated by an intensely lascivious odor. "Are they all dead? How did this happen?" Wang Qiwen mused, casting his gaze over the bodies of several women. Wei Xian shook his head. "I don't know. I just arrived and found the scene. Disgusting. That Gao Tianlin is truly a pervert." Xiao Yuelin exclaimed in furious outrage. Lu Ning maintained a calm demeanor, his eyes scanning the room, where he noticed wisps of white mist. Though faint, traces remained. "The mental radiation here is quite high," he stated calmly. At this revelation, the expressions of Wang Qiwen and the others shifted slightly. Wang Qiwen pondered for a moment before looking at Lu Ning with curiosity. "How do you know that?" The other two responded similarly. "Yes, Lu Ning, ordinarily, mental radiation should be detectable only with specialized instruments, right?" Lu Ning glanced at the trio before replying. "I can see it." The three exchanged bewildered looks. Wei Xian, taken aback, asked, "How can you see it? Can mental radiation be perceived by the naked eye?" Lu Ning nodded, indeed. During this time, while listening to Elder Qin's explanations, I discovered that I can see more concentrated mental radiation and sense the signs of impending mutation in humans, though some aspects still require verification. The trio bore expressions of utter confusion. "Lu Ning, could you perhaps act a bit more normally? Sometimes you truly frighten us," Wang Qiwen remarked, his lips twitching. Wei Xian and Xiao Yuelin nodded in agreement. "At times, I even suspect you might be some sort of abomination, perhaps favored by an evil deity," Wei Xian candidly stated. Lu Ning immediately retorted, I am merely an ordinary person. The trio exchanged glances, exasperated. Wang Chuan scoffed, come on. What kind of ordinary person is like you? Wei Xian shook his head. Let us not dwell on that. Lu Ning, if you can see that the mental radiation here is elevated, what exactly is causing it? Is it the mutants, or is there an object emitting this mental radiation? Lu Ning looked at Wei Xian with a hint of confusion. I am merely an ordinary person, not a deity. I can only perceive that the spiritual radiation here is somewhat excessive. How could I possibly discern its specific origin? Wei Xian's face flushed with embarrassment, his breath quickening slightly. He silently shifted the topic. Let us leave this place as it is for now. We shall wait for the arrival of the Public Security Bureau to conclude matters. Let us not forget our mission. Wang Chuan nodded in agreement. This place is likely not where Gao Tianlin resides, but the villa belongs to him. The circumstances here must certainly be connected to him. He must live nearby. The four of them turned their attention to the doors of the other rooms along the corridor. Each door was tightly closed. Lu Ning stepped forward and forcefully kicked open the nearest door. The room was empty, and they searched in various directions but found no secret passage. Consequently, they continued to kick open other rooms for inspection. Upon breaking open one particular room, Wei Xian immediately declared, this should be the one. Wang Chuan and Xiu Yuelin both nodded in agreement, for the decor and size of this room were of a markedly higher caliber than the others, unmistakably indicating it was the owner's quarters. However, at that moment, the room too was devoid of occupants. Has he fled? Wang Chuan furrowed his brow. Lu Ning, contemplatively gazing at a bookshelf, remarked, right here. How do you know? Wang Chuan asked, a bit bewildered. The spiritual radiation here is identical to that of the previous room. Wei Xian promptly approached, his hands transforming into stone as he delivered a powerful punch to the bookshelf. The wooden shelf splintered, revealing a hidden passage within. Indeed, a secret tunnel. The eyes of Wei Xian and the others sparkled with excitement. Let us pursue. Wei Xian took the lead, followed closely by Lu Ning and then Xiu Yuelin. Wang Chuan, hindered by an injury, lagged behind. The passage was narrow, accommodating only single-file movement, with stairs that descended further down. After traversing a stretch of stairs, they arrived at a small tunnel that stood only 1.5 meters high. Wei Xian glanced at the height of the stairs, then at the tunnel walls, and remarked, we must be underground. He then bent down and proceeded along the tunnel, with Lu Ning and the others closely following. After walking several hundred meters, they reached the tunnel's end. Just as they approached, the sound of gunfire erupted, accompanied by shouts and roars. Wei Xian's expression shifted. It's the Public Security Bureau. They have cornered Gao Tianlin. We must hurry. He quickened his pace, climbing the stairs at the tunnel's end. Emerging from the rock disguise, they found themselves amidst the forest, where flashes of gunfire illuminated the surroundings. Just a few dozen meters away, 4 individuals were engaged in a firefight with the officers on the opposite side of the forest. Among them, one wielded a machine gun, raining fire upon the adversaries, compelling them to refrain from showing themselves. The other 3 were armed with submachine guns, standing at the ready. One of them was shielded by the trio. He wore a deep black velvet robe, his temples tinged with gray, possessing a remarkably well-proportioned appearance and an aura of gentle elegance. It was none other than Gao Tianlin. At that moment, a muffled groan emanated from the opposing side. A towering, muscular man wielding a machine gun let out a sinister laugh, exclaiming, "Dare to obstruct your grandfather? Seek death." Meanwhile, Gao Tianlin, who was shielded in the center, remained vigilant, observing the exit of the passageway. The moment he noticed a disturbance among the rocks, he calmly declared, "Someone is emerging from the secret passage. Open fire." Upon hearing this, the gunman immediately redirected his weapon, intending to unleash a barrage of indiscriminate fire. However, the gunshot rang out, and a bloodied hole appeared in the man's forehead. He toppled backward, his bullets spraying aimlessly into the sky. The other 3 men widened their eyes in disbelief at the precision of the enemy's attack. As Lu Ning aimed at the remaining 3, one of the men wielding a submachine gun let out a fierce shout, and black fur erupted from his body, transforming him into a black ape towering over 2.5 meters. The black ape shielded its vital areas with its hands, positioning itself in front of Gao Tianlin. A spray of blood erupted from the ape's arm, yet sustained no grave injury. With a thunderous roar, the black ape covered its eyes with its left arm and charged headlong at Lu Ning and his companions. A beastly awakened one? Excellent. Wei Xian bellowed, advancing to confront it with his petrification ability. Similarly, Qiu Yuelin activated her immense strength, scanning the area before picking up a basketball-sized rock and hurling it at the black ape. The black ape emitted a low growl, swatting the rock aside. Just as Wei Xian closed in, his petrified fist struck the ape's abdomen with great force, although lacking the white glow of the resonance fist, as Wei Xian had yet to master it. The black ape extended its left hand to grasp Wei Xian's fist. Just as it lowered its arm, a gunshot pierced the air, and a burst of blood erupted from its left eye. It howled in agony, instinctively clutching its face. Wei Xian's fist met the black ape's abdomen unimpeded, producing a dull thud as the ape staggered back several steps, its pained cries growing louder. Chapter 22. Praise our God. Seeing the black ape suffer a significant blow, a look of terror finally crossed Gao Tianlin's face. You are not from the Public Security Bureau? You are part of the Mist Handling Bureau's action team. Another guard showed signs of mental collapse. With a furious shout, he raised his submachine gun to attack again. However, with another gunshot, a bloodied hole appeared in his forehead. Lu Ning's expression remained unchanged as he calmly stated, Gao Tianlin, your time has come. Surrender and await judgment. Gao Tianlin scoffed, showing no hesitation as he raised his gun. Bang! Gao Tianlin's eyes widened in shock as a bloodied hole appeared in his forehead, and he collapsed to the ground. The remaining black ape roared in fury, but was quickly subdued by Qiu Yuelin, who struck its head with a massive stone, rendering it dazed. Its massive body was battered repeatedly by Wei Xian's stone fists, blood oozing from its mouth. Wang Chuan, despite his injuries, managed to shoot several water arrows, leaving a series of wounds on the black ape's enormous form. In a mere moment, the black ape fell to the ground, devoid of life. With the arrival of death, the black ape's beastly powers dissipated, reverting him back to his human form, albeit in tattered clothing. Wang Chuan glanced at the corpses strewn on the ground, curled his lip, and remarked, wasn't this mission rather straightforward? Wei Xian shot him a disapproving look, retorting, do you even have the audacity to say that? If it weren't for Lu Ning, you would have surely found yourself in peril. Wang Chuan's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, leaving him speechless. Qiu Yuelin turned her gaze toward Lu Ning, her eyes brimming with admiration, exclaiming, Brother Lu Ning is incredible. He dispatched so many foes with just his firearm. Wei Xian nodded in agreement, his eyes reflecting newfound respect for Lu Ning as he expressed, Buddy, regardless of anything else, we owe this to you. I shall remember this favor. Yet, Lu Ning offered no response to their accolades, his gaze fixated on the lifeless form of Gao Tianlin. To Lu Ning's astonishment, a white mist began to emanate from the deceased Gao Tianlin, within which a visage continually morphed into various forms. The face was ethereal, at times pouting, at others smiling, and occasionally alluring, its expressions ever-changing. Noticing Lu Ning's intense scrutiny, the trio exchanged confused glances. Brother Lu Ning, why are you staring at Gao Tianlin's corpse? Qiu Yuelin inquired. There is a face within him, Lu Ning replied candidly. The three froze, their eyes widening in horror, instinctively distancing themselves from Gao Tianlin. In the next moment, the flesh of Gao Tianlin's corpse began to dissolve like wax, as if a sculptor were reshaping it. In mere breaths, it transformed into a tall, enchanting human figure, embodying pure beauty that rendered the distinction of gender undetectable. Gao Tianlin gradually opened his eyes, a flicker of crimson light dancing within. Pressing his hands against the ground, he rose with an alluring smile gracing his face. The trio, captivated by Gao Tianlin's stunning appearance, momentarily lost their senses, entranced by his charm, regardless of gender. Only Lu Ning remained unfazed, clearing his throat to rouse Qiu Yuelin and the others from their stupor. Instantly, they turned to Gao Tianlin with expressions of dread. Is this really Gao Tianlin? Wei Xian asked gravely. Lu Ning nodded. It seems he has undergone a transformation. Transformation? Is that what you call it? Isn't a transformation supposed to result in a monster? This looks more like plastic surgery, Wang Qiwen remarked, his tone laced with envy as he gazed at Gao Tianlin's flawless visage. Qiu Yuelin occasionally cast glances at Gao Tianlin, a hint of bashfulness creeping onto her face. Unfazed by their reactions, Gao Tianlin appeared reborn, inhaling deeply with an expression of ecstasy. His demeanor shifted to one of fervor as he proclaimed, "Praise my deity. Praise the divine emissary." Clenching his fists, his exquisite face bore a fierce grin. Yet even in that moment, he remained breathtakingly beautiful. The next moment, he turned his gaze towards Lu Ning, smiling as he said, "Ah, I must also extend my gratitude to you. I have been unable to muster the resolve to embark on a new life. Thank you for giving me that nudge. As a token of my appreciation, would you care to experience the ecstasy?" Gao Tianlin's smile bore an irresistible allure, as if whispering sweet nothings to a lover. "I can grant you a death of ecstasy. It is a special gift just for you. I have no interest in androgynous beings. Thank you," Lu Ning replied without hesitation. Gao Tianlin's expression stiffened momentarily, a hint of confusion crossing his features, as if he could not comprehend why Lu Ning remained impervious to his charm. However, he quickly dismissed it, smiling as he remarked, "You simply do not understand the exquisite nature of this body. But never mind, since you are unworthy of its pleasures." At this juncture, Gao Tianlin's smile broadened slightly, and in the next moment, his form transformed into a blur as he lunged towards Lu Ning with astonishing speed. Lu Ning's expression remained impassive as he fired his twin guns. Bang, bang, bang. His aim was remarkably precise, yet Gao Tianlin, having undergone a transformation, moved with such velocity that he evaded all the bullets. However, in his frantic attempts to dodge the projectiles, he was forced to constantly shift directions, unable to close the distance to Lu Ning. As he circled around Lu Ning, he laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, futile. Absolutely futile. I can see that your marksmanship is terrifying. But how many bullets do you have in that pistol of yours? Once you run out, it will be my turn to tear you apart." Just then, a gunshot rang out, and a spray of crimson erupted from Gao Tianlin's shoulder. The smile vanished from his face as he staggered back. Glancing at the wound on his shoulder, he regarded Lu Ning with a mix of disbelief and suspicion. "How is this possible? I should have evaded it." Lu Ning explained it. "I considered the bullet's trajectory to be too straightforward, easily discernible, so I made the bullet curve." Gao Tianlin what? Wei Xian and the others. Huh? Gao Tianlin looked at Lu Ning with an expression of incredulity. "Bullets can curve? Are you joking? Or do you possess telekinetic abilities?" The trio's gazes toward Lu Ning were filled with bewilderment. They understood that Lu Ning's ability was immortality, not telekinesis. Lu Ning calmly elucidated, "The principle is quite simple. As long as one can imbue mental energy onto the bullet, a slight adjustment at a crucial moment suffices. It is rather effortless." Gao Tianlin's expression contorted. "Are you mocking me? You appear to be merely a first-tier awakened being. How could you possibly attach mental energy to an object, especially a bullet in high motion?" Lu Ning raised an eyebrow, looking at Gao Tianlin. "Are you incapable of doing so?" Gao Tianlin's expression twisted further, his face reddening, breaths coming in short gasps. Lu Ning then turned away Xian and the others. "Can none of you do this either?" The trio was left utterly perplexed. Qiu Yuelin, with a face full of disbelief, queried, "Are we really capable of such feats?" Lu Ning, somewhat baffled, murmured, "This should be quite simple. Why can't you achieve it?" Wang Qiwen, gritting his teeth, retorted, "Damn it, do you realize you are a freak of nature? Do you think everyone else is a monster like you?" Lu Ning immediately countered, "I am a normal human being. Get lost." This time, even Wei Xian could not hold back, cursing under his breath. Gao Tianlin, witnessing the four engage in conversation, felt his fury escalate at their blatant disregard. "You seek death. Do you truly believe this will suffice to confront me? Today marks your demise." He uttered a peculiar whisper, unlike any human speech, enchant. As Gao Tianlin's words fell, Qiu Yueling and the others were momentarily stunned. Their gazes towards him ignited with fervor. At that moment, Lu Ning swiftly incapacitated the three with a single strike. Witnessing this scene, Gao Tianlin's smile froze once more. Chapter 23. Sacrifice, you are impervious to the enchantment? Gao Tianlin stared at Lu Ning with a grave expression. Lu Ning glanced at Gao Tianlin's face and replied, I have no interest in those who are neither male nor female. Gao Tianlin's expression gradually twisted into something grotesque, and he slowly declared, I shall tear you to shreds. In the next instant, his skin writhed as his form grew larger, with numerous bone spurs erupting from his body and face, rendering him utterly monstrous. Devoid of his former beauty, Gao Tianlin clenched his fists, a hint of revulsion flickering in his eyes. I initially had no intention of using this ability, as it is far from pleasing, yet you have made me find it even more repugnant. With that, he transformed into a blur, suddenly charging towards Lu Ning. Lu Ning raised his gun to shoot, but the bullets merely grazed Gao Tianlin's skin, leaving only shallow indentations. Attempting to aim for Gao Tianlin's eyes, Lu Ning found his efforts effortlessly evaded. Gao Tianlin's speed had nearly doubled compared to before, and in an instant, he was before Lu Ning. His massive hand reached out towards Lu Ning's head. Lu Ning dodged to the side, but the sharp claws grazed his face, drawing blood. Gao Tianlin, missing his strike, swiped downwards, tearing into Lu Ning's left shoulder with such force that his bones crackled. Gao Tianlin was undeniably stronger than Lu Ning in raw power. However, even with his left shoulder shattered, Lu Ning's expression remained unchanged. As Gao Tianlin attacked, Lu Ning had already raised his pistol, aiming directly at Gao Tianlin's eyes. At such close range, Gao Tianlin had no choice but to forego delivering a fatal blow to Lu Ning and instinctively shielded his eyes. Bang! The bullet struck the palm of Gao Tianlin's hand, creating a bloody dent, merely of flesh wound. Gao Tianlin grinned wickedly. Now, with only one hand to wield your gun, you pose significantly less threat. Yet in the next moment, to Gao Tianlin's disbelief, Lu Ning's left hand had already lifted, firing the bullet forth. Bang! Gao Tianlin's left eye erupted in a spray of blood. He screamed in agony, clutching his eye and stumbling backward. As Gao Tianlin retreated, Lu Ning had already aimed both guns at him once more. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his eye, Gao Tianlin dashed about, evading Lu Ning's bullets. He glanced at Lu Ning's left shoulder, astonished to see that the shoulder, previously shattered, had miraculously returned to its original state. How is this possible? I distinctly broke your shoulder. Gao Tianlin shouted in confusion, his remaining eye wide with disbelief. Lu Ning continued to fire with calm precision, replying, I possess the ability to heal. Gao Tianlin's expression shifted slightly. So recovery is your power? Not marksmanship. Your aim is so precise. Yet it does not stem from an ability. Isn't shooting rather simple? Gao Tianlin's menacing visage twitched twice, and the next moment, he propelled his robust legs against the ground, lunging once more towards Lu Ning. However, as Lu Ning fired his weapon, he found himself retreating repeatedly, deflecting the bullets. After 2 consecutive shots, Lu Ning pulled the trigger only to be met with silence. He glanced down to discover he had exhausted his ammunition. Just before emerging from the tunnel, he had fully loaded his gun, yet he had not anticipated using the rounds so swiftly. Seeing this, Gao Tianlin erupted into laughter. Ha ha! Running out of bullets, are we? Prepare to meet your demise. Just as Gao Tianlin prepared to charge at Lu Ning, gunfire erupted from behind a nearby tree. Bullets struck Gao Tianlin, causing blood to splatter, though they failed to penetrate his flesh, resulting only in superficial wounds. Infuriated, Gao Tianlin turned his head, and Lu Ning followed suit. It was 3 law enforcement officers. All but Nick were present. One female officer's left hand was drenched in blood, while her right hand wielded a handgun, firing repeatedly at Gao Tianlin. Gao Tianlin coldly retorted, You seek death. A crimson light flickered in his eyes as he uttered a voice that was anything but human. Charm. Before he could complete his incantation, he sensed a formidable wave of energy surging towards him from the side. He swiftly turned to see Lu Ning, calm in demeanor, with his fist approaching Gao Tianlin. A brilliant white light radiated from Lu Ning's fist, the force of the punch stirring the air and ruffling Gao Tianlin's hair. Fear etched itself across Gao Tianlin's face. There was no time to evade. He thrust his hands forward to intercept Lu Ning's blow. However, upon contact, the sound of shattering bones echoed through the air. The immense force shattered Gao Tianlin's arms, and he emitted a pained roar, sent sprawling away before crashing heavily to the ground. Before Gao Tianlin could rise, Lu Ning had already closed the distance, bringing his left foot down with white light crashing forcefully onto Gao Tianlin's chest. Thud! The ground reverberated with a dull sound as Gao Tianlin's sternum caved in. He coughed up a spray of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief and resentment as he gazed at Lu Ning. His words fell short as the light faded from his eyes. Lu Ning observed Gao Tianlin's lifeless body, which had reverted to its once handsome appearance, yet the white mist within him had dissipated. Lu Ning then lifted his gaze towards the 3 law enforcement officers nearby, who still bore traces of terror upon their faces. When Gao Tianlin had turned to them, intending to use his charm, they had merely heard one syllable and felt their consciousness slipping away. Fortunately, Lu Ning had dispatched Gao Tianlin in time. Lu Ning, are you all right? The 3 officers snapped back to reality. They glanced at the fallen, handsome Gao Tianlin, then turned their eyes to Lu Ning. Their expressions filled with reverence. We are unscathed. Thank you, Officer Lu Ning. Otherwise, we might have perished, one male officer, Lin Fei, said with a lingering fear in his tone. Lu Ning shook his head. Your bravery to engage in such circumstances is commendable. We're law enforcement officers. It is our duty, they replied. In the room, the female officer Peng Qianqian spoke solemnly. Lu Ning nodded slightly. Peng Qianqian gazed at the handsome corpse on the ground, alongside the body of the previously transformed awakened one, pondering the unexpected alliance of Gao Tianlin with other awakened beings, noting his own degeneration. Lu Ning calmly remarked that Gao Tianlin's words prior to his transformation likely pertained to cult members, a matter beyond the jurisdiction of their security bureau, and that the Mist Affairs Handling Bureau would take over. Peng Qianqian opened her mouth to respond, but instead silently nodded in agreement. Lu Ning glanced at the 3 individuals present and inquired, "Where's Nick?" The trio's expressions shifted slightly. Peng Qianqian stated gravely that Officer Nick had tragically succumbed to a gunshot wound to the abdomen while attempting to thwart Gao Tianlin's escape. Upon hearing this, Lu Ning fell silent, reflecting on Nick's commendable character. Lin Fei, standing nearby, smiled faintly, acknowledging that although their bureau might not face dangers as severe as the Mist Bureau, sacrifices were nonetheless part of their duty. They had all prepared mentally for such eventualities, and surely Nick would have no regrets. Lu Ning then asked about Nick's family. Peng Qianqian softly assured him that they would inform his family, and that his compensation would sufficiently provide for his parents and wife and children, alleviating any concerns for Lu Ning's team. At that moment, a muffled groan echoed. The trio of Lin Fei tensed, raising their firearms towards the source of the sound. When they recognized Wei Xian and his companions slowly regaining consciousness, they exhaled in relief, lowering their weapons. Chapter 24. The joyful kingdom. Wei Xian opened his eyes, taking in the sight of the corpses on the ground with a look of bewilderment. Is it over? He asked. Lu Ning nodded affirmatively. Wang Qiwen grimaced, rubbing his still painful neck, exclaiming, Lu Ning, your methods were excessively harsh. Lu Ning retorted that had Wang not been enchanted, he would not have struck him. Wang Qiwen's face flushed, and he fell silent. Qiu Yuelin, still shaken, glanced at Gao Tianlin and remarked on his terrifying nature, speculating that he must not have remained a mere first-tier threat after his transformation. I don't know, Lu Ning replied, shaking his head. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, focusing intently on Gao Tianlin's corpse. The others felt a pang of unease at Lu Ning's expression. Please don't tell me he's still alive, Wang Qiwen muttered, his face paling. Lu Ning shook his head, affirming that Gao Tianlin was indeed deceased. However, he approached and rummaged through the pockets of Gao Tianlin's pajamas, retrieving several broken pieces of pink incense. The incense emitted a subtle but enticing aroma, faint yet perceptible to Wang Qiwen and the others from a distance, their gazes reflecting wariness. What is this? It feels like it has stirred unsettling thoughts within me, Wang Qiwen remarked, frowning. Wei Xian nodded in agreement. noting that it resembled the enchanting ability Gao Tianlin had displayed earlier, albeit with a slight difference. Lu Ning observed the incense, which released wisps of white mist, suggesting a concentration even higher than that encountered earlier in the villa. The psychic radiation concentration of this incense is quite elevated. It appears to be a special item akin to a soul artifact, Lu Ning concluded. Wei Xian suddenly recalled something and spoke up. Could it be the source of the mental radiation left by Gao Tianlin in the villa? Is indeed possible. From what Gao Tianlin implied earlier, his affliction seems to be connected to a cult. I wonder if this phenomenon is related to that cult. Wang Chuan added. Lu Ning then put away the incense, saying, let's hand this over to Captain Colin later. Agreed. The three of them concurred. At that moment, three figures emerged from the forest, and Colin's voice rang out. What do you wish to hand over to me? Lu Ning and the others turned to see Colin, Bowen, and the young security officer who had been on guard approaching. Captain Colin, what brings you here? Kiwawellen exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Colin adjusted his glasses and replied gently. We follow behind you. If you're unable to handle the situation, we will take over. Colin looked at Lu Ning, his gaze complex. Your performance has exceeded my expectations. In such a perilous situation, you exhibited no fear, acted decisively, and maintained clarity of thought. Bowen, standing beside him, echoed his admiration. Indeed, team member Lu Ning, your performance is truly remarkable, especially when the other three team members were enchanted. You made the judgment to incapacitate them immediately. Such decisiveness is commendable. Wei Xian and the others appeared somewhat embarrassed. Lu Ning turned to Colin and inquired, when Nick was hit by the machine gun, could you have saved him? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Wei Xian and the others shifted slightly. Wang Chuan stood frozen, disbelief etched on his face. Nick was shot by a machine gun? No wonder he isn't here. Wei Xian, who held a favorable impression of Nick, hurriedly asked, how is he? Lu Ning replied somberly, he is already dead. Kiwawellen covered her mouth, incredulous. Wang Chuan and Wei Xian's faces darkened. Damn it, he was just fine a moment ago. Wang Chuan exclaimed angrily. How could he be dead so suddenly? He suddenly recalled something and turned to Colin. Deputy Captain, you said you came here just now, right? Why didn't you save him? Colin maintained his calm demeanor. It was impossible to save him. We were en route from the direction of the villa and only rushed over upon hearing the gunfire here. We arrived at nearly the same time you did. And by then, Nick had already been shot. Bowen interjected, indeed, Nick's sacrifice is a tragedy. It is not that Deputy Captain Colin did not wish to save him. Colin gazed at Lu Ning and the others, speaking calmly. The captain has already stated that the mortality rate for our Mist Bureau's action team is quite high. This time it was Nick who fell. Perhaps next time it will be Wang Chuan, or even myself. If you lose your composure due to death, perhaps it would be wise for you to consider leaving now. Lu Ning shook his head. I simply want to know if you could have saved him. Wang Chuan and the others remained silent. Bowen added soberly, I believe, as Lin Fei mentioned earlier, Nick would not have any regrets. As for his family, we will take good care of them. After a brief silence, Colin turned to Lu Ning and asked, what was it you mentioned needing to hand over to me? Lu Ning produced several broken pieces of pink incense and handed them to Colin. Colin immediately detected the peculiar mental radiation emanating from above, as well as the unusual incense. He took the incense, furrowed his brow in contemplation, and subsequently stored away, intending to submit it for examination by the Headquarters Inspection Department upon their return. Wang Chuan interjected, reminding him that the remarks made by Gao Tianlin during his transformation seemed to be associated with a certain malevolent deity and cult organization. Colin nodded slightly, acknowledging the point. After a moment of reflection, he articulated, when it comes to cult organizations linked to seductive abilities and similar mutations, to the best of my knowledge, there is only the Kingdom of Joy. The expressions of Wei Xian and the others shifted slightly. The Kingdom of Joy that Old Qi mentioned? Colin affirmed with a nod and then glanced at Bowen and the others, stating, this information is classified. We shall discuss it further upon our return. Lu Ning and the others nodded in agreement, refraining from pursuing the topic further. Wei Xian continued, Deputy Captain, there are several female corpses in the villa. Their deaths appear rather peculiar, possibly connected to the incense left behind. Colin nodded once more. I I will arrange for the inspection department to come over. Bowen added, we will handle the aftermath. Very well, Colin responded, turning to Lu Ning and his companions with a smile. You all performed commendably on this mission. Although there were some shortcomings, your efforts exceeded my expectations, with only Wang Qiwen sustaining an injury. Wang Qiwen's expression stiffened, a hint of frustration flickering across his face. All right, you must be weary after today. I will escort you back so you can rest well. Wei Xian, after a brief silence, expressed, I would like to see Nick first. We should go and check on him as well, Wang Qiwen promptly added. Bowen and Colin had no objections to this. They made their way toward the direction from which the constables had emerged, soon finding Nick lying on the ground. His body had been laid flat. A grotesque wound marred his abdomen, his eyes closed, and his expression serene. Lu Ning and his companions observed Nick in silence for a moment. The vibrant young man who had been lively and conversing just moments ago was now devoid of life. After a while, Colin led Lu Ning and his companions away, leaving Bowen and the others behind. Lin Fei, curious, inquires her, what cult organization is this kingdom of joy they mentioned? Peng Qianqian and the others also looked at Bowen with intrigue. Hearing this, Bowen's demeanor turned serious. What did you learn during your onboarding training? Noticing Bowen's displeasure, Peng Qianqian quickly straightened her posture. Regarding all matters pertaining to cults and malevolent deities, one must not inquire, be curious, or investigate further. Such matters should be directly referred to the Bureau of Fog Affairs. Bowen's expression softened slightly as he regarded the three with a gentle tone. It's not that I am unwilling to share. The mental corruption caused by cults and malevolent deities is far too potent. Ordinary individuals, once aware, can easily be dragged into an abyss with no return. Colin's reluctance to discuss it further in our presence was, in fact, a measure of protection for us. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei felt a twinge of guilt. I apologize, sir. I have breached protocol. Bowen shook his head. It is a common human sentiment. He then stated with gravity, if you wish to live long, refrain from probing into matters related to the fog. They are not for ordinary people to ponder. He glanced at Nick on the ground, sighed softly, and added, let us proceed and give Nick a proper farewell. The expressions of the other three were also tinged with a shade of sorrow. Chapter 25. The Body Refinement Technique inside Colin's off-road vehicle. He made several calls to notify the Aftermath Department of the Mist Handling Bureau and the inspection team to handle the situation. Subsequently, the atmosphere within the vehicle fell into a state of silence. After a brief pause, Wang Qiwen expressed his dissatisfaction. What is the Intelligence Department of the Public Security Bureau doing? Gao Tianlin has over 20 subordinates, and there is even a beastly awakened individual involved with the cult. How could they have failed to investigate this? Colin smiled slightly and calmly replied, it seems Old Sheen did not teach you all. One should never place complete faith in intelligence. Information is not infallible. When on a mission, even with ample intelligence, one must exercise caution. Only then can one survive longer. At this juncture, Colin paused and glanced at Lu Ning through the rearview mirror. Lu Ning is not included in this. Wei Xian, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. The Public Security Bureau consists of ordinary people. If an awakened individual wishes to remain hidden, they are quite difficult to detect. Wang Qiwen chose not to continue his complaints and fell silent. Colin remarked, let us discuss something more uplifting. This mission was somewhat more challenging than the intelligence suggested, but the four of you performed commendably. Thus you shall receive a higher merit. The Mist Bureau has always rewarded based on merit. Once we return, I will report the proceedings of this operation, and the headquarters will grant you rewards according to your contributions. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiwen's eyes brightened. What rewards might we receive? Given your modest contributions, it is likely to be soul crystals, perhaps even cash rewards or time off, Colin replied. He elaborated that soul crystals, previously discussed in Qin Feng's lecture, are energy crystals imbued with spiritual radiation. Unlike directly absorbing external spiritual radiation, the pollution level in soul crystals is relatively mild. Absorbing spiritual radiation from soul crystals facilitates a smoother refinement of mental strength, enabling a quicker enhancement. For awakened individuals, it is a precious resource for improving their abilities. Wang Qiwen appeared disappointed. No soul instruments? Colin retorted, are you dreaming? Do you know how precious soul instruments are? With such minimal contributions, do you really expect soul instrument rewards? However, you may choose to accumulate your merits. Once you have gathered enough, you can apply for a soul instrument reward. Oh, was all Wang Qiwen could manage. Colin continued, nonetheless, my suggestion is that you first apply for soul crystal rewards. After all, this would significantly enhance your mental refinement efficiency, allowing for a quicker increase in strength. I must confess, in recent years, the number of mutation incidents in the base city has escalated. Our action team lost several members in the last mission. Strength is the guarantee of survival. Qiu Yuelin immediately asserted, then I will exchange for soul crystals. Wang Qiwen and Wei Xian nodded in agreement. Wei Xian turned to Lu Ning. What about you, Lu Ning? Colin glanced at Lu Ning and stated, Lu Ning has made the most significant contributions this time, having shot numerous gang members armed with firearms, eliminated the mutated Gao Tianlin, and discovered that unique incense. While the merits may not yet suffice for a soul instrument application, with 1 or 2 more missions, there should be hope for requesting a low-risk soul instrument. However, the specifics of the selection depend on your own judgment. Lu Ning contemplated for a moment. I will need a soul crystal first. Colin nodded in agreement. Very well, I will report this. Subsequently, Colin escorted Wang Qiwen and the others back home, ultimately returning Lu Ning to the 7th Division. Lin Xiao was waiting for the two at the entrance of the division. Upon their arrival, he approached with a smile and patted Lu Ning on the shoulder. You've worked hard. Colin has already briefed me on the situation, and you performed admirably. Lu Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Yes. You must be tired as well. You should rest. Colin and I are on night duty tonight. Lu Ning looked at the two with a hint of confusion. Aren't you both always taking turns leading teams during the night shifts? Colin adjusted his glasses and replied calmly. Our capabilities surpass yours, and our stamina is more robust. A few sleepless nights pose no issue for us. You are newcomers and require adequate rest. Failure to do so may exacerbate mental pollution. At this juncture, Colin recalled that Lu Ning's mental pollution had consistently remained at 0. Even after a month, the recent assessment confirmed it was still at 0. He rolled his eyes and added, Forget I said anything. Nevertheless, it is your first mission, and you must be fatigued. Go rest. Lu Ning nodded, accepting this without protest. Just then, Lin Xiao remembered something and said, By the way, salaries will be distributed tomorrow. You can find a place nearby to stay. Lu Ning smiled. Great. Lin Xiao, with a serious expression, patted Lu Ning's shoulder. Don't forget the money you owe me. Colin chimed in with a grin. And mine as well. Lu Ning smida kratwalifatet understod. During this period, Lu Ning had accumulated considerable debt, and upon receiving his salary, he anticipated that at least half would be deducted. Upon returning to the 4th floor staff lounge, Lu Ning washed up and lay on his bed. He closed his eyes but found himself tossing and turning, unable to sleep as memories of the past events replayed in his mind. The presence of numerous gangs, the exchange of gunfire, the bizarre fates of those women, the mutated Gao Tianlin, and the death of Nick. Such scenes flickered through his thoughts, and he once again acutely felt that he had entered the fog-laden era of 2,000 years hence. Over the past month, Lu Ning's mindset had gradually transitioned from the state of relinquishing thought during his wanderings in the mist back to one of contemplation. His mind was regaining its capacity for reflection. He recalled his previous battles. While his immortality was formidable, it did little to enhance his combat prowess. Fortunately, his marksmanship remained competent. However, when firearms became ineffective against foes, his deficiencies became apparent. His physical constitution was not particularly robust in the face of Gao Tianlin's close-range assaults. He suffered a grievous injury to his shoulder within a single exchange. Thankfully, he had mastered the resonating soul fist. Without it, the previous confrontation would have been dire. If only his body were stronger. In that moment, an idea struck Lu Ning. His body possessed the ability to heal continuously. If he pushed his physical limits through rigorous training, could he not enhance his strength? For instance, employing principles akin to the resonating soul fist. Utilizing mental resonance to fortify his physique? Lu Ning sat up from his bed and began to harness his mental energy to resonate throughout his body. Unlike the resonating soul fist, this is not a resonance of mental and physical strength, but rather a resonance with the body itself. Subsequently, Lu Ning's body began to feel soreness and numbness amidst the tremors, which escalated to a stinging sensation within a few minutes. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. After a span of over 10 minutes, his internal organs and muscles began to sustain fissures. Blood seeped from his pores and orifices, staining him crimson. At this moment, Lu Ning ceased the mental oscillation. His body commenced its recovery. Once restored, Lu Ning clenched his fist, and his eyes gradually brightened. He sensed a slight increase in his strength. Though modest, any enhancement is worthwhile. As long as he continues to oscillate his mental energy through his body, he can recover when his body reaches its limits. This cycle would ultimately fortify his physical prowess. This method, however, seems ill-suited for other awakened individuals. After all, others cannot recover from injuries like Lu Ning. Should the mental oscillation falter, their bodies would suffer direct harm, rendering the effort futile. Yet, Lu Ning harbored no such concerns. After contemplation, he decided to name this technique of refining the body through mental oscillation the body refinement method. Chapter 26. Traditional Cuisine. The following morning at 9 o'clock. Lu Ning arrived at the third-floor activity room, discovering that Kiwawelin, Wang Chuan, and Wei Xian were all present. Colin and Lin Xiao appeared not to have returned home. Remaining in the activity room, despite having worked the night shift, the two exuded vitality. Upon seeing Lu Ning, Wei Xian greeted him with a smile. "Lu Ning, why are you so late?" Lu Ning replied, "I didn't sleep well last night." Wang Chuan chuckled. "You didn't have a nightmare, did you? You seem fearless. But who knew you had such a timid side?" Just as Lu Ning was about to respond, blood suddenly gushed from his ears, staining the floor red. This caused Lin Xiao and the others to widen their eyes in shock. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, expressing concern. "Lu Ning, what happened? Are you hurt?" Lu Ning emotionlessly wiped the blood from his ears and shook his head. "No, I did it myself. It's nothing serious. I can recover." Colin, realizing something, turned to Wang Chiwen and the others. "Look at Lu Ning. He is always training his abilities. You've been here since morning and haven't seen any of you practice." Wang Chuan shot a resentful glance at Lu Ning and then complained, "We worked hard last night. What's wrong with taking a day to rest?" Kiwawelin nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao intervened. "All right, Colin, Lu Ning is special. He doesn't suffer from mental contamination issues. If the rest of you remain so tense, the risk of deterioration will surely increase." Colin pondered this and nodded, ceasing further discussion. Lin Xiao looked at Lu Ning and then smiled. "Lu Ning, your salary has been deposited into your account. Have you seen it?" Lu Ning nodded, and soon he noticed Lin Xiao and the others staring intently at him. "Give me your account details, and I will transfer the money back." Wei Xian chuckled. "It's payday today. Shall we play a few rounds?" Wang Chiwen nodded in agreement. "I'm in." Kiwawelin also nodded. They all turned to Lu Ning, awaiting his response. Although their card games were merely for amusement and the stakes were minimal, Lu Ning's lack of strategy in playing led to a cumulative gain for others, with each person winning no less than 1,000 yuan from him. In the eyes of Wei Xian and the others, Lu Ning was akin to a generous benefactor. Lin Xiao cast a disapproving glance at the group and then said, "Lu Ning, now that you have received your salary, do you plan to rent a place?" Lu Ning nodded. "Yes, I intend to take a look." Lin Xiao grinned. "I suspected you might have this intention, so during my night shift yesterday, out of boredom, I reviewed the nearby rental options and filtered four that I think you might like. How about it? Would you like to take a look?" Lu Ning was taken aback, then replied to Lin Xiao, "All right, thank you, Captain." Wang Chiwen remarked in exasperation, "Captain, sometimes you really act like a mother hen." Colin adjusted his glasses and smiled slightly. "Last time a captain helped you during a night shift, you didn't say that." "Ha, we are all members of the action team, the closest of comrades in arms. As your captain, it is my duty to assist you," Lin Xiao said with a smile. As he spoke, he sent the rental listings to Lu Ning's phone. Lu Ning clicked to view them and soon found a single apartment he liked. It featured one bedroom, one living room, and one bathroom, exquisitely furnished and never before occupied. Located less than a kilometer from the 7th Division, with a shopping mall and food street nearby. The rent, perhaps due to its prime location and superior decor, was 4,000 yuan per month. This rent was higher than another two-bedroom apartment Lin Xiao had shared. However, Lu Ning did not hesitate. I intend to rent this one. Lin Xiao leaned over to take a look and then laughed. I knew you would like this one. It has the best environment among all the options nearby. If I were to live alone, I would choose this one too. Xiao Yulin curiously came over to take a look. Upon seeing the rent, her expression turned pained. Are you crazy? For 1,000 yuan a month? Is this place made of gold? You could rent a 3-bedroom apartment elsewhere for that price. Can't you find something more reasonable? Wang Chuan, however, was indifferent. We are all official team members now, earning a base salary of 100,000 a month. So 4,000 in rent is not excessive. Wei Xian nodded in agreement. I actually support Wang Qiwen's perspective this time. Colin adjusted his glasses again, smiling. It's nice to indulge occasionally. After all, the risks of our missions are high. In the event of an unforeseen incident, at least we won't regret not having enjoyed life. This statement momentarily dampened the atmosphere. Wang Qiwen and the others shot Colin a resentful glance. Lin Xiao chuckled. Colin is just joking. However, everyone has different viewpoints. Xiao and S thoughts are valid, as are Lu Ning's. Happiness is what matters most. At this point, Lin Xiao paused and smiled. Since we have no task today, why don't we accompany Lu Ning to rent his apartment? Additionally, I'll treat everyone to a meal to celebrate the addition of 4 new members to our 7th action team, which can also serve as a welcome ceremony. Xiao Yulin immediately cheered. Long live the captain. Ha ha ha, captain, you said it. I yearn for a sumptuous feast. Wang Qiwen rubbed his hands in anticipation. Even Wei Xian could not help but smile. Colin also chuckled lightly, but his expression gradually darkened. Unfortunately, Mu cannot be here. Lin Zhao's smile faltered as well. Dimming slightly, Lu Ning inquired, how is she faring now? Lin Xiao sighed. Although her condition has stabilized, the mental contamination has yet to diminish to a safe level. And, in fact, it shows no sign of abating. Should there be a sudden surge in mental fluctuations, it could result in irreversible deterioration. Lu Ning nodded slightly. Xiao Yulin suggested, why don't we find a time to visit this esteemed elder? Lin Xiao and Colin were taken aback, turning to Xiao Yulin. Nervously, she asked, what is wrong? Is it not permissible to visit? Colin smiled. Of course we can. Let us wait a bit longer. Once Mu's condition is more stable, we shall go together. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. I believe that's a good idea, but Lu Ning, when you go, it won't trigger any deterioration for Mu, will it? Lu Ning replied calmly. I, too, am uncertain about what happened last time. Lin Xiao and Colin exchanged glances, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Well then, let us proceed to see the room chosen by Lu Ning. The group departed the division and walked towards the rental location. The apartment complex was adjacent to the division. Crossing a road and taking a few steps brought them to the main entrance. Lin Xiao had already contacted the agent. A young male agent awaited them at the entrance. Following the agent into the complex and viewing the room, even Xiao Yulin, who had previously deemed the price excessive, found no faults. All the furnishings were brand new. The decor was pleasing, and the room was well maintained in a pleasant environment. Ultimately, Lu Ning decided to rent the place, paying 1 month's deposit and 1 month's rent. After the recent salary, he was left with less than 5,000. Fortunately, next month, Lu Ning's base salary would be 100,000, which was ample for one person in this era. Subsequently, Lin Xiao rallied the group to assist in moving Lu Ning's belongings. After transporting his personal items, Lin Xiao rolled up his sleeves to help Lu Ning with cleaning. After a busy morning, they finally concluded their tasks. Lu Ning gazed at the room arranged with his belongings, feeling an unbidden sense of stability within. From this moment onward, he had truly established his foothold in this era. After the move, Lin Xiao waved his hand. Come on, downstairs there is a renowned hot pot restaurant. A traditional Chinese delicacy from before the Mist era, a high-end culinary experience. Today I shall treat you all. Lu Ning looked perplexed. Hot pot? High-end cuisine? Upon hearing this, the others were momentarily stunned, turning their attention to Lu Ning. Then, Xiao Yulin recalled something and asked, by the way, didn't you say you are from before the Mist era? Have you ever had hot pot? About once a week. The others were utterly astonished. Lin Xiao exclaimed enviously, that's hot pot. You were able to enjoy it weekly. Were you perhaps wealthy before? Lu Ning spoke calmly. Hot pot is a dish for the common people. It used to be enjoyed by nearly every household in China. Common food? Wang Qiwen expressed disbelief. Then what constitutes high-end cuisine? I'm not wealthy, how would I know? Perhaps it includes delicacies like Buddha jumps over the wall, boiled cabbage, or a Manchu Han imperial feast. Lu Ning's gaze grew distant, as if reminiscing about a life before the fog, a life that felt like a distant past. Lin Xiao and the others were momentarily taken aback. They exchanged glances until Wei Xian finally spoke up. I've never heard of any of those dishes. Qiu Yuelin looked at Lu Ning with admiration and said, I love indulging in delicious food. I specifically researched the culinary delights from before the era of fog. I have heard of the legendary Buddha jumps over the wall, but I am unfamiliar with the other two. She continued, I now believe that Brother Lu Ning must have lived in the time before the fog. Lin Xiao cleared his throat, feeling a bit embarrassed. So, shall we not go for hot pot? Of course we shall. It has been over 2,000 years since I last had it. Lu Ning replied with unwavering determination. The group, including Colin, was taken aback by Lu Ning's conviction. They exchanged glances and ultimately decided to indulge in hot pot. Chapter 27. The aroma of decadence after the hot pot meal. Lin Xiao and the others felt utterly satisfied. It was delicious, truly exquisite. Wei Xian remarked, patting his round belly and reclining in his chair. Qiu Yuelin nodded repeatedly, too full to utter a word. Even Wang Qiwen did not refute. Is indeed quite good. Lin Xiao turned to Lu Ning. Seeking the opinion of this culinary authority, what do you think? Is it acceptable? Lu Ning's expression remained stoic. The base broth is lacking, and the variety of condiments is insufficient. If this had been before I entered the fog, this establishment would undoubtedly have gone out of business. Colin seemed incredulous. It tastes so good. Wouldn't tea have been acceptable in your time? Not particularly, Lu Ning replied. Qiu Yuelin gazed at him with envy. It seems Brother Lu Ning must have experienced truly exceptional hot pot. I have never had that pleasure. I envy you. Lin Xiao chuckled amiably. Close enough is good enough. He then rose to say, I will package some for Xiao, Ran, and Old Qin. I noticed there were takeout containers. With that, Lin Xiao exited the private room. Wei Xian looked at the closed door and smiled. The captain is truly kind. Lu Ning nodded in agreement. Colin adjusted his glasses and offered a warm smile. He always says that the 7th Division is like one big family, banding together for warmth in this chaotic world. As the division leader, he is like our elder brother. Wang Qiwen muttered softly, I think he resembles more of a maternal figure. Laughter erupted among the group. After Lin Xiao had finished packing, they returned to the division. When Lin Xiao placed the takeout hot pot on Yu Ran's desk, she jumped up, her adorable round face alight with a beaming smile. The captain is the best. Let us go find Old Qin and the others to eat together. Lin Xiao smiled in return. Yu Ran nodded enthusiastically and joyfully ran off to gather the others. Before long, Qin Feng and the others arrived. On the second basement level of the division, there were other retired team members responsible for guarding soul devices and other psychically resonant items. However, they could not leave, so only Qin Feng came. Besides Qin Feng, there was also Annie, who handled finances and payroll, a captivating blonde beauty with a timeless charm. Adorned, the man responsible for menial tasks, appeared to be an exceptionally honest, middle-aged individual. Additionally, there was an armed contingent consisting of 6 members. The very soldiers clad in silver-gray metallic armor that Lu Ning had previously observed at headquarters. These soldiers were tasked with assisting the operational team. The 7th Division comprised 2 teams that took turns patrolling the premises. The team present at that moment was the one not on patrol. Lu Ning and his companions did not depart, but instead engaged in conversation with the others in the hall. The atmosphere within the division was joyful, infused with the enticing aroma of hot pot. Once everyone had finished their meal, Lu Ning and his group returned to the activity room. Upon their return, Lin Xiao received a phone call and stepped out of the room. When he re-entered, his demeanor had turned serious. Colin was engaged in a fighting video game with Wei Xian, and upon noticing Lin Xiao's grave expression, he inquired, What is the matter? Lin Xiao replied, The preliminary test results for the incense you returned to headquarters yesterday have come in. At this, not only Colin, but also Lu Ning and the others turned their attention toward him. What did they say? Colin adjusted his glasses and asked. Lin Xiao frowned and stated, the situation is rather dire. The aroma released by this incense, once ignited, evokes humanity's most primal desires. Without formidable willpower, one could easily become a slave to these cravings. Hearing this, Wang Qiwen's expression turned peculiar as he pondered aloud. Are those women the ones who succumbed to it? Lin Xiao nodded. According to the autopsy report, those women died from excessive indulgence, leading to physical exhaustion. The group exchanged glances, and Kiwawellen's face flushed with shame. Colin calmly regarded the others before adding, desire encompasses more than mere lust. Lin Xiao agreed. His expression grave. Colin is correct. The desires for violence and sustenance are among humanity's most fundamental instincts. Experiments conducted on death row inmates revealed varied responses to this incense. However, the lust aspect is self-explanatory. Once engrossed in the desire for violence, individuals would indiscriminately attack others. And if no one was nearby, they would resort to self-harm. As for hunger, Lin Xiao paused, his expression somber, inmates exhibiting signs of hunger. Upon realizing the absence of food, would even resort to consuming their own flesh. The faces of Wei Xian and the others turned pale. Wang Qiwen exclaimed, goodness, is this thing truly that terrifying? Lin Xiao nodded, indeed it is quite frightening. However, this incense has its drawbacks. Its effects on awakened individuals are significantly diminished, as their mental fortitude enables them to resist such temptations. Upon hearing this, Lu Ning and the others visibly relaxed. Kiwawellen patted her chest and remarked, that's a relief. I certainly don't wish to resort to cannibalism. Yet Colin's expression grew increasingly solemn as he cautioned, do not be overly optimistic. The current findings indicate minimal impact on awakened individuals, but what if the quantity of incense used increases? Moreover, even if it has no effect on awakened individuals, once this incense is widely dispersed, Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. In the base city, ordinary people vastly outnumber the awakened. Should this incense be utilized on a large scale, the entire city would plunge into chaos. As Wei Xian and his companions listened to the conversation between Colin and Lin Xiao, their faces gradually turned pale. All three of them had families, and their families were ordinary people. It was precisely for this reason that the headquarters had designated this incense as fallen incense, categorizing it as a medium-risk hazardous material. The term medium-risk hazardous material made them gasp in shock. Such hazardous materials were akin to soul artifacts, possessing mental radiation properties. If left unchecked at the medium-risk level, they could potentially obliterate an entire base city. Should it escalate to a high-risk level, such hazardous materials could annihilate a base city in a remarkably short period, possibly even radiating to surrounding base cities. If it were to reach the special high-risk level, it would signify a danger profound enough to incite an apocalypse, leading to human extinction. These were all lessons imparted to them by Qin Feng. Is this incense produced by the Kingdom of Joy? Colin inquired. Lin Xiao nodded indeed. The abilities exhibited by this incense bear a striking resemblance to those recorded in the accounts of the Kingdom of Joy. Colin sneered. I suspected it was related to the Kingdom of Joy from the very beginning. Is it that cult that venerates fallen angels? Wei Xian recalled the information Qin Feng had shared regarding the cult. Yes, that is the very cult. The malevolent deity they worship, the fallen angel, possesses the power of corruption, and the essence of the Kingdom of Joy is to break free from shackles and indulge in human nature, Lin Xiao asserted. Wang Qiwen, intrigued, asked what exactly is the fallen angel like? Colin furrowed his brow. Did old Qin not inform you? The image and specific details of the malevolent deity are classified. Only those above the saint level are permitted to delve into them. Wei Xian interjected, old Qin did mention it, but why are we not allowed to know? Colin glanced at Lin Xiao, his eyes questioning. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao slowly explained, once we probe into such matters, we risk attracting the attention of the malevolent deity and, consequently, being ensnared. Upon hearing this, Wei Xian and the others appeared utterly bewildered. Wang Qiwen, somewhat confused, remarked, I merely wish to gain some understanding. How could the malevolent deity possibly focus on me? Surely, that cannot be true? Lin Xiao regarded Wang Qiwen with a serious expression. There have been numerous tragic precedents to support this. It is absolutely real, unless you reach the level of a saint. It is best to refrain from delving into the affairs of the malevolent deity. Even saints will strive to avoid acquiring information about such deities. Lu Ning nodded in agreement. I can attest to this. Every time I attempted to speak of the malevolent deity, I would meet with death. Initially, I was unaware of the reason, but after attending Old Qin's lecture, I surmised the truth. Lin Xiao was taken aback. Is that so? Lu Ning nodded and began. The moon has many great eyes. Before he could finish, his eyes erupted and blood gushed from every pore, splattering the others' faces. Lu Ning collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Lin Xiao and the others recoiled in horror, their expressions filled with dread. What on earth just happened? Wang Qiwen exclaimed in shock. At that moment, Lu Ning's eyes returned to normal as he rubbed them, seemingly unfazed as he stood up once more. Did you see that? Upon hearing Lu Ning's voice, the others nodded in a daze. Wang Qiwen's lips twitched, his complexion pale. I'm no longer curious. I'm not Lu Ning, who can resurrect after death. Lin Xiao, somewhat at a loss for words, remarked, Lu Ning, please refrain from such antics next time. It's genuinely frightening. I feel as though my mental pollution levels are rising. As for Lu Ning's final words, Lin Xiao and the others wisely chose not to inquire further, for knowledge could very well lead to demise. Colin interjected, let us return to the matter at hand. Captain, what are the headquarters' directives for us? The headquarters instructed that all regions must investigate the whereabouts of members from the Joyful Paradise. Upon discovery, immediate capture is mandated. Should capture prove impossible, lethal force is authorized. Given that the corrupted incense was obtained from Gao Tianlin, it serves as a clue, and the headquarters will dispatch peace officers and logistical personnel to assist us in probing Gao Tianlin's circumstances. Lin Xiao conveyed the headquarters instructions. Colin nodded slightly. In that case, it would be prudent to entrust the preliminary investigative work to the peace officers, as they possess greater manpower. We merely need to verify the leads. I concur, Lin Xiao affirmed. Wang Qiwen then inquired, so, does that mean we need not do anything for the time being? Lin Xiao chuckled. You may rest today. After all, we just endured a fierce battle yesterday. Starting tomorrow, only 2 team members will remain at the division, while the others may venture out to see if any discoveries await. Although the initial investigation is primarily assigned to the peace officers and professionals, we must at least make an effort to appear engaged. Lu Ning and the others nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the group gathered in the activity room to play cards. After losing several rounds and a few hundred yuan, Lu Ning decided to head to the basement for physical training. That evening, instead of sleeping in the staff lounge at the division, Lu Ning returned to his rented room. Perhaps it was the comfort of his own space that allowed him to sleep more soundly. The next morning, upon entering the activity room, Lu Ning noticed that Wang Qiwen, Wei Xian, and Xiu Yuelin all wore broad smiles. As Lu Ning approached, Lin Xiao greeted him. Lu Ning, you're here. The merit rewards have been distributed, and this one is for you. Lin Xiao handed Lu Ning a black metal box. Inside are 20 soul crystals. Upon hearing this, the previously cheerful expressions of Wang Qiwen and the others vanished in an instant. Wang Qiwen's eyes widened as he stared at Lin Xiao, exclaiming, how many? 20. Wei Xian, equally astonished, questioned, why the discrepancy? Xiu Yuelin and I received only 5, and Wang Qiwen merely 4. Colin retorted, is it even comparable? Lu Ning's contributions far surpass yours. Lin Xiao explained, the headquarters has a well-structured reward system, distributing accolades based on merit. Not to mention, Lu Ning's discovery of the corrupted incense alone is a significant achievement. Upon hearing the mention of the corrupted incense, Wang Qiwen fell silent, no longer pressing the matter. Observing Lu Ning secure the box, Lin Xiao added, this is your first time receiving soul crystals. Old Qin should have explained their usage to you, correct? Xiu Yulin nodded. Indeed, as Elder Qin mentioned, one merely needs to make contact with the soul crystal, and holding it in hand is most convenient. Then, akin to the usual process of refining mental strength, one must absorb the mental radiation emanating from the soul crystal. Now that we are aware of this, it suffices. There is no inherent risk in absorbing the soul crystal. You may take it back for personal use later. Today, Lu Ning and I will remain here, while while you all venture out to see if you can uncover any clues. Lin Xiao remarked with a smile. Colin nodded and departed with Wang Qiwen and the others. The activity room was left with only Lu Ning and Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao turned to Lu Ning and asked, "So, how did you find your stay yesterday?" Lu Ning nodded in response. "It was splendid." Lin Xiao chuckled. "If you stay here, there's nothing much to do. You can just entertain yourself. I shall indulge in some drama." "All right." Lu Ning watched Lin Xiao leave, contemplated for a moment, then settled onto the couch in the activity room and opened the metallic box. The soul crystal was a transparent gem, roughly the size of an infant's fist. Shaped like a cube, Lu Ning extracted a piece and closed his eyes to attune himself to the mental radiation of the soul crystal. Before long, he sensed a rich mental radiation, far more potent and pure than that of the outside world. The absorption process was seamless, and his mental strength surged rapidly. Over the past month, Lu Ning had significantly enhanced his mental capabilities, yet he still did not perceive the bottleneck that Qin Feng spoke of. It appeared that he was still far from the second tier. 2 hours later, the mental radiation emitted by the soul crystal in Lu Ning's hand was fully absorbed, equating to the refinement he would typically achieve in a week. He opened his eyes, watching as the soul crystal disintegrated into dust, prompting him to grasp another for further refinement. After over an hour, Lin Xiao entered the activity room. "Lu Ning, it's time for dinner. I've ordered takeout." Lu Ning slowly opened his eyes. "All right." Lin Xiao glanced at the soul crystal in Lu Ning's hand and remarked, "Have you already begun your training?" "The crystal has turned grayish-white. It seems you are nearing the complete absorption of its mental radiation. To absorb an entire soul crystal's mental radiation in just a few hours is quite impressive." Lu Ning replied, "This is the second piece." "Huh?" Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly snapped back to reality, his eyes widening in disbelief. "The second piece? You've already finished absorbing the first one." Lu Ning affirmed with a nod. "Yes." Lin Xiao's expression shifted to one of shock. "Did you start absorbing it right after I left?" "Indeed. In just over 3 hours. You've nearly absorbed 2 soul crystals." "Yes." Lin Xiao, appearing skeptical, remarked, "Your refinement efficiency is simply astonishing. Even third-tier awakeners may not refine this quickly." He scrutinized Lu Ning with a hint of concern. "Are you certain that this absorption process is safe? There won't be any issues with your mental strength, will there? Perhaps we should check for mental contamination? Didn't we just test that 2 days ago? I felt no abnormalities." "All right then, forget it," Lin Xiao said enviously. "If only I had your speed of refinement, perhaps I would already be at the 6th tier by now." Lu Ning inquired, "You're the 5th tier?" Lin Xiao smiled. "Indeed, I barely qualify as a mid-tier awakener. Our base city is not large, and the incidents we encounter are not particularly severe, which renders the strength of the Mist Bureau's action team rather modest. However, at the rate you are advancing, it may not be long before you catch up to me, assuming there are no significant obstacles." Lu Ning nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. "Let's go and dine." In the days that followed, the action team ventured daily into various regions for investigations. Over the span of 4 days, Lu Ning spent 3 of them conducting inquiries, sometimes shadowing Lin Xiao, other times accompanying Colin. Given that Gao Tianlin was originally a gang leader, it was plausible that his source of depraved incense stemmed from underground enterprises. Thus, the places they investigated were predominantly seedy bars and casinos, where vice was rampant. Despite the sordid nature of these locations, they found not a single clue. During their duty shifts and off hours, Lu Ning would refine his mental strength using soul crystals. After more than 10 days, he finally sensed a bottleneck. However, this barrier was quite fragile. Upon absorbing the final fragment of soul crystal's mental radiation, he shattered it within half a day's effort. Upon advancing to the 2nd tier, Lu Ning's mental power surged exponentially. What was once the size of a bowl now resembled that of a barrel. Moreover, during his free moments over the past few days, Lu Ning diligently practiced physical enhancement techniques. After several weeks, he began to witness preliminary results. He felt that his strength and speed, among other attributes, had nearly doubled compared to when he had battled Gao Tianlin. Chapter 29. Collective madness. Late that night, In the activity room of the 7th Division, Lu Ning, Colin, and Lin Xiao were engaged in a game of dodiju. Originally, it was supposed to be Lu Ning and Colin on duty, but Lin Xiao, having returned home with nothing to do, decided to stay and play. Should we seize the landlord? Seize, not seizing. I do not wish to be on the same side as Lu Ning. Lu Ning, expressionless, remarked, perhaps I will win this time. At that moment, Colin and Lin Xiao shared a knowing laugh. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door, and Yu Ran, also on night duty, appeared at the entrance. She was panting, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, clearly having rushed in. Captain, there's trouble. The trio turned to her simultaneously. Lin Xiao inquired, what is it, Xiao Ran? The Public Security Bureau called, reporting that a woman went to file a complaint, claiming that many people have gone mad in Villa number 13 at Jinlan Yuan. According to her account, it seems to involve a transformation incident, hence the notification to us. Lin Xiao and Colin exchanged glances, and Colin adjusted his glasses, asking, mad? How they go mad? Yu Ran, still slightly bewildered, explained, according to the woman, they initially attended a birthday party, but as more people joined, their behavior became increasingly unrestrained. Gradually, some began to attack others, and in a frenzy over food, some were even killed. The woman, having positioned herself near the door and not participating in the group activities, eventually fled as the situation escalated. Listening to Yu Ran's account, the expressions of the three shifted dramatically. Lin Xiao suddenly rose, declaring, it is the depraved incense. Yuran was taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Xiao. Captain, what is the fallen incense? Lin Xiao regained his composure and sternly replied, Xiao Ran, this is classified information pertaining to the action team. You must not pry. Yuran furrowed her brow and retorted coldly, isn't it merely the case that they are not awakeners? My marksmanship is impeccable. Why am I not allowed to join the action team? Xiao Ran, you are in violation of the Fog Bureau's regulations. Colin's traditionally gentle smile faded as he admonished her. Yuran glared defiantly at the two before turning on her heel and departing. The atmosphere grew tense. Colin adjusted his glasses and offered a resigned smile to Lu Ning. Xiao Ran's parents were former members of our team. During our last mission, her mother sacrificed herself. Lin Xiao sighed. Does she truly believe that awakening is merely a blessing? The activation of one's mental faculties post-awakening signifies an exacerbation of mental pollution, and the likelihood of mutation escalates. Even if one does not mutate, joining the action team is fraught with peril. Lu Ning nodded slightly, refraining from further comment. Colin's expression turned serious. From Xiao Ran's description, it seems that was indeed the effect of the fallen incense. At the birthday gathering, it is likely someone ignited the incense. Whether out of malice or ignorance remains unclear. Regardless, we must first consult the Public Security Bureau to ascertain the situation and then head to the incident location to address the mutation. We need to expedite our efforts. According to the research from the Inspection Department, fallen incense can cause severe fluctuations in human mental energy, intensifying mental pollution and ultimately leading to mutation. Adjusting his glasses, Colin added, based on the effects of the fallen incense, even if those ordinary individuals present do not mutate, it's unlikely that many will survive. Lin Xiao nodded and retrieved his phone. Call Wei Xian and the others. Instruct them to come as well. Colin glanced at his watch and suggested, let Wei Xian and Xiao Lin head to the division. We need personnel to monitor the division. Wang Chuan should go directly to the Public Security Bureau to maintain efficiency. Lin Xiao agreed, that works. The two began making calls, while Lin Xiao turned to Lu Ning, saying, you inform Xiao Lin. Lu Ning nodded and similarly dialed Chiyu Lin's number, having previously added all members of the 7th Division, not just the action team, but also Yuran, Qin Feng, and others. The phone rang twice before being answered, with Chiyu Lin's groggy voice coming through. Hello? Who is this? It's me, Lu Ning. We have a case to handle, and the division requires personnel on duty. Please hurry to the division. Chiyu Lin's voice instantly sharpened with alertness. Now? All right, I'm on my way. Great, Lu Ning replied before ending the call. He looked at Lin Xiao and Colin, noticing they had also finished their calls. Let us go, Lin Xiao said, removing a black trench coat from a wall and draping it over his shoulders, with Colin following suit. Lu Ning inquired, if the three of us leave? Won't the division be unattended? Lin Xiao reassured him, not to worry. I'll have Xiao Ran inform Old Yi on duty to come in temporarily. Old Yi, known as Yi Nan, was a retired veteran from the action team, much like Qin Feng. Lu Ning nodded, choosing not to press further. He then grabbed a black trench coat from the wall and followed Lin Xiao and Colin. As several individuals arrived on the first floor, Lin Xiao turned to Colin and Lu Ning, instructing them to wait for him momentarily. Colin nodded in response, all right. Lin Xiao then continued his descent down the stairs. Lu Ning, somewhat perplexed, inquired, wasn't Yu Ran supposed to inform Elder Yi? The captain was not heading to the first underground level, but rather to the second. The second underground level? Lu Ning questioned, isn't that where the soul devices and hazardous items are stored? Colin confirmed with a nod, indeed. When dealing with anomalous incidents, the captain has the authority to request the use of soul devices, but only low-risk devices can be directly requested. Medium-risk devices require situational justification for their use. Lu Ning noted tokchuli. Before long, Lin Xiao re-emerged, bearing a black wooden box on his back, nearly the same height as himself. Let us proceed, he declared. Lu Ning could clearly discern wisps of white mist emanating from the box, indicative of mental radiation. Noticing Lu Ning's gaze fixated on the box, Lin Xiao grinned and patted it, saying, you are now an official team member, and you have the right to know about this low-risk soul device. It is called the Serpent Staff, a close combat type soul device, suitable for those awakened with considerable strength. With this, I am invincible at the 5th tier. Lin Xiao beamed with pride. Colin adjusted his glasses, calmly remarking, your level of mental pollution is already quite high. It would be wise to minimize its use. Lin Xiao's proud expression faltered momentarily as he chuckled awkwardly. I might not necessarily need it this time. I just brought it along as a precaution. Now, let's go. They made their way towards the hall. At the front desk, Yu Ran sat with a stern expression, engrossed in a game. Upon hearing their footsteps, she glanced up, noticing the wooden box on Lin Xiao's back. Her gaze flickered momentarily before she lowered her head again. Lin Xiao cheerfully remarked, Xiao Ran, we are heading out. Please have Elder Yi come up to keep watch. Soon, Xiao Lin and Wei Xian will arrive. All right, she replied. The trio exited the hall, venturing into the night. It was only after their footsteps faded that Yu Ran lifted her gaze from her phone-s screen, observing the 3 indistinct silhouettes in the darkness. She opened her mouth slightly, whispering, safe travels. With that, she promptly stood up and headed toward the basement. In the parking lot, Lin Xiao pressed the button on his sports car key, prompting the vehicle's lights to flash in the distance. With a contented puff of smoke, he declared, no matter how you look at it, my car is undeniably handsome. Upon noticing a small note attached to the car, he raised an eyebrow, triumphantly waving it about. A young lady even left her contact information. I still possess charm after all. Colin retorted bluntly, it's not your charm. It's your car's allure. Speaking of which, Captain, you ought to consider upgrading your vehicle. This old model only accommodates 2, and if our team expands, 1 car, simply 1 T suffice for everyone. Lin Xiao stared at Colin in disbelief. You want me to change my car? Absolutely not. I haven't even finished paying off the loan. If there's no room, let Lu Ning buy a car, right? Isn't that so, Lu Ning? Lu Ning, expressionless, replied, I do not know how to drive. Lin Xiao, slightly astonished, asked, didn't you learn before the Mist era? I just graduated from university. I haven't learned to drive, Lu Ning replied. Colin chuckled, well, that's simply 1 do. I shall enroll you in a driving school soon. The operatives of the Mist Bureau might be pressed for time, and driving is essential. Lin Xiao nodded. Not just you. I believe Xiao Lin also cannot drive. Let us enroll her as well. As they conversed, Lu Ning entered Colin's vehicle, and the 2 cars departed the parking lot in tandem, hastening towards the Public Security Bureau. Chapter 30. An encounter. The Public Security Bureau in the 7th District is not far from the Mist Division. A few minutes later, both vehicles halted at the Bureau's entrance. Upon arriving, Lu Ning and the others discovered Wang Qiwen already waiting for them. As they approached, Wang Qiwen greeted them with a hint of complaint. Why are you so slow? Slow? We came directly here. Perhaps you arrived too swiftly, Lin Xiao replied in surprise. I live nearby, Wang Qiwen said, ruffling his slightly disheveled hair. Had I known you would take so long, I would have tidied myself up earlier. Enough of that. Let us go inside and assess the situation, he added. The four entered the Public Security Bureau. Being late at night, the bureau was sparsely populated, with only one night receptionist present. Upon seeing them, the young lady quickly stood up. Are you the officers from the Mist Bureau? Lin Xiao nodded. Yes. Please follow me. Deputy Director Bowen has been waiting for you, she replied. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Oh, has he been promoted to Deputy Director? The girl smiled politely, albeit awkwardly, and led the way upstairs. They arrived at a small reception room on the second floor, where a large table occupied the center. Seated at the table were four individuals, three familiar faces, Bowen, Lin Fei, and Peng Qianqian. The fourth was a woman sitting opposite them. She had long, black hair cascading over her shoulders, an oval face, and delicate brows that framed her striking beauty. However, her pallor indicated distress. Her hands clenched tightly as she appeared anxious. Her eyes filled with trepidation. Lu Ning gazed intently at the woman, while Wang Qiwen remarked, somewhat exasperated, Lu Ning, she is attractive, but you don't need to stare so intently. Lin Xiao and Colin exchanged peculiar glances at Lu Ning. Lin Xiao smirked, giving Lu Ning a playful wink, which even caught the attention of Bowen and the others, including the woman herself. Lu Ning snapped back to reality, responding calmly. Wang Qiwen, we've met her before. Wang Qiwen was taken aback, puzzled. Met her? When? Yes, she was one of the two women we encountered on our way to deal with Gao Tianlin, Lu Ning clarified. Wang Qiwen scrutinized her closely, his eyes widening. Indeed, I had forgotten. Lin Fei smiled. We didn't recognize her at first either. She was the one who mentioned meeting us last time. Peng Qianqian nodded. Your memory is quite remarkable, Officer Lu. The woman, seeing the four of them, rose hastily, her voice hoarse and trembling. Yes, it's me. Last time my friend and I had business there. Lin Xiao inquired. What business? The woman paused, her pale face flushing slightly with embarrassment. I have already discussed this with Officer Bowen. It seems unrelated to the current matter, does it not? If you wish to know more, perhaps you should inquire with Officer Bowen. Bowen nodded at Lin Xiao and remarked, she indeed mentioned it. Lin Xiao acknowledged with a nod. As long as you are informed, let us proceed to discuss the recent events. Are you suggesting that during the birthday gathering, the attendees underwent some transformation? Yes, precisely. The woman affirmed repeatedly, her complexion still pale. Did you detect any peculiar fragrance while you were there? Colin adjusted his glasses and inquired. Fragrance? The woman looked taken aback. Pondering for a moment before responding, there were many scents. The women attending the party would have worn perfume. Lin Xiao clarified, not the kind of fragrance associated with perfume. It was a subtle aroma that might provoke thoughts you have never entertained before. Oh, I believe I have encountered something like that. The woman's eyes widened as if she recalled something significant. I certainly detected a very faint scent. How did that scent affect you? Lin Xiao asked calmly. Her cheeks tinged with a hint of pink as she replied. I felt a bit warm, and I thought perhaps it was due to having had too much to drink. So I stepped outside for a breath of fresh air. When I returned, the atmosphere had turned quite terrifying. I seized the opportunity to escape unnoticed. Fear was evident in her widened eyes. Colin probed further. When did you arrive at the birthday party, and when did you manage to flee? The woman recollected. The birthday celebration commenced at 8 in the evening. I did not check the time when I left, but I came directly to the precinct afterward. Bowen interjected. The time she arrived at the precinct was 3:22 in the morning. If she ran from Jinlong Garden to the precinct, a typical woman would take over 20 minutes. She must have escaped around 3. Colin glanced at the clock, noting it is now 3:40. Let us first attend to the situation over there. Lin Xiao nodded, Madam. Please wait here at the precinct. Once we have addressed the matter at hand, we may require further information from you. The woman nodded eagerly, of course. To be honest, I do not dare return home right now. Bowen proposed, Team Leader Lin, I will have Lin Fei and Qian Qian assist you. Lin Xiao considered this and then agreed. That would be acceptable, but ensure that you do not approach the villa. The situation there is dire, and the mental radiation may be dangerously high, posing a risk of psychological breakdown. Bowen nodded affirmatively. They will exercise caution. He turned to Lin Fei and Peng Qianqian. who both nodded and stood to bow respectfully to Lin Xiao and his team. Lin Xiao stated, "We shall proceed now." "Understood, Team Leader Lin. We will be there shortly." Lin Fei replied. The four of them turned to leave. Upon returning to the first floor and finding the vicinity deserted, Lin Xiao quietly inquired of Lu Ning, "Did that girl exhibit any signs of transformation?" Lu Ning reflected briefly and shook his head. "I did not observe any abnormalities within her. She should be free of transformation." Colin nodded slightly, concluding that the girl was merely fortunate. With their doubts dispelled, the group boarded the vehicle and set off for Jinlong Garden. Although Jinlong Garden did not compare to the upscale community where Gao Tianlin resided, it was nonetheless a high-end neighborhood, featuring both a villa area and a residential zone. Villa number 13 was situated at the corner of the villa district. Despite the strictness of the security guard, he promptly permitted entry once Lin Xiao presented his Mist Bureau credentials. "Notify your security personnel about the mutation incident at Villa No. 13 and instruct the residents to evacuate to prevent any mutated individuals from harming others," Lin Xiao commanded. The guard's face turned pale as he nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes, sir." He hastily retrieved his communicator and shouted, "Captain, we have an emergency. There's a mutation." Meanwhile, Lu Ning and his companions did not linger and drove directly to the villa area. Upon reaching a narrow path where vehicles could not proceed, the four disembarked and continued on foot, following the security guard's directions. Before long, they arrived at Villa number 13. The villa was brightly lit, yet eerily quiet, far from the atmosphere of a birthday celebration. Lin Xiao inhaled deeply and remarked, "There's a scent of blood." Colin nodded, producing several steel needles in his hand. Lu Ning gazed at the villa with calm eyes, perceiving a faint white mist enveloping the entire structure, which was gradually expanding. The mental radiation here was significantly stronger than that at Gao Tianlin's location. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Lin Xiao and the others grew serious. Such intense mental radiation suggests a high likelihood of mutated beings inside. "Be cautious. I will lead the way. Colin, keep an eye on our surroundings." As Lin Xiao spoke, his physique swelled slightly, exhaling a wisp of white vapor. Colin followed closely behind the trio, his gaze scanning the vicinity as the steel needles hovered, ever vigilant. Thus, the four advanced toward the villa. Chapter 31. The mutated beings, as they approached the entrance of the villa, the scent of blood grew increasingly pungent. The door was ajar, revealing the horrific scene within. Lu Ning's gaze fell upon a nightmarish tableau that could only be described as hell on earth. Furniture lay shattered across the living room. Blood splattered on the furnishings, walls, and floor. Several grotesque creatures, devoid of skin with raw, crimson muscles exposed, were feasting upon the bodies of unclothed men and women. Organs and entrails littered the ground. Upon witnessing this sight, Wang Xuan's face turned ashen, and he retched violently. The sound drew the attention of the monsters, who lifted their heads in unison. These abominations had no eyes, nose, or ears, only a gaping maw that spanned their entire faces, lined with sharp teeth glistening with blood. Abandoning the nearly devoured corpses, the creatures began to crawl toward the group, using all four limbs to surround them. Food, hungry. The monsters emitted guttural growls, barely intelligible, yet unmistakably menacing. Their lips dripped with a murky brown saliva, which fell onto the marble floor, eroding it into small pits. Suddenly, a monstrous hunger surged forth. With a powerful push of its limbs, it shot towards Lin Xiao like an arrow released from a bow. Just as the creature reached Lin Xiao, a gleam of steel flashed through the air. The monster was cleaved in two from head to toe, its blood and entrails splattering across the ground. Lin Xiao's right hand had transformed into a bone blade, dripping with blood. He twisted his neck and regarded the remaining creatures before him, a disdainful sneer curling his lips. "Mere lowly aberrants, daring to feast upon your grandfather? Perhaps in another lifetime." With a forceful push of his foot against the ground, the floor beneath him caved in. In the next moment, he seemed to vanish, his speed exceeding the limits of the human eye. A flurry of blade flashes ensued, and the grounded creatures were swiftly dismembered, their blood and flesh staining the ground crimson. Lin Xiao, seemingly unfazed, flicked the blood from his bone blade, and leisurely lit a cigarette. Wang Chuan, witnessing Lin Zhao's prowess for the first time, widened his eyes in astonishment. "Captain, you're incredible." Lin Zhao appeared to have anticipated this inquiry. He turned, flashed a grin, and exhaled a puff of smoke. "What do you think? Impressive, right?" For once, Wang Chuan did not resort to his usual sarcasm, nodding in agreement. "Damn, that's really impressive." A hint of envy crept into his voice. "It's not fair. I possess water control abilities in the elemental system. How come I can't look this cool?" Colin, still surveying the surroundings, adjusted his glasses with a chuckle. "Because the captain is at the 5th tier? And what about you?" Wang Chuan sighed. "This mental fortitude training is quite challenging. I reckon it'll take me at least another 6 months, if not longer, to reach the 2nd tier. Lu Ning should be progressing faster, given he has more soul crystals." Lu Ning, who had been gazing at the ceiling, responded, "I'm already at the 2nd tier." Wang Chuan, Lin Zhao, Colin. An almost palpable silence enveloped the air. Thud. The cigarette that Lin Zhao had been holding fell to the ground as he gaped, his mind swirling with questions. "What? You're at the 2nd tier?" Lu Ning glanced at Lin Zhao, nodding. "Yes. Is there a problem?" Colin, bewildered, no longer adjusted his glasses. "There's a huge problem. How could your mental fortitude training progress so rapidly?" "Well, I suppose it's manageable, considering the soul crystals. Whenever I have time, I absorb a bit." Lu Ning replied calmly, sharing his cultivation experience. "Soul crystals are relatively easy to absorb. I generally take in 1 piece daily, and during my watch, I might absorb 2 or 3, and without realizing it, I broke through." The expressions of the 3 men contorted in disbelief. "Wait, even if you absorb soul crystals quickly, aren't you afraid of mental pollution?" Lin Zhao questioned, suddenly recalling something. "Damn, you really don't fear it. This world is so unfair." Wang Chuan lamented, his face a portrait of despair. "Damn it, I'm still so far from the 2nd tier." Colin then inquired, "Lu Ning, after reaching the 2nd tier, has your ability improved?" Lu Ning pondered for a moment. "The recovery speed has indeed accelerated somewhat. I previously experimented with suicide multiple times and found that I can resurrect more quickly than during the initial phase." The 3 of them reacted. Lin Zhao stared in disbelief. "You conduct experiments by committing suicide at the slightest disagreement? I must admit, you are quite the ruthless one." Lu Ning flashed a radiant smile. "The pain of dying makes me feel alive, which is rather pleasant." The trio responded with confusion. Colin, wearing a serious expression, remarked, "Upon our return, Lu Ning, you should undergo another mental pollution assessment." Wang Chuan nodded repeatedly. "I suspect you might actually be insane." Lu Ning, with utmost seriousness, stated, "I am a normal person." The 3 rolled their eyes in unison. Lin Zhao surveyed the surroundings and declared solemnly, "All right, let us cease idle chatter and proceed with the investigation to see if there are any other aberrant individuals." Pausing momentarily, Lin Zhao added in a low voice, "Additionally, let us search for any survivors. Furthermore, we need to locate the corrupted incense here," Colin suggested. Subsequently, he led Lu Ning and Wang Chuan into the hall. Upon entering, Lu Ning was greeted by a faint, ethereal fragrance. Wang Chuan and Colin evidently detected it as well. Wang Chuan frowned, his expression somewhat irritable. "This scent is truly bothersome. It always evokes unsettling thoughts." Colin glanced at Wang Chuan. "Your mental fortitude is still too low. Once your mental strength increases, such pollution will no longer affect you." Then he turned to Lin Zhao. "This villa is quite spacious. Shall we split up?" Lin Zhao contemplated for a moment before nodding. "That works. Wang Chuan, you accompany me. Lu Ning, you follow Colin." "Very well." Colin surveyed the surroundings. "Let us first investigate the 1st floor. Captain, perhaps you could check the 2nd floor?" "Understood. On, follow along." Lin Zhao called to Wang Chuan as he proceeded toward the staircase. Wang Chuan stood behind, opening his mouth in protest. "Wait, I never agreed to this." Nevertheless, he hurriedly followed suit. Colin turned to Lu Ning. "Let us search the 1st floor. Perhaps we can discover the location of the incense." Lu Ning nodded in agreement. The 2 began rummaging through the living room, but alas, it was in disarray, with no sign of the incense. Let us check the kitchen and other rooms, Colin suggested. All right. The two made their way toward the kitchen when Colin inquired, by the way, Lu Ning, can your ability resurrect others? At this, Lu Ning shook his head. No, I cannot. Is that so? Colin expressed some disappointment. How wonderful it would be if one could revive others. Lu Ning glanced at Colin. Do you have someone in mind that you wish to resurrect? Colin adjusted his glasses and smiled. Indeed, there are many. The comrades we lost. Their families would surely be overjoyed if they could return. Shao and Wu Ti incessantly demand to become a formal member anymore. And my parents and my wife. Colin hesitated, the smile fading to reveal a trace of sorrow. When I awakened, my telekinetic chaos caused objects in the room to fly erratically, and they were all killed by me. Chapter 32. Save me, Lu Ning regarded Colin, and after a moment of silence, spoke. If I ever gain the ability to revive others, I will assist you in bringing them back. Colin was taken aback, then looked at Lu Ning, his face lighting up with surprise. Really? Lu Ning nodded. Yes. Colin's expression was complex as he spoke. Lu Ning, to speak candidly, I initially harbored some grievances against you. For after all, Mu Mu's transformation is partly attributable to you. Lu Ning maintained a calm demeanor, gazing at Colin. Colin continued, however, I am aware that this cannot solely be blamed on you. Even if it weren't you, given Mu Mu's mental state at that time, she would likely have succumbed to the transformation eventually. It is simply a hurdle I have yet to overcome in my heart. Yet, after over a month of our interactions, I have come to realize that you are quite a decent person. Thus, my grievances have long since dissipated. Should anything arise in the future, feel free to seek me out. Lu Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. As they conversed, a sudden noise emanated from a distance. They turned to see it was coming from the kitchen. Exchanging a glance, Colin whispered, "Follow me closely." With needles of steel floating around him, he cautiously approached the kitchen. There was a small door on one side, presumably leading to a storage room. At that moment, the door was closed, but faint sobs could be heard from within. Colin raised an eyebrow, extending his hand toward the doorknob as if to grasp it in the air, twisting his wrist slightly. Miraculously, the doorknob 2 meters away began to turn in response to his movement. With a click, the door swung open, revealing a woman in a red dress. Her head bowed as she wept, her shoulders trembling gently. Just as Colin was about to speak, he noticed Lu Ning raise a handgun toward the woman. Bang! The gunshot rang out, causing the woman's red dress to flutter as it shielded her head. The bullet struck the dress, embedding itself within, blood oozing from the fabric. The woman let out a piercing scream and lifted her head. Her appearance was bizarre, as if the faces of 2 different individuals had been fused together. The left side more delicate, while the right side bore a harsher visage. Her scream seemed to blend the tones of both genders, her eyes reflecting a desperate hunger as she looked at Colin and Lu Ning. She exclaimed, "Both of you are so handsome. Come play with us. Let's be happy together." In the next moment, a shrill sound sliced through the air as several steel needles pierced through the woman's red dress, striking her forehead, heart, and other vital areas. Despite the seductive smile lingering on her face, her eyes had already lost their luster. Colin adjusted his glasses, elegantly bowing slightly toward the fallen woman with a soft laugh. "No, thank you for your invitation." Lu Ning glanced at the handgun, stating, "The power of this handgun is rather limited. May I request a more formidable firearm?" Colin replied with a smile, "Indeed, a standard handgun lacks sufficient power. The bodies of transformed individuals are generally robust. For those beyond the second tier, it is challenging to inflict effective damage unless one targets their weak points, much like with Gao Tianlin previously." He paused before continuing, "Typically, an awakener's combat prowess relies primarily on their awakening abilities. However, you are different. I shall request some firearms from headquarters when I return. What are your specifications?" After pondering for a moment, Lu Ning replied, "The Qishao handgun. I believe it is said to be the most powerful handgun available, correct?" Colin pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, unless they possess specialized defensive capabilities, second-tier aberrants are unable to withstand attacks. As for third-tier aberrants, they can be vanquished, provided they lack formidable defenses. However, this weapon's recoil is quite substantial, It is specifically designed for awakened individuals with enhanced physical strength. Are you capable of handling it? Lu Ning noted affirmatively. My strength is quite commendable at the moment. That is good to hear, Colin replied, nodding once more. Lu Ning continued, additionally, I require a Type 3 sniper rifle and a Type 6 heavy machine gun. Stop, stop, stop. Colin interjected, visibly exasperated before Lu Ning could finish. He looked at Lu Ning with incredulity. Are you planning to confront 4th or even 5th-tier aberrants? A heavy machine gun? Such weaponry is only employed in the face of a mist beast onslaught, within the confines of the base city, unless in an exceptionally perilous situation. It is nearly impossible to acquire one. However, I might be able to find a way to procure a sniper rifle for you. Lu Ning expressed his disappointment. So, the individual missile is out of the question as well? Colin, exasperated, replied, why not ask for a soul crystal cannon while you're at it? Is that feasible? Lu Ning gazed at Colin with hope. Forget it. Just check the kitchen, Colin said, feeling somewhat drained as he began to inspect the kitchen. Lu Ning, feeling increasingly let down, joined in the search. Then, an idea struck him, and he inquired, why is the level of modern firearms so lacking? In our time, intercontinental missiles could reach thousands of kilometers. Colin responded, this is due to the mental radiation from the mist, which has a certain influence over the laws of the universe. Was it the original nuclear bomb designed to detonate through nuclear fission and fusion? Ah yes, that mechanism. Eventually, it was discovered that either fission or fusion had ceased to function. In any case, nuclear bombs no longer detonated. In your era, these were humanity's most formidable weapons, correct? Lu Ning nodded, his mind wandering to the image of a sun enveloped in tendrils. And you've read significant historical events of the Mist era, right? You should be aware of the robot rebellion. Yes? The advanced thermal weapons of that time were integrated with intelligent systems. Understand? Lu Ning nodded in comprehension. I see. Therefore, one should not rely solely on thermal weapons. According to historical records, even during the age of intelligence, thermal weaponry struggled to eliminate saint-tier aberrants and calamity beasts. Upon hearing this, Lu Ning frowned. Are saint-tier beings truly that formidable? Colin's expression turned wistful. Absolutely. Saints can indeed be considered natural disasters, easily capable of obliterating an entire base city. When you have the time, you might search online for information about saints. You should find descriptions of them. Lu Ning nodded, then asked, what about demigods? Doesn't the Human Federation possess demigods? Colin shook his head. I can't say. I've never heard of a demigod's actions. Enough of this discussion. The kitchen inspection is complete. Let us explore the other rooms. The two departed the kitchen and proceeded to examine several other rooms, only to find nothing of interest. They discovered neither the corrupted incense nor a single aberrant. Let us check upstairs, Colin suggested as he ascended the staircase. Just then, a resounding roar erupted from above. The entire building seemed to tremble momentarily. Colin's expression shifted, and he uttered, I'll go take a look. With that, he soared upwards towards the upper floors. Lu Ning quickly followed suit. The villa comprised 3 stories. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Lu Ning discovered that the 3rd floor's ceiling had collapsed, revealing a muscular giant. Towering at nearly 4 meters, its flesh exposed and covered in menacing spines. It unleashed a punch, sending Lin Xiao flying. Lin Xiao crashed through a wall, landing in a nearby room. In the next instant, the previously intact wall shattered as Lin Xiao burst forth. His coat was tattered. His stature transformed into that of a nearly 3-meter-tall giant, with both hands morphing into bone blades. He charged at the muscular giant, brandishing his bone weapons while the giant, fists clenched, advanced towards him. Clang! The sound echoed. A deep wound appeared on the giant's fist, exposing bone, yet it seemed utterly unfazed, continuing its assault against Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao staggered back a few steps before launching himself at the giant once more. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Qiwen emerged, his face ashen, pursued by a horde of monstrosities. Some of these creatures were large-mouthed beasts crawling on all 4s. Others were hermaphroditic entities. And there was a rare type covered in crimson shells with blood-red eyes and razor-sharp claws. Only 2 of these shell-covered beings were present. Upon spotting Colin, Wang Qiwen took a deep breath and shouted, Deputy Captain, Save me. Chapter 33. A modicum of martial prowess. Whoosh. 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 The piercing sound of projectiles sliced through the air. Several steel needles darted past Wang Qiwen at incredible speed, striking the large-mouthed beast and the hermaphroditic creature behind him with a dull thud. However, the shell-covered humanoid monstrosity evaded the onslaught with remarkable agility. Colin maintained a calm demeanor, adjusting his glasses as a glimmer flickered in his eyes. In the next moment, the steel needles altered their trajectory, targeting the two shell-covered creatures once more. The creatures roared in fury, desperately evading and retreating. Wang Qiwen rushed to Lu Ning and Colin's side, his pallor stark as he gasped for breath. Damn it. That was close. Colin nodded, instructing, stay behind. These two aberrations possess considerable strength. Without hesitation, Wang Qiwen positioned himself at the rear. At that moment, low growls emanated from all directions. Lu Ning turned to see various aberrations emerging from the rooms on the second floor, both the large-mouthed and hermaphroditic variants. Sound from the rooftop caught his attention, and upon glancing up, he noticed aberrations peering down from the edges of the collapsed third-floor ceiling, including two shell-covered creatures. Colin surveyed the surrounding monstrosities, frowning as he remarked, "This place has become a den for aberrations." As he spoke, the two shell-covered creatures cackled menacingly. "Keek keek. We will slay you." They leaped down from the third floor, charging toward Colin, while the earlier two shell-covered creatures coordinated their efforts to fend off the steel needles and press forward. Colin's expression grew solemn as he reached out, seizing the fallen boulder, which soared through the air like a cannonball, hurtling towards the four mutated shell creatures. The creatures hastily attempted to shield themselves from the massive rock, providing Colin with the opportunity to unleash a steel needle aimed at the head of one of the shell mutants. At that moment, the creature lifted its hand and deflected the needle slightly, causing it to miss its target. Meanwhile, the other two shell mutants, roaring with ferocity, closed in on him. With a powerful thrust of his palm, Colin unleashed his formidable psychic force, sending the two shell mutants sprawling. However, their defenses were remarkably robust. Despite crashing through a wall, they sustained little damage. As Colin engaged in battle with the four shell mutants, a horde of other mutants began to encircle them. Wang Qiwen's expression darkened as he gripped his firearms tightly and murmured, "Lu Ning, it seems the captain and vice-captain are held up." Lu Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Qiwen cast a glance at the approaching threat, which included 6 large-mouthed mutants and 3 fused mutants, swallowing hard. "What are we to do?" Lu Ning regarded him with a puzzled look. "What do you mean, what to do? With so many mutants, it's just the two of us against them." Wang Qiwen gritted his teeth. Lu Ning nodded resolutely. "Then we shall face them." As he spoke, he raised his hand and fired a shot that struck one of the large-mouthed mutants squarely in the forehead, blood gushing forth. The bullet was halted by the creature's skull, failing to deliver a fatal blow. This gunshot seemed to serve as a signal, prompting the encroaching mutants to surge forward with alarming speed. "Damn it!" Wang Qiwen bellowed as he unleashed a barrage of shots. Wounds appeared on the large-mouthed mutants, yet none were fatal. The fused mutants, however, utilized their fleshly armor to deflect the bullets as they closed in rapidly. Wang Qiwen's expression shifted. He summoned a water arrow, ready to unleash it. At that moment, a fleeting shadow darted in front of one of the fused mutants. A flash of white light erupted. Boom! The deafening sound echoed as the fused mutant raised its arms in defense, only to have its limbs shattered, sent hurtling backward. It emitted a cacophony of agonized screams that were a dissonance of male and female. Lu Ning, however, had already charged towards the fused mutant, delivering a devastating punch to its head. The white light flared again, obliterating its skull, scattering red and white matter across the scene. Wiping a streak of blood from his face with calm composure, Lu Ning clenched his fist and declared, "If firearms prove ineffective, I possess some proficiency in hand-to-hand combat as well." With that, he charged towards the remaining 2 fused mutants. "Hee, you are so strong. I find you delightful. Kulme, let's revel together. Merge with me." The fused mutants exhibited no fear, only a ravenous thirst. As they beheld Lu Ning's advance, Their eyes sparkled with fervor, eagerly approaching as if to unify with him. One of the fused mutants' fleshly armor morphed into a crimson shroud, enveloping Lu Ning. Yet, under the force of Lu Ning's soul-shaking fist, the shroud was obliterated, scattering flesh and blood. Lu Ning lunged at the now vulnerable fused mutant, ready to unleash his fist. At that moment, another amalgamated mutant transformed its palm into a claw and lunged at Lu Ning's left arm. Lu Ning cast a fleeting glance and chose to disregard it. With a resounding crash, he disrupted the mutant's outstretched arm, though a substantial portion of his own flesh was torn away in the process. The amalgamated mutant's expression contorted, bewilderment flickering in its eyes as it staggered back repeatedly. The creature that had torn flesh from Lu Ning gazed at the blood in its grasp, its hand writhing as it devoured the morsel. A look of ecstasy spread across its face, accompanied by a guttural growl of pleasure. "Ah, this feels delightful." At that moment, Lu Ning exhibited a fervent smile. "Indeed, it hurts so good." The previously blissful mutant's expression froze, confusion overtaking it as it turned its gaze towards Lu Ning. In the next instant, it realized that the flesh on Lu Ning's arm had miraculously healed. "You can regenerate your wounds?" A chorus of mixed screams erupted. "No wonder you didn't T-dodge earlier." Lu Ning paid no heed, charging once more towards the mutant with the severed arm. The creature recoiled in terror, desperately evading, its cries punctuating the air. "Why are you chasing me?" Lu Ning's smile gleamed. Hey, weren't you eager to merge with me? Why run away? Go find him." The amalgamated mutant screamed, pointing towards another mutant that was pursuing Lu Ning. This new threat had already approached Lu Ning from behind, its claws poised to strike at his back, a cruel smile adorning its face. Just then, Lu Ning spun around with ferocity, intercepting the mutant's claws and delivering a powerful strike with his soul-quaking fist. The mutant, taken aback by Lu Ning's counterattack, paled slightly and hastily retreated. His cheek grazed by Lu Ning's fist, the immense force tore through the male mutant's visage, sending blood gushing forth. It howled in rage, yet Lu Ning advanced, launching another assault. A rapid right jab aimed squarely at the mutant's head. It swayed and tilted to evade, its claws reaching out towards Lu Ning's arm. Lu Ning transformed his punch into an elbow strike, meeting the mutant's claws head-on. A radiant white light shimmered from his elbow, and, as it collided with the mutant's claws, a sharp crack echoed, resulting in the complete shattering of the mutant's fingers. The amalgamated mutant emitted a shrill scream of agony, attempting to retreat. However, Lu Ning's left hand had already grasped the mutant's arm. The creature's complexion shifted dramatically, a glimmer of pink light flashing in its eyes as it smiled enticingly. "Do you find me beautiful?" The response was Lu Ning's fist. The fist, aglow with white light, smashed into the mutant's face, obliterating its skull. As Lu Ning released his grip, the mutant's lifeless body swayed before collapsing heavily to the ground. He calmly remarked, "Not beautiful." Only then did the previously dismembered mutant react, gazing at the fallen creature with its shattered head. Terror finally etched itself onto the face of the mutant with the severed arm. Chapter 34. The use of soul artifacts. Lu Ning did not afford the remaining amalgamated mutant a moment to react, charging directly at it. Lu Ning's combat prowess, akin to his other abilities, was remarkably profound from the moment he began his training, enabling him to vanquish both his seasoned mentor and Qin foe. The amalgamated mutant, deprived of an arm, found itself utterly defenseless, swiftly met its demise under Lu Ning's formidable fists. With all three amalgamated mutants dispatched, Lu Ning turned his gaze toward Wang Qiwang, who was then besieged by the onslaught of a gaping-mouthed mutant. The speed of the mutant was extraordinary, leaving Wang Qiwang unable to evade every attack. He could only conjure a water shield using his hydrokinesis. While defending himself, he simultaneously unleashed a barrage of gunfire. In close quarters, even Wang Qiwang could consistently strike the mutant's head. Although the mutant's skull was remarkably resilient, a single shot was insufficient to penetrate it. However, persistence bore fruit. 2 or 3 shots would render the mutant's head shattered. As Lu Ning dispatched the 3 amalgamated mutants, Wang Chuang had already obliterated the heads of 2 gaping-mouthed mutants. Nevertheless, the water shield surrounding him began to tremble under the relentless assault, and his complexion gradually paled. Wang Chuang's mental fortitude was insufficient to sustain prolonged use of his hydrokinesis. Otherwise, he risked mutation. Observing this, Lu Ning drew his dual pistols and fired continuously. With both weapons, he landed 2 shots upon the same spot on the mutant's head, resulting in its swift demise. Reinvigorated by Lu Ning's timely intervention, Wang Chuang abandoned his intention to retreat and utilize the environment for cover. With a fervent roar, he declared, "Curse you filthy beasts, perish." He aimed his handgun directly into the gaping maw of one mutant, executing it with 2 precise shots. As Lu Ning and Wang Chuang continued their relentless fire, the remaining 2 gaping-mouthed mutants were swiftly eliminated. The water shield around Wang Chuang shattered, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. Lu Ning approached, perplexed, and inquired, "Is your hydrokinesis solely capable of manifesting a defensive water shield?" Stunned, Wang Chuang responded, "Why do you ask that? If so, why do you not employ your hydrokinesis offensively?" Lu Ning's question left Wang Chuang exasperated. "Do you think I wouldn't if I could? These wretches are too swift, and their defense is formidable. My water arrows are now comparable to my handgun, unable to deliver a fatal blow. The mental strain of using water arrows is considerable. It's more prudent to defend with the water shield and attack with my handgun." Lu Ning nodded in understanding. Wang Chuang's expression twitched. "Hey, Lu Ning, what do you mean by that? You're not belittling my hydrokinesis, are you?" Lu Ning shook his head. "Not at all." Wang Chuang, skepticism etched on his face, asserted, "I assure you, this is merely because I'm still at the first stage. Once my mental capacity strengthens, my hydrokinesis will be formidable. Don't consider me worthless." Elemental abilities are among the most advanced awakenings. Noticing Lu Ning's attention diverted to the battle between Colin and Lin Xiao in the distance, Wang Chuang felt a surge of frustration. "Hey, Lu Ning, are you even listening?" "Huh?" Lu Ning replied, his expression one of bewilderment. "What?" Wang Chuang was on the verge of losing his temper when Lu Ning interjected, stating, "I shall assist Deputy Captain Colin." Observing Lu Ning's retreating figure and the 3 amalgamated mutants whose heads he had obliterated, Wang Chuang opened his mouth, only to close it slowly, succumbing to silence. The battle between Colin and the 4 armored mutants had reached a fever pitch. The armored mutants were evidently a variant type with enhanced defenses, managing to withstand Colin's assault for a considerable duration. However, despite their resilience, the 4 mutants bore numerous wounds, both large and small. Colin maintained a calm and composed demeanor, as if everything were firmly within his grasp. The 4 armored mutants appeared incapable of posing a significant threat to him. At that moment, the 4 armored mutants charged toward Colin from various directions, attempting to close the distance with astonishing speed. Yet, Colin merely smiled faintly, remarking, "You truly do not comprehend the power of telekinesis." With a swift motion of his right hand, the massive stones strewn about from Lin Zhao's battle with a muscular giant soared into the air, hurtling toward the 4 armored mutants. Caught off guard, the mutants were struck and sent flying, blood oozing from the cracks in their armor. Lu Ning approached and inquired, "Do you need assistance?" Colin glanced at Lu Ning, then at the fallen mutants behind him, pausing momentarily on the 3 amalgamated ones. He expressed mild astonishment, resolved so swiftly, even quicker than I and the captain. Those 3 androgynous beings were second-tier mutants. How did you reduce them to such a state? Their heads are nearly pulverized. With a resonating fist, Lu Ning replied. Colin was taken aback. Your speed kept pace with those 3 mutants? Lu Ning nodded. I've been training my body rigorously, and my speed has improved significantly. Colin regarded Lu Ning with a hint of surprise, but chose not to elaborate further. Suddenly, he gestured, sending more massive stones flying, crashing into the 4 armored mutants. Adjusting his glasses with a slight smile, he remarked, "No need for assistance. After all, I am the deputy captain and your senior. If I require help from a newly inducted member, it would reflect poorly on my capabilities." As he spoke, a barrage of steel needles shot forth from the fissures in a downed, armored mutant shell, piercing through its body. The mutant let out a shriek, convulsing several times before succumbing to death. The remaining 3 armored mutants, their eyes still ablaze with fury, bellowed, "Kill," and charged at Colin once more. However, their injuries had significantly hampered their speed. Colin's steel needles found their mark with ease, swiftly locating opportunities to penetrate the cracks in their armor and dispatch them. With a flick of his hand, the needles returned to him, settling in his grasp. Adjusting his glasses yet again, he chuckled lightly as he elucidated to Lu Ning. These are merely third-tier mutants, albeit of the defensive specialization type, hence their remarkable resilience. Lu Ning nodded slightly, then cast his gaze toward Lin Zhao's direction. Colin followed suit, looking in the same direction. The battle between Lin Zhao and the muscular giant unleashed tremendous destruction, leaving the entire second floor nearly obliterated. Certain sections of the flooring had even shattered, exposing the ground floor beneath. Colin furrowed his brow and remarked, "This aberrant creature has likely reached the 5th stage. If it is indeed a result of the fallen incense, its peril may surpass our expectations." Upon hearing this, Wang Chuan immediately turned to Colin. "By the way, Deputy Captain, have you located the incense?" Colin shook his head. "What about you?" "We haven't either. We had just ascended to the 3rd floor when we encountered a multitude of aberrants congregated together, surrounding this muscular aberrant," Wang Chuan replied. "Aberrants gathering together? Why?" Colin inquired, puzzled. "I have no idea," Wang Chuan shrugged. "As soon as we arrived, those aberrants charged at us." At that moment, the muscular aberrant suddenly let out a furious roar. In the next instant, its muscles convulsed violently, and its already massive form expanded by approximately half a meter. It lunged towards Lin Zhao, delivering a powerful punch. Lin Zhao, his expression grave, raised his arms to block. In an instant, he was sent crashing through the floor, plummeting to the 1st level, accompanied by a resounding crash as the floor fractured and the entire 2nd floor collapsed. Lu Ning and the others fell alongside him. "Captain," Wang Chuan exclaimed anxiously. Colin adjusted his glasses and reassured, "At this level of impact, the captain will not perish." Seemingly to validate his statement, a deep black light flashed. In the next moment, from the debris of stone, a figure surged forth, charging directly at the muscular giant. The muscular giant was instantly propelled backward, soaring over 10 meters away. At this moment, Lin Zhao's clothing lay in tatters, his stature exceeding 3 meters, his skin now a vivid crimson, with wisps of steam emanating from his surface. In his grasp was a long black staff, its surface entwined by a sinister silver serpent that appeared almost lifelike, coiling around the staff and occasionally wrapping around Lin Zhao's wrist. As Lin Zhao wielded the serpent's staff, his presence exuded immense pressure that Lu Ning could distinctly feel. Beside him, Wang Chuan, astonished, remarked, "What is this? Why does that staff evoke such discomfort within me?" "That is a soul artifact," Colin elucidated. "A soul artifact? Is that truly what it is?" Wang Chuan pondered, attempting to articulate his feelings, but struggling to find the right words. "It feels somewhat malevolent," Colin suggested. "Indeed it does." Wang Chuan nodded vigorously. "Soul artifacts inherently possess potent mental radiance that can taint the psyche. Ordinary individuals exposed to a soul artifact for an extended duration may endure permanent mental trauma. Although awakened individuals fare somewhat better, excessive usage still poses a risk of aberration," Colin explained. At that moment, Lin Zhao let out a low shout, his form transforming into a fleeting shadow, instantly appearing before the muscular aberrant. The serpent staff aimed at the creature that had just risen. Before the muscle-bound adversary could even react, he was struck in the abdomen, his massive frame hurtling backwards, blood spewing forth into the air. Lin Zhao appeared intent on a swift resolution, vanishing from his original position once more. The muscled giant seemed akin to a ball, being propelled from one spot to another by Lin Zhao, soaring through the air repeatedly. However, the giant's physique was remarkably resilient. Despite the relentless assault, he did not perish. In a fit of rage and madness, he roared, his voice tinged with anguish. Lin Zhao sported a sinister grin, paying no heed to the giant's struggles as he wielded the coiling serpent staff with relentless vigor. 1 strike, 5 strikes, 10 strikes, until Lin Shao delivered a barrage of blows. The muscle giant finally crumpled to the ground, devoid of life. The moment the giant succumbed, Lin Shao discarded the coiling serpent staff onto the earth and slumped down beside it. At that moment, his hair was drenched in sweat. Blood oozed from the surface of his skin, and he panted heavily. Seeing this, Colin hurriedly approached and retrieved the coiling serpent staff, placing it back into its black wooden box. He then turned to Lin Shao and inquired, "Captain, how are you faring?" Lin Zhao's expression twisted, occasionally revealing a malevolent glint. He forced a smile, stating, "I'm managing. My spirit is somewhat unsettled, but it's bearable. This mound of flesh is remarkably durable." He cast a glance toward the distant, lifeless mass of a muscle-bound adversary, a hint of grievance in his tone. Colin nodded, then suggested, "You should rest here for a moment while we continue our search for the incense." "All right," Lin Shao replied with a smile. Just then, applause resonated through the air, causing both Colin and Lin Shao to exchange glances, their expressions shifting with concern as they furrowed their brows toward the source of the sound. Lu Ning also turned to look. Outside the ruins on the lawn, an enigmatic figure cloaked in black had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. The individual wore a white, smiling mask, their tall form obscuring any indication of gender. With hands clasped together, they gazed at the wooden box in Colin's possession, chuckling softly. "I never expected that a mere experiment would lead to the discovery of a soul artifact. What splendid fortune." The masked figure's voice bore an ambiguous quality, reminiscent of those hybrid adversaries. Colin narrowed his eyes, the steel needles manifesting once more. "A member of the Paradise of Joy?" The masked figure inclined their head slightly. "You are indeed correct, esteemed officer of the Mist Bureau. It seems your captain is in a rather precarious situation. Why not we coexist peacefully? If you hand over the soul artifact, I shall depart immediately." In response, Colin unleashed a flurry of steel needles, piercing the air as they aimed for the masked figure's vital points. However, as the needles approached, the figure merely gestured, causing the projectiles to tremble and fall to the ground. Colin's brow furrowed, his expression growing serious. "You can dissipate my psychic energy?" The masked figure smiled gently, their voice akin to a lover's whisper. "It appears you are not well acquainted with us. I merely rendered your psychic energy negative. Once it turns negative, it will naturally dissipate. Just like this." They fixed their gaze upon Colin. "Negative." As soon as the masked figure's voice faded, Colin's body swayed slightly, nearly causing him to stumble to the ground. With a low growl, he summoned his mental strength, forcefully dispelling the negative state that had enveloped him. At that moment, the masked figure brandished a pistol, pulling the trigger aimed at Colin. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and a flash of fire cut through the air as 2 bullets collided, veering off their original trajectories and tumbling to the ground. The masked figure turned to regard Lu Ning, who was brandishing a gun, his eyes glinting with intrigue. His marksmanship is quite commendable. In response, Lu Ning fired yet again. However, as the bullet neared the masked figure, it too seemed to succumb to a negative force, losing its momentum and falling to the ground. The masked figure chuckled softly. "If you are this impatient in bed, your partner may not be pleased, you know." Bang! Bang! 2 more shots rang out, yet the bullets continued to plummet to the earth. "How utterly enchanting!" The masked figure gestured slightly toward Lu Ning. "I have little taste for brutish individuals. Perhaps you should consider self-destruction." Yet Lu Ning remained unfazed, persistently firing at the masked figure. A barrage of bullets ensued, but alas, none approached their target. The masked figure regarded Lu Ning in astonishment. "Has your charm ability faltered? Your mental prowess pales in comparison to mine, yet your willpower is remarkably formidable. I find myself intrigued. Would you care to join our delightful paradise?" Just then, the masked figure suddenly sprang to the side, leaping several meters as a massive boulder crashed down where he had just stood. Colin adjusted his glasses, a cold, piercing expression overtaking his previously gentle demeanor. "I will not permit you to undermine my team in my presence." As he spoke, veins bulged on his forehead, and with outstretched hands, fragments of stone began to levitate around him. He coldly observed the masked figure, Surely, there must be limits to your ability to induce negativity? Allow me to witness where your boundaries lie. With a swift motion of his hands, dozens of stones shot forth like cannonballs, all aimed at the masked figure. Standing his ground, the masked figure spread his arms wide and uttered in a low, raspy voice, negativity. As his words resonated, an invisible force radiated outward, causing all the fragments of stone to lose their strength and fall to the ground. The masked figure murmured, "Regrettably, you shall not discover my limits." Just as he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to another direction. Lin Xiao, who had been resting moments before, now stood, slowly approaching Colin's side. He took the wooden box from Colin's hands, a smirk spreading across his face, his eyes glinting with cold determination. If Colin cannot prevail, what of me? The masked figure raised his hands in a casual gesture, maintaining a light-hearted tone. Hey, you must have expended considerable energy just now, right? Using soul artifacts at such a high frequency. Do take care not to succumb to any ailments. Lin Zhao's expression remained impassive. That is of no concern to you. Before any ailment befalls me, I can eliminate you first. It seems I have underestimated you, despite your strength. Yet, unlike that test subject, I possess a cunning intellect. My abilities are perfectly suited for evasion, the masked figure replied softly. Is that so? Then let us put it to the test. As he spoke, Lin Xiao opened the wooden box, retrieving the coiling serpent staff once more. Chapter 36. The fall with a low growl. Lin Zhao's previously contracted form expanded once more. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, vanishing from sight, only to reappear before the masked figure. Gripping the coiling serpent staff tightly, he swung it towards the masked man's head, a faint white light flickering upon the staff. This was the manifestation of Lin Zhao's soul resonance fist power. Channeling his abilities to their fullest, combined with the soul artifact and the soul resonance fist's might. The tempest unleashed by his strike caused the dark robes of the masked figure to flutter wildly. Are you insane? The masked man's voice no longer bore the calmness it once had. Negation, he declared, extending his hand towards Lin Xiao to employ his own power. As he invoked negation, the white light on the coiling serpent's staff dissipated, and even Lin Zhao's speed was significantly hindered. Nevertheless, the staff's power remained formidable. The masked man dared not confront it head-on and quickly retreated. The staff struck the ground where the masked figure had stood, creating a massive crater several meters wide, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Missing his target, Lin Zhao's form vanished again, reappearing behind the masked man, sweeping the staff horizontally. Just as the masked man prepared to evade once more, boulders began to rain down upon him from all directions, colliding with his figure. Although he managed to defend himself in time, he was still forced to stagger backward, struggling to regain his footing. When the barrage of boulders ceased, Lin Zhao's staff came crashing down upon the masked man's back. Boom! The masked figure was propelled several meters away, crashing into the wall of a nearby villa, which crumbled upon impact. Lin Xiao charged through the debris of the collapsed wall, and another thunderous sound erupted. The masked man was expelled from the villa, and as he soared through the air, he was struck repeatedly by the falling boulders, blood gushing from his wounds. Lin Xiao pursued relentlessly, leaping into the air, and brought the coiling serpent staff down with tremendous force. Boom! The masked man slammed into the ground, buried amidst the wreckage. Upon landing, Lin Xiao leaned heavily on the staff, panting heavily. His expression twisted, seemingly tormented. At that moment, the masked figure, lying in the rubble, stirred slightly and began to rise. His voice was hoarse and sharp, laced with fury. Damn it, you dare to disregard the risks of mutation? Lin Zhao's expression contorted in rage, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he charged forward once more. The masked man let out a shriek and extended his hand towards Lin Xiao once again, his voice rasping with foul whispers, "Fall." As these words escaped his lips, the masked figure trembled, blood oozing from the corners of the smiling mask. Lin Xiao, however, stood frozen in place. The tattered windbreaker on his back seemed to swell as if something were writhing beneath it. He let out a muffled groan, followed by a low, guttural roar. Colin, witnessing this, turned pale and shouted, "Captain, quickly, drop the coiling serpent staff." Bloodshot eyes filled with madness glinted in Lin Zhao's gaze. Yet the last vestiges of his sanity compelled him to release his grip. The coiling serpent's staff clattered to the ground, the writhing silver serpent gradually calming, as if it had lost its very essence. Lin Zhao collapsed beside the serpent's staff, his coat billowing behind him, gradually settling down. However, his hands remained tightly grasped around two stone slabs, crushing them with immense force, as if enduring excruciating pain. Observing this, Colin quickly used telekinesis to draw the serpent staff before him and placed it into a wooden box. Once the serpent staff was removed, Lin Zhao's struggling body slowly calmed down. Colin breathed a sigh of relief and simultaneously commanded the boulder to launch once more, targeting the mask-wearing individual who was repeatedly coughing up blood. The masked figure, suppressed, staggered backward. Yet, without Lin Zhao's formidable assault, although he was restrained, he no longer suffered injuries as he had before. Lu Ning, bring the captain back. Colin's expression turned grave as he continued to assault the masked individual. Lu Ning nodded and rushed to Lin Zhao's side, noticing two remnants of fleshy tendrils still writhing on Lin Zhao's cheek. These wriggling tendrils slowly integrated into his skin, gradually vanishing from sight. Lin Zhao's complexion was exceedingly pale, as if he had just endured a severe illness, appearing quite frail. Lu Ning picked Lin Zhao up in a horizontal embrace and swiftly returned to Colin's side. Wang Qiwing approached, concern etched on his face. "Captain, are you all right?" Lin Zhao's expression contorted as he took a deep breath, then managed a weak smile, saying, "I'm fine, though I nearly succumbed to transformation just now." Damn, that guy's power was terrifying. However, he probably hasn't fully mastered that ability yet and has suffered severe backlash. He likely isn't faring well either. Colin turned to Lu Ning and asked, "How is the captain?" In Lu Ning's eyes, a faint white mist appeared within Lin Zhao's body, though it was slowly dissipating. He replied, "He should be fine." Colin's expression softened a bit. "That's good to hear." Lin Zhao, however, was not preoccupied with his own condition. He looked at the masked figure that Colin was suppressing, his face slightly grim. "This guy is quite troublesome. Colin, you might not be able to hold him for long. Can you stall for a moment while I seek assistance?" Colin nodded affirmatively, "No problem." At that moment, Lu Ning turned to Lin Zhao and asked, "Captain, could you let me use the serpent staff?" Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao, Colin, and Wang Qiwing were all taken aback, their eyes wide. "Wang Qiwing," he spitted, "Lu Ning, are you out of your mind?" Lin Zhao was momentarily bewildered. "You want to use it? Your power is still lacking. Your level of mental contamination will only increase." As Lin Zhao processed this, his expression grew somewhat peculiar. He then took a deep breath, stating solemnly, "Lu Ning, although the cultist from Happy Paradise is currently severely injured and being suppressed, once he regains even a bit of strength, Colin may not be able to contain him. Your abilities are still too weak. Even with the soul weapon, you would perish." Lu Ning looked at Lin Zhao and retorted, "Will I die?" Lin Zhao, Wang Qiwing. Colin adjusted his glasses, observing the masked figure gradually stabilizing under his onslaught, even able to employ passive abilities to negate telekinesis. He remarked, "I believe Lu Ning's approach is feasible. If we wait any longer, the masked individual will escape, and I won't be able to stop him." Lin Zhao grinned. "Then get a try." Colin tossed a wooden box to Lu Ning. Lu Ning opened the box and reached for the serpent staff. As his hand made contact with the coiled serpent staff, the silver serpent patterns upon it sprang to life, wrapping around Lu Ning's wrist. An overwhelming surge of power coursed from the staff into his body. He set the wooden box down and swung the serpent staff, a piercing wind howling in response. Is this what a soul weapon is? It is indeed formidable. In the next moment, he pressed his foot against the ground, causing the stone slab beneath him to crack, and transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging towards the masked man. The masked figure was currently using his negative ability to neutralize Colin's latest assault, gasping for breath while sneering. "This officer from the Mist Bureau cannot stop me. I shall be leaving momentarily." At that moment, he noticed a figure charging towards him, wielding the serpent staff, causing his body to tremble slightly. Upon realizing that the one holding the serpent staff was not Lin Zhao, but rather the sharpshooter, The masked man erupted in laughter. A mere second-tier awakener dares to wield a soul weapon? You are truly insane. Surely, he will soon succumb to madness. However, no one responded to his taunts, as Lu Ning had already closed the distance. Accompanying him were various massive stones controlled by Colin. The masked man shouted once more. Negative. Just as his voice faded, all the boulders plummeted to the ground, yet Lu Ning's speed remained unabated. In the blink of an eye, he was before the masked man, bringing the serpent staff crashing down, its white light radiating intensely. Chapter 37. Elimination What? The negative ability seemed utterly ineffective against Lu Ning, completely catching the masked man off guard. The potent force of the soul weapon, resonating with soul punch energy, left the masked man wide-eyed and breathless. Taken by surprise, he hastily attempted to evade. However, the prior assault from Lin Xiao had inflicted considerable injury, and the backlash from using his fallen ability rendered his movements far less agile than before. He barely managed to dodge with his head, but his left shoulder was struck by the serpent staff. The high-frequency resonance of the soul punch energy was immensely powerful, and Lu Ning's own strength, augmented by the serpent staff, resulted in a significant enhancement. This strike merely grazed him, yet it shattered the masked man's left shoulder, leaving it a bloody mess. He let out a wretched cry, his eyes widening in disbelief beneath the mask. The masked man seemed completely unprepared for the sheer force of a second-tier awakener to inflict such grave injury upon him. Without granting the masked man a moment's respite, Lu Ning twisted his waist and swung the serpent staff horizontally, accompanied by a howling wind, aiming once more at the masked man's waist. The masked man gritted his teeth, swallowing the blood pooling in his mouth, and roared at Lu Ning. Negative. This time, the white light upon the serpent staff dimmed somewhat, its power and speed diminishing slightly. Yet the masked man was even more incredulous. Exerting his negative ability with full force against Lu Ning only managed to reduce its potency by a fraction. Fortunately, this time the masked man was prepared. While employing his ability, he swiftly retreated and narrowly evaded the weakened attack of the serpent staff. Before he could even exhale in relief, a barrage of massive stones came crashing towards him from behind. He hurriedly dodged, yet still suffered a blow from a boulder to his back, causing him to spit blood. The masked figure emitted an enraged scream, hurling accusations at Lu Ning as he swung the serpent staff once more, shouting, "Fall!" Yet, Lu Ning showed no signs of hesitation. In the astonished gaze of the masked man, the serpent staff came crashing down upon his head. Boom! The masked man's head tilted violently, the mask shattered, revealing a strikingly handsome visage marred by a grotesque wound from which blood flowed incessantly. Staggering back a step, the masked man opened his mouth to speak again, but before he could utter another word, the serpent staff struck him once more upon the crown. This blow sent him crashing to the ground, and he coughed up blood, unable to react before the serpent staff descended yet again. Bang! 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 Lu Ning raised the staff and brought it down repeatedly upon a masked man's head, embedding it into the stone slab, leaving only his limbs and torso convulsing above the surface. With each successive strike of the serpent staff, the twitching limbs gradually fell still. Even as the masked man's extremities lay completely limp, Lu Ning remained expressionless, continuing to strike his head with the staff. This sight sent shivers down the spines of Colin and his companions, who stood nearby. Wang Qiwen, eyes wide with terror, gazed at Lu Ning, exclaiming, "Captain Lu Ning hasn't gone mad, has he? He seems utterly deranged." Colin, equally uncertain, regarded Lu Ning with a wary expression. Lin Xiao, his lips twitching slightly, tentatively called out, "Lu Ning? Lu Ning, are you all right?" Lu Ning paused, glancing at Lin Xiao with a look of confusion. "What is it, Captain?" Lin Xiao exhaled in relief, then cleared his throat to say, "Lu Ning, while I understand your disdain for cultists, desecrating the dead is not right. It contradicts the values of our Fog Bureau, you know?" Lu Ning responded, "I merely wish to ensure he was truly deceased. So I struck a few more times just to be safe." Lin Xiao and the others exchanged bewildered glances. They observed the red and white remnants splattered around the gaping cavity of the masked man's head, sinking into contemplation. Colin adjusted his glasses, his lips twitching. Lu Ning, perhaps you ought to check if his head is still intact? At this, Lu Ning glanced at the gaping hole and realized that the once handsome head now appeared utterly blurred. Inspecting further, he found no trace of the white mist within the body. Turning to Colin, he beamed with a radiant smile. He must be dead. Even Colin, typically composed, found himself wearing an awkward yet polite smile. Dead? Huh? That's for the best, for the best. At least he would no longer suffer under Lu Ning's torment. Lin Xiao and the others exchanged glances, each recognizing the shared sentiment in the other's eyes. With a pale countenance, Lin Xiao steadied himself against Colin's shoulder. Let's go check it out. Colin nodded, and the three of them approached the lifeless masked figure. Colin instructed Wang Qiwen, "You support the captain." "Oh, all right." Wang Qiwen hurriedly stepped forward to assist Lin Xiao. Meanwhile, Colin crouched down to search through the masked man's black robe. Soon, he uncovered several broken pieces of fallen incense, likely shattered by the tumult of battle. In addition to the incense, there was a ring adorned with an angelic carving and several soul crystals. Colin examined the angelic depiction on the ring, where the angel spread her wings and arms, seemingly poised to embrace her devotees. Clad in a pure yet revealing white gown, she exuded an aura of both sanctity and allure. However, the face of the fallen angel was obscured, rendering her features indistinguishable. This was indeed the mark of a fallen angel, confirming that this individual was a member of the joyous heaven. Alas, aside from the incense, there were no useful clues to be found on him, which left Colin feeling somewhat disappointed. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before speaking. The cultist mentioned an experiment earlier, which suggests that this gathering could be a site for such an experiment. It remains uncertain whether he acted alone or if there were other members of Joyous Heaven present at the gathering. This is something we can investigate. Colin nodded in agreement. Indeed, we should inquire with the host of the birthday party. We ought to be able to obtain a list of the attendees. Let us go back and ask that lady we met earlier, Lin Xiao replied quietly, nodding. He then turned to Lu Ning, his eyes filled with curiosity. Lu Ning, why was the cultist's ability so ineffective against you? Do you possess any particular means of resistance? Colin, regaining his focus, looked at Lu Ning with curiosity, saying earnestly, Lu Ning, if you have such a method, please share it with the Fog Bureau. This could significantly reduce the losses faced by our operational teams when confronting members of Joyous Heaven. Such an achievement should warrant you a powerful soul artifact, perhaps even one of medium grade. Wang Qiwen also gazed at Lu Ning with intrigue. Lu Ning, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, I do not have any special means of resistance. Lin Xiao was taken aback, somewhat incredulous. Then how are you unaffected? That fallen ability nearly caused me to undergo a transformation. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ning suggested, perhaps it is because my mental pollution level has always been at 0. I am not susceptible to mental corruption. I did not perceive any sense of spiritual decay. The three men fell silent. Wang Qiwen's eyes widened with envy. A mental pollution level of 0 has such advantages. That's incredible. Doesn't that mean the members of Joyous Heaven are utterly powerless against you? Colin echoed his sentiments with a look of admiration, remarking, there may indeed be some truth to that, but it seems that the adverse ability has little effect on you. Lu Ning nodded, responding candidly. The negativity was minimal. I have traversed the fog for an extended period, and the negative emotions I have encountered far exceeded this. Hence it bore no significant impact. Upon hearing this, the trio lapsed into contemplation. Lin Xiao, with a somewhat perplexed expression, remarked, the previous negative ability I experienced felt as if I were utterly devoid of strength, rendering everything in the world meaningless. I never imagined that for you. It would be inconsequential. It's hard to fathom the mental journey you underwent in the fog. Colin gently nodded, placing a supportive hand on Lu Ning's shoulder. At the very least, you have returned to the age of civilization, back among humanity. Lu Ning offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. All right, let us notify Lin Fei and the logistics department of the Fog Bureau to handle the aftermath, Lin Xiao said, subtly shifting the topic. Chapter 38. For humanity, Colin made a call to inform the logistics department of the Fog Bureau and then he led Lu Ning and the others out of the villa area. In the peripheral area, Lin Fei and Peng Qianqian, accompanied by several officers, cordoned off the vicinity. Behind them stood a number of residents, most clad in pajamas, some even in mere undergarments, shivering in the night breeze. Their faces were pale, gazing in terror towards the villa district. A portly middle-aged man among them addressed Lin Fei. "Officer Lin, what is the current situation? What has caused this abnormality? Surely, you must provide us residents with clarity." Another stern-looking middle-aged woman nodded in agreement. "Indeed, there has been considerable commotion within, as affected parties. We have the right to know the specifics." Lin Fei, maintaining a serious demeanor, responded, "This matter pertains to the Fog Bureau. If any of you have connections there, you may inquire with them. As an officer, I too am not privy to the details of this incident." The other residents were unwilling to relent, but just then, footsteps echoed in the night, causing a collective shiver. Lin Fei, Peng Qianqian, and the other officers drew their weapons, aiming towards the darkened path, their expressions grave. Meanwhile, the once assertive residents retreated behind the officers. Shadows emerged on the path, and gradually, Lin Fei and his companions discerned the figures approaching. Upon recognizing Lin Xiao and his group, Lin Fei and the officers felt a surge of relief. However, the sight of Lin Xiao's tattered clothing and his somewhat pallid complexion caused their expressions to shift slightly. Lin Fei hurried forward. "Captain Lin, you're back. How did it go? Do we need heightened security?" Lin Xiao waved his hand weakly. "No need. The anomaly has been dealt with. We have already notified the logistics department of the Fog Bureau. You simply need to cooperate with them moving forward." Hearing this, Lin Fei visibly relaxed, subsequently smiling and bowing to the group. "Thank you all for your hard work." Lin Xiao grinned. "For humanity." Lin Fei nodded earnestly. "For humanity." Colin interjected, "From here on, this area is under your jurisdiction. Residents cannot enter for the time being, as the mental radiation levels remain elevated, posing a risk of psychological issues." He cast a glance at the residents standing behind Lin Fei and the others. Upon hearing this, the residents' expressions shifted dramatically. The previously outspoken stern woman now approached Colin with a hint of reverence. "Sir, may I inquire when we may return home? Will the mental radiation decrease? Are there risks of long-term effects?" Colin adjusted his glasses, smiling reassuringly. "Rest assured, madam, the mental radiation is not permanent. In no more than 2 days, you shall be able to return without any lasting effects." At this, the residents let out a collective sigh of relief. The stern woman quickly nodded. "Thank you, sir." Colin acknowledged her with a slight nod before turning to Wang Qiwen. "On. Can you drive?" Wang Qiwen paused. "Yes, why?" "The captain cannot drive in his current state. Could you take his vehicle back?" "What?" The previously weakened Lin Xiao nearly sprang from Wang Qiwen's shoulder upon hearing this. He shook his head vigorously, much like a rattledrum. "No way. I refuse. What if that brat On crashes my car? I haven't even finished paying off my car loan." Wang Qiwen. Colin, in a state of resignation, replied, "But you can't drive right now, can you?" Lin Xiao stubbornly insisted. "No matter what, I won't. When the logistics department arrives, I'll have them tow my car back to the branch." "Fine then. Everyone get in my car." The group climbed into the vehicle, with Lu Ning taking the front passenger seat and Wang Qiwen assisting Lin Xiao into the back. The off-road vehicle roared to life and swiftly headed out of the villa area. By the time they returned to the branch, it was nearly 5 in the morning. In the lobby, Yuran sat at the front desk, propping her head up with her hands, occasionally nodding off. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, she jolted awake and quickly focused on the entrance. When she saw Lin Xiao, disheveled and covered in blood, leaning on Wang Qiwen, her face went pale, and she rushed over. "Captain, are you all right?" Her voice trembled slightly, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Lin Xiao forced a smile, saying, "I'm fine, just minor injuries." Colin and Lu Ning followed them in, with Colin smiling. "Little Ran, the captain is indeed fine, but do be careful not to worsen his injuries." At his words, Yuran shot Colin an exasperated glare. "Vice Captain, please. I'm not that clumsy." Colin's remark lightened her mood a bit, and she hurriedly said, "I'll go get some medicine." Lin Xiao nodded. "Let's head to the 3rd floor first." Colin suggested, Let's take the elevator today. Given the captain's condition, the stairs might be a bit much. There was indeed an elevator beside the staircase, which was rarely used, as everyone typically opted for the stairs. Wang Qiwen remarked, somewhat bewildered. I was wondering why an elevator was installed. It turns out it was for times like this? Colin chuckled and nodded. Yes. If we were to use a stretcher, the stairs would be quite troublesome. Wang Qiwen, still puzzled, asked, if a stretcher is needed, why not go to the hospital? Colin smiled. We have special medications here for emergency treatment, often yielding better results than a hospital. Wang Qiwen nodded in understanding. The group entered the elevator, and soon they arrived at the 3rd floor. As the elevator doors opened, they spotted an elderly man with black hair stepping out of the activity room. The man was tall and robust. If one did not look at his face, he could easily be mistaken for a much younger individual. He was none other than Yinan, one of the retired members. Following him were Qiu Yueling and Wei Xian. Upon witnessing Lin Zhao's dire state, Qiu Yueling gasped, her face turning pale. Captain, what happened to you? Wei Xian rushed over to assist Lin Zhao, alongside Wang Qiwen. What is going on? Wang Qiwen grimaced, fear evident on his face. Damn it, we encountered a formidable opponent this time. Yinan frowned, examining Lin Zhao. You brought your snake staff and still ended up like this? Who was your adversary? Lin Zhao weakly smiled. A member from the 5th tier of the Joyous Paradise. 5th tier? Yinan's expression shifted slightly. Middle tier awakened individuals are quite rare in the Joyous Paradise. If a 5th tier has appeared, there must be some lesser beings backing them as well. Was it due to that fallen incense? Colin nodded and explained, it seems that the cultist intends to conduct tests on the corrupted incense. At this point, Colin's expression grew grave. The results of the tests are not favorable for us. There is, astonishingly, a 5th tier aberrant among them, possessing formidable strength. Yinan's expression subtly shifted as he looked at Lin Zhao and the others with astonishment. A 5th tier aberrant in addition to a 5th tier cultist, and you managed to avoid casualties? The trio regained their composure, and Lin Zhao grinned, gesturing towards the quietly standing Lu Ning. We owe it all to Lu Ning this time. Otherwise, I might have faced the risk of corruption myself. Upon hearing this, Yinan and his companions turned to Lu Ning, their expressions filled with curiosity and surprise. Yinan, perplexed, remarked, but Lu Ning is only 1st tier. How could he have been of any assistance? 1st tier? This lad has already reached 2nd tier, Colin retorted, his lips twitching in exasperation. Yinan and his companions were taken aback. Chapter 39. The initiator of the gathering what? He advanced to 2nd tier so quickly. Didn't he just recently learn the mental tempering technique? Yinan exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at Lu Ning. Indeed, this young man need not worry about mental pollution. His tempering process is not as cautious as ours, and his efficiency is remarkably high. Lin Zhao remarked, a glimmer of envy in his eyes. Qiwen looked at Lu Ning, her gaze filled with admiration. Lu Ning, you're incredible. Achieving 2nd tier already. I still have a long way to go. Wei Xian nodded in respect. I have a long way to go as well. However, being 2nd tier is a still low tier. How could he possibly contend with a 5th tier awakened one? Yinan remained somewhat perplexed. Colin chuckled. He can utilize a soul weapon, and the abilities of that awakened one are ineffective against him. One could say that the cultist is rather unfortunate. Upon hearing this, Yinan was even more astonished. The abilities of a 5th tier awakened one have no effect on him? How could that be? It's because the cultist's abilities primarily pertain to the mental realm. Old Yi, you know that Lu Ning's mental state is quite stable, Colin clarified. Yinan finally understood and turned to Lu Ning with a smile. I didn't expect you to contribute so significantly at just 2nd tier. Indeed, the youth are remarkable. Lin Zhao, recalling something, looked at Lu Ning. By the way, your contributions this time are substantial. After all, a mid-tier awakened cultist poses considerable danger. Without your intervention, the best outcome would have been a holdout until reinforcements arrived, and he would have retreated upon realizing the difficulty. The elimination of that cultist hinges entirely on you, and you should receive a considerable reward. Lu Ning, upon hearing this, turned to Lin Zhao and inquired, will there be a soul weapon as a reward? Lin Zhao pondered for a moment before responding, I will request it for you. Whether it will be granted, I cannot say for certain, but do not hold your hopes too high. Lu Ning nodded slightly. Just then, hurried footsteps approached. And Yuran came running from behind, holding a silver metallic box in her hands. Captain, your medicine. Yinan snapped back to reality. Let us assist Lin Xiao to the activity room first. Wang Chuan and Wei Xian quickly nodded, helping Lin Xiao into the activity room, where they laid him down on the sofa. Colin then took the metallic box from Yuran, opening it to reveal a vial of blue liquid. Colin observed the curiosity in Lu Ning and the others and explained, this potion is crafted by awakened individuals with healing abilities from the Mist Bureau. Unfortunately, it cannot be stored for long periods, and its preparation is rather complicated, which is why the inventory of such potions within the Mist Bureau is quite limited. As he spoke, he attached the needle and injected the potion into Lin Zhao's body. Instantly, Lin Zhao's expression relaxed significantly, and his previously pale complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. He exhaled a breath of relief and smiled. At last, I feel comfortable. You should lie down and rest a bit longer, Colin suggested, glancing at Lin Xiao, who was attempting to sit up. Lin Xiao shrugged and reclined once more. Colin then turned to Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen, saying, you two should also take a rest. It has been a tiring night. Wang Qiwen, slightly embarrassed, replied, I didn't do much. Colin chuckled. Didn't you eliminate a few first-tier aberrants? That counts as an achievement. I will apply for a reward on your behalf. Wang Qiwen's eyes brightened. All right then. Lu Ning nodded. Then I shall return to sleep. After Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen departed, Yinan returned to the basement. Colin looked at Lin Xiao and asked, are you going to inquire about that lady later? Lin Xiao smiled. Of course, I will definitely go. I'll rest a bit more first. Colin nodded in agreement. Upon returning, Lu Ning enjoyed a refreshing sleep. By the time he arrived at the Mist Bureau, it was already evening. The front desk was manned by a young lady named Annie. As Yuran had worked the night shift the previous day and was taking the day off, Anya created Lu Ning, and he acknowledged her with a nod before proceeding to the third floor. In the activity room on the third floor, neither Colin nor Lin Xiao was present. Only Wei Xian and Qiu Yulin were there. Wei Xian was engrossed in a single-player game, while Qiu Yulin was watching a drama. Upon seeing Lu Ning approach, Qiu Yulin's eyes lit up, and she greeted him cheerfully. Lu Ning, have you rested well? Wei Xian chimed in. Why didn't you rest a bit longer? On hasn't even arrived yet. He probably wasn't as tired as you were yesterday. Lu Ning replied, I've rested enough. Where are the captain and vice captain? They went to the Public Security Bureau to discuss matters with the young lady who reported yesterday, Qiu Yulin explained. Lu Ning nodded slightly and joined Wei Xian in playing the game. Around 6 in the evening, Lin Xiao and Colin returned to the activity room. Lin Xiao had changed into a fresh outfit, his complexion rosy, completely unrecognizable from his previous state. He and Colin hung their trench coats on the wall and sat down on the sofa, looking fatigued. Wei Xian inquired, how did it go? Colin replied, the lady has shared everything she knows with us. This birthday gathering is a private event hosted by Han Yu, the young master of the Tianqing Entertainment Group. The guests include children of high-ranking officials from the entertainment industry, as well as some young stars and models. We had the Public Security Bureau investigate Han Yu, and it turns out he's been indulging in a lavish lifestyle, entertaining both men and women, and frequently hosting various parties. As for whether this is his true nature or if he's been influenced by depraved substances, we remain uncertain. Regarding the guest list for the party, the lady was unaware. However, I believe that as Han Yu, he would have a steward to draft the list and extend invitations. Thus, discovering the leads should not pose a challenge. Consequently, we plan to visit the Tianqing Entertainment Group tomorrow to ascertain the situation. Lu Ning and the others listened quietly to Colin's words, while Qiu Yulin expressed her surprise. The Tianqing Entertainment Group is a major corporation in our base city. I cannot believe that the young master of such a group perished in the mutation incident. Lin Xiao shrugged, stating, it is still uncertain whether Han Yu is dead, but he has indeed gone missing. This is undoubtedly significant news. I assenti it. Qiu Yulin, filled with anticipation, smiled and asked, can I join you tomorrow? Wei Xian also looked forward to it, saying, last time, it was An and Lu Ning who undertook the mission. This time, can it be me and Xiaolin? Lin Xiao replied with a smile. This task is merely an investigation. It is not difficult. Colin can take you both along, while the three of us will remain at the division to rest. Xiao Yulin, excited, waved her fist and exclaimed, "Does this mean we might see some celebrities?" Colin adjusted his glasses, exuding a hint of exasperation. "We are not going there to chase stars." Xiao Yulin giggled, "I know. I just want to catch a glimpse from afar." Subsequently, Colin turned to Lu Ning and said, "I have submitted your weapon application and merit request. We should hear back tomorrow." Lu Ning nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Vice Captain." Colin patted Lu Ning on the shoulder, smiling. "We are all comrades. There's no need for thanks." Lin Xiao chuckled. "If you really want to express your gratitude, how about a few rounds of games?" Wei Xian and Colin exchanged knowing smiles as they looked at Lu Ning. Lu Ning, with a stoic expression, replied, "I shall forego my thanks." "Forget it. Let us have dinner. I'm starving," Lin Xiao remarked, pouting. Chapter 40. Red Roses and White Roses that night. It was Lu Ning and Lin Xiao's turn for the night watch. Lin Xiao, as usual, indulged in soap operas, while Lu Ning, having exhausted his soul crystals, could only refine his mental strength gradually. The night swiftly passed. The following morning, just as Lu Ning concluded his mental training and was about to head to the captain's office to fetch breakfast for Lin Xiao, he heard footsteps approaching rapidly. Lin Xiao burst through the door, a look of excitement on his face. "Lu Ning, I have wonderful news to share with you." Lu Ning, puzzled, inquired, "What good news?" "Didn't T. Collins submit your application for firearms equipment and merit exchange for soul weapons yesterday? There is already a result." Upon hearing this, Lu Ning immediately asked, "What is it?" "Director Wang personally approved the application and intends to provide you with a firearm-type soul weapon. Since you do not require firearms equipment, you can directly utilize the soul weapon. The person delivering the soul weapon should arrive shortly." Lu Ning beamed. "That's quite splendid." Lin Xiao patted Lu Ning's shoulder, saying, "You're quite fortunate. To be honest, I didn't expect the soul weapon application to be approved. Director Wang likely considered that your mental pollution level would not increase, making you an ideal candidate for a soul weapon. Moreover, Colin mentioned your exceptional marksmanship in the application, which may have contributed to its approval." Lu Ning nodded slightly and replied, "With a soul weapon, my strength should improve somewhat. When faced with formidable opponents, I should be able to assist more effectively." Lin Xiao was taken aback for a moment before smiling and saying, "You were a tremendous help last time. If it weren't for you, I might have faced a serious transformation." Lu Ning chose not to dwell on that topic and replied, "I'm hungry. Let's order takeout." "Sure. What would you like?" "Savory tofu pudding." "Heretic, tofu pudding should be sweet to be delicious." Lin Xiao immediately glared in anger. Lu Ning calmly stated, "I only eat it savory." Fuming, Lin Xiao stormed out of the room to place the order. After a while, Colin, Wang Qiwen, and a few others arrived at the activity room. Upon hearing that Lu Ning's application for a soul weapon had been approved, Wang Qiwen and the others looked at Lu Ning with envy. Lu Ning's marksmanship was already impressive. With the new soul weapon, he would be nearly invincible. Wang Qiwen tried hard to mask his envy, yet the distortion in his expression was unmistakable. Colin chuckled and remarked, "With Lu Ning's shooting skills and the soul weapon, he should at least be able to handle third-tier mutants and awakened ones, and perhaps even have a chance against fourth-tier ones." Xiao Yuelin was somewhat astonished. "Is it really that formidable?" Lin Xiao, stuffing a bun into his mouth, interjected, "That's normal. Low-tier awakened ones are actually quite weak physically. They might withstand conventional firearms, but the power of soul weapons is immense. Low-tier awakened ones simply cannot defend against it unless they possess unique abilities. However, it's a different story when it comes to mid-tier awakened ones. After the 5th tier, abilities become significantly stronger, and their bodies are much more resilient, making them harder to defeat. Did you not see how many times Lu Ning struck that cultist with his soul-shaking fist while wielding the snake staff?" Wang Qiwen, filled with admiration, replied, "That is still quite impressive." Wei Xian, with a sigh, lamented, "We all entered the Fog Bureau at the same time. Yet look at how formidable Lu Ning has become. We three are still novices." Xiao Yuelin also appeared dejected. Wang Qiwen opened his mouth to argue that he was not a novice, but recalling Lu Ning's performance the previous night, he silently closed his mouth. Colin smiled and said, "You need not compare yourselves to Lu Ning. He is exceptional. After all, His mental pollution level has consistently been 0, which is astonishing for any human. Not to mention, his innate talent is exceptional. The three nodded in agreement. Qiu Yuelin, with sparkling eyes, exclaimed, Lu Ning's talent is indeed remarkable. He can learn anything instantly, and even surpasses Qin Lao and the others. Lu Ning calmly responded, I just find those things quite simple. I should be able to grasp them. Wei Xian's lips twitched slightly as he chuckled wryly. The thoughts of a genius may differ from those of others. At that moment, there was a knock on the activity room door. Qiu Yuelin quickly rose to answer it. Outside stood Yuran, accompanied by several Fog Bureau members clad in trench coats. Lu Ning recognized one of them as a familiar face, Yin Feng. Yin Feng held a black metal box, his expression as nonchalant as ever. Yuran spoke, Captain. They said they have business here. Lin Xiao smiled and asked, Yin Feng, have you brought something for us? Yin Feng nodded slightly. Yes, the items you requested have arrived. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Lu Ning, a flicker of gravity and apprehension crossing his features. Lu Ning's performance at headquarters lingered vividly in his memory. Please, come in. Yin Feng nodded, subsequently entering the room. Lin Xiao then turned to Ran, saying, Xiao Ran, please escort these gentlemen to the reception room and prepare some tea for them. Ran nodded in agreement. All right. She departed with several individuals in tow, while Yin Feng tossed a black box on the coffee table and collapsed onto the sofa. Chuckling, shall we inspect your goods? All eyes turned towards the black metallic box. Lin Xiao looked at Lu Ning. This is your possession. Would you care to open it? Lu Ning nodded and stepped forward to unlock the clasp of the metallic box, revealing 2 handguns within. One was red, adorned with rose patterns, while the other was white, embellished with the design of a peony. These twin firearms, known as the red rose and white peony, were low-risk soul weapons. They were a pair, boasting a power surpassing that of conventional sniper rifles, albeit with significant recoil. Generally, even a second-tier physical enhancer might struggle to endure the recoil from sustained fire. In addition to standard ammunition, the guns could utilize mental energy to imbue bullets with additional capabilities. The red rose could unleash fiery attacks, while the white peony could manifest frost-based assaults. However, employing these enhanced abilities would consume a portion of mental energy, so one must be judicious in their application. Yin Feng leisurely detailed the characteristics of the soul weapons. Upon hearing this, Lu Ning nodded. They suit me perfectly. He reached for the twin guns, feeling their distinct textures. The grip of the red rose was warm, while that of the white peony was chilling. Lu Ning distinctly sensed that upon wielding the twin firearms, his body felt more attuned, his vision sharper than before, even allowing him to spot distant mosquitoes in flight. The intricate patterns of the red rose and white peony seemed to come alive, as if 2 blossoms were blooming before his eyes. He marveled at the guns, inspecting them with delight, a smile brightening his face. Beside him, Wang Qiwang and the others gazed on with envy. Yin Feng interjected, your mental pollution level has consistently remained at 0. Thus, the usage restrictions of low-risk soul weapons bear little significance for you. Just manage your own mental energy wisely, as it is still your own to expend. Lu Ning nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. Oh, and there's one more thing, Yin Feng continued. Director Wang mentioned that considering Lu Ning's merits, he is still a bit short of the qualifications to formally apply for these twin guns. However, given the exceptional nature of Lu Ning's circumstances, the application has been pre-approved. A portion of his future merits will be deducted to account for these guns. Yin Feng pondered for a moment before adding further. Lin Xiao realized suddenly, no wonder. I thought Lu Ning's merits should have been insufficient under normal circumstances. Yin Feng rose, declaring, I've relayed all necessary information. I shall return to report now. As he spoke, he nonchalantly snatched a bun, casually placing it in his mouth as he strolled out. Colin, please see Yin Feng off. Colin nodded and followed Yin Feng outside. Chapter 41. Clues. Once Yin Feng and Colin had departed, Wang Qiwang and the others immediately gathered around Lu Ning. Wow, is this a soul weapon? It looks magnificent. Qiu Yuelin gazed at the intricate patterns on the dual guns, her eyes sparkling with admiration. They were both resplendent and graceful, perfectly aligning with her aesthetic sensibilities. Wang Qiwen and Wei Xian, however, had differing focal points. Wei Xian inquired curiously, what is the actual power of these bullets? If they surpass that of a sniper rifle, they surely cannot compare to a small cannon shell, can they? Wang Qiwen, filled with envy, remarked to think they could be imbued with elemental attacks. Does this mean that Lu Ning could also be considered to possess an elemental awakening ability? Noticing the three of them gathering around, Lin Xiao cautioned, hey, be careful. Although low-risk soul weapons do not emit particularly strong mental radiation, your levels are too low and your mental strength too weak. Prolonged exposure could still affect the stability of your mental faculties. While significant mutations may not occur, it will undoubtedly impact your mental fortitude. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged glances and promptly distanced themselves. Wang Qiwen's face fell. So, does this mean we can't use soul weapons at all? Lin Xiao chuckled lightly. Not necessarily. You can use them for a short duration, but the side effects are considerable. You may find yourselves unable to utilize mental power for a period, and your mental pollution levels will rise. Qiu Yuelin stuck out her tongue. In that case, I'd prefer to forego the soul weapon. Lin Xiao reassured her. Do not worry. With me, Colin, and now Lu Ning and the team, it won't come to that for you three. His expression then turned serious. If it does, that would signify a grave situation. Before long, Colin returned. After the group finished breakfast, he departed with Qiu Yuelin and Wei Xian to the Tianqing Entertainment Group to investigate Han Yu's circumstances and the guest list for his birthday celebration. Left at the division, Lin Xiao, Wang Qiwen, and Lu Ning found themselves with little to occupy their time. Ultimately, they decided to head to the underground training room to assess the might of the Red Rose and White Rose. The bullets used in the dual guns were standard handgun rounds, each magazine capable of holding 20 rounds, totaling 40 for the two guns combined. The power was indeed substantial. Lin Xiao tested it against a 5-centimeter alloy steel plate, which was effortlessly penetrated by a single shot. In comparison, a standard handgun seemed merely a toy. Upon utilizing his abilities, Lu Ning enhanced the firepower further. The fire bullets, when infused with sufficient mental energy, could cause explosions, qualifying them as miniature cannon shells. The frost bullets, on the other hand, could freeze an entire area. Once Lu Ning had completed his power tests, Wang Qiwen was utterly disheartened. This elemental ability surpasses even mine. Even Lin Xiao exhibited a hint of astonishment. The potency of this soul weapon is slightly greater than that of the snake staff, and it's a firearm-type special soul weapon. In your hands, Lu Ning, it is truly a formidable weapon. You owe a significant favor to Director Wang this time. Lu Ning nodded in acknowledgement. By the time evening arrived at 5 o'clock, Colin and the others returned to the activity room, visibly fatigued. Lin Xiao immediately inquired, how'd it go? Any progress? Qiu Yuelin complained. There was some progress, but Han Yu's parents are utterly unreasonable. They actually believe that it was our failure to detect the issue earlier that led to their son's mutation. Can you believe that? Even Wei Xian, who is usually of a placid temperament, displayed a hint of derision. Why do they not reflect upon whether they have adequately managed their son? Lin Xiao turned his gaze towards Colin, who responded calmly. Although the process has been somewhat tumultuous, we have gleaned some insights. We visited Han Lin, the president of Tianqing Group, who disclosed that Han Yu had been employed there, but had frequently taken leave recently, purportedly to engage in leisure activities with friends. Moreover, Han Yu's temperament has become increasingly erratic, exhibiting bouts of anger that were previously uncharacteristic of him. Colin paused for emphasis. Our investigation has revealed that Han Yu has recently been involved in several untoward liaisons with various celebrities, both male and female. According to our findings, he had shown no interest in men prior to this. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Does this align with what we discovered during our inquiry at the Public Security Bureau? Is this a recent development? Colin nodded. Indeed, we interviewed numerous employees from Tianqing Entertainment Group, and many reported that Han Yu's recent behavior has been quite peculiar. It appears that Han Yu has likely had interactions with the so-called Joy Paradise. Even if he has not directly engaged with them, he has undoubtedly been exposed to the corrupting influence of their indulgences. Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully. He then inquired, has Han Yu developed closer ties with anyone recently, or encountered any suspicious individuals? Colin smiled. I was considering the possibility that some of the individuals Hanyu has met during this period might be affiliated with Joy Paradise. Hence, I investigated his recent whereabouts and identified 3 particularly dubious characters. The first is Samantha, a young starlet from Tianqin Group, with whispers circulating within the company about a romantic involvement between them. The second is a middle-aged man named Li Yang, who owns several casinos and bars, potentially linked to organized crime. Witnesses have reported seeing him visit Tianqin Group on multiple occasions. Lastly, there's the housekeeper Zhu Jiani, who, according to Han Lin, has assisted Hanyu with various matters, including the organization of his recent birthday celebration. However, following the party, Zhu Jiani has mysteriously vanished. Vanished? Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, sitting up straighter. Could he have fled in fear of prosecution? Colin nodded. That is a possibility, which is why I consider him the most suspicious, followed closely by Liang. After all, Gao Tianlin's Peach Blossom Gang had a significant presence in the underground scene of the base city. If Liang's enterprises are intertwined with that realm, there may be a connection. Our investigation into Gao Tianlin's network has yet to yield useful information, but perhaps this could serve as a breakthrough. As for Samantha, she has been with Tianqin Group for some time, and as a celebrity, she is no stranger to scandal. But the veracity of her relationship with Hanyu remains uncertain. Even if they are indeed lovers, given Hanyu's recent conduct and numerous entanglements, it conveys little significance. Lin Xiao pondered in silence before affirmatively stating, "In that case, we shall prioritize locating Zhu Jiani, even if he is not a clandestine member of Joy Paradise. His close relationship with Han, you should provide some insights. Next, we should investigate Li Yang to ascertain whether he has had any dealings with Gao Tianlin. If so, he would warrant further scrutiny." Samantha's words prompted the necessity for surveillance. It is better to be overly cautious than to overlook any opportunity. Colin nodded, acknowledging the concern that our manpower might be insufficient. This presents a challenge. Let us request additional personnel from headquarters and, subsequently, we can issue a bounty in the black market. Colin slightly inclined his head in agreement. That seems feasible. Let us proceed with this plan. Colin, draft a detailed strategy, and we shall commence our operations tomorrow. This evening, I will venture into the black market. Lu Ning, accompagne me. Chapter 42. The One Tree Bar. Very well. Lu Ning refrained from asking any questions, merely nodding in acknowledgement. After dinner, Wei Xian and Wang Chuan concluded their shifts and headed home, leaving Colin and Xiu Yuelin on night duty. Lu Ning followed Lin Xiao as he drove away from the division in his sports car. Throughout the journey, Lu Ning gazed out at the passing scenery, remaining silent. Lin Xiao, feeling the urge to break the silence after a lengthy pause, finally asked, "Aren't you curious about our destination?" Lu Ning, coming out of his reverie, glanced at Lin Xiao and replied, "Not particularly." Lin Xiao, perplexed, retorted, "Come on, you should at least be a bit curious. How can I explain things otherwise?" Lu Ning looked at Lin Xiao, bewildered, "But I truly am not curious." Lin Xiao fell into silence, taking a few deep breaths before stating, "We are heading to a place known as the One Tree Bar." Lu Ning noted, "Oh." Seeing Lu Ning's lackluster reaction, Lin Xiao took another deep breath and continued, "Although this bar may seem obscure and small, its underground harbors a black market. This black market is unlike any other. It caters exclusively to awakeners. If fortune smiles upon us, we might even encounter soul artifacts." Surprised by this revelation, Lu Ning inquired, "They even have soul artifacts?" Noticing Lu Ning's newfound interest, Lin Xiao's enthusiasm surged. Indeed, some awakeners, due to their abilities or other reasons, choose not to join our fog bureau. Nevertheless, they are still awakeners, are they not? They must seek ways to enhance their powers, which leads to the existence of black markets for mutual exchange. Are those awakeners outside the official regulatory framework? Not quite. Apart from those awakeners who intentionally conceal their abilities and cult members, normal awakeners are required to register with the Fog Bureau. Upon registration, they can receive federal subsidies, and if their abilities align, they may be invited to join the Fog Bureau. Of course, they have the option to decline, in which case they will live under the supervision of the Fog Bureau, but their daily lives will generally remain unaffected. Lu Ning nodded slightly. "So, Wang Qiwen and the others accepted the invitation. Well, not all awakeners are inclined to join the Fog Bureau. After all, there are pros and cons to membership. The Fog Bureau possesses the most resources, yet also necessitates mission execution, which can be perilous. Conversely, those who opt out of joining are not required to undertake missions, thus facing relatively fewer dangers. However, a lack of resources may result in slower mental growth, potentially leading to an inability to suppress mental pollution and, ultimately, to a deterioration of health. Lu Ning listened quietly, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Then why don't we allow all awakened individuals to utilize soul crystals to enhance their mental fortitude? Wouldn't that mitigate the risk of degeneration?" Lin Xiao responded with a wry smile. "The Federation certainly wishes for that, but the supply of soul crystals is limited. Even members of the Mist Bureau must earn merits to exchange for them. There are none to spare for free awakened individuals." With a sigh, Lin Xiao continued, "To ordinary people, awakening might seem like a stroke of luck, yet once one awakens, they have already embarked on the path of degeneration, merely pitiable souls grappling with their fate." Lu Ning remained silent, his expression impassive. Lin Xiao glanced at him and asked, "Don't you feel anything?" "My mind remains untainted. I lack such sentiments," Lu Ning replied. Lin Xiao, frowning, retorted, "Is it so difficult for you to empathize, to put yourself in their shoes?" After a moment of silence, Lu Ning conceded, "Oh, it seems you all have it quite tough." Lin Xiao's face flushed a deep red as he took several deep breaths before finally saying, "Under normal circumstances, when a Mist Bureau is short-staffed, we post tasks on the black market. Free awakened individuals evaluate the difficulty of the tasks and decide whether to accept them. This is one of the avenues for them to acquire resources. Thus, we are heading there to post tasks now." Lu Ning nodded in understanding. As the two conversed, their sports car sped towards a dilapidated residential area on the outskirts of the base city. They eventually halted in front of a small 3-story bar. The sign out front reading Tree Bar. Lin Xiao led Lu Ning inside. The bar was not particularly spacious, with tables and chairs arranged around a central dance floor, where a band was currently performing. The band members sported bizarre hairstyles in a riot of colors. Since it was still early, there were few patrons inside, and the bartender was busy polishing glasses behind the counter. Lin Xiao approached the bar, tapping on the surface. The bartender looked up and smiled. Mr. Lin, welcome. Where's your boss?" "He's in the back. Should I fetch him?" "Please do," Lin Xiao replied. "Certainly, Mr. Lin." The bartender set down the glass he was holding and headed towards the back door. Shortly after, he returned with a burly man with blonde hair. This man bore several scars of varying depths across his face and walked with a pronounced limp. Lu Ning noticed that his left foot was crafted from metal. The burly man, a cigarette dangling from his lips, grinned upon seeing Lin Xiao. "Old Lin, it's been ages." "Ha, here I am." Lin Xiao greeted him, and they exchanged playful punches to each other's chests, producing a dull thud. "Come, let us talk inside." The burly man threw an arm around Lin Xiao's shoulder and led the way through the back door, with Lu Ning following closely behind. Once inside, they entered a corridor lined with several rooms on either side. The burly man brought them to an unoccupied room on the left and closed the door. Lin Xiao smiled. "How's business been lately?" "About the same." The burly man waved his hand dismissively before lowering his voice. "But it seems there are more awakenings happening lately?" Lin Xiao's smile faded slightly as he nodded. "Yes, the incidents of degeneration are on the rise." As he spoke, he recalled something and pulled Lu Ning closer. "Come, let me introduce you. This is our new team member, Lu Ning. And this is Talon, my former colleague." Talon raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Lu Ning from head to toe. "Such a young lad, just awakened, is he?" Lin Xiao chuckled lightly. "Ah, you are mistaken. This boy is extraordinary. Just a few days ago, he took down a 5th-tier creature." Talon, who had just taken a puff of smoke, choked and coughed, his face turning crimson. He looked at Lin Xiao with a bemused expression. "Old Lin, after a few days apart, you've developed quite the taste for jest." "I assure you, I am not jesting. I have told you. This lad is quite special, but I cannot elaborate on the specifics due to the Bureau's regulations, as you well know." Seeing that Lin Xiao was serious, Talon regarded Lu Ning with a newfound gravity. He extended his hand with a smile. "Lu Ning, is it? I suppose I am your senior." Feel free to visit here anytime. I shall cover your expenses. Lu Ning reciprocated the handshake. Hello, senior. At this juncture, Lu Ning paused and earnestly remarked, Senior, it seems you are on the verge of mutation. Chapter 43. Soul Artifact Embryo. Lu Ning's words plunged the room into an immediate silence. Talon looked at Lu Ning with a mix of uncertainty and scrutiny, then turned to Lin Xiao. Old Lin, what is going on here? Lin Xiao shrugged. I told you he is special. He was the one who witnessed Mu Mu's impending mutation. Talon's expression shifted as he grinned. If you hadn't brought him here, I might have thought a monster had infiltrated the base city. Lu Ning calmly countered, I'm a normal human being. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at this, then glanced at Talon with concern. Has the pollution level not decreased? Talon took a drag from his cigarette, a complex smile on his face. It seems unlikely to diminish. Maintaining the current state is already quite commendable. Lin Xiao fell silent, observing Talon without speaking. Talon exhaled smoke towards Lin Xiao, playfully punching his chest. Don't look at me like that. Rest assured, I am prepared. When the time for mutation arrives, I won't be a burden. Lin Xiao's eyelid twitched, and he inhaled deeply, managing a smile. You old rascal. All right, let's not dwell on that. What brings you here? To introduce the newcomer or to assign tasks? Talon shifted the topic. Both. We brought Lu Ning to witness the black market and to assign a few tasks. Talon raised an eyebrow. Has the frequency of task assignments increased? Are we short on manpower? Indeed, the last mission incurred significant losses, as you know, and there have been numerous other matters recently. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. Talon acknowledged this with a nod, but said no more. Inform me of the tasks, and I shall relay them to you later. 3 tasks. The first is to locate a man named Zhu Jiani. Here is his information. The second is to investigate an individual named Li Yang, primarily to ascertain any connection he may have with the former Spade Gang's Gao Tianlin. The third is to look into a small celebrity known as Samantha. Upon hearing the first 2 tasks, Tyren merely nodded, but when the third task was mentioned, he smirked mischievously at Lin Xiao and quipped, Have you ventured into the realm of paparazzi? That's Samantha. I know her well. She is quite the rising star and undeniably attractive. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes in response. Do you think I'm like you? This celebrity might have a connection to the mutation incident. Hey, just joking. Tyren chuckled, refraining from further teasing Lin Xiao. I received the tasks. I will send them to you in due time. As for the rewards, shall we stick to the usual arrangement? Yes, the usual. Soul crystals as settlement. Deal. Now, shall I escort you to the black market? No need. You continue with your business. Lin Xiao waved dismissively. All right then, I want to interfere with your affairs. As the 3 departed the room, Lin Xiao led Lu Ning deeper down the corridor. At the end of the hallway, they encountered a wooden door, which opened into a small chamber containing only a staircase descending below. Lin Xiao guided Lu Ning down the stairs, and soon they arrived in a new room. This chamber also featured a small wooden door, which Lin Xiao opened, leading them outside. To their astonishment, they stepped into a vast underground expanse, measuring over 1,000 meters in diameter. The surroundings were adorned with rock formations, while incandescent lights illuminated the ceiling, casting a bright glow throughout the cavernous space. Numerous individuals had already gathered within this subterranean area. Some wore masks and cloaks, while others, like Lu Ning and Lin Xiao, were dressed in casual attire. Stalls had been set up, displaying an array of goods, with many people perusing the wares. Lin Xiao surveyed the scene and remarked to Lu Ning, We arrived a bit early. There aren't too many people. Are these all free awakeners? Lu Ning inquired. Most of them are, Lin Xiao replied. There are quite a few awakeners in the base city. Not many, though. In comparison to ordinary people, their numbers are quite scarce. Yet, there are advantages to having fewer. If there were more awakeners, mutation incidents would proliferate and management would become cumbersome. Lu Ning nodded slightly in agreement. That is true. Let us go explore the stalls and see if there is anything you desire, Lin Xiao suggested, leading Lu Ning to wander through the market. They soon approached a stall surrounded by several individuals. The vendor was a young man with golden hair, showcasing about 10 items, including watches, small knives, and even toy water guns. However, To Lu Ning's discerning eye, most of these items exuded a faint white mist, indicating a degree of spiritual radiation. The mist was subtle, rendering the radiation relatively mild and posing little threat to awakeners. These are antiques collected by our team from the ruins of an ancient city. They have not succumbed to the ravages of time, which suggests they may be embryos of soul artifacts. If taken back, they could absorb spiritual radiation during future explorations outside the base city, potentially evolving into soul artifacts. Those in need might want to take a closer look. The nearby customers examined the antiques, some whispering to each other, eager with anticipation. Lu Ning, somewhat surprised, turned to Lin Xiao. Soul artifact can be artificially created? Lin Xiao chuckled. The origins of soul artifacts are quite varied. However, many low-risk soul artifacts have emerged from ordinary items that have absorbed mental radiation. The more dangerous the soul artifact, the more mysterious its source becomes. Artifacts of high risk and above are typically discovered within the fog. This young man is not entirely mistaken. If these items are indeed antiques capable of absorbing mental radiation, they could very well be considered the embryos of soul artifacts. If purchased and taken outside the base city to absorb mental radiation, they might indeed evolve into low-risk soul artifacts. Lu Ning nodded slightly. How long does this process take? Who can say for certain? Some may take just a few days, while others might require years, even decades. Lin Xiao shrugged. He then continued, we needn't dwell on that. You already possess a soul artifact, do you not? Lu Ning appeared puzzled. Can one only use one soul artifact? Not necessarily, Lin Xiao replied. But even if the mental radiation from a low-risk artifact is not significant, the cumulative effect of using multiple artifacts could lead to mental pollution. At this point, Lin Xiao suddenly paused, his eyes widening as he stared at Lu Ning, struggling to utter a word. Damn. He opened his mouth as if to speak, then glanced around, noticing that several individuals nearby were eavesdropping on their conversation. Upon seeing Lin Xiao's gaze, a few awakened individuals instantly donned ingratiating smiles. Captain Lin, you're here. Lin Xiao nodded to them, yes. He then pulled Lu Ning aside, his eyes taking on a slightly green hue. I just realized if you have multiple low-risk soul artifacts, could the enhancement they provide rival that of medium-risk artifacts? And without any side effects? Lu Ning looked at Lin Xiao in confusion. Why else would I buy other artifacts? Lin Xiao, with a look of existential doubt, exclaimed, damn, I'm so envious. No increase in mental pollution. What a joy. Chapter 44. Discovery of traces. Lin Xiao took several deep breaths to vent his frustration. He spoke again, if that's the case. You might want to reconsider purchasing these soul artifact embryos. It's akin to gambling. No one knows when these embryos will evolve, or even if they're genuine embryos. If you truly desire a soul artifact, it would be wise to complete a few more tasks, accumulate merit, and then apply to the Bureau. Our Bureau has the most soul artifacts, and their quality is unparalleled. Listening to Lin Xiao, Lu Ning nodded. That sounds reasonable. Subsequently, what Lu Ning witnessed further solidified his decision to abandon the idea of purchasing soul artifact embryos. Just for the embryos alone, one would need millions to acquire them. Lin Xiao remarked that this was a standard price, prompting Lu Ning to fall silent. He simply could not afford it. After departing from the makeshift market for soul artifact embryos, Lu Ning and Lin Xiao continued to browse. The stalls offered a myriad of items, including one-time use talismans, special items crafted by awakened individuals using their mental powers, capable of unleashing unique abilities. There were also herbs and ores with mental radiation brought back from the wilderness, as well as high radiation parts from disaster beasts and mutants. Some of these items can be utilized for concocting potions, while others serve the purpose of crafting soul artifacts and talismans. In essence, a plethora of diverse items is available. Regrettably, Lu Ning found himself with limited funds at present. Although Lin Xiao mentioned the possibility of an advance, Lu Ning perused the offerings for quite some time without discovering anything that truly piqued his interest, thus refraining from making a purchase. Lin Xiao also opted not to acquire anything. It must be said that the Fog Bureau, as an official organization, is extraordinarily well-resourced. Most items obtainable from the black market can be requested for exchange within the Bureau, provided one has earned sufficient merit. After a leisurely stroll, the two departed the black market. The atmosphere within the vehicle was serene as they traveled. Suddenly, Lin Xiao remarked this time, "It appears that Tai Long is on the brink of transformation, yet he seems to exhibit no abnormalities, unlike last time with Mu Mu." Lu Ning responded, "Tai Long's condition is somewhat less severe than Li Mu's. His body contains a considerable amount of flesh that is moving autonomously, yet it seems devoid of consciousness. Is that so? So, Mu Mu's transformation was due to her excessive mental pollution?" Lin Xiao mused. "Perhaps, although I remain uncertain of the exact cause." Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully and fell into silence. After a brief moment, he sighed, "I joined the action team around the same time as Tai Long. His talents surpassed mine. When I was still at the 4th tier, he had already reached the 5th. Following the death of our previous captain during an incident, he ascended to the position of captain. At that time, Tai Long was believed to have the potential to reach the 6th tier, becoming the most formidable awakened one in our base city. Unfortunately, after our base city faced a catastrophic beast tide, he resorted to utilizing a medium-grade soul artifact from the Bureau to fend off the tide. Since then, he lost a leg, and his mental pollution levels have remained alarmingly high. Subsequently, he retired from the team and opened this bar. Even so, he continues to assist the Bureau as much as he can." Lu Ning listened quietly to Lin Xiao's narrative, offering no response. Lin Xiao did not expect a reply. He merely recounted past experiences of battling alongside Tai Long. As he spoke, Lin Xiao's eyes grew misty, and taking a drag from a cigarette, he lamented, "That old rascal once aspired to become a high-tier, awakened one and join the fog exploration team, claiming he wished to uncover the source of the fog. Damn it, even at this juncture, he insists on not wanting to burden me." As the car sped along, the atmosphere remained tranquil for a moment before Lu Ning interjected. "Tai Long's pollution levels are indeed high, yet that does not necessarily guarantee transformation." Lin Xiao exhaled a cloud of smoke and smiled wryly. "That's true. What if he is fortunate enough to live out his days without incident?" In the following days, the entire action team at the division became increasingly busy. Aside from those on duty at the division, others either investigated the identity of the cultist at the Public Security Bureau or delved deeper into the leads concerning Han Yu and Gao Tianlin. Fortunately, Lin Xiao had already posted a task at the black market, so the search for Zhu Jiani and the investigation into Li Yang and Samantha did not require their direct involvement. Otherwise, they would have been overwhelmed. Unfortunately, despite several days of effort, Lu Ning and his companions were unable to uncover the identity of the cultist. Prior to Lu Ning's elimination of the cultist, Lin Xiao and the others had seen his face. However, the Public Security Bureau's registration system contained no record of that visage. Perhaps that cultist's appearance, like Gao Tianlin's after his transformation, was altered later on. Didn't Gao Tianlin become quite handsome after his affliction? Wei Xian remarked. Lin Xiao rubbed his forehead. That possibility is indeed substantial. If that is the case, tracing this cultist's identity may prove futile. It seems unrealistic to discover the lair of the joyful paradise in our base city through this lead. In light of this, we must rely on the connections we have with Gao Tianlin and Han Yu. Colin looked equally resigned. Wasn't the captain dispatched to issue a mission a few days ago? Why is the efficiency of those free awakeners so dismal? It has been quite some time with no leads. They are indeed quite wild. Wang Qiwen scoffed, clearly dissatisfied with the sluggishness of the free awakeners. At that moment, Lin Zhao's phone rang, and he raised an eyebrow, glancing at the screen before breaking into a smile. It was a call from Talon. Colin and the others brightened with anticipation. Is there a lead? I'm not sure. Let me inquire. Lin Xiao answered the call. Hello, Talon. What is the reason for your call? As he listened to the voice on the other end, Lin Xiao's eyes gleamed, and a smile graced his face. Really? Thank you, I understand. Yes, we will be there shortly. All right, see you soon. Lin Xiao hung up and turned to Colin and the others with a grin. Talon mentioned that someone has located Zhu Jiani's whereabouts and has asked us to come over. Lu Ning, Xiao Lin, the three of us will head there. Colin, you, and the others will remain at the branch. Wang Qiwen looked disappointed. What? We aren't going? Wei Xian also appeared somewhat reluctant. Colin adjusted his glasses, chuckling lightly. The branch needs someone to oversee it. With no alternative, Wang Chuan and Wei Xian nodded in acquiescence. The trio made their way to the parking lot, and, as Lin Xiao beheld his two sports cars, he fell silent for a moment before instructing Lu Ning and Xiao Yulin to wait while he dashed back to borrow Colin's vehicle. The three of them drove once more to the tree bar. Given that it was still afternoon, the bar was rather desolate. Talon sat alone at a table, sipping beer, and upon noticing Lin Xiao and his companions enter, he rose to greet them. After Lin, Xiao briefly introduced Talon to Qiu Yulin. He got straight to the point. "Where's the person?" "Inside, follow me." He led the trio through the back door into the previously traversed corridor, subsequently opening a closed room. Inside sat a middle-aged man dressed in ordinary casual attire, who promptly stood upon their entrance. "Captain Lin, greetings." Talon introduced. "This is Jeff. He is the one who discovered Zhu Jinni's trail." Lin Xiao nodded. "Hello, Jeff. If the information is accurate, the task reward will be directly conferred to you." Jeff's eyes lit up, and he smiled. "I guarantee accuracy. Shall we depart now? Time is of the essence. Let us go." Chapter 45. Subordinate Jeff drove his pickup truck ahead, guiding Lin Xiao, Lu Ning, and Xiao Yulin, who followed closely behind. Talon, however, did not accompany them. One cannot expect a disabled individual to follow you around aimlessly. "I am not a member of the action team. I would rather indulge in a drink here. Awaiting your good news." This is Tyrone's own sentiment. After following Jeff's vehicle for some time, Qiu Yulin looked around with a hint of confusion. "This must be the 6th district, right?" Lin Xiao nodded slightly. "Yes, indeed, it is the 6th district. Should we notify the Mist Bureau's action team in this area?" Qiu Yulin inquired. "There's no need. If their assistance is truly required, we shall inform them then." "Very well." However, Jeff did not halt. He led Lin Xiao and the others almost across the entire Bay City, arriving at the opposite side. Ultimately, the pickup truck stopped outside a secluded old residential area, and Jeff exited the vehicle. Lin Xiao, along with Lu Ning and Qiu Yulin, followed suit. The environment of the residential area was poorly maintained, littered with debris, and some homeless individuals clad in tattered clothing lay sleeping on the ground. Not far from these vagrants, foul-smelling ditches emitted a repugnant odor. Qiu Yulin frowned. "The conditions here are quite deplorable." Jeff approached with a grin. "Young lady, this is the slum. You must not have seen such places before, right? There are always some unfortunate souls in the Bay City. Look at those lying on the ground. They are homeless for various reasons. Not to mention whether they can survive this winter. A single incident of illness could spell their doom." Qiu Yulin cast a sympathetic glance at the homeless individuals and turned to Lin Xiao. "Captain, why doesn't the Federation assist these people?" Lin Xiao shrugged. "The reasons are quite complex. However, not all homeless individuals are worthy of sympathy, as many among them may have committed crimes." Jeff grinned. "Captain Lin is correct. For a young lady like you, if you were to come here at night, well." Qiu Yulin furrowed her brow at Jeff's laughter. Lin Xiao turned to Jeff. "All right, tell us what you know. Where is Zhu Jinni?" Upon hearing this, Jeff rubbed his hands together. "Captain Lin, people like us have our connections. I have a few subordinates who came here on business and happened to spot Zhu Jian. What a coincidence, right? When did this happen?" "Just last night." Lin Zhao's eyes brightened. "Did he pass through, or is he residing here?" "My subordinates are quite astute. They informed me as soon as they discovered Zhu Jian, then followed him to find his residence. Rest assured, Captain Lin, I personally confirmed it. There is no mistake." "Then lead the way." "Certainly. This way, please." Jeff quickly moved ahead, bowing slightly to guide them. They entered the residential area, where the internal streets were narrow, and the refuse was even more abundant than it appeared from outside, emanating a foul stench. The streets were nearly deserted, and the few passers-by they encountered wore blank expressions, dressed in rags with an odd odor about them. Qiu Yulin looked on, her brow furrowing further. Living in such conditions, do they not fear the mental strain caused by their environment leading to deterioration? Jeff scoffed. "Little girl, their existence is already a struggle. The mutation cannot worsen their current predicament." At that moment, Lu Ning, who had been silent, spoke up. "Among the 5 pedestrians we observed, 3 are likely on the brink of mutation." Jeff's smile abruptly faded. He gazed at the taciturn Lu Ning in confusion, managing a hollow laugh. This officer certainly has a knack for humor. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, directing his attention to Lu Ning. Which ones? The woman dressed provocatively. The frail child covered in wounds, and the man with only one hand, Lu Ning replied. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yuelin appeared astonished. 3 out of 5? That's quite exaggerated, isn't it? Jeff, bewildered, glanced at the serious Lin Xiao and then at Qiu Yuelin, his eyes widening. Wait, are you all serious with this jest? Lin Xiao smiled at Jeff. No need to dwell on the details, just lead the way. Jeff swallowed hard and nodded silently. Oh, all right. He proceeded ahead, leading the group. While Lin Xiao turned to Lu Ning. How severe is the condition of those 3? Lu Ning pondered for a moment before responding. Slightly better than Talon's situation. Jeff, walking in front, stumbled slightly, steadying himself against the grimy wall. Qiu Yuelin glanced at him and remarked, so they aren't on the verge of mutation yet? Indeed. Lu Ning nodded. They may not even have the opportunity to mutate. Qiu Yuelin expressed her confusion. Why is that? Lin Xiao paused, then smiled wryly. That's true. Given the living conditions here, they might succumb to illness before mutation occurs, and if one of them does mutate, numerous residents around them could perish. Qiu Yuelin fell silent, choosing not to say more. Lin Xiao continued, however, I will report this matter to the local division, urging them to conduct a cleanup. Multiple simultaneous mutations would lead to dire consequences. Following this, the group lapsed into silence. Jeff guided the 3 through winding alleys, ultimately arriving before an unremarkable apartment building. He turned to Lin Xiao and the others, saying, Zhu Jiani resides in here. Lin Xiao glanced at the entrance of the building. You confirmed his whereabouts yesterday, ensuring he hasn't escaped? Jeff grinned. Rest assured, my subordinates are monitoring the area. If Zhu Jiani had indeed left, they would notify me immediately. Since there has been no communication, he must still be hiding here. At this, Lin Xiao nodded. Jeff then continued leading them, pushing open the ajar iron door of the building. The interior was dimly lit, revealing a rather dilapidated staircase, the space beneath it cluttered with refuse. Jeff whispered. Yes, on the 4th floor. He ascended the stairs first, heading upwards. Each floor contained 2 households, their doors rusted and tightly shut. Soon, they reached the 4th floor. Jeff pointed to the door on the left, stating, Zhu Jiani is inside here. Qiu Yuelin glanced around, her expression tinged with confusion. Jeff, did you not say your subordinates were keeping watch? Were they? Upon hearing this, Jeff was momentarily taken aback, a fleeting look of bewilderment crossing his face. My subordinates? What subordinates? I have no subordinates. Chapter 46. Unless the corpses can speak, Jeff's words left Lu Ning and the others in stunned silence. In the next moment, Lin Xiao's body tensed slightly, his eyes narrowing in vigilance as he regarded Jeff. Lu Ning, has he undergone a transformation? Lu Ning, concerned about Jeff's unusual demeanor, scrutinized his physical state but did not observe the dense white mist within him. He shook his head. I don't believe so. After his initial confusion, Jeff quickly regained his composure. Noticing that he was surrounded by Lin Xiao and the others, a look of apprehension crept onto his face. Lin, Captain Lin? What are you doing here? Where's this place? Lin Xiao and the others exchanged glances, frowning. Lin Xiao fixed his gaze on Jeff. Have you forgotten what you were doing before? What matter? Jeff stammered. You came to lead us to Zhu Jiani. Qiu Yuelin interjected. Zhu Ling. Jeff's eyes widened in confusion, and then, as if recalling something, his expression shifted to one of horror. Yes, I was found. He found me. Qiu Yuelin furrowed her brow, asking, Who found you? Jeff's lips twitched. It was Zhu Jiani. He found me first, and then I forgot what happened next. When I regained consciousness, I saw you 3, Captain Lin. Jeff's complexion shifted as he addressed Lu Ning and the others. Noticing Lin Xiao's skepticism, he hastily pleaded, Captain Lin, you must believe me. I speak nothing but the truth. Lin Xiao frowned. Whether it is the truth or not, we will ascertain for ourselves. Lu Ning then inquired, Since you do not recall what transpired, why did you bring us here? Jeff hesitated, shaking his head, his expression blank. I truly do not know. I have never been here. The 3 exchanged glances, and Lin Xiao turned to the door behind Jeff, commanding, Stand aside. Jeff quickly moved aside. Lu Ning, keep an eye on him. Should he make any sudden moves, eliminate him immediately. Lu Ning noted calmly, revealing two exquisitely crafted handguns, red rose and white rose. Seeing the firearms in Lu Ning's hands, Jeff quickly raised both hands in surrender, a rueful smile on his face. Sir, I am an upstanding citizen. Lu Ning remained expressionless, offering no reply. Cold sweat trickled down Jeff's forehead as he held his hands high, utterly afraid to move. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao instructed Qiu Yulin to step back, taking a step forward himself. With a powerful kick, he struck the door. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the door caved inward, the junction with the wall tearing apart, transforming the entire door into splinters that flew into the room. As the door was sent flying, Lu Ning and the others were assaulted by a nauseating stench of decay. Lu Ning lifted his gaze toward the interior of the room. Beyond the door lay a small living room, furnished with a modest sofa and coffee table, occupying no more than 5 or 6 square meters. At this moment, blood and flesh were splattered across the coffee table and sofa. A dismembered corpse lay quietly on the ground, its face unmistakably that of Zhu Jiani. An elderly man with gray hair. His expression was one of anguish, his eyes wide open, seemingly having endured tremendous torment before his demise. Qiu Yulin, witnessing this harrowing scene, turned pale and retched twice, nearly succumbing to nausea. In contrast, Lin Xiao, Lu Ning, and Jeff exhibited little surprise at the grim spectacle. Lin Xiao glanced at Zhu Jiani's lifeless form and furrowed his brow, murmuring, "He is dead. It seems he has been deceased for quite some time." Cautiously, Lin Xiao stepped inside, vigilant as he surveyed the surroundings. Taking a deep breath, Qiu Yulin hastily followed suit. Lu Ning aimed his pistol at Jeff, signaling him to move. Instantly, Jeff donned a sycophantic smile, pleading, "Sir, I truly know nothing. Could you perhaps let me go?" Lu Ning replied calmly, "Enter, otherwise I will fire." Noticing Lu Ning's composed demeanor, cold sweat trickled down Jeff's back, and he quickly nodded. All right, whatever you say, sir." Upon entering the room, Lu Ning discovered, aside from Zhu Jiani's corpse, 2 additional bodies. These figures resembled humans, yet their skin had entirely shed, revealing blood-red muscle, a clear indication of their mutation. The room bore the marks of a brutal struggle. The sofa was riddled with holes, and the wooden coffee table was similarly marred. The walls bore deep claw marks in certain areas. Lin Xiao remarked, "This place has witnessed a fierce battle. These 2 mutated beings are unlikely to exceed the 2nd tier. Yet they are not to be underestimated. If they were slain by Zhu Jiani, it suggests he was an unregistered awakener." Jeff eagerly nodded. He must have been an awakener. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost my memory after meeting him. He must have had some form of mental control ability. Lin Xiao cast a glance at Jeff and stated, "We will thoroughly investigate the specifics. You are required to accompany us for questioning." Jeff's face turned ashen, and he forced a smile. "Am I allowed to refuse?" "No." Lin Xiao and Qiu Yulin proceeded to examine the bedroom and kitchen, soon emerging once more. Qiu Yulin spoke. "There are no signs of a struggle in the kitchen or bathroom, but it appears they have been rummaged through. The bedroom has also been disturbed. It seems the individuals responsible for Zhu Jiani's death are not solely those 2 mutated beings. They must have been searching for something." Lin Xiao pondered aloud. What could it be? Qiu Yulin inquired, puzzled. After a moment of reflection, Lin Xiao replied, "Zhu Jiani was originally the steward of the Han family. After the incident involving Han Yu, he fled, and now he lies dead in this remote slum, with his room having been searched. It is likely that those who killed Zhu Jiani are connected to Han Yu's demise." Lu Ning interjected, "Captain, are you suggesting the people from the Paradise of Joy?" "Yes, that is my suspicion, though I remain uncertain about what they seek," Lin Xiao lamented. "It is unfortunate. We had hoped to obtain the list of members from Zhu Jiani." Suddenly, Lin Xiao paused, murmuring, "The list of members?" As Kiwawelin widened her eyes, she exclaimed, "Could it be that those individuals targeted Zhu Jiani due to the member list?" Lin Xiao's expression instantly grew solemn as he replied, "It is indeed possible. It appears that the member list may contain significant clues." Lu Ning glanced at the lifeless body on the ground and remarked, "However, Zhu Jiani is already deceased, and we lack any further leads regarding the list. Unless this corpse can speak, Kiwawelin shivered and responded, Lu Ning, what you just said is rather chilling. How could a corpse possibly speak? Lin Xiao, chuckling, was about to respond when suddenly, the head of Zhu Jiani, drenched in blood, twitched unexpectedly. Jeff, who happened to witness this, was startled, exclaiming, ah. He jumped back, and had it not been for Lu Ning's calm demeanor, a gunshot might have ensued. What's wrong? Lin Xiao inquired urgently. At that moment, the corpse emanating a foul odor opened its mouth, its voice hollow and raspy. Be cautious of Han at number 12, Nanning Road. Before he could finish, he fell silent once more. The air turned unnaturally still as Lin Xiao, Kiwawelin, Jeff, and Lu Ning stared intently at the utterly lifeless Zhu Jiani, seemingly fearful of his uttering another word. After a tense pause, Zhu Jiani remained motionless. Lin Xiao cautiously nudged Zhu Jiani's body with his foot, yet there was no response. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao concluded, it appears he is truly dead. Subsequently, Lin Xiao, Kiwawelin, and Jeff all turned their gazes towards Lu Ning in unison. Confused, Lu Ning asked, why are you all looking at me like that? With a hint of despair in his eyes, Jeff exclaimed, didn't you say that the corpse could speak? Can you make it talk? Lin Xiao, equally perplexed, questioned, Lu Ning, do you possess some hidden talent? Lu Ning retorted, I'm an ordinary person. How could I make a corpse speak? Lin Xiao and Kiwawelin rolled their eyes simultaneously. Lin Xiao could not help but quip, if you're an ordinary person, then the entire world lacks anomalies. In Chapter 47, Simultaneous Mutation, Kiwawelin gazed skeptically at the corpse, pondering, if it weren't for you. Lu Ning, how could his corpse have spoken? Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, contemplating, before stating, perhaps some unique ability allowed him to leave behind a contingency, even in death. The powers of awakened beings are indeed bizarre, so such a possibility is not entirely implausible. However, Kiwawelin questioned, but what he said, was it meant for us? Was he trying to convey something? Lin Xiao pondered, I don't know, perhaps. Lu Ning then glanced at the terrified Jeff and remarked. Jeff was previously unaware of this place. After encountering Zhu Jiani, he was compelled to call for help and let us hear. Could this have been Zhu Jiani's intention? Lin Xiao and Kiwawelin were both taken aback. Lin Xiao's eyes widened as he exclaimed, Lu Ning, are you suggesting that Zhu Jiani wanted to find us? That he orchestrated for Jeff to bring us here? Lu Ning nodded, this is merely my speculation. Lin Xiao, deep in thought, gradually brightened, your hypothesis holds considerable merit. Zhu Jiani was originally the steward of the Han family. After the transformation at Han Yu's birthday gathering, it seems he sensed something was amiss with Han Yu, prompting his flight. Perhaps he intended to lead us here to divulge certain information he had acquired, which is why he sought Jeff to bring us along. Kiwawelin furrowed her brow and inquired, but why didn't Zhu Jiani come directly to the Mist Bureau to find us? Lin Xiao replied, perhaps he feared that someone was in pursuit of him, intent on silencing him. In fact, after he located Jeff, he was killed, was he not? Kiwawelin pondered. That does seem plausible. Lu Ning suggested, it is possible that Zhu Jiani, considering he was being hunted, dare not approach the Mist Bureau directly due to the risk involved. Hence, he risked seeking out Jeff, leveraging his own abilities to draw us here. However, he may not have exercised sufficient caution, ultimately leading to his discovery and being found by the people of the Joyous Paradise, resulting in his silencing. The signs of rummaging in this room could indicate that the Joyous Paradise was searching for clues that Zhu Jiani possessed, perhaps the guest list? Lin Xiao nodded. If that is the case, then it aligns perfectly. Jeff, standing nearby, chuckled awkwardly and remarked, Gentlemen, these are merely your speculations. Surely there is no evidence to support them? Lu Ning responded, perhaps we should visit number 12 Nanning Road. There may be evidence there. Lin Xiao nodded affirmatively. We must not delay. Let us depart at once. By the way, Zhu Jiani's corpse warned us to be cautious of Han something. What could that mean? Could it be Han Yu? Lin Xiao contemplated. I am uncertain. Perhaps Han Yu is not dead and may have already formed an alliance with the Joyous Paradise. Lu Ning suggested, that is a possibility. We can ponder that later. For now, we must head to number 12 Nanning Road to avoid being beaten to the punch. I will make a call to have someone handle this. Just then, a sudden noise and a series of growls erupted from outside the door. Lin Xiao and the others paused, glancing towards the entrance. Outside the main door, several grotesque, mutated creatures, their skin peeling and muscles exposed, ascended from below, at least 6 or 7 of them. Infected? So many? Lin Zhao's expression shifted slightly. Just as he prepared to take action, a scream pierced the air from outside the window. Kiwawellen's expression changed as she approached the window to peer below. In the alley, 2 tattered, homeless men suddenly contorted grotesquely. One sprouted bony spikes, while the other was covered in tentacles. Nearby, 2 individuals lay on the ground, crawling backward in terror. "Someone is transformed," Kiwawellen exclaimed. "It's the 2 homeless men." "What?" Both homeless men transformed simultaneously. Lin Xiao was taken aback. At that moment, Lu Ning leaped to the window, vaulting out and landing in the alley beside the 2 infected men. Just as the transformation completed, one of the infected howled, "Flesh." In the next heartbeat, the tentacles on his back lunged toward Lu Ning. The response came in the form of a gunshot. Bang! As the gunfire erupted, the head of the infected individual exploded, sending crimson and ivory splattering in all directions. In Lu Ning's hand, the red rose continued to emit wisps of smoke. His expression remained impassive as the white rose was already aimed at another afflicted person, and he pulled the trigger. The infected individual stood no chance, succumbing instantly to a fatal shot. Jeff, observing from above, gasped in shock, feeling a chill creep into his own head. Beside him, Kiwawellen exclaimed, "Captain, the infected below have already been dealt with by Brother Lu Ning." Lin Xiao replied, tersely, "Good. Once I handle these remaining infected." "Wait, Brother Lu Ning, where are you going?" Before Lin Xiao could finish, Kiwawellen interrupted. Lin Xiao looked bewildered. "What now?" From downstairs, Lu Ning's voice resonated. "There are traces of excessive psychic radiation here. It has just been left behind. I'm going to investigate." "Lin Xiao?" Kiwawellen's voice followed. "Captain, Brother Lu Ning has run off." Lin Zhao's expression darkened. "That brat charged out alone. Damn it." He inhaled deeply, his foot striking the ground, and in an instant he vanished from sight. Moments later, glimmers of blades flashed past several infected individuals. Lin Xiao materialized behind them, and as they halted in unison, their heads tumbled from their bodies, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Jeff touched his neck, feeling a chill not just in his head, but also at his throat. "Let us go. We need to catch up." Lin Zhao's hand shifted from a knife to an open palm as he turned to Kiwawellen. Noticing Jeff's frozen stance, he paused and narrowed his eyes, saying, "You come along too. If you try to escape, I will shoot you on sight." Jeff shivered slightly and chuckled nervously. "Captain Lin, don't say that. Why would I run? I'm innocent, and I'm not afraid. As long as you don't run, it's fine. Keep up." Lin Xiao strode quickly downstairs, with Kiwawellen and Jeff hastily following. Upon jumping down, Lu Ning observed a faint white mist swirling in the alley, extending into the distance. The concentration of psychic radiation in this mist was not excessively high. However, the previous infected vagrants already possessed significant psychic radiation, and this white mist acted as a catalyst, directly leading to their affliction. During this time, Lu Ning had diligently practiced his body tempering technique, granting him a speed surpassing that of an ordinary second-tier physical enhancement awakened. He swiftly navigated through several alleys, pursuing the white mist. Before long, Lu Ning spotted a figure sprinting ahead in an alley. It was a woman clad in a vibrant red dress, her feet adorned with red high heels. Her skin was alabaster, her attire strikingly vivid, starkly contrasting with the filthy surroundings. Despite her high heels, she ran with remarkable speed, her footsteps silent, resembling a nimble red cat. In her hand, she held a pink incense stick which was lit, releasing a delicate stream of smoke. In Lu Ning's line of sight, the white mist emanated from the incense, and within the wafting smoke, the white mist grew denser. Beside the path traversed by the woman, a homeless man lay sleeping on the ground. Perhaps he had inhaled the scent of smoke, for his body twitched a few times before falling silent. As the woman ran, humming a tune, she sensed a disturbance behind her, prompting her to halt and glance back. At that moment, Lu Ning caught sight of the woman. Her beauty was striking. a harmonious blend of purity and allure that made her stand out even amidst the bustling street. With an impassive expression, Lu Ning raised his twin guns towards her. Upon seeing the firearms, the woman's complexion shifted slightly. She swiftly sidestepped and crashed through a nearby window, darting into the residential building. Chapter 48. The fallen angel Lu Ning furrowed his brow and hastened towards the window through which the woman had vanished. Before he could approach, an unusual shriek emanated from within. The previously motionless homeless man suddenly shed his skin, emitting a howl as he lunged towards Lu Ning. The transformed vagrant was now a mere 2 steps away from him. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Lu Ning, his mutated claws aimed at Lu Ning's neck. With an expressionless demeanor, Lu Ning slightly shifted his body, effortlessly evading the claws of the aberrant creature. He lifted his right foot, a brilliant white light flashing across it, and delivered a powerful kick to the creature's body. Boom! The sound of shattering bones echoed as the creature was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall of the alley, losing all vitality on impact. Its shattered bones slid down the wall like soft flesh. At that moment, Lu Ning heard low growls and the sound of running behind him. Turning his head, he saw 2 more mutated beings rushing towards him. One moved swiftly on all 4s, while the other was covered in white bony protrusions. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire rang out as the heads of the 2 creatures exploded, and they crumpled to the ground. Lu Ning sprinted a few steps and leaped through the window. The room was dark, devoid of light, and the gloomy weather outside added to the somber atmosphere. Just as Lu Ning entered, a piercing sound sliced through the air, aimed at his head. He tilted his head slightly and saw a glint of cold steel narrowly missing his cheek. The stunning woman in red was now close, her hands gripping daggers, launching a series of direct strikes at Lu Ning's vital points. His neck, temple, heart, and more were all within her reach. The woman exhibited remarkable combat skills, her agility and strength formidable. She seemed to recognize the tremendous power of Lu Ning's guns, denying him any opportunity to fire. Yet Lu Ning's combat prowess was equally impressive. Even in such a confined space, amidst the tempest of her attacks, he managed to evade her dagger strikes. He attempted to counter with his guns, but before he could aim at the woman clad in red, she would deflect his aim with her daggers or arms, continuously sidestepping to avoid being hit. Given their proximity, the powerful bullets from the red rose and white rose could not be maneuvered effectively at such close range. Within the confines of the cramped room, the 2 adversaries clashed violently, shattering the scant wooden furniture into mere splinters. The walls bore the marks of daggers and the bullet holes from Lu Ning's gunfire. In that moment, Lu Ning swung his left hand, holding the gun, as if delivering a punch aimed at the woman's head. The woman in red, perceiving his action as an intention to shoot, raised her hand to stab at Lu Ning's wrist with her dagger. This maneuver would not only block, but also inflict harm upon Lu Ning's wrist. However, Lu Ning did not flinch. A flash of white light emanated from both his fist and the gun he wielded. Upon witnessing his lack of evasion and the flicker of white light, the woman's expression shifted dramatically. She attempted to withdraw and evade, but it was too late. With a thud, the dagger plunged deep into Lu Ning's wrist. Yet the power of the vibrant soul fist surged forth simultaneously. The woman's hand gripping the dagger was jolted back, the sound of cracking bones resonating in the air. She staggered backward, colliding with the wall. Just as she steadied herself and sought to escape, the sound of gunfire erupted. The bullet tore through her right knee, creating a gruesome wound. She cried out in agony, her movement faltering as she collapsed onto the ground. Lu Ning gazed at the woman's pained yet beautiful visage, his expression remaining unchanged as he fired again. Her left leg met the same fate, shattering her ability to stand or flee. It was only then that Lu Ning tucked his gun away, expressionless as he withdrew the dagger embedded in his left wrist. At that moment, the woman in red seemed to seize an opportunity. With a swift motion, her delicate arm flung the solitary dagger in her possession like a bolt of lightning toward Lu Ning's face. Preoccupied with extracting the dagger, he did not even glance up. Thud! The dagger struck Lu Ning's forehead, burying its blade deep within his skull. The woman, witnessing this, momentarily wore a pained smile of triumph. Fool, to make such a grave error in your moment of triumph. You deserve your fate. However, her smile abruptly vanished. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she observed Lu Ning fixated on the dagger lodged in his forehead, continuing to methodically extract the one from his wrist. Once the dagger was removed, the wound on his wrist healed in an instant. Lu Ning casually discarded the blade to the floor before extracting the dagger from his forehead. As it was pulled free, the wound on his forehead healed at an astonishing rate, leaving no trace behind. He tossed the dagger aside and looked up at the woman, now frozen in shock, and inquired, "What do you mean, undeserving of death?" The woman's eyes brimmed with incredulous terror. "What are you?" Lu Ning furrowed his brow slightly. "I am human." He paused, as if to underscore his point, a normal human. The woman's expression twisted in horror as she braced herself against the ground, leaning against the wall. "What normal human behaves like you? Are you a mutant? Or a minion of some malevolent deity? How did you become a part of the Mist Bureau?" The woman in red appeared to be profoundly shaken, muttering incoherently about impossibilities and divine beings as she gazed at Lu Ning. Lu Ning, with an expression devoid of emotion, replied, "Enough. You are a follower of the joyful paradise, are you not? You are now under arrest." The woman suddenly regained her composure, no longer fixated on Lu Ning's identity. A neurotic smile spread across her face, transforming her previously beautiful features into something grotesque. "Arrested? Me? Ha ha ha. Ah." In the next moment, her laughter morphed into a piercing scream. The gun in Lu Ning's hand still emitted smoke as he raised it to shatter both of her arms. At that moment, her limbs lay broken, and she stared at Lu Ning in disbelief, exclaiming, "Why did you break my hands?" Lu Ning calmly explained, "Your laughter seemed rather deranged, and I wish to deny you the opportunity to retaliate." The woman's expression twisted momentarily before she again wore a smile. "It matters not. My mission is already accomplished. Soon, my lord will surely take me to paradise, allowing me to revel in eternal joy." Suddenly, her demeanor contorted, her skin and flesh writhing grotesquely. Before Lu Ning's eyes, a dense white mist began to emerge from within her. Within this mist, a vague figure with pristine wings appeared. This was the angelic visage Lu Ning had previously encountered on the ring, a fallen angel. The angel within the mist grew even more indistinct, seemingly aware of being observed, slowly opening its eyes to meet Lu Ning's gaze. After a brief moment of eye contact, Lu Ning tilted his head and inquired, "What are you staring at?" The angel in the mist appeared to heed Lu Ning's words, its wings stirring gently behind it, eyes shimmering with a bizarre light, almost tangible. In an instant, Lu Ning's mind went blank, and the next moment, he felt as though he were melting like a wax figure. Meanwhile, the woman, whose transformation had already begun, convulsed violently, her flesh tearing the red dress apart. The once graceful woman morphed into an unrecognizable mass of flesh, oozing repulsive slime, adorned with swirling eyes and writhing tentacles. Chapter 49. Gas explosion. The mass of flesh's erratically spinning eyes quickly locked onto Lu Ning, its long, slime-coated tentacles lashing out like whips towards him. Whoosh! The tentacles struck Lu Ning with tremendous force, sending him crashing against the wall. Boom! The wall crumbled under the impact, and Lu Ning was propelled out of the room, landing in a muddy, filthy alley. Just arriving, Lin Xiao, Qiu Yuelin, and Jeff halted in their tracks, witnessing the scene unfold. Jeff, gazing at Lu Ning's melting form, widened his eyes in horror and screamed, "Ah, is he dead?" However, in the next moment, like a melting wax figure, Lu Ning slowly rose from the ground, causing Jeff's scream to catch in his throat. He stared, aghast, at Lu Ning's wax-like appearance, his face turning pale and his body trembling. "See, Commander, the transformation. Your teammate has transformed." Lin Xiao shot glare at Jeff, commanding, "Shut up." In the next moment, Lu Ning's melted form and visage began to exhibit pulsating growths, gradually restoring themselves. As he regained his strength, tendrils swiftly emerged from the damaged walls, surging towards Lu Ning. Although he had not fully recovered, it did not impede his ability to maneuver. He deftly evaded the onslaught while channeling his mental energy into the Crimson Rose. The intricate rose patterns on the flower ignited as his mental power flowed into it, creating an aura of intense heat around Lu Ning. While dodging the tendrils, Lu Ning raised the crimson rose and shot it toward the interior of the wall. A thunderous roar echoed as the projectile transformed into a fireball upon release. Crashing into the room, flames erupted forth, as if a cataclysmic explosion had transpired, causing the surrounding walls to fracture. The tendrils that had previously extended into the room writhed in flames, accompanied by piercing screams emanating from within. In the next instant, the wall crumbled, and the massive mass surged forth, accompanied by its writhing appendages, escaping the inferno. Witnessing this grotesque entity, Qiu Yulin's complexion paled, and she exclaimed, "What is that thing?" Lin Zhao's expression hardened, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Such a degree of mutation is rare. Lu Ning, what was this abomination originally? At this moment, Lu Ning had nearly regained his strength. While evading the tendril attacks, he calmly replied, "It was a follower of the joyful paradise. During her mutation, I glimpsed a fallen angel within her." The trio, including Jeff, seemed momentarily taken aback, their minds grappling with the revelation as they processed Lu Ning's transformation. Lin Zhao's demeanor became exceedingly grave. "What did you say you saw?" "A fallen angel," Lu Ning reiterated. Lin Zhao inhaled deeply, his hands forming into slicing gestures. Before he declared, "I will assist you." Although Lu Ning's previous attack had inflicted some damage upon the grotesque mass, its considerable size rendered the harm relatively minor. He nodded in agreement. "All right." Lin Zhao exhaled a heavy breath, lowering his stance slightly. In the next moment, his breathing deepened profoundly, and he lunged forward. A radiant white light flickered from his blade-like hands as he struck, cleaving the mass in twain. Blood and viscous fluid gushed from the wound, splattering across the alleyway. The mass emitted an eerie scream, reminiscent of countless souls wailing in agony. Despite being severed, both portions of the mass remained alive. Lin Zhao focused on the larger segment, unleashing a barrage of white slashes. Meanwhile, Lu Ning directed mental energy into the white and crimson roses once more. As the energy surged, the two roses fired projectiles. The white roses' shot froze the smaller fragment, while the fireball from the crimson rose detonated upon impact, creating a resounding explosion. In the tumult, the mass was shredded into fragments. With Lu Ning and Lin Zhao's combined efforts, the grotesque mass swiftly succumbed to its demise. Lin Zhao's hands returned to normal as he approached Lu Ning with a serious demeanor. "What transpired just now?" "Just moments ago, I traced a woman using the fallen incense to emit psychic radiation. I managed to defeat her, intending to capture her alive, only to discover that she had undergone a transformation." Lu Ning briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao's expression shifted. "She used the fallen incense? It seems that the aberrants who attacked us earlier were her doing." At this point, Lin Zhao's face suddenly changed. "How did she know we were here? This is bad. They must have been monitoring Zhu Jianyi's room beforehand. They likely overheard what Zhu Jianyi said." Qiu Yulin's expression changed. "Captain, if that's the case, will the people from Joyful Paradise head to 12 Nanning Road, as Zhu Jianyi just mentioned?" Lin Zhao quickly took out his phone. "I'll call for reinforcements. We need to secure 12 Nanning Road. Whatever is there, it's a lead for us." Lin Zhao dialed the number, urgently speaking to the person on the other end. "Lao Lu, we received intel that Joyful Paradise is targeting 12 Nanning Road. You need to hurry." Yes. All right. Get there as soon as possible." After a brief conversation, Lin Zhao hung up and said, "We're heading there too." Lu Ning glanced around and remarked, "Captain, the radiation from the fallen incense is spreading. Although it's not as potent as before, the mental state of people in this area is unstable, and new aberrants may emerge." Lin Zhao slapped his forehead. "I need to make another call." He then contacted the Fog Bureau for this area, requesting them to handle the aftermath. Once the call was finished, Lin Zhao signaled for everyone to leave and headed towards the outskirts of the slums. Along the way, Jeff, who had remained silent, occasionally glanced at Lu Ning with a peculiar expression, hesitating to speak. Confused, Lu Ning looked at Jeff. "Why do you keep staring at me?" After a moment of hesitation, Jeff cautiously asked. Sir, how is it that you're still alive after what just happened? That shouldn't be possible. Lu Ning was about to respond when Qiu Lin chimed in proudly. My brother Lu Ning is immortal. Impressive, right? Jeff's eyes widened. Immortal? He seemed to want to say more, but Lin Xiao interjected impatiently. You still Haven T cleared your name. Mind your identity. Don't ask random questions. Jeff immediately flinched and nodded. Yes, Captain Lin. I'll keep quiet. Before long, the group arrived at the outskirts of the slums and boarded Colin's SUV. Lin Xiao drove much faster than before. However, before they reached 12 Nanning Road, Lin Xiao received a phone call. Hello. What? As Lin Xiao listened to the voice on the other end, his expression changed slightly. He remained silent as he absorbed the information, then slowly replied, Yes. All right, I understand. We're on our way. After hanging up, Qiu Lin, seated in the front passenger seat, quickly inquired, Captain, what's wrong? Lin Xiao frowned. The situation is not good. The second action team hasn't arrived yet, and there was a massive explosion at 12 Nanning Road. It's on fire along with several nearby shops, and there are numerous casualties. What? It was the people from Joyful Paradise who did this. Qiu Lin exclaimed indignantly. Are they not harming innocent bystanders in the process? Lu Ning inquired about the situation at number 12 Nanning Road. Lin Zhao's tone was grave as he replied, Number 12 is a small restaurant. It is said that the kitchen experienced a gas explosion, resulting in the most severe damage. The owner of the restaurant is missing, likely perished in the blast. Upon hearing Lin Zhao's words, a heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere inside the SUV. After a prolonged pause, Qiu Lin expressed her frustration. Does this mean our lead is once again severed? Lin Zhao's expression mirrored her dismay. At this point, it appears that the lead concerning Zhu Jiani has indeed been cut off. Lu Ning interjected. The follower from the Kingdom of Joy mentioned earlier stated that her mission was accomplished before the mutation. It is possible they were originally lurking in one of the adjacent rooms, eavesdropping on our conversation through awakened abilities or some soul device. Lin Xiao sighed. That is highly plausible. The cultists likely orchestrated disturbances through the mutation and alerted other followers, allowing them to exploit a time gap and head directly to No. 12 Nanning Road. Upon hearing this, Qiu Lin's expression turned inquisitive as she glanced at Jeff, seated in the back. You aren't also a member of the Kingdom of Joy, are you? Have you been here listening to us? Jeff's face turned pale as he shook his head vigorously. His voice trembling, Sir. I assure you, I am merely an innocent bystander. I had no idea that Zhu Jiani had hypnotized me. His eyes reddened with tears, nearly spilling over, evoking a sense of guilt from Qiu Lin. Lin Xiao addressed him calmly. Whether you're innocent or not, we will investigate thoroughly. For now, you must accompany us back to the bureau. Jeff nodded with a mournful expression. Yes, Captain Lin. Lu Ning then asked, Captain, should we still proceed to No. 12 Nanning Road? Let us go take a look, Lin Xiao affirmed. The middle section of Nanning Road was cordoned off by law enforcement, and the fire at the shops had already been extinguished by firefighters. A few ordinary citizens were peering curiously beyond the barricades, wondering what had transpired inside. Lin Xiao parked the SUV by the roadside, and the group disembarked, making their way toward the blockade. Upon seeing Lin Xiao and his companions approach, a law enforcement officer quickly stepped forward to stop them. Entry is prohibited. Lin Xiao produced his identification and handed it over. We are from the Fog Bureau. The officers were taken aback. One hastily took the credentials and examined them. After confirming Lin Xiao's identity, they saluted him respectfully. Greetings, sir. Lin Xiao nodded and retrieved his documents, inquiring, Is Officer Lu Chong inside? Officer Lu is in there. You may enter to find him. Very well. The law enforcement officers granted them passage, allowing Lin Xiao and his group to step beyond the barricade and into the restricted area. Lu Ning surveyed the interior environment. The shops lining one side of the street were reduced to ruins, with one area suffering near total devastation, charred marks staining the walls alongside signs of burning. Several law officers and members of the Fog Bureau's action team clad in trench coats were seen moving in and out of various shops. A tall, slender middle-aged man spotted Lin Xiao and his companions, his eyes lighting up as he approached. Old Lin, you've arrived? Lin Xiao nodded. Yes, what is the situation? Lu Chang furrowed his brow and remarked, "The walls of number 12 bear the marks of struggle, undoubtedly the work of awakened individuals. However, they were exceedingly cautious, leaving behind no clues, or perhaps any evidence was obliterated in the explosion." Lin Zhao's expression darkened as he inquired, "Who originally owned this restaurant at number 12? Has that been investigated?" "Indeed," Lu Chang replied. "It was owned by an individual named Zhu Yunxiao, who had operated it for over 5 years. According to our inquiries, the establishment has always functioned normally, with no issues regarding expenditures or taxes. As for the proprietor, he was merely an ordinary restaurant owner." Lin Xiao exchanged glances with Lu Ning and the others. "Zhu, is there something amiss with that surname?" Lu Chang asked, puzzled. "We have encountered a lead that has been severed, and the witness also bears the surname Zhu," Lin Xiao elucidated. Lu Chang's brow furrowed further as he began to comprehend the implications. "So, those from the paradise of joy intend to eradicate the evidence?" "That is highly probable," Lin Xiao affirmed with a nod before inquiring, "Have we discovered the body of Zhu Yunxiao?" Lu Chang shook his head. "None have been found. Ordinarily, the force of a gas explosion would not be sufficient to obliterate all traces of a body. We have not encountered any remnants of Zhu Yunxiao's remains, suggesting he did not perish here. There are 2 possibilities. He either fled or was apprehended by the paradise of joy." Lin Xiao frowned as he pondered this, then sighed. "Let us hope for the former. Please assist in investigating the vicinity for any signs of Zhu Yunxiao's departure." "Understood." After a brief exchange, Lu Ning and the others proceeded to examine the scene. Inside the restaurant, nearly all the tables and chairs lay in ruins, and the walls bore marks resembling claw prints, which did not appear to be the result of the explosion. This was the reason Lu Chang believed awakened beings had engaged in combat. Beyond this, no further clues were discovered. After a meticulous inspection yielded nothing, Lin Xiao and his companions had no choice but to depart. Upon returning to their off-road vehicle, Lin Xiao directed them towards the branch of the Fog Bureau in Zone 7. After disembarking, Jeff, appearing as timid as a quail, nervously glanced around. Lin Xiao regarded him before addressing Kiwawelin and Lu Ning. "I will conduct the interrogation. You may proceed upstairs." Lu Ning glanced at Jeff and nodded, "Very well." Lu Ning and Kiwawelin ascended to the 3rd floor. Colin, Wang Chuan, and Wei Xian were engaged in a game in the activity room. Upon seeing Lu Ning and Kiwawelin enter, they turned to face them. Colin adjusted his glasses and inquired, "How did it go? Any progress?" Kiwawelin plopped down onto the sofa. "Seething, do not even get me started. We located Zhu Jinni's residence, but he has already been murdered at the hands of the paradise of joy." At Kiwawelin's revelation, the 3 immediately ceased their game and approached. "What is the situation?" Colin asked, his expression grave. Kiwawelin recounted the events that had transpired, and the expressions of Colin and the others fluctuated with each detail. After a moment of silence, Colin remarked, "It appears that the paradise of joy likely has a considerable presence in our base city." Wang Chiwen, his brow furrowed, slammed his hand on the coffee table. "What on earth are they planning to do?" Wei Xian's expression was tinged with concern as he remarked, "Typically, the gatherings of cultists bode ill for the base city." Colin sighed in agreement, stating, "Indeed, history has witnessed significant losses to base cities due to cultist activities, with some even facing annihilation as a result." The atmosphere in the activity room suddenly grew solemn. The increasing frequency of activities by the members of the joyful paradise within the base city stirred anxiety among all present. Zhu Yunxiao must possess some insights regarding Zhu Jinni's potential leads, yet his current circumstances remain uncertain, rendering this avenue temporarily unreliable. Colin shook his head in dismay. Lu Ning inquired, "Do you have any other updates from the Bureau today? What about Li Yong and that Samantha? Any leads from Gao Tianlin's side?" Upon hearing these words, the expressions of Colin and the others turned grave. Colin's demeanor became serious as he stated, "Li Yong is dead." "What? He too has perished." Qiu Yuelin's complexion shifted dramatically, her eyes widening in disbelief. "How'd he die?" Lu Ning questioned, perplexed. "Suicide by hanging," Colin replied slowly, shaking his head. "Suicide?" Qiu Yuelin struggled to comprehend. "Why would he take his own life?" "Who knows? Perhaps it was related to that birthday party incident." Liang might have felt guilty and taken his own life, Wang Qiwen suggested, grimacing. Wei Xian interjected, it may not necessarily be suicide. After all, with the myriad abilities of awakeners, it is not implausible for someone to disguise a murder as a suicide. Initially, I had no leads, but hearing your insights, it seems Liang could have been a victim of joyful paradise, possibly to eliminate any traces, Colin pondered. Qiu Yuelin expressed her frustration, if that is the case. Both Zhu Jiani and Liang are dead ends, aren't they? It seems unlikely we will gain anything from Miss Samantha, considering Han Yu's previous actions. She is likely just a victim of exploitation. Regardless, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, we must not abandon our investigation. The escalating activities of joyful paradise instill within me a foreboding sense, Colin sighed. Subsequently, the group fell silent. Lu Ning and Xiu Yuelin had spent the entire day running around, while Colin had previously visited Li Yang's suicide scene. The group felt fatigued and settled down for a rest in the activity room. After more than 2 hours, as dusk descended, Lin Xiao returned to the activity room. Qiu Yuelin glanced at Lin Xiao's back and asked, Captain, where is Jeff? We have thoroughly interrogated him, and it appears he knows nothing. There are signs of his mind having been manipulated, so he is likely uninvolved with Zhu Jiani's affairs, Colin replied. Very well, Colin stood up, clapping his hands together. Let's call it a day. I'll order dinner. You've all worked hard today, and I shall treat you to something nice. Lu Ning's eyes lit up, braised pork. The others cheered in agreement, long live Captain Colin. After the orders were placed, Colin exited the room to procure the food. In the ensuing days, Lu Ning and the others continued to collaborate with the Public Security Bureau and other departments to pursue leads. Unfortunately, progress remained elusive. The fate of Zhu Yunxiao remains shrouded in mystery. Following Li Yang's autopsy report, various data points to the conclusion of suicide, leaving no substantial clues behind. As for Samantha, she too is under scrutiny, yet no significant findings have emerged. Gao Tianlin's enterprises have been infiltrated by the sheriff's office, and thus far, the source of the insidious incense has not been uncovered. Regarding Lu Ning, during his previous search for Zhu Jiani, he eliminated several mutated beings and played a crucial role in vanquishing the cultists of the Joyful Paradise, earning notable accolades. These achievements have naturally been utilized to settle the debts owed to White Rose and Red Rose. Unfortunately, the recent absence of new soul crystals has diminished the pace of Lu Ning's mental fortitude refinement, resulting in a slower enhancement of his mental power compared to before. Nevertheless, his physical fortification remains robust, thanks to the enhanced recovery abilities he acquired after reaching the second tier. This has empowered Lu Ning to audaciously harness mental resonance for the augmentation of his physique. Though the process is somewhat painful, it brings him a sense of reassurance, as it affirms his vitality. Besides the task involving the Joyful Paradise, other mutation incidents occasionally arise in Zone 7, though these tend to be relatively simple, primarily involving first-tier mutants. Even Lin Xiao and Colin are seldom needed. Individuals like Qiu Yuelin can handle them with ease. Days passed in this manner. One day, Lu Ning and Wang Chuan were on duty at the branch when Lin Xiao, Colin, Qiu Yuelin, and Wei Xian departed to manage a mutation incident. Lu Ning and Wang Chuan were engrossed in an electric gaming console when hastening footsteps approached. Shortly thereafter, the door to the activity room swung open, and Yu Ran, breathless, stood at the threshold, exclaiming, Lu Ning, someone has come to report that her partner has gone missing these past few days. Wang Qiwen, currently at a disadvantage against Lu Ning in the game, an adversary who seemed to master any challenge effortlessly, was feeling somewhat frustrated. Upon hearing Yu Ran's words, he furrowed his brow and remarked, shouldn't cases of missing persons be outside the jurisdiction of the Fog Bureau? Yu Ran replied, ordinary cases of missing persons certainly do not fall under our purview. However, the individual in question is a registered second-tier awakened, and the one reporting is also an awakened. Upon hearing this, both Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen paused their game. Lu Ning rose and inquired, where is she? I asked her to wait in the reception room, Yu Ran replied. Let us go and see. Following Yu Ran, Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen departed the activity room and ascended to a reception area on the second floor. Inside the reception room, a middle-aged woman with golden hair held a cup of hot tea, her expression tense as she glanced around anxiously. Upon noticing Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen's entrance, she quickly stood, spilling some of the hot tea from her paper cup onto the table. Yu Ran reassured her, "Miss Farron, there's no need to be nervous. These two are members of our action team at the Fog Bureau, Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen. You may express any concerns you have for them." Farland quickly nodded and said, "Gentlemen, my beloved has gone missing since yesterday, and I implore you to assist me in locating him." Lu Ning gazed calmly at Farland and replied, "Please share with us any information you possess." Farland promptly nodded and began, "My beloved's name is Yuan. He is a second-tier shapeshifter. His transformative abilities yield impressive results in certain fields, which is why he works as a private investigator. Previously, he mentioned that he accepted an investigative assignment at a bar named A Tree, which aligns perfectly with his expertise. However, yesterday, while he was on his way to fulfill the task, he lost contact. Ordinarily, he would send me a good night message by 10 o'clock at night. This morning, I attempted to call him, but once again, there was no answer." Wang Qiwen's expression reflected mild astonishment as he inquired, "He accepted the assignment at A Tree?" "Indeed, sir. As you know, many of us free awakeners often accept tasks at bars to make ends meet," Farland explained. "Do you know the identity of your beloved's target?" Lu Ning asked. Farland pondered for a moment and replied, "I recall my beloved mentioning that it was a celebrity, but the name escapes me. Let me think. Samantha? Yes." Her eyes brightened as she continued, "That's it." "How did you know, sir?" Farland looked at Lu Ning with curiosity. Wang Qiwen, slightly impatient, responded, "Our action team also keeps an eye on tasks at bars." Farland nodded in realization. Wang Qiwen pressed on, "Please elaborate on your beloved's investigation. When did he depart? Where does he typically conduct his inquiries about this celebrity? When did you first notice his absence? Do you know where he went missing?" Chapter 52. Samantha's private residence. Wang Qiwen's barrage of questions gradually calmed Farland, allowing her to continue her narrative. "My beloved's schedule for trailing Samantha is quite irregular. Sometimes it's during the day, other times at night, or even throughout the entire day. He has been pursuing this investigation for nearly a month. Just a couple of days ago, he complained to me about not uncovering anything of value. If it weren't for the rewards he receives for relaying information, he would have long abandoned it. Yesterday, he left home at 4 in the afternoon to continue tracking Samantha. We have an agreement that he will inform me of his whereabouts whenever he undertakes a task. So I was aware that he was heading to a private residence of Samantha located on the outskirts of the base city. At 7 o'clock, he sent me a message. Typically, he would send another message by 10 o'clock, but I did not receive anything. Initially, I assumed he was preoccupied with work. However, as the morning progressed without any communication from him, I began to feel uneasy. I attempted to reach him, but was unable to connect, which is why I sought your assistance." Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen listened intently to Farland's account. Lu Ning inquired, "Do you know the exact location of Samantha's private residence?" "Yes, my beloved informed me before he left. It is located at Building 4, Apartment 503, Anna Community, Wuyan Road in District 7, Farland replied. Wang Qiwen immediately stood up, his face alight with excitement, exclaiming, "Lu Ning, let us go. We shall have Old Qin and the others take the night shift while we set off." Lu Ning observed the excited Wang Qiwen and spoke, "Let us first contact the captain." Wang Qiwen furrowed his brow and replied, "But the captain and the others are on a mission. Could this interfere with their work?" Lu Ning shook his head. "Both the captain and the vice captain are present. There should not be any significant issues. This matter involves Samantha, and the captain is likely aware of it." Wang Qiwen expressed his frustration. "Does this mean we will be delayed for a long time? Will we miss our opportunity?" Lu Ning responded calmly, based on the previous clues. "There may indeed be danger this time. I am indifferent. My life is not at stake." Wang Qiwen fell silent for a moment, his expression serious, as he said, "Lu Ning, I believe you are right. We must contact the captain." At the same time, Farron looked at the two men with confusion. "Gentlemen, do you know who this Samantha is? Why is there danger? Will anything happen to my partner?" Her expression was one of palpable anxiety. Lu Ning regarded her, contemplated for a moment, and reassured her, "Do not worry too much. If he were to perish, we would strive to bring back his remains." Upon hearing this, Farron's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Wang Qiwen shot a disapproving glare at Lu Ning and muttered, "If you have nothing sensible to say, It would be best not to speak at all. Lu Ning cast a puzzled glance at Wang Qiwen, but refrained from further comment. Wang Qiwen turned to Farron with a smile. Rest assured, madam, as long as your partner is alive, we will find a way to rescue him. Thank you. Thank you so much. Farron bowed repeatedly. Meanwhile, Lu Ning had already dialed Lin Zhao's number. After one unsuccessful attempt, he raised an eyebrow. Wang Qiwen remarked, "Could there be an issue on their end?" Uncertain, Lu Ning was about to call again when suddenly his phone rang. It was Lin Zhao. Upon answering, Lin Zhao's cheerful voice resonated. "Hello? Lu Ning, what's the matter? We just finished here." Lu Ning could hear laughter from Colin and Xiao Yuelen in the background. Someone reported a case regarding a second-tier awakened who went missing while investigating Samantha. What? Samantha? Lin Zhao's tone turned serious. Is the information accurate? Yes. We have already pinpointed the specific location. Captain, would you like to check it out? Lin Zhao immediately responded, "Of course we must." After a moment of silence, he continued, "Have Wang Qiwen stay at the division, and you go ahead and wait for us. I'll have Xiaolin return as well, and we'll head over with Colin and Wei Xian. By the way, where's the location? It is at Building 503, Anna Community, Wuyun Road, District 7. That is not far from us. We should arrive faster than you. You need to hurry." "All right, I'll take a taxi over. I almost forgot. I previously mentioned that you should get your driver's license. Make sure to do that when you return." "Understood." Lu Ning hung up the phone and turned to Wang Qiwen, who had already risen, ready to depart, his expression blank. Lu Ning remarked, "You heard that." Wang Qiwen's face contorted. "What the hell? Doesn't T that mean I can't go? Why not?" Lu Ning pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, "Perhaps it is due to your comparatively lower strength?" Wang Qiwen. He wore an expression of indignation. "Am I really that weak? How could I possibly be inferior?" Wang Qiwen thought of Lin Zhao and Colin, then glanced at Lu Ning before finally mustering the courage to speak after a prolonged silence. "Surely, I must be stronger than Wei Xian, right?" "That I cannot ascertain," he retorted. Frustrated, Wang Qiwen plopped back down in his seat, choosing to remain silent. Lu Ning remarked, "I shall take my leave now." Noticing Wang Qiwen's sullen demeanor, Lu Ning turned and departed. Once outside the division, Lu Ning hailed a cab and proceeded toward his destination. The 7th district was quite expansive, but fortunately, the division was centrally located, facilitating prompt support during any anomalous incidents. Thus, the journey to the Anna community on Yuyun Road was brief, taking merely a little over 10 minutes. The area appeared to be a newly constructed complex, not as grand as the villa districts, yet the environment was pleasant. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Lu Ning's gaze was instantly drawn to an off-road vehicle and a sports car nearby. Outside, Lin Zhao was cheerfully waving at him, a radiant smile gracing his face. Beside Lin Zhao stood Colin and Wei Xian. Lu Ning approached them and inquired, "Shall we head inside?" Lin Zhao shook his head, responding, "Not yet. Although we are uncertain whether the missing awakener is connected to Samantha, if we approach directly, they will surely conceal themselves. We must observe discreetly for now." Colin added, "I've located a room with a clear view of the target's position. We can proceed there now." Lu Ning nodded in agreement. Very well. The residential buildings within Anna community were not far apart. Colin indicated that they were aiming for room 604 on the 6th floor of Building 5, directly across from room 503 in Building 4. Lu Ning reached the window and immediately spotted the window of room 503 below at an angle. At that moment, it was afternoon, and it appeared unoccupied. Wei Xian approached, smiling. "Leave the surveillance to me. I frequently handle such tasks at the Public Security Bureau and am quite experienced. Besides, with your formidable combat prowess, my contributions are merely supportive." Lu Ning nodded, "Alright." Subsequently, Wei Xian leaned against the window, peering through the curtains of the target. The three of them settled onto the sofa in the living room, awaiting news. Time passed, and soon the sky grew dim, ultimately enveloping everything in darkness. As the clock approached 9 in the evening, the previously silent Wei Xian suddenly spoke up. "The lights in the target room have been turned on. It appears someone has returned." Upon hearing this, the trio engaged in a spirited game of cards instantly perked up. Lin Zhao carefully set down his hand, cautioning, "No one touch their cards. We'll continue shortly." Colin, equally apprehensive, glanced at Lu Ning. Lu Ning, wearing a serious expression, turned away. Xian, what do you see? Chapter 53. The prey Wei Xian, concealed behind the curtains, peered through a small gap, not turning back as he remarked, I don't see anyone yet. Wait. Someone's approaching. Huh? Why is a man? The next moment, Wei Xian frowned. The curtains had been drawn. Both Lin Xiao and Colin knitted their brows. Can you no longer see? Lin Xiao inquired. Although the curtains were closed, shadows could still be discerned. They lacked our expertise. And the room's lighting was bright enough to reveal a figure. Wei Xian whispered, the silhouette appears slender. It must be a woman. This could possibly be Samantha. Colin rode. A man and a woman? Who is the man? Is he a celebrity? Wei Xian pondered for a moment and replied. He is neither a star from Samantha's social circle that I have encountered before, nor any of the renowned celebrities that I am aware of. If he is not a celebrity, then who could he be? Lin Xiao mused thoughtfully. Lu Ning interjected. Could it be related to the joyful paradise? Is it possible that Yuan, who came to investigate previously, went missing because he discovered this? I am uncertain, but there is a possibility. Captain, what shall we do now? Wei Xian glanced at Lin Xiao. They should not be in the living room, where they have moved a considerable distance from the window, as I cannot see any shadows. After a prolonged contemplation, Lin Xiao articulated, Lu Ning and I will keep watch from across the street, while you two remain here. When it is late at night, we will infiltrate and examine the situation. Perhaps we can uncover some clues. Colin pondered. What if the man leaves before we get there? Lin Xiao responded. Then Lu Ning and I will pursue him, while you two keep an eye on Samantha. Wei Xian, what are the man's characteristics? Wei Xian reflected. He has black curly hair, a beard, a hooked nose, dark skin, a tall and sturdy build, and he wears a black sweater. Lin Xiao nodded. Understood. Let's go, Lu Ning. The two departed the room and descended the stairs, masquerading as ordinary individuals just off work, heading towards Building 4. As they arrived at Building 4, they spotted a man clad in a black sweater, nearly 6 feet tall, emerging from the entrance. The man was robust and handsome, and as he passed by Lu Ning and Lin Xiao, he cast a cold glance at them before averting his gaze. Lin Xiao and Lu Ning brushed past the man, exchanging a knowing look without making any sudden movements, and continued into the residential building, climbing a couple of steps. When the man vanished into the shadows beyond the reach of the streetlight, Lu Ning calmly remarked, he emits a psychic radiation. Lin Xiao's eyes brightened, a smile breaking across his face. It might be the scent of decadence. We have finally caught a lead. Let's follow him. Lu Ning nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao glanced at Lu Ning and inquired, will this radiation leave traces on the road? It will leave some traces, Lu Ning replied honestly. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled, a grin forming. This means we do not have to trail too closely for fear of being detected. Ideally, we can follow the clues back to their lair. Then, Lin Xiao had a thought and said, I will contact Colin to have them continue observing Samantha. It is evident that this man is acquainted with her. And since he possesses dangerous items, Samantha must also be implicated. After speaking, Lin Xiao took out his phone and contacted Colin. After briefly explaining the situation, he turned to Lu Ning. Let us go. Follow him. Lu Ning nodded and exited the residential building. The air retained a faint trace of psychic radiation, extending into the distance within Lu Ning's line of sight. This ethereal, pale mist of psychic radiation occasionally intertwined with bizarre, distorted phantoms. However, it seemed to have no effect on these strange apparitions. Since leaving the fog, Lu Ning had been able to see these peculiar phantoms, yet they appeared to be unaffected at present. The two individuals meandered through the dense white fog, gradually pursuing their target. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the community. The man appeared to have abandoned his vehicle, veering off along the sidewalk. Lu Ning and Lin Xiao trailed behind him into the mist. The streets of the base city were relatively deserted at night, with streetlights spaced far apart, casting a dim and tranquil ambience. The sound of their footsteps seemed to resonate in the quiet. After walking for a while, Lu Ning suddenly furrowed his brow. Noticing this, Lin Xiao inquired with a hint of confusion, what is wrong? Lu Ning gestured towards a dark alley nearby, stating, he has entered there. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Let us follow him. Lu Ning nodded, and the two entered the alley. Shortly after they began walking through the alley, Lu Ning frowned again. His pace has quickened compared to before. We seem to be falling behind, and the spiritual radiation in the air has diminished. Lin Zhao's expression shifted slightly. Could it be that they have discovered us? Uncertain. Damn it. We must increase our speed. Lu Ning nodded and began to run, with Lin Zhao trailing close behind. However, after just a few paces, Lin Zhao sensed something was amiss. He looked at Lu Ning's figure ahead, perplexed, and asked, "Wait, Lu Ning, how are you running so fast? Haven't you just recently reached the second tier? And you're not even awakened one specializing in speed." As he ran, Lu Ning replied, "I've been training my body rigorously." Lin Zhao's curiosity piqued. "I've noticed your physical prowess seems to rival that of other awakened ones in the same tier. What is your training regimen? Perhaps I could adopt it and break through to the 6th tier. It's quite simple, really. It's based on the principle of the soul-shaking fist, utilizing spiritual energy to resonate with the internal organs, bones, and flesh, thereby strengthening oneself through this resonance." Lu Ning explained calmly, revealing the methodology behind his physical refinement. Lin Zhao, trailing behind, was left in a state of bewilderment. He stared blankly at Lu Ning's back. Is the soul-shaking fist truly applicable in such a manner? How can one use spiritual energy to resonate within a body? What if it's not controlled properly? Wouldn't that cause injury? Lu Ning responded matter-of-factly, "Of course, injuries can occur. I've died twice from overexertion." Lin Zhao's expression darkened. Disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Lu Ning. "Wait, Lu Ning, do we have some deep-seated enmity that makes you want to place me in such peril?" Lu Ning, puzzled, replied, "Didn't you ask me how to train? This is how I train." Lin Zhao felt a sense of dread. "You can resurrect. I cannot. Who else can employ this method aside from you?" "Uncertain, uningrepliet nonchalantly." Lin Zhao's face flushed red, and he fell silent. At that moment, Lu Ning spoke again. "The spiritual radiation has intensified." Lin Zhao dismissed his earlier thoughts, his focus sharpening. "Then we can afford to slow down." Before he could finish, a flash of cold light darted around the corner of the alley at an incredible speed. Lu Ning barely had time to react before the glint sliced across his neck. Blood gushed forth, and his head fell to the ground, his body swaying slightly before collapsing to the ground. Lin Zhao was splattered with Lu Ning's blood. Halting his steps and gazing intently at the alley's corner, the man in the sweater, wielding a long knife, slowly emerged from around the bend. He licked the blood off the blade, a look of pleasure crossing his face. "The taste is truly exquisite." He turned his gaze toward Lin Zhao, his eyes glinting with a crimson light, and said, "I sense the scent of prey, yet someone dares to pursue me? I wonder if your flesh is as delectable as that of the little rat from before." Chapter 54. The big fish Lin Zhao remained silent, his hands transforming into bone knives, poised to strike. Just then, a commotion arose beneath him. Headless, Lu Ning crawled up, groping for his severed head and attempting to reattach it. The man in the sweater was momentarily taken aback, his originally savage expression faltering, as if his mind had short-circuited. Then, a fervor ignited in his eyes. Not dead? Able to recover? Splendid. A perfect ingredient. He murmured to himself, "If I only sever one thigh each time, it should be able to regenerate, right? That way I could feast on fresh thighs every day." As he spoke, the man in the sweater swallowed hard, his gaze toward Lu Ning turning unabashedly greedy. Lu Ning had successfully reattached his head, his expression flat as he remarked, "Your gaze is utterly repulsive. Ingredients like you don't deserve to speak." The man in the sweater cackled, already envisioning Lu Ning as meat on a chopping block. At that moment, a sharp sound sliced through the air. The man's expression shifted dramatically as he sidestepped to block with his knife. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed as he staggered back, crashing against the wall of the alley. He regarded the coldly expressionless Lin Zhao, a hint of fear mingling with his derision. "Fifth rank?" Having spoken, he turned to flee. "You think you can escape?" Lin Zhao scoffed, vanishing from his spot and instantly appearing before the man, his hands transformed into bone knives raining down in a flurry of strikes, illuminating the dark alley with flashes of light. The man in the sweater possessed remarkable instincts. Although he was inferior to Lin Xiao in every aspect, he managed to barely fend off Lin Xiao's relentless assault. However, with each blow Lin Xiao delivered, the man was forced to retreat, being firmly suppressed. At that moment, the man in the sweater let out a low growl, self-devour. In the next instant, his previously robust physique began to wither, as if his flesh and blood were being consumed by an unknown force. As his flesh disappeared, the man exchanged it for enhanced physical prowess, enabling him to withstand Lin Xiao's onslaught. Lin Xiao's expression remained unchanged as he coldly remarked amidst his attacks, "How long can you sustain this self-destructive ability?" The man in the sweater did not respond. After a fierce clash with Lin Xiao, he was propelled backward by the force of Lin Xiao's strength and altered his trajectory, sprinting toward Lu Ning, who was watching the spectacle from a distance. His eyes gleamed with a frenzied red light, his mouth agape, the corners of his lips tearing open to reveal blood-red flesh. At that moment, Lu Ning raised the dual pistols in his hands. The red and white glimmers on the red rose and white rose danced in the air, the patterns of the red rose igniting with flames, while the white rose emitted a chilling mist. Throughout the unfolding drama, Lu Ning had been infusing his mental energy into the two soul weapons. Though the man clad in a sweater may not possess the strength of Lin Xiao, he is likely at least a fourth tier. Lu Ning spared no effort, channeling his mental energy to be prepared to assist Lin Xiao at a critical moment. To his surprise, the man in the sweater charged directly at him. Upon witnessing the radiance emanating from Lu Ning's dual pistols, the man's expression shifted from ferocity to astonishment. A soul weapon? He attempted to sidestep. Bang! Bang! However, the bullets, infused with an abundance of mental energy, possessed a power akin to that of small artillery shells and traveled at remarkable speed. Had the man been a short distance away, he might have evaded them, but with the man rushing towards Lu Ning, he was merely a few paces away. The frost bullets from the white rose were the first to be unleashed. Despite his efforts to evade, the man was struck in the left thigh. The frost bullet detonated, transforming into a chilling frost that instantaneously encased the wound, rapidly spreading outward. The man's left leg lost all sensation. Before he could react, the fiery bullet from the red rose landed on the frozen spot. Boom! The man's left leg, along with half of his hip, was obliterated, sending him hurtling backward to crash against the wall, from which he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Despite his struggle to rise, Lin Xiao approached him, and with a flurry of blade flashes, the man's remaining intact arm and thigh were marred by deep, bloody gashes. Lin Xiao's bone blade rested against the man's neck, his expression cold. "Move again, and you shall perish." The man's face contorted, his expression twisted, and he ceased all movement. He looked towards Lu Ning, his face still bearing shock and confusion. How can a mere second-tier individual wield such a soul weapon? Aren't you afraid of mental contamination leading to mutation? Lu Ning sheathed his pistols. "I'm not afraid." The man in the sweater attempted to speak further, but Lin Xiao delivered a resounding slap to his face, causing it to swell instantly. "You are under arrest now. Behave yourself and refrain from asking foolish questions." However, after that slap, the man lowered his head and fell silent. Lin Xiao's expression shifted slightly as he reached out and checked, then sighed in relief. "He is merely unconscious. You startled me. I thought I had killed him with that slap." Lu Ning expressed some confusion. "Is he so frail?" Lin Xiao glanced down at the man in the sweater and commented, "It's likely a backlash from the ability he just employed. He must have utilized dark arts, powers granted by an evil deity, which would indeed carry severe repercussions. Coupled with his grievous injuries, it is only natural he would faint." Lu Ning noted it, refraining from further inquiries. Lin Xiao gave Lu Ning a thumbs up, grinning. "Impressive. I never anticipated we would capture a live one this time. This cultist, who wields dark arts, should hold a noteworthy position. Let us see if we can extract valuable information from him when we return. If we succeed in uncovering anything of significance, we will have accomplished something great." Lu Ning's eyes brightened, and a smile graced his face. "Can we also exchange for another soul weapon?" Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. "It's not that simple. You already possess a soul artifact, and in principle, it should be impossible to replace it, correct? If a change were to occur, it would likely require even greater merit. At this juncture, Lin Xiao paused and remarked, "However, I could submit a request on your behalf. Considering your unique circumstances, perhaps it might be approved. But do not harbor excessive hopes." Lu Ning nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao then declared, "I will make a call to have someone come over and take this fellow to headquarters, where more specialized interrogators reside. It would be preferable to proceed there." Lu Ning had no objections. After Lin Xiao contacted headquarters, he also informed Wei Xian and Colin. The two remained fixated on Samantha, and upon hearing that Lu Ning and Lin Xiao had successfully captured a follower of the Joyful Paradise, they too were somewhat astonished. Although the primary credit belonged to Lu Ning and Lin Xiao, they had participated in the operation and would naturally share in the accolades. Most importantly, capturing a cultist adept in dark arts could potentially yield significant advancements regarding the whereabouts of Joyful Paradise members. This was undoubtedly good news for the safety of their base city. Lin Xiao instructed Colin and Wei Xian to continue monitoring Samantha to observe any unusual behavior, while they awaited the arrival of personnel from headquarters, keeping an eye on the man in the sweater. After more than half an hour, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed through the alley. Lu Ning turned to look and spotted that familiar red-haired figure. Yin Feng and 3 members of the action team, clad in trench coats, approached from a distance. Lu Ning did not recognize these 3 individuals, as they were not the same team members who had accompanied Yin Feng to deliver the red rose and white rose previously. Yin Feng, as nonchalant as ever, with his hands in his pockets, glanced at the unconscious man in the sweater and grinned. "Oh, splendid. You've managed to catch quite a big fish." Chapter 55. Death is always sudden. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes, stopped the chatter. "Hurry and take him back for interrogation before the night grows long and dreams multiply." Yin Feng waved dismissively. I know. He glanced at a woman behind him, who nodded and reached out. The man in the sweater suddenly lifted off the ground, suspended in midair. Lu Ning cast a glance at her, noting her telekinetic abilities akin to Colin's. Yin Feng turned to Lin Xiao and Lu Ning. "Do you wish to accompany us back?" Lin Xiao contemplated for a moment before addressing Lu Ning. "I'll go along to prevent any unforeseen incidents. You should seek out Colin and the others." Lu Ning nodded in affirmation. Yin Feng observed Lu Ning with a complex expression, but said nothing further. As Lu Ning walked past Yin Feng and his companions, heading out of the alley, only then did Yin Feng turn to Lin Xiao and inquire, "What do you think of that kid? Has he caused any problems?" Lin Xiao met Yin Feng's gaze, sensing the wariness in his eyes, and responded with a grin. "There's a significant issue at hand." Yin Feng's expression shifted slightly, and he frowned at Lin Xiao. "Then why haven't you reported it?" "I've already done so," Lin Xiao replied. "The problem with this kid is that he is exceptionally talented. In such a short span, he has amassed considerable merit. This time as well, it seems this cultist has received some divine favor. The dark arts are impressive. If it weren't for this kid, I might not have been able to apprehend him. Even if one could retain him, capturing him alive would be an arduous task." Listening to Lin Xiao's words, Yin Feng's expression became somewhat rigid. With a darkened face, he remarked, "Do you comprehend the implications of my statement? I am inquiring whether this fellow exhibits any peculiarities. We were all present at headquarters during that time." Lin Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. "What else could transpire? It remains as it is. Those who ought to perish shall perish, and those who should live will live. Have you noticed the blood on the wall? That lad just spewed it forth from his neck. Quite an impressive spray, I must say." The 3 action team members exchanged glances at the bloodstains on the wall, their faces a canvas of confusion. Yin Feng glanced at the stains, his lips twitching slightly. "Are there any other issues?" "None." "Oh, that fellow is a genius. Goodness, his rate of advancement is astonishing. He is already at the 2nd tier and seems to master everything he learns." "I am aware of that," Yin Feng replied, his impatience evident. "Is there nothing else?" "None." Yin Feng exhaled a heavy sigh. Choosing not to inquire further, let us proceed. After taking a couple of steps, he expressed his unease. "If any issues arise, you must report them immediately. This fellow's origins are dubious, and he is quite enigmatic." "Understood." Lin Xiao rolled his eyes dismissively. I actually think this lad is quite decent, albeit a bit infuriating. Lu Ning returned to room 5 of the Anna complex. Wei Xian remained fixated on Samantha's room, prompting Colin to ask, "What's the situation?" "He has already been taken away." Colin's face lit up with a smile. "This is quite a significant haul." Wei Xian, without turning around, replied with a grin, "This marks substantial progress. Let us hope we can extract some information during the interrogation." Lu Ning nodded and then inquired, "Is there any news from Samantha?" Wei Xian shook his head. "None. Her room is illuminated, and one can occasionally glimpse a silhouette, suggesting nothing is amiss." Lu Ning ceased his inquiries and settled onto the sofa. Colin then remarked, "Since Lu Ning is here, I shall monitor Building 4. You two can remain here. With Lu Ning present, I shall feel more at ease, even if something were to transpire." Wei Xian fell silent for a moment before responding, "All right." Colin turned to Lu Ning, smiling, "If any issues arise, make sure to create a commotion. I will hasten over." Lu Ning nodded in silence. Once Colin departed the room, only Lu Ning and Wei Xian remained. Lu Ning reclined on the sofa, staring blankly at the dim ceiling. The only illumination in the room emanated from a flickering candle on the coffee table. After a prolonged silence, Wei Xian spoke with a hint of envy. "Lu Ning, sometimes I truly envy you. Your mental pollution level never seems to rise. That must be incredibly liberating, and your talent is exceptional, allowing you to learn swiftly." Lu Ning glanced at Wei Xian and calmly replied, "If you were to wander through the fog for 2,000 years, blind to your surroundings and numb to your senses, you would not harbor such envy." Wei Xian pondered this for a moment before chuckling. "You have a point. I cannot even begin to fathom your experiences." The two fell silent once more, their attention fixed on Samantha's room. As the night deepened, the lights in Samantha's room dimmed, and no news arrived from Colin's end. By the following morning, as the residents of the community awoke to commence their daily routines, Colin finally reached out to Lu Ning and Wei Xian. Samantha had already departed. Energized by this development, Lu Ning and Wei Xian exited their quarters, discreetly trailing Samantha as she left the neighborhood. They subsequently embarked in Colin's SUV, following her vehicle all the way to the Tianxing Entertainment Group, where they finally halted. Observing Samantha enter the building, Colin adjusted his glasses and remarked, "It appears she has gleaned little here. Let us return." Wei Xian and Lu Ning nodded in agreement. Wei Xian then inquired, "I wonder how things are faring with the captain?" Colin shook his head in uncertainty. "I cannot say, but it likely will not be swift." The trio returned to their division. Upon noticing their return, Yu ran at the front desk, swiftly looked up and smiled. "Lu Ning, you're back. Is that Ms. Farron still in the reception area? What's the situation? Have you found her beloved?" Lu Ning paused in contemplation before responding. "It remains uncertain. I'll go check." "I'll accompany you," Yu replied. Meanwhile, Colin and Wei Xian ascended to the 3rd floor, while Lu Ning and Yu proceeded to the reception area. Inside, Farron sat anxiously, clutching her phone. Upon hearing footsteps, she quickly turned, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Lu Ning. She rose and asked, "Officer, have you located my beloved?" Lu Ning regarded her and queried, "You mentioned your beloved possesses the ability to transform? What does he change into?" Taken aback, Farron awkwardly replied, "He transforms into a mouse." A faint smile graced her lips, but she quickly pressed, "Officer, have you found him?" Lu Ning nodded. "If I am not mistaken, he may have been consumed." A palpable silence enveloped the reception area. Yu stared at Lu Ning in shock, her expression one of bewilderment. Farron's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you say?" "Last night, we apprehended a criminal who claimed to have eaten a mouse," Lu Ning explained calmly. Before he could finish, Farron swayed and fell backward. Lu Ning stepped forward, grasping her shoulders, only to discover she had fainted. With a hint of exasperation, he turned to Yu Ran. "Yu Ran, let her rest here for a moment." Yu Ran nodded in silence, then looked at Lu Ning. "Is what you said true? Has her beloved truly been devoured?" Lu Ning, puzzled, replied, "Why would I deceive her?" He paused thoughtfully before adding, "Of course, it's also possible that it's not the case. I should call the captain. He ought to be interrogating that cultist and can address this matter." Yu Ran nodded, casting a sympathetic glance at the unconscious Farron. Earlier, while conversing with Ms. Farron, she mentioned that she and her beloved have a son. In a couple of days, It will be their son's birthday. Her beloved had planned to take him to the zoo. The unexpected arrival of death is always jarring. Lu Ning remarked, death is invariably abrupt. He dialed Lin Xiao, explaining the situation, to which Lin Xiao responded affirmatively. Chapter 56. The Secret Gathering. 10 minutes later, Lu Ning received a call from Lin Xiao. The individual he consumed was a shapeshifter capable of transforming into a mouse, rather slender, with dark hair and eyes, likely under 50 years of age. After Lu Ning concluded the phone call, he conveyed the news to Yu Ran. A hint of sorrow graced Yu Ran's expression. That must be Mr. Yuan. During her earlier conversation with Ms. Farron, she mentioned characteristics of her beloved. Lu Ning nodded slightly, glancing at the unconscious Ms. Farron, and spoke. You shall inform her of the situation shortly. Yu Ran silently nodded in agreement. Lu Ning departed from the reception room, returning to the activity room on the 3rd floor. Wei Xian and Colin were engaged in recounting the events of the previous day to Qiu Yulin and Wang Qiwen. Upon seeing Lu Ning enter, Qiu Yulin looked up, a smile gracing her face. Brother Lu Ning is back? Lu Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Colin turned towards Lu Ning and inquired, how was the woman who reported the incident faring? She fainted upon receiving the news of her beloved's demise, Lu Ning replied. Colin sighed softly. The separation from a loved one is indeed heart-wrenching. It appears their bond was profound. Lu Ning glanced at Wang Qi when beside him and noticed a look of despair on his face, prompting him to ask, what troubles him? Qiu Yulin chuckled mischievously. He is feeling a bit down. Down? Wang Qi interjected. Yesterday he thought he would accompany us on the mission, yet the captain left him behind at the division, which has left him quite disheartened. Qiu Yulin continued with a playful smirk. Brother Wang even claimed his strength was formidable, yet the captain seems to underestimate him. Colin chuckled lightly. Someone must oversee the household. Wang Qiwen, flipping over in exasperation, protested, then why must it be me? Wei Xian's capabilities are inferior to mine. Wei Xian looked innocent, not at all offended. Colin, with a smile, remarked, Wei Xian here is from the Public Security Bureau. He kept watch all night yesterday. A task he excels at. Wang Qiwen retorted, I suspect you merely basked in Lu Ning and the captain's glory. Well, basking in glory is still preferable to having nothing at all, Wei Xian replied cheerfully. You, Wang Qiwen exclaimed in frustration. Are you looking for a fight? Enough, Colin interjected, attempting to mediate. According to our Mist Bureau's tradition, you will be credited for your efforts in due course. After all, guarding is also a vital aspect of our work. Qiu Yulin's eyes sparkled with delight. Really? That would be splendid. Wang Qiwen huffed lightly, choosing not to continue the quarrel with Wei Xian. 3 hours later, Lin Xiao entered with a beaming smile. Brothers, your captain has returned. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, Colin immediately inquired, what news? Did you uncover anything? Lin Xiao's smile widened. We have captured a big fish. Important intelligence has been revealed. All eyes turned towards Lu Ning and his companions. Colin asked, what intelligence? Joyful Paradise is preparing to undertake certain actions in our base city, currently operating covertly. Every month, they host a secret gathering, attended only by members of the steward level and above, and that individual is a steward, privy to the location and specifics of the meetings. As Lin Xiao spoke, the eyes of Colin and the others gleamed with increasing anticipation. Colin adjusted his glasses, clasped his hands together, and smiled, saying, if that is the case, we could directly capture their senior members during this clandestine gathering. Lin Xiao nodded with a smile. That is indeed our intention. Wang Qiwen suddenly stood up, exclaiming, then what are we waiting for? When do we depart? Lin Xiao waved his hand, hold on. It's only been 2 days since the last secret meeting. There is still a considerable amount of time before the next one. We need to prepare adequately during this interval. At that moment, Lu Ning inquired, what does the Joyful Paradise intend to accomplish here? Colin and the others also turned their attention to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow and shook his head, saying, we have posed that question as well, but even the steward of Joyful Paradise is unaware. According to him, his rank is insufficient. Only the regional bishop responsible for this matter would know. The depth of this concealment is quite alarming, thought Colin with a furrowed brow. Indeed, that is our concern as well, which is why we must swiftly apprehend all the Joyful Paradise cultists within the base city. if they remain hidden while we are exposed. The danger is too great, Lin Xiao concurred. Wei Xian, somewhat curious, asked, so, do these cultists not know each other's identities? If they did, we could simply act and apprehend them now. Lin Xiao shook his head, frowning. That is not feasible. As a secret cult, the identities of their members are also kept confidential. The cultist we captured only knows the identities of a few subordinates. He is unaware of even the identities of other stewards, let alone the regional bishop. If we take action against his subordinates now, it would only alert them and drive them further underground. Hearing this, the group fell silent. Lu Ning curiously asked, so, does that mean Samantha is also affiliated with Joyful Paradise? Indeed, she is. I learned from the steward of Joyful Paradise that the initiator of this birthday gathering, Han Yu, established a connection with Joyful Paradise through Samantha. They're using the birthday gathering to conduct experiments and understand the effects of the corruption incense. Upon hearing the mention of the corruption incense, Colin frowned. So they are testing the capabilities of the corruption incense? It seems that their plans are indeed related to it. Lin Xiao nodded. When we inquired, we surmised the same. However, the steward was not privy to the specifics. Another steward, the masked individual we previously eliminated, was responsible for that. Lu Ning asked, and what Han Yu? Is he dead? The steward did not know, as it was not within his purview, Lin Xiao replied, shaking his head. What shall we do now? Colin inquired. The Bureau has instructed us to prepare in secrecy during this time. When a clandestine meeting commences, all operatives from a mist bureau in the base city will act simultaneously, ensuring that we capture the upper echelons of Joyful Paradise in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, we must keep a close watch on the Joyful Paradise members under this steward's command to prevent any unforeseen occurrences. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, Colin suddenly had a thought and inquired, now that we have captured this steward, will it have any repercussions? Lin Xiao smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. Arrangements have already been made on Director Wang's side. We have extracted all the information about that fellow. While it may not be possible to keep it concealed indefinitely, we should manage to maintain the facade for a while. Colin nodded. Satisfied, that's good to know. With a beaming smile, Lin Xiao continued. Well then, we have made significant gains this time. Each of us has contributed. Let us discuss what you wish to request so that I can report it. Chapter 57. Darkness beneath the light. Wei Xian chuckled. I suppose I only have a little contribution, so I would like some soul crystals to expedite my strength enhancement. Otherwise, I feel rather insecure. Not a problem. Colin adjusted his glasses and remarked, I believe my contributions have accumulated sufficiently, and I intend to apply for that soul artifact. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Glancing at Colin, you can request to use it whenever you need. Why apply for that? Colin rolled his eyes, exasperated. That brat Lu Ning has been in the Bureau for such a short time, yet he's already so formidable. Although one can apply for it during missions, it is not truly one's own. If I do not acquire my own soul artifacts soon, I fear I will be surpassed by Lu Ning before long. Lu Ning, puzzled, asked, what does that have to do with me? Colin merely rolled his eyes in response, remaining silent. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment. You make a valid point. It seems I too should apply for a dedicated soul artifact. He then turned to Wang Qiwen and Qiu Yuelen. You two are on night duty. Although you did not participate in the mission, according to our regulations, you may also apply for a few soul crystals. Is that acceptable? Qiu Yuelen grinned. Having a reward is already quite nice. I have no objections. Wang Qiwen also chimed in. I have no objections either. Lin Xiao nodded and looked at Lu Ning. What about you? Your contributions are substantial. Director Wang mentioned that the credits from the dual pistols can be cleared, leaving a considerable amount available. However, this credit cannot be used to apply for a new soul artifact. Should you save it or request something else? Lu Ning contemplated. I would like some soul crystals as well. I have not had any recently, and my mental fortitude is progressing rather slowly. Wait, is it still slow for you? Wang Qiwen exclaimed, exasperated. Wei Xian and Qiu Yuelen exchanged glances filled with lamentation as they regarded Lu Ning. Qiu Yuelen remarqued, Lu Ning, we have only recently reached the first tier, yet you are already at the second tier. Don't you think you should leave us some room to breathe? All right, enough with the envy. The current situation is not ideal. Lu Ning's rapid advancement is beneficial for our entire team. After all, Having more strong members will ensure greater safety for all of you, Colin stated with a smile. Upon hearing Colin's words, Wang Chiwen and the others recognized the merit in his reasoning, and they ceased their complaints. Fine, since everyone has decided on what to request, I will report it now, Lin Xiao said hurriedly as he left the activity room. The next morning, Lin Xiao, with a radiant smile, distributed the requested supplies to everyone. Among them, Wang Chuan and Xiu Yuelin received the least, each obtaining only 10 soul crystals. Wei Xian possessed a remarkable 30 soul crystals, a fact that elicited a look of envy from Wang Chuan. Colin, however, had not acquired any soul crystals. Instead, he had obtained a soul artifact, a silver ring. Autumn Yulin, curious about its function, inquired further, but Colin merely smiled in silence. Lin Xiao, on his part, exchanged a portion of his soul crystals, reserving the remainder for the purpose of acquiring a soul artifact, much like Colin. Lastly, there was Lu Ning, who had converted all his contributions into soul crystals, amassing an impressive total of 300. The sheer number of soul crystals Lu Ning had acquired left Wang Chiwen and the others astonished, though they could not muster much envy, recognizing the significant merit behind Lu Ning's achievements. With these soul crystals in hand, Lu Ning felt a sense of elation, as they would substantially enhance his training efficiency. Such a wealth of soul crystals would expedite his ascension to the 3rd tier. Empowered by these crystals, Lu Ning dedicated himself to refining his mental strength. In his daily life, aside from managing anomalies, monitoring Samantha, and investigating the underground enterprises left behind by Gao Tianlin, he spent his free time honing his mental abilities. His ambition was to elevate his strength swiftly. Only through such enhancement could he join the Mist exploration team, re-enter the Mist, and uncover the path back to his past. This realm was never meant to be his, and he yearned for home. Lu Ning did not fret over the potential mental pollution from refining his mental strength, for he would only cease when his mental energy was entirely depleted. This relentless practice yielded rapid improvements. Over the course of nearly a month, he consumed close to 150 soul crystals, averaging 5 each day. Though his mental strength had yet to reach the 3rd tier, it had multiplied several times since he first attained the 2nd tier. The enhancement of his mental capabilities significantly augmented both his utilization of soul artifacts and his awakened abilities. Moreover, Lu Ning frequently engaged in physical refinement and employed healing techniques to bolster his recovery capabilities. Compared to a month prior, his recovery abilities and physical strength had seen considerable advancement. At that moment, Lu Ning's prowess had undergone a qualitative leap compared to the previous month. One day, Lu Ning and his companions gathered in the activity room. Lin Xiao surveyed the group and spoke. Tonight marks the gathering of the Joyous Paradise. The headquarters has mandated that all active task force members participate in this encirclement operation, and our team is no exception. I trust everyone is prepared. Wang Chiwen inquired. What about the branch while we are away? They will be monitored by Lao Qin and the others, Colin replied, adjusting his glasses with a smile. Then I have no further concerns, Wang Chiwen shrugged. Lin Xiao nodded and turned to Lu Ning, Wei Xian, and Autumn Yulin. Do you have any questions? Lu Ning shook his head. I have no questions. Both Wei Xian and Autumn Yulin echoed his sentiment with nods. Very well. To avoid alerting the enemy, the headquarters has ordered us to act separately. We shall depart for our destination in half an hour. After the half hour elapsed, Lin Xiao led the group away from the branch and into the vehicle bound for their destination. Due to concerns about information leaks, the details of this covert gathering at Joyous Paradise were known only to the upper echelons of the organization. The reason why Lu Ning and his companions were aware of the situation was that they were the ones who had captured the individual in question. As for the location of the gathering, even Lu Ning and his team were unaware. Only Lin Xiao possessed that knowledge. Colin drove closely behind Lin Xiao's sports car, following his lead. At that moment, it was 3 in the afternoon, and the streets were relatively uncrowded, as it was not yet the end of the workday. The 2 vehicles proceeded toward the city walls of District 7. Upon arriving near a bustling shopping mall, Lin Xiao called Colin to inform him to park in the parking lot. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's instructions, Kiwawellen, seated in the passenger seat, glanced around in confusion. A secret gathering of the joyful kingdom is taking place here? Surely not, with so many people around. Wang Qiwen also appeared perplexed, remarking, "This is a large shopping mall. With so many cultists gathering here, how can others not notice?" Colin adjusted his glasses and smiled, saying, "I am unaware of the gathering's location. But sometimes a secluded place is not necessarily safer. Rather, it is often the shadows under the light that obscure the truth." At this, Kiwawelin nodded in a moment of realization. "All right, let us get out," she announced. Meanwhile, Colin had already parked the car. Lin Zhao's sports car came to a halt beside Colin's, and both Lin Xiao and Wei Xian exited the vehicle. Lin Xiao waved his hand and grinned. "Let us head inside the mall and grab a bite to eat." Wei Xian, looking bewildered, remarked, "But we do have important matters to attend to, right?" He glanced around without elaborating on the urgent matter. Colin chuckled. Wei Xian, a true professional in law enforcement, remains ever vigilant. You should all follow his example. Be cautious, for there may be ears lurking behind the walls. It is best not to discuss sensitive topics in public. At this, Wang Qiwen, who was about to speak, promptly fell silent. Lu Ning turned to Lin Xiao and inquired, "Where are we headed now?" Lin Xiao glanced at his watch and replied, "There is still plenty of time. Let us browse a bit before dining, and at 6 this evening, we shall head to the upstairs lounge to sing." He chuckled mischievously, his smile somewhat mischievous. However, before Kiwawelin could voice her thoughts, Colin interjected, "Just follow the captain's lead." Consequently, Kiwawelin refrained from further comment. Chapter 58. The action. The group entered the shopping mall and meandered through its aisles. Considering the upcoming events, not just Kiwawelin, but even Wei Xian and Wang Qiwen lacked the inclination to shop. Only Lin Xiao, Colin, and Lu Ning appeared unconcerned. After a leisurely stroll, Lin Xiao spotted a hot pot restaurant and suggested they dine there, a proposition that received unanimous agreement from Kiwawelin and the others. As Lin Xiao and Colin savored their meal, the sky outside grew increasingly dim. When darkness fully enveloped the sky, Lin Xiao wiped his mouth with a napkin, patted his stomach contentedly, and declared, "I'm full." Wei Xian hesitated, seemingly wanted to say something, but Lin Xiao stood up and said, "All right, let us go upstairs to sing." Without waiting for the others to respond, he moved to settle the bill. The group made their way to the 6th floor, which was entirely dedicated to the lounge. Upon arriving, they were greeted by the illuminated sign of Happy Valley. Additionally, they noticed another group of individuals standing at the entrance. 3 individuals squatted on the ground, indulging in cigarettes, while 2 others engaged in playful banter nearby. Among the trio, one with fiery red hair caught Lu Ning's attention. It was Yin Feng. The others were familiar faces from Lu Ning's past encounters. Yin Feng and his companions noticed Lin Xiao and the others approaching, yet they merely glanced up before diverting their gaze, continuing their own conversation. At that moment, Wei Xian and his companions quickly grasped the situation. They were likely in the vicinity of the joyful paradise gathering. As for Lu Ning, he did not dwell on it. Following Lin Xiao was all that mattered. Why exert unnecessary mental effort? Although he had evolved since emerging from the fog, now able to think clearly without lapsing into moments of mental surrender, his ingrained habits prevented him from overthinking trivial matters. Lin Xiao and Colin pretended not to see Yin Feng and his group. With a cheerful demeanor, Lin Xiao remarked, "I've heard this place is quite entertaining. Besides singing, there are bathing and sauna facilities, a complete service experience. Today's expenses are on the company, so let us fully enjoy ourselves." Wang Qiwen's smile appeared somewhat forced. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a rigidity in his steps. After all, ahead lay the secret meeting point of joyful paradise, implying the presence of numerous members within. To step inside was akin to entering a den of danger. How could one possibly feel at ease? Qiu Yueling shared a similar sense of tension, mirroring Wang Qiwen's demeanor. In contrast, Wei Xian exhibited a commendably resilient mental fortitude, cheerfully agreeing, "Then I shall not hold back." Upon entering the establishment, they approached the front desk, where 2 strikingly beautiful female attendants greeted them with warm smiles. "Welcome." As Lu Ning's gaze swept across, he perceived a swirling white mist within the bodies of the 2 women, their flesh contorting as if writhing worms inhabited their forms. He averted his eyes, redirecting his attention elsewhere. Within the hall and along the corridors leading to various sections, several uniformed attendants were present, regardless of gender. They possessed appealing appearances and wore friendly smiles. Yet, their insides mirrored the same grotesque distortion and flowing mist, as if composed entirely of twisted insects. One male attendant stationed in a corridor met Lu Ning's gaze, offering a gentle smile. However, to Lu Ning, his face appeared indistinct, reminiscent of a wax figure. Lu Ning calmly nodded at the male attendant before withdrawing his gaze. Colin, noticing Lu Ning's demeanor, patted him on the shoulder. Leaning against the service counter, Lin Xiao cheerfully declared, "We would like a luxury private room." "Of course, please hold on a moment," the attendant responded warmly as she began typing on the computer. Shortly after, she retrieved a card from the side and beckoned a nearby male attendant. The attendant approached, and the front desk attendant smiled, instructing, "Please take them to room 108. The male attendant nodded, bowing politely to Lu Ning and the others, saying, "Please follow me." Lin Xiao gestured for the group to proceed. "Let us go." The group followed the attendant down a corridor towards their designated private room. As Lu Ning traversed the corridor, his gaze swept across the surroundings. The corridor was flanked by private rooms, and the atmosphere appeared quite lively, with most of the compartments filled with patrons indulging in song. However, Lu Ning did not perceive any white mist within the rooms. Yet, he noted that all the attendants were enveloped in a haze of white, their forms grotesquely contorted. The 108th room seemed to be located deep within the establishment. After a considerable walk, the attendant came to a halt. He opened one of the compartment doors and smiled, saying, "We've arrived." Upon entering, Lu Ning discovered the spaciousness of the room was somewhat excessive for just a few individuals. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao seemed unperturbed, cheerfully expressing his gratitude to the attendant. The attendant replied with a smile, "Please hold on. The luxurious room will soon be complemented with a fruit platter and tea." Barely had he finished speaking when another attendant entered, carrying several large fruit platters and a pot of tea. After they arranged everything, they respectfully bowed and exited. With the door closing behind them, the cacophony from outside seemed to fade into oblivion, as if they had stepped into a realm isolated from the world. Lin Xiao rose and approached the door, glancing outside through the glass window. At that moment, a familiar face appeared. It was the male attendant from before. With a gentle smile, he entered and inquired, "Dear guest, how may I assist you?" Lin Xiao grinned broadly, responding, "I need to use the restroom." The attendant, enlightened, smiled and directed him, "Just turn left upon exiting and follow the corridor to the end, then take a right." Lin Xiao chuckled, "All right, I shall be on my way." As he exited, the attendant flashed a brief smile at Colin and the others, saying, "I will wait just outside. Please feel free to contact me should you need anything." Colin adjusted his glasses and replied with a smile, "Understood." The attendant then closed the door once more. Colin shrugged and suggested, "Let us select some songs." The group exchanged glances, and Lu Ning stood up, saying, "I used to enjoy singing, but it has been quite some time." He approached the song selection platform, but after a moment of contemplation, he returned with a blank expression. Colin, puzzled, asked, "What is wrong?" "I've never heard of any of these," Lu Ning replied. Colin chuckled softly. "Let me choose then." He casually selected 2 songs, and soon began to sing without a care. As Colin's voice filled the room, the initially tense expressions of Qiu Yueling, Wang Qiwen, and Wei Xian gradually dissipated, replaced by looks of sheer awkwardness. Lu Ning remarked flatly, "That is quite dreadful." Colin's voice halted abruptly, realizing the hesitance mirrored on the faces of Qiu Yueling and the others. With a frown, he confessed, "I am indeed tone-deaf. Perhaps you all would like to give it a try?" Qiu Yueling quickly regained her composure, exclaiming, "Allow me to showcase my vocal prowess." She eagerly approached the song selection. It must be noted that Qiu Yueling's singing was lively and far superior to Colin's. After she performed 2 songs, the door swung open and Lin Xiao re-entered. He glanced around at his companions and closed the door behind him. With a cheerful voice, he announced, "I shall also select a couple of songs." After choosing 2 songs and activating the original track, he jovially added, "I'm not much of a singer, it's best to sing along with the original. He then sat down in the center of the group. As a melodious performance of Qiu Yuelin came to an end, it was Lin Zhao's turn. With the music resonating, Lin Zhao motioned for a few individuals to draw closer. In a hushed tone, he announced, "Action at 11:20 p.m., Box 010, not far from us." The others are already in position. The group exchanged knowing glances, the unspoken understanding palpable among them. As they returned to their previous spots, Lin Zhao commenced his song. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, his singing was remarkably captivating, even surpassing that of Qiu Yuelin, much to the astonishment of his companions, who erupted into applause. Only Colin remained composed. Rarely making a quip, he remarked, "I truly dislike singing alongside Lin Zhao. This old chap sings far too well." Lin Zhao, with a proud lift of his brow, replied, "It's this talent that has the young ladies enchanted." The clock had yet to strike 7, leaving ample time before their mission commenced. A waiter stood by the entrance, and to avoid drawing attention, they indulged in merriment. Singing, drinking, and playing games ensued, and fortunately, as awakened beings, a bit of revelry would not jeopardize their task. As time wore on, the originally jubilant atmosphere began to wane. The expressions of Qiu Yuelin and her companions grew increasingly somber, and they ceased selecting songs, merely listening to Lin Zhao's voice. Following the earlier jest, Colin refrained from singing, while Lu Ning had no such ability. As the clock approached 11, both Lin Zhao and Colin's expressions turned grave. Lin Zhao glanced at his phone intermittently. After another 20 minutes, the hour hand pointed to 11:20 p.m. Suddenly, Lin Zhao's phone buzzed with a message. Sitting beside him, Lu Ning caught sight of the two words, "Action." Lin Zhao rose, placing the microphone down, and calmly stated, "It has begun." Colin and Lu Ning quickly followed suit, while Wang Chuan and the others hastily stood up as well. Adjusting his glasses, Colin maintained a serene demeanor as he addressed On, Ashwan, and Xiaolin. "Your abilities are comparatively weaker. Stay behind us and exercise caution." At that moment, even Wang Chuan did not dispute, merely nodding in agreement. As for Lu Ning, Colin added, "You know what to do." Lu Ning had already drawn his dual pistols, his expression unwavering. Understood. In the next instant, his gaze shifted toward the door. Outside the window, a face had mysteriously pressed against the glass. It was the male waiter. His eyes fixated on Lu Ning's firearms. A menacing expression overtook him, veins of crimson gradually surfacing in his gaze. Bang! The gunfire erupted, shattering the window, along with the head of the male waiter. Blood and brain matter splattered in a grotesque display. Colin was taken aback by Lu Ning's decisiveness. Realization dawned upon him. Are these waiters also involved? Indeed, Lin Zhao confirmed without surprise. Headquarters has already detected the situation. The waiters are also within the purge zone. Colin's brow furrowed in concern. Are these individuals infected? How did so many infected people manage to conceal themselves here? Lin Zhao shook his head, noting that the circumstances surrounding the Kingdom of Joy appeared to be rather peculiar. Once they apprehended the individuals involved, they would conduct a thorough interrogation. For now, they needed to regroup with the main force. They could not allow those cultists to escape. Lin Zhao transformed his hands into blades, effortlessly cleaving the coffee table before him, and strode purposefully towards the exit. Colin adjusted his glasses and chuckled softly, indeed. Around him, steel needles floated ominously, trailing behind Lin Zhao. Wei Xian's arms had turned to stone, and he followed suit, while Wang Chuan raised his hand, summoning a shield of water around them. Qiu Yulin glanced around, casually picking up the severed half of the coffee table, and followed behind. Lu Ning, armed with dual pistols, stepped out as well. As soon as they exited, Lu Ning and his companions heard gunfire echoing in the distance, accompanied by various screams and cries of anguish. Turning to investigate, Lu Ning caught sight of the corridor's end, where two attendants were surrounded by grotesque, flesh-like tendrils, charging towards two young men. The young men, their expressions icy, brandished guns and fired upon the attendants. Blood erupted from the attendants' bodies, and they soon collapsed to the ground. The gunfire attracted the attention of ordinary patrons in the nearby private rooms. When an unsuspecting guest opened a door and beheld the corpses on the floor, They screamed in terror and quickly shut the door to seek refuge. After dispatching the attendants, the two young men looked up at Lu Ning and his group. Lin Xiao nodded slightly to them before addressing Lu Ning. Take Wang Qiwen and the others, and assist them in clearing out the transformed attendants outside. Ensure the safety of the ordinary people. Lu Ning nodded slightly and advanced towards the two young men. At that moment, Wang Qiwen refrained from arguing and joined Wei Xian and Xiu Yulin in following suit. Lin Xiao and Colin hastened towards the direction of Box 010. The two young men smiled as Lu Ning and his companions approached. One of the young men, sporting a flamboyant hairstyle, said, "Hey guys, which division are you from? I don't recall seeing you before." Wei Xian, along with the others, turned their gaze towards Lu Ning. Calmly, Lu Ning replied, "We are from the 7th Division." The other young man, with a naive expression, seemed to realize something. "Ah, the 7th Division? You must be the newcomers. I remember a significant incident a few months back. It seems only 3 members survived." Lu Ning nodded slightly. "Yes, we are indeed newcomers." Upon hearing this, the two young men exchanged glances, and the naive one patted his chest, grinning widely. "Since you just joined our fog bureau, your ranks must be low. Stick with us. We can have you assist us, and we'll look out for you." At this, Wang Qiwen bristled, retorting, "Wait a minute. What kind of strength do you two possess? You might not even be better than us." The naive young man laughed. "We are from the 2nd team. I'm Lin Yu, and this is my MIT. I'm at the 3rd rank, while he's at the 2nd. My MIT adjusted his flamboyant hairstyle and flashed a broad smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Wang Qiwen fell silent, realizing he was only at the 1st rank. Not just him, but except for Lu Ning, Wei Xian and Xiu Yulin were also at the 1st rank. Lu Ning spoke little, casting a glance around before proceeding down a side corridor. "Let us move. The mental radiation is quite intense here." Observing Lu Ning's initiative, Lin Yu and my Ma-Ti were momentarily taken aback. Lin Yu hastened to join Lu Ning's side, saying, "Brother, why not stand behind me and provide fire support?" Lu Ning glanced at Lin Yu and nodded slightly. "All right." My Ma-Ti approached Lu Ning, eyeing the twin handguns in his grasp with curiosity. "Dude, are those custom-made? They look pretty impressive." Lu Ning did not respond. His attention was drawn to a door on the left side of the corridor. In the next instant, the door was torn apart, and a massive abomination burst forth. This creature, standing nearly 2 meters tall on all fours like a crawling monkey, was covered in tentacles. Remnants of the previous waiter's attire clung to its form. Stained with copious blood, a length of intestine dangled from its jagged teeth. Upon spotting Lu Ning and his companions, the abomination let out a low growl and lunged at Lin Yu, who stood at the forefront. The distance was too short for Lin Yu to retreat in time. A fierce expression crossed his usually amiable face as he delivered a powerful punch towards the creature's claw. Bang! The collision of fist and claw sent both Lin Yu and the abomination staggering back a few steps. Lin Yu's countenance shifted slightly. It's a Tier 3 abomination. "Be cautious." Bang! A deep gunshot interrupted Lin Yu's warning. As the sound reverberated, the abomination's head exploded like a watermelon, red and white matter splattering across the walls. Its towering form swayed twice before crashing to the ground. Staring at the lifeless, headless body, Lin Yu felt his voice catch in his throat, his eyes nearly bulging out. Meanwhile, beside Lu Ning, my Ma-Ti silently turned to gaze at the red rose in Lu Ning's hand, observing the white smoke curling from the muzzle. He opened his mouth, uttering a soul-stirring exclamation. "When the world is this?" Chapter 60, Intermediate Level Soul Artifact. Upon hearing my Ma-Ti's words, Lin Yu regained his composure. He glanced behind him and saw Lu Ning stowing away the red rose. Lin Yu's shock deepened as he realized the gunfire had originated from Lu Ning. "How did you accomplish that?" he asked, astonished. Lu Ning looked at Lin Yu with a hint of confusion. "Didn't you ask me to provide fire support from behind?" "I was offering fire support." Lin Yu, bewildered, replied, "I meant for you to provide cover, but..." He gestured towards Lu Ning's red rose. His expression nearly contorted with disbelief. "But I didn't expect you to take down a Tier 3 abomination in one shot." "Are you Tier 4? Lu Ning shook his head. "I'm Tier 2. Lin Yu and my Ma-Ti exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions conveying disbelief as they regarded Lu Ning. Nearby, Wang Qiwen stood tall, brimming with pride, as if he had single-handedly vanquished the Tier 3 abomination. What's the big fuss? Our team captain, Lu Ning, has previously collaborated with the captain to slay a minister of the joyful kingdom who wielded dark sorcery. Exactly. Xiao Yulin eagerly nodded in agreement. Wei Xian also smiled, sharing in the pride. They were all from the 7th Division, and as Lin Xiao had stated, they were like a family, thriving together in glory and suffering together in defeat. Upon hearing that Lu Ning could actually cooperate with the captain to eliminate the steward of the joyful paradise, Lin Yu and my mate exchange a glance, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Subsequently, both men held a newfound respect, with Lin Yu exclaiming, "I never anticipated that brother Lu Ning possessed such strength. We have underestimated you." Lu Ning, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "It's nothing." He then turned his gaze toward the private room from which the transformed beings had emerged and walked over. Lin Yu and my mate, upon witnessing this, were struck by a thought, their expressions shifting slightly as they hurriedly followed suit. Wang Qiwen and his companions did likewise. Upon reaching the entrance of the private room, Lu Ning observed the scene within. Originally occupied by guests, only a small portion of them remained as mere remnants. The room was drenched in blood, with crimson handprints smeared across the walls, clearly indicating the victims had struggled violently before their demise. Lin Yu and the others, upon seeing this, turned pale. "Damn it, we need to expedite our actions," my mate urged. Lin Yu turned to Lu Ning. "Brother Lu Ning, what do you propose?" Lu Ning nodded. "Let us continue our mission." The group then sprinted down the corridor, inspecting each private room to ascertain whether any ordinary individuals remained. Soon, Xiao Yuelin shouted, "There are survivors here." The others rushed over. As Xiao Yuelin opened the door, 2 young men and women emerged, their faces ashen and their bodies weak. Particularly, the young woman appeared as if she could scarcely stand without Xiao Yuelin's support. Lin Yu addressed them, "Greetings, we are from the Mist Bureau. Please follow us. We will ensure your safe passage." The 2 youths nodded eagerly. They resumed their search of the private rooms, discovering some with ordinary people inside, while others were empty. During their search, they encountered several transformed beings, varying in strength. The weaker ones were merely first tier, easily defeated even by the current Wang Qiwen and Wei Xian. The stronger ones reached the 3rd tier, although such instances were rare, with only 2 appearing thus far. Both 3rd tier transformed beings fell to Lu Ning's gunfire. The first managed to engage Lin Yu briefly, while the second was dispatched almost instantaneously. This left Lin Yu and my mate somewhat numbed by the experience. It seemed Lu Ning's prowess ignited the fighting spirit within them. They exerted themselves particularly when facing 1st and 2nd tier transformed beings, resulting in Wang Qiwen and his companions failing to claim many victories, their expressions tinged with dissatisfaction. Minutes later, the group had grown by more than 10, all of whom were the currently surviving ordinary individuals. Just then, a peculiar humming sound resonated from afar. This sound inexplicably instilled a sense of tranquility. Following the hum, waves of white ripples began to expand slowly. As the ripples spread, Lu Ning felt a sudden calm enveloping him. However, his brow furrowed slightly, for he discerned white mist atop these ripples. The density of the mist was remarkably high, almost comparable to the red roses and white peonies in Lu Ning's possession. And this was merely one ripple. Not only that, Lu Ning could distinctly sense his body repelling the ripples. Beside him, Xiao Yulin wore a serene expression. Amidst the bloodshed and death that surrounded them, and in an environment where transformations could occur at any moment, she unconsciously smiled. What was this? As for the originally terrified ordinary people, they appeared to have lost their fear entirely. Was this a divine blessing? I feel as if I have been purified. It is so comforting. Is this divine light? However, Lin Yu and my mate bore expressions of grave concern. Lin Yu stated solemnly, "It is the holy bell of light. We must act swiftly." Lu Ning turned to Lin Yu and inquired, "What is the holy bell of light?" Lin Yu glanced at several ordinary individuals seemingly immersed in the ripples and whispered, "It is a medium-level soul artifact from our bureau." What? Wang Qiwen and the others, who initially thought it was a divine blessing, broke into a cold sweat, chills coursing through them. The existence of a soul artifact signified danger. And a medium-level soul artifact was a terrifying entity capable of annihilating an entire base city. Seeing the fear etched on Wang Qiwen's face, Lin Yu hurriedly reassured them. Do not worry. This holy bell is not an offensive soul artifact. Its danger is not that significant. If it were truly perilous, it would not be utilized here. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiwen and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Wei Xian asked, Given your expressions, is there still danger? Lin Yu nodded, casting a wary glance at the ripples, and mournfully replied, I participated in a mission previously where this artifact was used, resulting in the sanctification of our former team leader. Sanctification? Lin Yu glanced at the bewildered Lu Ning and explained, it means being assimilated with the holy bell, or one could say, being devoured. What? This artifact can consume a leader-level awakener? Wang Qiwen exclaimed in shock, Isn't that dangerous? Lin Yu responded, As long as the contact time is brief. It poses little danger. The longer one is in contact with the holy bell, the more susceptible they become to sanctification. Thus, we must hasten our pace. Hearing this, Lu Ning nodded, Then let us quicken our efforts. They continued to search the private room. At that moment, Wei Xian glanced quizzically in the direction of box 010 and remarked, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Lin Yu inquired, What seems off? Look, we came to assault the stewards and regional bishops of the joyful kingdom, right? Their strength should not be weak, at the very least. They must be awakeners of the 4th or 5th tier, correct? And yet, Mamai expressed his confusion. What is the issue? Lu Ning interjected. There is indeed something amiss. 5th tier awakeners possess immense destructive power. Normally, if multiple 5th tier awakeners were engaged in battle, they would surely devastate this mall. Why then, are we only hearing a few sounds and feeling slight tremors? This does not align with the capabilities of 5th tier awakeners. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiwen and Xiao Yulin also realized the inconsistency. Their eyes widened as they looked toward the direction Lin Xiao and Colin had previously departed. Chapter 61. The mutated giant, there is no need for concern. It is another medium-level soul artifact from our bureau, which seems capable of drawing individuals into an alternate space. Thus we do not sense significant commotion here, Lin Yu reassured them. Upon hearing this, Wei Xian and his companions were somewhat taken aback. Is there truly such a mid-level soul tool? How astonishing. There are indeed many soul tools with remarkable functions. Yet I'm not entirely familiar with the specifics of this one, Lin Yu remarked with a smile. Lu Ning gazed into the depths and inquired. Using 2 mid-level soul tools simultaneously, the mental pollution must be quite substantial, right? Mamai and Lin Yu snapped back to attention. Therefore, we must hasten our pace. We are fortunate, but ordinary individuals in this environment are unaware of when they might undergo a mutation. Lin Yu stated as he roused the survivors still entranced by the white light patterns, and the group continued their search. Despite the expansive area of the 6th floor, the number of members from the Mist Bureau present this time was equally significant. With a total of 9 divisions, each had several team members on the periphery rescuing survivors, amounting to dozens of individuals. Lu Ning and his companions even encountered members from other divisions during their efforts. In under 10 minutes, they had rescued all the ordinary people from the private rooms and guided them towards the exit, ensuring their departure from the 6th floor. The logistics department below had sealed off the area, and the entire shopping mall should have been evacuated. After descending, these individuals would undergo mental pollution assessments to ensure their safety, Lin Yu explained to Lu Ning and the other newcomers. While this was a well-known procedure for Lin Yu and MIT, it was unfamiliar to the newcomers. Lu Ning nodded slightly, observing the depths of the corridor. Just then, a sudden, violent roar erupted from a nearby hallway, followed by gasps and screams. After the initial roar, several more thunderous sounds followed. Lu Ning, Lin Yu, MIT, and other members of the action team who had completed their tasks at the exit turned their attention to the commotion. What has transpired? What is happening over there? Subsequently, urgent sounds emanated from everyone's phones, causing their expressions to shift slightly. This was the distress signal from the Mist Bureau. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. It seems there has been an incident over there. Let us investigate. Lu Ning nodded and sprinted towards the area where the booming noises persisted. Not only Lu Ning and Lin Yu, but also the other action team members followed suit. Before long, they discovered the source of the distress signal. As they entered the hallway from which the roars were emanating, a figure was suddenly propelled outwards. It was a member of the action team clad in a trench coat. At that moment, this team member was utterly shattered, covered in gruesome wounds. His chest was concave, devoid of any signs of life. Lin Yu glanced at the deceased team member's face, his pupils constricting in shock. "It's Stephen. He is dead?" Wang Qiwen, curious, inquired. "Who is he?" Lin Yu's expression became grave. "He is a member of the 9th team, a 3rd tier like myself. We had collaborated before." Upon hearing this, Wang Qiwen and the others were taken aback. A 3rd tier awakener had actually perished. The nearby team members who recognized Stephen were equally astonished, their eyes widening in disbelief. A tall, striking blonde woman coldly declared, "Our adversaries are likely to be formidable. All 1st tier members stand by at the exit." Casting a glance at the blonde, Lin Yu remarked, "That is Yin Qing. She is quite powerful, nearly at the 4th tier." Lin Yu then turned to Wang Qiwen, Wei Xian, and Qiu Yuelin, saying, "It's best if the 3 of you refrain from engaging. It could be perilous." The trio exchanged glances, seeking the opinion of Lu Ning. Lu Ning slightly nodded. "You should proceed to the exit. Ensure that the surviving mutated individuals do not escape." Wei Xian, with a serious expression, warned, "Be careful." Lu Ning calmly reassured, "I will not perish." Just as Qiu Yuelin was about to speak, a thunderous roar erupted from the end of the corridor, followed by a violent explosion as a massive, grotesque mutant burst through the wall. It was a towering crimson giant, its body covered in bony spikes, devoid of skin, exposing its blood-red musculature. Standing over 3 meters tall, its skull-like head appeared exceedingly menacing. Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen exchanged knowing glances. This creature bore a resemblance to the giant they had encountered previously at the villa during a birthday celebration. 2 members of the action team were retreating in disarray before the giant, their windbreakers tattered and torn, presenting a woeful sight. Behind these 2, several other team members were desperately firing their weapons at the giant. Yet every bullet seemed to merely bounce off its body like pebbles against steel, sparking futilely. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Lin Yu and his companions. It was a 4th-tier foe. At that moment, a deep growl resonated as another wall was torn asunder, revealing yet another giant, this one clutching the head of an action team member. The expression of the captured member was one of sheer terror as he transformed his left hand into a massive claw, attempting to tear free the giant's grip. However, with a crushing squeeze, the giant obliterated the member's head. The claw reverted to its original form, and the giant hurled the lifeless body aside, emitting a low growl. 2 4th-tier mutants. How could there be 2 such powerful abominations here? The expressions of everyone present shifted to one of dread. Each action team certainly possessed 4th-tier awakened individuals, yet those had already engaged the higher-ups of the joyous paradise. The remaining members here were, at most, 3rd tier. Facing 1 4th-tier awakened being might be manageable, but confronting 2 was an overwhelming burden. Nevertheless, as members of the action team, they quickly composed themselves. Yin Qing, who had spoken earlier, commanded 2nd and 1st-tier awakened individuals fall back and provide remote fire support. 3rd-tier awakened members advance and confront them head-on. No sooner had her words left her lips than the 2 4th-tier giants charged towards them. The mutated beasts barreled forward like tanks, crashing through walls and leaving cracks in the marble floor with every step. The other 3rd-tier awakened members surged forward, one of them calling out, split into 2 teams. 1 team for each. Although there was no coordination, the 3rd-tier awakeners promptly selected their targets based on their positions. They began to unleash their unique abilities. Some enhanced their physical prowess, while others awakened elemental powers, and some exhibited peculiar abilities like chitinous armor. Among them, the formidable Yin Qing wielded a long blade, each swing unleashing a sharp wave of energy, showcasing her tremendous strength. The combined assaults of all the 3rd-tier awakeners struck the 2 colossal giants, resonating with a thunderous roar. However, the giants' defenses were remarkably robust, The attacks merely inflicted superficial damage, causing blood to flow but not resulting in fatal injuries. Rather, these wounds seemed to ignite their ferocity. The two aberrations bellowed in rage, enduring the onslaught as they swiftly closed in on the third-tier awakeners. At that moment, the second-tier and first-tier awakeners positioned behind them also commenced their attacks. Some fired firearms, while others utilized their awakened abilities. A torrent of assaults momentarily staggered the two aberrations. And in conjunction with the third-tier awakeners' attacks, the giants were forced to falter and retreat a couple of steps. Just then, two resounding gunshots pierced the air, their volume causing many awakeners to experience a ringing in their ears. Two streaks of light, one crimson and the other alabaster, zipped through the atmosphere. Where they passed, one side of the air grew scorching, while the other turned frigid. These two luminous projectiles targeted the head of one giant aberration. Sans signe imminent danger. The aberration let out a low growl and swiftly dodged to the side, just as it appeared to evade the attack. The two streaks of light subtly curved and struck forcefully against its forehead. With a thunderous explosion, the streaks collided with the giant's head. The white light erupted first, encasing the giant's head in frost, followed by the red light, which detonated, shattering the frost and leaving grotesque fissures across the giant's skull. The agonizing pain compelled the giant to clutch its head, releasing a pained roar. All members of the action team were momentarily stunned. Yanqing seized the opportunity, shouting now, "Attack!" The third-tier awakeners, initially the adversaries of the giant, took advantage of the moment to unleash their most powerful strikes. Yanqing darted forward, transforming into a blur, and in an instant appeared behind the giant. She leaped, bringing her blade down with force, the gleaming edge crashing upon the giant's neck. Blood gushed forth as the blade embedded deeply into the flesh, yet it became lodged upon striking bone. Yanqing's expression shifted slightly, surprised at the resilience of the giant's skeletal structure. Despite the devastating blow, the giant did not succumb. With a furious roar, it spun around, swinging its fist at Yanqing. She had no choice but to withdraw her blade and raise it defensively. As the fist struck upon the long blade, Yanqing felt an overwhelming force surging towards her, propelling her backward until she crashed against the crumbling wall, finally coming to a halt. Her complexion paled slightly, and her hands trembled ever so slightly. Meanwhile, while the giant aberrant was assaulting Yanqing, several other third-tier awakened also unleashed their most formidable attacks. A brilliant crimson beam shot forth, striking heavily against the chest of the giant aberrant. The creature was knocked back several paces, the intense heat singeing its chest into a charred black. Before it could retaliate, an invisible force seemed to bear down upon it, causing its massive frame to stagger, almost collapsing to the ground. The floor beneath it fractured, creating a gaping chasm. The giant aberrant plummeted through the opening, descending from the 6th to the 5th floor. Fortunately, the mall's visitors seemed to have been evacuated, leaving the area below devoid of any presence. As the giant aberrant landed, a tall and robust third-tier awakened leaped down through the hole, delivering a powerful blow to the creature's head. The already torn and grotesque skull received yet another devastating impact, eliciting a howl of excruciating pain, with blood gushing forth from the cracks. At that moment, a calm voice resonated, "Please step aside." The towering third-tier awakened immediately retreated as a cacophony of gunfire erupted once more. The heavily injured giant aberrant, sensing the threat posed by the gunshots, instinctively attempted to evade, disregarding its own injuries. However, Lu Ning stood perilously close at the edge of the opening. He barely had time to react before the bullets from the red rose and white rose struck true. Once again, Lu Ning infused an immense amount of mental energy into his shots, significantly augmenting the bullet's potency. The two projectiles detonated, and as the flames dissipated, the giant aberrant's head was completely shattered, blood oozing forth. It could not even muster a scream. Its colossal form swayed momentarily before crashing to the ground. Lu Ning holstered his twin pistols, when suddenly a sharp voice cried out, "Watch out!" Lu Ning sensed a fierce gust of wind rushing from behind him. Turning to look, He was alarmed to find another giant aberrant had charged directly towards him. Its expression was one of rage, and it clenched its massive fist, swinging it violently in Lu Ning's direction. The sheer size of the fist rivaled that of Lu Ning's own head, and the force of its swing sent his dark hair flying. The other awakened were taken aback, their faces paling in shock. Yanqing had drawn near to the giant aberrant, her expression grim as she infused her long blade with energy, striking fiercely at the aberrant's back in an attempt to compel it to defend itself. Yet, the giant aberrant seemed to possess a degree of intelligence, or perhaps it sought vengeance for its fallen comrade, showing no regard for the blade aimed at its rear. Its focus solely on Lu Ning. Facing the colossal fist, Lu Ning's demeanor remained serene. He relaxed his right hand, allowing the red rose to gently descend to the ground. And then, with resolute determination, he thrust his own fist towards the incoming titanic blow. As Lu Ning's fist struck forth, a dazzling white light erupted, resembling a bolt of lightning that startled the awakened individuals, causing them to squint slightly. In an instant, Lu Ning's diminutive fist collided with that of the giant aberration. The sound of the impact resonated, and the immense shockwave transformed into a circular gust, radiating outward in all directions. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Lu Ning began to disintegrate into blood mist, starting from his fist, his hand, arm, shoulder, and even half of his body shattered in this violent clash, painting the sky crimson with blood. The giant aberration, too, emitted a wretched scream, staggering backward as its colossal fist succumbed to ruin. Fingers grotesquely contorted and fissures spreading across its palm, blood gushing forth. Even its entire arm twisted unnaturally. Damn it! Yanqing observed Lu Ning reduced to half a body. Gritting her teeth, her expression grim. Her blade of energy struck the back of the giant aberration, inflicting a gaping wound deep enough to reveal bone. Upon landing, she coldly addressed the other team members. Get to work. Why are you still standing there? The other third-tier awakened individuals snapped back to reality, exclaiming kill. One by one, they sprang into action. Previously, with two giant aberrations present, all the third-tier awakened ones had to split into two groups to confront the monsters. Now, with only one giant aberration remaining, already having lost an arm and bearing a grievous wound on its back, it was no longer a challenge for the third-tier awakened. Although the giant aberration possessed formidable defenses, facing a multitude of third-tier awakened individuals in concert with the support of second- and first-tier awakened firearms proved overwhelming. Within mere moments, the fourth-tier aberration met its demise, a blade from Yanqing piercing through its eye and into its brain. As Yanqing landed, she flicked the grime from her long knife, her expression sour as she lamented, "What a pity." Though Yanqing did not know the young man who wielded dual pistols, the ability to command such a powerful soul artifact and inflict substantial damage upon the resilient giant aberration, coupled with mastery of such an advanced soul-shaking fist, clearly indicated he was a remarkably promising awakened individual. Alas, he had perished here, with a serious demeanor. Yanqing turned her gaze towards the direction where Lu Ning had fallen, stating, "Let us all observe a moment of silence for our comrade." Her words faltered. Not only Yanqing, but several others, upon the giant aberration's demise, also directed their attention towards Lu Ning. They believed that someone capable of wielding a powerful soul artifact and mastering such a potent soul-shaking fist possessed immense talent. His demise here would indeed be a loss for the Fog Bureau. To their astonishment, they beheld Lu Ning standing there, completely unscathed. Lu Ning regarded the wide-eyed onlookers, his expression impassive as he covered his exposed torso, calmly inquiring, "Could anyone lend me a piece of clothing?" The giant aberration's punch had torn the entirety of Lu Ning's upper garment asunder. Chapter 63. Is it over? The air suddenly fell silent, all eyes fixated on Lu Ning, their expressions a blend of astonishment and uncertainty. Yanqing pointed his long knife at Lu Ning, his expression cold and stern. "Are you a mutant?" Lu Ning gestured toward himself. "Me? No, I'm an ordinary person." The other awakened individuals furrowed their brows simultaneously, with several members of the action team already poised for an attack. At that moment, a timid voice emerged, comrades. This is a member of our 7th Division action team, named Lu Ning. Yanqing and several other third-tier awakened ones raised their eyebrows and turned toward the source of the voice. It was a pure-looking young girl, who appeared somewhat anxious under the gaze of numerous action team members. Noticing everyone's attention on her, Wei Xin quickly added, "We are all members of the 7th Division action team. I am Wei Xian, this is Wang Qiwen, and this is Qiu Yuelin." Lin Yu, standing nearby, cast a doubtful glance at Lu Ning before speaking. "I can't confirm this. They were just following Captain Lin Xiao." Yanqing glanced at Lin Yu, an experienced third-tier awakened member of the action team, and they were somewhat familiar with each other. "Lin Yu, are you sure?" "I'm sure." Yanqing's expression softened slightly toward Wei Xian and the others, yet he remained vigilant towards Lu Ning. "Even if you were previously a member of the action team, you have just died. After being resurrected, you're probably no longer one, right?" Lu Ning replied with a wooden expression, "I didn't die. Why would I not be? I've died several times before and was still a member of the action team." All the action team members froze momentarily, their faces filled with confusion. Lin Yu's lips twitched, and his gaze toward Lu Ning became peculiar. "You've died before?" As Lu Ning was about to speak, Wang Qiwen interjected, "Comrades, Lu Ning possesses the awakening ability of immortality. He can resurrect and heal his own injuries, so there's no need to be overly anxious." Upon hearing this, even though they were all awakened individuals and members of the Fog Bureau action team, who had seen their fair share of extraordinary things, they erupted in astonishment. "What? He can resurrect? Is that for real? Are you joking? How could such an awakening ability exist? If it's true, then this Lu Ning would be invincible." All the action team members whispered among themselves, their gazes toward Lu Ning filled with disbelief. Yanqing looked astonished as he glanced between Wang Qiwen and Lu Ning. "Do you have any evidence?" Yanqing asked, somewhat incredulous. Just as Wei Xian was about to speak, Lu Ning's calm voice resonated. "It's quite simple." Subsequently, everyone witnessed Lu Ning shoot himself in the head. The thunderous gunshot made everyone's bodies tremble. Lu Ning's head was nearly blown off by the bullet from the White Rose, blood splattering everywhere. Several third-tier awakened members close to Lu Ning stood frozen, their faces even splattered with blood. They gazed at Lu Ning with horror. Was this being, who could blow off half of his own head without hesitation, truly human? Others similarly stood in shock, staring at the remaining half of Lu Ning's head, all feeling a chill run down their spines. Yet in the next moment, they beheld the edges of Lu Ning's head wound, where granulation tissue began to emerge. The granulation pulsated with remarkable rapidity, and in merely a few breaths, Lu Ning's head was restored to its former state. He rubbed his face and calmly regarded Yanqing, asking, "Is this evidence sufficient?" Yanqing, whose expression had been icy, now trembled slightly in her pupils and nodded, albeit woodenly. "It is." Lu Ning smiled and replied, "That's good." With that, he holstered his twin pistols and strode towards Wei Xian and the others. Members of the action team parted ways, their gazes towards Lu Ning imbued with a complex mixture of curiosity, apprehension, and even reverence. Although Lu Ning's rank appeared modest, the formidable prowess he had exhibited in the preceding battle was undeniable, coupled with his audacity to shoot himself in the head. He had undoubtedly etched his presence into the minds of all those from the 7th Division. Wei Xian, Wang Qiwen, and Qiu Yuelin were already accustomed to Lu Ning's antics. Observing the dazed expressions on the faces of those around them, they felt a sense of secret satisfaction. Previously, only they had been startled. Now, others were finally sharing in their experience. Mai Tai, standing beside them, quivered as Lu Ning approached, his smile stiffening. He swallowed hard and quietly shifted aside, fearful that Lu Ning might succumb to madness and target him. As Lu Ning drew nearer, Wei Xian promptly shed his trench coat and offered it to him. "Here, wear this." "Thank you," Lu Ning replied without hesitation, accepting the coat to shield his exposed body. Yanqing swiftly regained her composure. She glanced at Lu Ning and then spoke, "Let's conduct another inspection of this level for any remaining mutated beings. We must ensure that no 4th-tier mutants resurface." The other 3rd-tier awakened promptly nodded in agreement. The action team members resumed their search, but this time, they found no mutated beings. Everyone returned towards the exit, securing it while awaiting the outcome from the central area. Their efforts were merely to tidy up. The true objective of this operation lay with the 4th tier and 5th tier powerhouses. Compared to before, the thunderous collisions from the distant area now seemed significantly diminished, both in volume and frequency. Less than a minute later, all sounds of battle ceased. Lin Yu murmured, "It seems to be over." Wei Xian, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, replied, "Thank goodness it's ending soon. Otherwise, I feel I might not hold on much longer." Wang Chuan nodded in agreement, gazing fearfully at the ripples that occasionally spread through the air. The radiant waves emanating from the sacred bell of light instilled within them an increasing reverence for the light, almost igniting an impulse to merge with it. Despite their utmost efforts to suppress such feelings, the urge only intensified, as if it were the deepest desire from the recesses of their souls. Just then, the rippling waves, which had been slowly expanding, suddenly vanished, causing many first-tier awakened to breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Yu remarked, "It appears the sacred bell of light has been retracted. They are coming." After a while, footsteps echoed in the air, and Lu Ning observed a group of around 20 individuals approaching. Among them were men and women, young and old, all clad in black trench coats. Some of the coats bore signs of damage, and a few individuals displayed visible injuries. However, it appeared that none were severely wounded. Lu Ning recognized Lin Xiao, Colin, Yin Feng, as well as Li Yihong and Lu Chong, whom he had encountered previously. At that moment, their faces were adorned with smiles, and their expressions were relaxed. Yet, upon seeing the bodies of the fallen team members, collected by Yin Qing and others, their smiles gradually faded. A few of the stronger individuals had reddened eyes and rushed frantically to the corpses. "Damn it! Stephen, how could you die? Wake up! Damn it!" one exclaimed. "Damn it, dang Dolly. You still owe me $23,920. Who am I supposed to ask for my money now that you're dead?" The remaining powerful figures fell into a somber silence. Li Yihong, standing at the forefront, calmly stated, "The operation has concluded. Each team leader should take their members back." He paused momentarily before continuing. "Assess the losses and report the status of the deceased members promptly. The Bureau will make necessary arrangements. Teams 5 and 8, accompany me in escorting the criminals back to headquarters." With that, he stepped away, and a group silently followed him. Lin Xiao and Colin approached Lu Ning and the others. Qiu Yuelin, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Captain, has it concluded?" Chapter 64, A Complete Capture. The others also turned their attention to Lin Xiao. With a hint of excitement, Lin Xiao replied, "Pretty much. We were fortunate to capture all the high-ranking members of the Joyful Paradise this time." Colin adjusted his glasses and added, "But it's not over yet. Besides these high-ranking officials, their subordinate members of Joyful Paradise have yet to be apprehended." Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively, saying, "With these high-ranking officials in our grasp, capturing their subordinates will be a piece of cake." Colin did not counter this assertion. Wang Chiwen surveyed the surroundings, puzzled. "You captured the high-ranking officials of Joyful Paradise? Why didn't we see any of their members earlier?" Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and replied, "We naturally possess special soul artifacts to take them away." Wang Chiwen and the others understood. Lin Xiao then glanced at the nearby corpses and then at Lu Ning's trench coat, inquiring with curiosity, "It seems the situation outside was not very favorable?" Lu Ning nodded slightly. 2 4th-tier, mutated beings appeared, and they were quite formidable. Qiu Yuelin interjected, "Indeed, if it weren't for Lu Ning, the casualties would have been much higher." Lin Xiao and Colin looked at Lu Ning in surprise. Lin Xiao exclaimed, "Lu Ning has become this powerful?" Wei Xian recalled Lu Ning's previous battle and remarked, "Lu Ning is indeed very strong now." Wang Chiwen nodded in agreement. Colin smiled. "Let us hear all about it when we return. We should take our leave now." Lin Xiao nodded, "Yes, let us go. You 3 survived this perilous mission for the first time. It's worth celebrating." Thus, they conversed as they descended the stairs and exited the mall. Upon exiting the shopping mall, Lu Ning observed that the perimeter had been cordoned off, teeming with law enforcement officials and personnel from the Mist Bureau. He also spotted familiar faces, including Bowen and Peng Qianqian. As Bowen noticed Lin Xiao and the others, he jogged over, casting a serious glance towards the mall's direction. and inquired, "What is the situation inside?" Lin Xiao responded, "It can be deemed a resounding victory. The higher-ups of Joy Paradise have been thoroughly apprehended. Consequently, your burden will be somewhat alleviated." Instantly, Bowen's expression softened, and he exhaled in relief, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "That's wonderful. Ever since that birthday gathering turned chaotic, I haven't been able to sleep well, fearing unforeseen events. It's a relief to know that the higher-ups of Joy Paradise have been captured. We can finally breathe a little easier." Lin Xiao patted Bowen's shoulder and waved his hand, saying, "We'll leave the rest in your capable hands. We shall return to rest now." Bowen nodded solemnly and addressed the group. "No problem. We'll take it from here. You've all worked hard." With that, he saluted them, and not only he but also Peng Qianqian and the others followed suit. Amidst their farewells, the group departed from the secured area, making their way to the parking lot. Due to the evacuation efforts by the law enforcement and the Mist Bureau, all ordinary citizens had vacated the vicinity, leaving the parking lot nearly devoid of vehicles. Lin Xiao and Colin each entered their respective cars, followed by Lu Ning and the others, as the two drove away. Inside Colin's vehicle, Wang Qiwen expressed his dissatisfaction, remarking, "I must say, the law enforcement officials have truly fallen short. Such a large clandestine organization gathers in such a bustling mall and has held several secret meetings without being detected." Beside him, Wei Xian immediately retorted, "What are you talking about, Wang Qiwen? As awakened individuals, do you not grasp the circumstances surrounding them? If awakened beings wish to conceal themselves, how can a law enforcement possibly uncover them?" Wang Qiwen quickly countered, "But it's not just the awakened. There are numerous mutated individuals serving as waitstaff as well. And they've gone undetected too." Wei Xian shot back, "What difference does that make? The law enforcement is not the Mist Bureau. They lack the means to investigate mutated individuals. The issue of mutation falls squarely within the purview of our Mist Bureau, while the law enforcement merely handles matters concerning the general populace." Though Wei Xian's argument held merit, Wang Qiwen couldn't help but pout, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Colin, focus on the road ahead, mused thoughtfully. To be honest, the fact that these mutated waitstaff have evaded detection until now is quite remarkable. It seems Joy Paradise must possess some unique methods. We will uncover the specifics once we interrogate those higher-ups from Joy Paradise. So, you two need not bicker any further." Wei Xian nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Deputy Captain." Lu Ning chose not to engage in the dispute between Wei Xian and Wang Qiwen, instead quietly gazing out the window. Colin, puzzled, asked Lu Ning, "What are you looking at?" Lu Ning replied, "Oh, nothing much. By the way, did you manage to find any of the incense this time?" Upon hearing this, Colin beamed. "We discovered a substantial amount of the fallen incense. This time, our contribution is significant." Lu Ning nodded. "What will be done with this incense?" Colin pondered for a moment before speaking. "It should be sealed away. It may later serve as a special item." Wei Xian and Wang Qiwen were both taken aback, casting puzzled glances at Colin. Wang Qiwen inquired, "Deputy Captain, isn't this fallen incense something from the joyful paradise? Are we really going to use it?" Colin rolled his eyes and replied, "You truly don't understand the value of resources, do you? These are special items imbued with spiritual radiation. If utilized properly, they can significantly enhance combat capabilities. Destroying them would be a tremendous waste. The items we've procured from various sources are quite plentiful, and ultimately, we use them ourselves. Not to mention, many soul artifacts have been confiscated from awakened criminals." Wang Qiwen and Wei Xian suddenly understood. Curiosity piqued, Wang Qiwen asked, "Since our division was the one to uncover this lead, shouldn't we receive a portion for our use?" Colin chuckled lightly. "Unfortunately, not at the moment. These incenses will likely undergo further research at headquarters and won't be available for immediate use." "Well then," Wang Qiwen shrugged, choosing not to press further. The group soon returned to their division. Yuran was at the front desk, lost in thought. Upon seeing Lu Ning and the others arrive, her eyes brightened, and she quickly stood up. When she noticed everyone was back, Yuran sighed in relief and greeted, "Captain, you're back." Lin Xiao nodded, "Yes. Has anything happened at the Bureau?" Yuran shook her head. "No. Old Qin and the others are monitoring things on the third floor." "That's good to hear. By the way, our operation was a resounding success. and as you've seen, our team suffered no casualties. It's worth celebrating. I plan to order some barbecue for us to enjoy together. You ran beamed. Sounds great. The group ascended to the 3rd floor, where they encountered Qin Feng and Yinan. After discussing the situation with them, the two expressed their desire to join in the celebration. Lu Ning, however, was covered in blood and had torn clothing, so he headed to the upstairs lounge to clean up. Lin Xiao volunteered to fetch him a change of clothes. After the celebration, dawn began to break. Lin Xiao and Colin decided to stay on duty, allowing Lu Ning and the others to rest. Naturally, Lu Ning's group complied and departed. Chapter 65. Clean up early the next morning. As Lu Ning entered the activity room, he overheard Lin Xiao sharing some good news. Last night, after bringing back the high-ranking members of the Joyful Paradise, they conducted overnight interrogations and swiftly extracted information from several of the deaconess subordinates. Unfortunately, the regional bishop had not divulged any useful information. Nevertheless, uncovering the deacon's subordinates was a positive development, as there were around 20 members from the Joyful Paradise among them. If these individuals were to hide within the base city and engage in covert operations, it would pose a significant threat. The 7th District also had 4 subordinates from the Joyful Paradise, which would naturally be handled by their action team in that area. Colin and Lin Xiao led their respective teams, while Lu Ning chose to operate solo. Lu Ning's abilities had earned him the recognition of Colin and Lin Xiao. He was undying and possessed formidable strength, capable of holding his own even against a 4th-tier abomination. Such prowess holds the promise of even ascending to the position of deputy leader within the action team. Observing Lu Ning depart in a taxi, Lin Xiao contemplated, I believe I must request a vehicle from headquarters. After all, Lu Ning is now capable of driving and possesses commendable skills. If we are assigned tasks in the future and neither of us is present, would it not necessitate him taking a taxi each time? Upon hearing this, Wang Chuan promptly suggested, then, Captain, why not request several vehicles? Wei Xian and I can drive as well. Lin Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Wang Chuan. Can you embark on missions alone, you rascal? If you can, I shall submit a request on your behalf. Wang Chuan fell into silence. Nearby, Wei Xian chuckled. You truly lack self-awareness. Wang Chuan retorted in anger. But you cannot undertake missions alone either. Yet I possess self-awareness and do not request a vehicle for solitary use. Enough, enough, cease your bickering. Let us proceed. Colin sighed in resignation. Lin Xiao directed. Xiao Lin and Wang Chuan will accompany me, while Wei Xian, you shall follow Colin. Let us move. Lu Ning arrived at his destination by taxi. According to intelligence, a member of the Joyful Kingdom resided near a small food street close to a bar known as the Tree Bar. He had established a noodle shop on this food street. As for whether this member would flee upon sensing danger, Lin Xiao had already formulated a theory. The Joyful Kingdom is a clandestine cult, and its hierarchy is shrouded in secrecy. The ordinary members of the Joyful Kingdom are, of course, unaware of the gatherings held by the higher-ups. These regular members can only be considered peripheral, with some not even knowing the name of the organization they serve. Even if they were aware, they would remain oblivious to the meetings of the cult's leaders. Furthermore, the information had been effectively sealed by the logistics departments of the Public Security Bureau and the Mist Bureau, leaving the lower-tier members ignorant of the fact that their superiors had already been apprehended. Therefore, when Lu Ning arrived at the noodle shop named Wei, the owner was still busy cooking noodles. It must be said that the establishment was thriving, with its modest space accommodating 5 tables, all of which were currently occupied. The owner, a young man with an elegant appearance, smiled at Lu Ning. What kind of noodles would you like? Lu Ning calmly drew his pistol, aiming it at the young man. Do not move, you're under arrest. The owner's expression froze instantly. Not just him, the previously bustling conversations in the shop fell silent. All the patrons were now frozen in shock, gazing at Lu Ning's firearm, their faces stricken with terror. The small shop was engulfed in silence for a moment. And then the owner forced a nervous laugh, speaking. Sir, who are you? Have you mistaken me for someone else? Lu Ning coolly presented his Mist Bureau identification. I'm a member of the Mist Bureau from District 7. Now, come with me. Upon hearing that Lu Ning was affiliated with the Mist Bureau, the patrons in the shop turned even paler, their faces drained of color. After all, Anything related to the Mist Bureau was synonymous with cults, mutations, and calamities, elements that ordinary individuals would never wish to encounter. Confronting such matters signifies immense peril for the common folk. Upon hearing Lu Ning's identity, the shopkeeper immediately reacted, a glimmer of ice-blue light flashing in his eyes. Just as he intended to use his abilities, a gunshot rang out. In response to the sound, the patrons screamed and crouched down, covering their heads in fear. The shopkeeper's right leg was torn apart at the knee, blood gushing forth as he collapsed to the ground, letting out a horrific scream. Lu Ning, with an expression of calmness, pressed a red rose against his forehead, stating, "Make another move, and I shall shoot." The shopkeeper, face-stricken with terror, shook his head in compliance. "I understand." Lu Ning grasped the back of the shopkeeper's collar, dragging his body outside, leaving a deep trail of blood in their wake. Once outside the restaurant, passers-by were met with this shocking scene, their faces painted with fear. Many fled, while some pulled out their phones, seemingly intent on notifying the authorities. Ignoring them, Lu Ning moved to the roadside, attempting to hail a taxi. After the third empty taxi sped past him, he fell into contemplation. Why did no one wish to accept a fare? A glance at his phone's map revealed that the police station was approximately 6 miles away. He resolved to walk back while seeking a taxi. At that moment, a vehicle from the police department halted before him. A surprised voice exclaimed, "Commander Lu Ning? Is it you?" Turning to say Lin Fei, Lu Ning nodded. "Yes, what brings you here?" Lin Fei glanced at the unconscious shopkeeper on the ground, his expression somewhat peculiar. "I received a report of someone being attacked here, a youth with a broken leg." Lu Ning looked at the fallen shopkeeper and pointed at himself. "Are you referring to me?" Lin Fei's lips twitched. "It appears you are the only one fitting that description." "This man is a cultist," Lu Ning clarified. Lin Fei chuckled. "I had my suspicions upon seeing you, Commander." He then regarded Lu Ning with curiosity, glancing back at the unconscious cultist. "Do you have any business remaining here, Commander Lu?" Suddenly recalling something, Lu Ning inquired, "Could you take me to the precinct?" "Taxis refused to accept my fare." Lin Fei glanced at the unconscious cultist member and thought to himself that it was no surprise they would not wish to do business with Lu Ning. "No problem. Hop in," he replied with a grin. Lu Ning nodded, lifting the unconscious cultist, and entered the back seat. It was then he noticed a young man in the driver's seat. Seeing Lu Ning's gaze on the youth, Lin Fei cheerfully introduced, "This is Wang Lu, our bureau's newcomer." Wang Lu, somewhat nervous, nodded at Lu Ning and said, "It's an honor to meet you, Commander." His eyes sparkled with admiration as he continued, "I heard from Chief Lin that you are a member of the Mist Bureau's action team. I wanted to join the action team as well, but I haven't awakened any abilities." Observing Wang Lu's youthful and yearning expression, Lu Ning remained silent for a moment before responding. "The action team is not as easy as it seems." "Oh." Wang Lu appeared bewildered. Without further explanation, Lu Ning declared, "Let us depart." Lin Fei lightly tapped Wang Lu's somewhat bewildered head and said, "Kid, stop overthinking and drive." Chapter 66. The second soul artifact Wang Lu drove to the 7th Division. After Lu Ning exited the vehicle and expressed his gratitude to the two, he dragged the unconscious member of the Happy Paradise into the premises. In the lobby, Yuran was engrossed in her phone, oblivious to Lu Ning's entrance. Lu Ning approached her and noticed she was playing a competitive game, somewhat akin to the previously familiar League of Legends or Honor of Kings. After observing for a while, he discerned that Yuran was rather inexperienced, having succumbed to defeat twice in a short span. After being vanquished once more, Yuran slammed her hands on the table in frustration, exclaiming, "This is so annoying. Why am I so bad?" Lu Ning nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you are quite lacking." Startled, Yuran jumped, nearly dropping her phone. She turned to Lu Ning, her complexion paling slightly, and retorted, "Lu Ning, do you walk without making a sound? Do you not realize that scaring someone can be lethal?" Lu Ning merely nodded again. Yuran took a deep breath and continued, "By the way, weren't you supposed to be on a mission?" "Yes, it's completed. I brought the person back." "Have the captain and others returned?" "The captain is back, but the vice captain and the others have not yet returned." Lu Ning nodded. Gesturing toward the unconscious member of Happy Paradise on the floor, he inquired, "Where should we place him?" Yuran glanced at the ground and finally noticed the fallen member. At that moment, the member's severed leg had stopped bleeding, but due to significant blood loss, his complexion appeared extremely pale. Uran's lips twitched. He can't be dying. Can he? Not all. Awakened beings possess resilient bodies. They don't perish so easily. Oh, the captain mentioned to place him on the first floor. Old Qin will take care of him. Once we finish our tasks, we will send him to headquarters. Understood. Thus, Lu Ning dragged the member of Happy Paradise down to the first floor. He quickly found Qin Feng in the familiar training room, where Qin Feng was once again perusing a magazine featuring swimsuit models. Hearing the commotion, Qin Feng looked up. Upon seeing Lu Ning and the member on the floor, he stood and remarked, "Back already? Quite fast. Just leave him here." Lu Ning nodded. "Then I shall take my leave." Go on, go on." Qin Feng waved his hand, occasionally casting glances at the magazine. Upon returning to the third floor, Lu Ning found Lin Xiao, Xiu Yueling, and Wang Qiwen taking a break. Upon seeing Lu Ning's return, all three greeted him before resuming their leisurely activities. Before long, Colin and Wei Xian also returned. Among the 4 members of Happy Paradise, 2 had been captured by Lin Xiao and her companions, 1 by Colin and Wei Xian, and the last by Lu Ning. After apprehending the members of Happy Paradise, Lu Ning and his team did not receive any new information about them, nor did they encounter any other anomalous events. In the following days, they enjoyed a state akin to a vacation. Each individual, upon arriving at the division, merely rested in the activity room, either honing their mental fortitude or training their awakened abilities. As usual, Lu Ning continued to utilize soul crystals, steadily enhancing his mental strength. Regarding the recent siege against the upper echelons of the Joyous Paradise, the reward have yet to be distributed as the interrogation of its leaders is still ongoing. However, according to Lin Xiao, all members of the action team collaborated to apprehend a group of Joyous Paradise stewards, including a regional bishop. The Mist Bureau of the Federation will issue rewards, ensuring that everyone as compensation is substantial. Particularly, Lu Ning, who played a pivotal role in the elimination of 2 fourth-tier aberrants, is expected to receive an even greater share of the accolades. Lin Xiao speculates that Lu Ning may even have the opportunity to apply for a soul artifact, which excites Lu Ning greatly. Unbeknownst to them, 10 days have slipped away. During this time, the members of the 7th Division received directives from headquarters, which, through interrogation, uncovered several hidden Joyous Paradise members within the 7th District. Lu Ning and his companions proceeded with the captures, which transpired smoothly. During this period, Lin Xiao arranged for Lu Ning to acquire an ordinary sedan, alleviating his need for taxis and significantly enhancing his convenience. Once the interrogation of all Joyous Paradise stewards at headquarters concluded, all cultists within the base city were exposed. Lin Xiao announced that they could now apply for rewards based on their contributions. With a few soul crystals still in hand, Lu Ning contemplated applying for another soul artifact. This did not surprise Lin Xiao and Colin, who were aware of the circumstances. The following day, Lin Xiao brought Lu Ning good news. His application had been approved. Given Lu Ning's contributions in vanquishing 2 fourth-tier awakened beings, alongside various other merits, he had exhausted his accolades and received a new low-risk soul artifact. In truth, the consumption of merits was somewhat high. However, since Lu Ning already possessed the red rose and white rose, it was reasonable that his application required a greater expenditure. A day later, Yin Feng arrived at the division bearing the rewards from this application. Wei Xian and his companions opted for soul crystals, having recently acquired a number of them, which significantly accelerated their mental refinement. Now, Wang Qiwen felt a bottleneck, which allowed him to bask in pride before Wei Xian for an extended period. Nevertheless, Wei Xian and Xiu Yueling were also nearing their own advancements. They remained at the first tier and had come to a profound realization through several missions. Their current strength was somewhat lacking. Currently, Lin Xiao, Colin, and even Lu Ning could afford to support them. However, should the trio be unable to assist, Wang Qiwen and his companions would find themselves in considerable peril given their present capabilities. Thus, enhancing their strength became their most pressing concern. As for Lin Xiao and Colin, they applied for additional soul crystals and various consumables, such as potions and runes. Finally, Lu Ning selected his sole artifact according to his personal needs. Already in possession of dual pistols like the Red Rose and White Rose for range combat, he sought a melee weapon, ideally a sword or blade. Fortuitously, the headquarters provided him with precisely that, a sword. It was a long, white blade, adorned with intricate red flame patterns etched upon its surface. Merely resting there, it seemed to elevate the ambient temperature by a degree or two. Yin Feng provided insights regarding this formidable weapon, a low-risk soul artifact known as the Flame Blade. Crafted from the sturdy spine of the disaster beast, the two-headed flame tiger. If infused with spiritual energy, it could unleash the power of fire. You may examine it at your discretion, he added. Yin Feng's gaze towards Lu Ning reflected a shift, less apprehension and more recognition. Lu Ning had played an instrumental role in the recent elimination of 2 giant aberrants, a feat that had spread like wildfire among the members of the action team who witnessed the event. The entire base city was already aware of the existence of an immortal being within the 7th Division, who, it seemed, was also a madman, quick to pull the trigger on himself in a moment of discord, resulting in half of his own skull being obliterated. He was undeniably a ruthless individual. Yin Feng was well aware of Lu Ning's madness. However, Lu Ning's assistance in vanquishing the 2 giant aberrants had indirectly saved numerous lives within the action team. In truth, had it not been for Lu Ning's intervention, the team would have likely sustained heavy casualties in their attempt to defeat those 2 foes. Consequently, Yin Feng's attitude towards Lu Ning had softened somewhat. As Lu Ning grasped the hilt of the flame blade, the flame patterns upon its surface seemed to awaken, emanating a faint red glow as if poised to ignite at any moment. He felt a surge of formidable power integrating into his being, enhancing his physical prowess. This enhancement was holistic, unlike the specific improvements in dynamic vision and acuity conferred by the Red Rose and White Rose. With a swing of the flame blade, Lu Ning nodded slightly, affirming its worth. The items have been delivered. I shall take my leave. Yin Feng stretched, complaining. I am utterly exhausted from these past few days. Interrogations and reward distributions aplenty. Lin Xiao, recalling something, called out to Yin Feng. Yin Feng, how did the interrogation of that regional bishop turn out? Yin Feng raised an eyebrow and shook his head. That fellow is remarkably tight-lipped. He refuses to divulge anything. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries. Yin Feng looked at him with curiosity. What is on your mind? Lin Xiao shook his head. It's nothing. After a brief pause, he expressed his uncertainty. I've been pondering this matter, and I can't help but wonder if it's merely my imagination. But doesn't it seem rather too straightforward? After all, other base cities have faced cold invasions before. It shouldn't be so easily resolved. Yin Feng fell silent for a moment, scratching his head. Even the regional bishop has been captured. What more is there to question? You're not experiencing mental fatigue, are you? Perhaps you should check your level of spiritual pollution. Lin Xiao exhaled a sigh of frustration. That may be the case. I will seek a checkup. Yin Feng nodded, one hand in his pocket and the other bidding farewell. I'm off. Chapter 67. Third stage colonists escorted Yin Feng away, and Wang Qiwen, intrigued, inquired of Lin Xiao, Captain, do you sense something amiss? Lin Xiao shook his head. I merely feel that things have unfolded far too smoothly than anticipated. Perhaps the higher-ups of the joyous paradise are simply experiencing a streak of bad luck. Lin Xiao chose not to elaborate further on the subject. Lu Ning and the others also refrained from pressing for more information. Another week passed. Deep into the night, Lu Ning reclined on his bed, cradling a soul crystal in his hand, his eyes closed as he absorbed the spiritual radiation emanating from it. Suddenly, an invisible tempest erupted around him, causing the furniture to tremble and items on the desk to be hurled to the ground. The storm surged swiftly, only to dissipate just as quickly, leaving the room in a calm silence after a few breaths. Slowly, Lu Ning opened his eyes, revealing a profound darkness within, streaked with flickers of ethereal light. After enduring an extensive period of refinement, his spiritual power had finally ascended to the 3rd tier. What once resembled the size of a barrel had now surged to the dimensions of a small pond. He could distinctly perceive the newfound density and strength of his spiritual energy. Contemplating for a moment, he clenched his left hand and pulled with great force, resulting in a distinct crack as his hand was severed. Yet, In the next instant, his hand restored itself, the regeneration occurring at a markedly accelerated pace compared to before. Furthermore, he sensed that the efficiency of his spiritual energy transmission had improved, promising superior outcomes when utilizing soul artifacts. Ultimately, this transformation in his spiritual power also catalyzed a metamorphosis in his physical form. Lu Ning had consistently employed physical refinement techniques to bolster his bodily strength, and following this transformation, his power had doubled. In summary, his progress was commendable. A satisfied smile graced Lu Ning's face. His enhanced abilities brought him one step closer to joining the Mist exploration team, and elucidating a path back home seemed increasingly attainable. This was indeed a source of joy for him. The following morning, after freshening up, Lu Ning made his way to the branch office. Colin and Wang Chuan had been on night duty and were already present in the activity room. Upon seeing Lu Ning, Colin greeted him with a smile. "You've arrived? We've already ordered breakfast. Come join us." Lu Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, Lin Xiao, Chiu Yuelin, and Wei Xian arrived in succession. The group enjoyed their breakfast, engaging in light-hearted conversation, as the recent incidents of illness had been minimal, allowing them to relax. Throughout this time, Lin Xiao occasionally cast puzzled glances at Lu Ning. Wang Chuan, noticing this, inquired, "Captain, why do you keep looking at Lu Ning? Is something amiss?" Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Lu Ning as he muttered, "Am I imagining things? It seems to me that your spiritual power has surged significantly." Colin, sipping on sweet tofu pudding, adjusted his glasses and remarked, "You noticed it too? I thought I was mistaken." Lu Ning calmly took a bite of his bun and replied, "Oh, I've reached the 3rd tier. My spiritual power has indeed increased." At that moment, Wang Chuan, who was drinking porridge, sputtered a grain of rice from his nose, coughing vigorously as he looked up at Lu Ning with astonishment. "What on earth? You're at the 3rd tier?" Wei Xian and Chiu Yuelin also stared at Lu Ning in disbelief. "Is this real? I've only just sensed my bottleneck a few days ago, and you've already reached the 3rd tier? Is there no fairness left in the world?" Wei Xian, typically composed, could no longer maintain his demeanor and exclaimed. Chiu Yuelin nodded repeatedly. "Lu Ning, this is utterly outrageous. We all started as 1st tier. How did you leap to the 3rd tier? What is your secret?" As Lu Ning responded truthfully about his normal cultivation of mental strength, he inadvertently broke through. The three fell into silence. Were they not also honing their mental fortitude? Why had they yet to ascend to the 2nd tier? Doubts began to cloud their minds. Not only Wei Xian and his companions, even Lin Xiao and Colin, upon hearing Lu Ning's words, wore expressions of bewilderment. They exchanged glances, both astonished. Lin Xiao's lips twitched slightly. "If it weren't for your mental pollution level being a constant 0, I would genuinely think you were a monster." Colin slowly added, "I've been awakened for over a decade, and Lu Ning, you are by far the fastest to break through that I've ever witnessed. It's only been a little over 4 months, and you've jumped directly from the 1st tier to the 3rd. That's simply astonishing." Lu Ning Pushlet inquired, "Is it really that astonishing?" Colin chuckled wryly. "You have no idea how extraordinary it is. It's utterly ridiculous. Has there ever been anyone who has progressed as quickly as I have?" Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. "Of course, some do progress rapidly, but I have never seen anyone like you. Honestly, I'm unsure if anyone has achieved such an exaggerated rate of advancement since the emergence of the mist." Then Colin spoke. "However, Lu Ning's mental pollution level remains unchanged, forever at 0. This seems to be unprecedented in human history. Perhaps his uniqueness allows for such swift enhancement of mental strength?" Lin Xiao nodded slightly. "That could be the case. Lu Ning, you are indeed exceptional." Lu Ning agreed with a slight nod. Perhaps. The shock of Lu Ning's ascension to the 3rd tier left Lin Xiao and the others disoriented for the remainder of the day. It wasn't until after lunch that Lin Xiao suddenly recalled something and said, "Today, I intend to visit Mumu. Would you all care to join me?" Upon hearing this, Chiu Yulin's eyes lit up. "Captain, are you referring to the esteemed Li Mu? Can we accompany you?" Lin Xiao smiled. Her mental state has been quite stable lately. While it hasn't improved much, the mental pollution hasn't deepened either. Perhaps meeting you all could uplift her spirits, and it might even be beneficial. As he spoke, Lin Xiao glanced at Lu Ning, contemplating before saying, "Lu Ning, you You should join as well. Perhaps if Mumu sees that you pose no threat, it could aid in her recovery. Lu Ning was taken aback. Am I allowed to go? Lin Xiao chuckled. This isn't just my idea. It was proposed by the treatment department at headquarters. Colin pondered for a moment and nodded. That might be a good idea. After all, Lu Ning was one of the catalysts during Mu's transformation. If we can address the root of the problem, perhaps it might help reduce her mental pollution. I have no objections. Then let us set off. I'll inform Xiao, Ran, and Old Qin, and we'll go together. The group descended the stairs, and Lin Xiao asked Ran to call Qin Feng for duty, before leading everyone to the headquarters of the Mist Bureau. As a member of the Bureau, Li Mu was currently at the headquarters, receiving treatment, as her mental pollution had reached the critical point of complete transformation. Upon arriving at the headquarters once more, Lu Ning paused to take in the architecture. This was the first place he had awakened after stepping out of the mist. Lu Ning, let us go. Why are you dawdling? Lin Xiao turned around to see Lu Ning examining the headquarters building and called out to him. Lu Ning replied as he followed suit. Chapter 68. A reunion with Li Mu. Upon entering, Wang Qiwen and the others were filled with curiosity, glancing around the surroundings. They had only ever been to their respective branches and had never visited the headquarters. Meanwhile, Lu Ning surveyed the lobby before him, feeling a sense of familiarity. Lin Xiao led the group towards the elevator area, where staff members were bustling about. Among them, Lu Ning even spotted some members of the action team who had previously participated in the siege against the Happy Kingdom's steward. As they passed by, several action team members turned their gazes towards Lu Ning and nodded in acknowledgement, clearly impressed by his previous exploits. Whether it was his significant role in combating fourth-tier aberrants with his second-tier strength or the audacity he displayed during his self-destructive act, he had left a profound impression. Ascending the staircase, Lin Xiao pressed the button for the 5th floor and then grinned at Lu Ning. I didn't expect you to be quite the celebrity around here. Impressive. Lu Ning glanced at Lin Xiao. What good does that do? Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but then seemed to have an epiphany. With a mischievous smile, he nudged Lu Ning's shoulder and whispered, how can it not be useful? There are plenty of beauties in our bureau, now that you're famous. Finding a girlfriend should be much easier, right? At this remark, while Lu Ning remained nonchalant, Wang Qiwen and Wei Xian exchanged envious glances. Lu Ning shook his head. Forget it, I'm not looking. Lin Xiao was taken aback. Why not? I'm heading home, Lu Ning replied calmly. A silence enveloped the group. Colin adjusted his glasses and spoke slowly. Lu Ning, to be honest, wanting to return to 2,000 years ago is somewhat unrealistic. Even the mysterious fog may not possess such capabilities. I will find a way, Lu Ning asserted. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao and the others exchanged glances, but chose not to delve further into the topic. During their conversation, the elevator arrived at the 5th floor. As the doors opened, they were greeted by a corridor similar to the one where Lu Ning had previously been, also constructed of metal. Let's go, Lin Xiao instructed as they exited the elevator and traversed the corridor, soon arriving at an iron door. Outside the door stood 2 armed guards, along with 2 members of the Mist Bureau's action team, clad in trench coats. Upon seeing Lin Xiao and his group, an elderly man with gray hair stepped forward, smiling as he addressed Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, here to visit Li Mu? Lin Xiao nodded and replied with a smile. Yes, Elder Meng. We came together. Very well. Let us proceed. Open the door. The gray-haired elder waved his hand to signal the guards to open the door. Outside the door, there were several instruments for checking mental pollution levels and determining if one's mind had been manipulated, which Lu Ning recognized from his time at the headquarters. Clearly, the security measures here were exceedingly stringent. As they passed through the instruments, there were no alarms, and the group entered the door without incident. Inside, the corridor was bustling with doctors in white coats hurrying about. Lin Xiao introduced them as specialists in treating mental pollution. Unfortunately, cases where mental pollution had escalated to aberration were currently deemed hopeless. However, before the illness completely transforms, mental contamination can still be gradually restored through medication, auxiliary therapies, and psychological treatment. The doctors present are dedicated to these endeavors. As the doctors passed by, they merely cast a fleeting glance at Lin Xiao and his companions before hastily departing, likely preoccupied with their numerous tasks. Lin Xiao and Colin had frequented this place several times, navigating it with ease. They led Lu Ning and the others to the doctor's office, where they sought out the attending physician responsible for Li Mu. This physician was a woman with graying hair named Feely. Visits to patients necessitate the presence of the attending physician. Dr. Feely, it's been a while. We wish to see Mu Mu, Lin Xiao remarked. Feely was engrossed in her computer, inputting data, and only lifted her gaze after completing the final selections. Her smile was warm and gentle as she replied, it's Captain Lin and Vice Captain Colin. Are these your squad members? Yes, doctor, they affirmed. Let us proceed. I was just about to conduct an examination on Mu Mu. Feely stood, and Lin Xiao and his companions followed closely behind her. They ventured deeper into the facility, swiftly arriving at the patient ward area. The ward area was expansive, segmented into several corridors, each lined with patient rooms. Feely guided them to the entrance of Li Mu's room, which stood firmly closed. She retrieved a magnetic card and swiped it against the door. Then, she spoke gently into the intercom outside the door. Mu Mu, this is Feely. Are you available now? I need to perform an examination. After a brief silence, a weak voice responded, Yes, I'm available. Feely nodded, pressed a button on the side, and the main door opened, leaving a glass door still in place. Through the glass, Feely and Lu Ning could observe the interior of the room. The ward was modestly sized, accommodating only a table and chairs. Li Mu was dressed in casual attire, reclining on the bed with a book in hand. Compared to her striking appearance when Lu Ning first met her, Li Mu now appeared pale, weary, and in less than optimal health. As Lu Ning's gaze descended, he noticed that her body remained shrouded in a white mist, within which her eyes darted erratically. There seemed to be little change since their last encounter. As the door opened, Li Mu looked up. Upon seeing Lin Xiao and Colin, a faint smile graced her lips. However, the smile quickly faltered, freezing into a stony expression upon noticing Lu Ning's presence. She looked at him with an aloof demeanor, her brow furrowed as she questioned, What is he doing here? Lin Xiao chuckled awkwardly, about to respond, when Feely interjected gently, I asked Captain Lin to bring him along. Li Mu turned her gaze towards Feely, her eyes icy. Feely seemed oblivious to the underlying threat in Li Mu's expression and continued to smile. The situation appears relatively stable at the moment, with no immediate risk of further contamination. However, your mental contamination levels remain stubbornly high, possibly linked to your underlying psychological issues. Your unexpected deterioration may be connected to Lu Ning, and perhaps his presence could help unravel your inner turmoil. Li Mu regarded Lu Ning with a cold, derisive smile, uttering him, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't have deteriorated. Lin Xiao coughed softly and spoke. Mu Mu, we previously viewed Lu Ning through a tinted lens, and in truth, we have wronged him. He poses no real danger. I believe I have mentioned to you that during this period, he has dealt with numerous mutants and cultists within the Bureau. Enough. Li Mu interjected sharply, interrupting Lin Xiao's words. Lin Xiao opened his mouth, but the subsequent words caught in his throat, and he refrained from continuing. Colin adjusted his glasses, intending to speak in Lu Ning's defense. At that moment, Lu Ning's calm voice rang out. May I enter? Upon hearing this, several individuals, including Feily, were taken aback. Feily glanced at the impassive Li Mu and then at Lu Ning, expressing some hesitation. Mu Mu is not in a good state right now. If you go in, she might lose control and attack you. Lu Ning looked at Fei Li and replied calmly. It's all right. Fei Li turned to Lin Xiao and Colin. Lin Xiao immediately asked, Will Lu Ning's entry trigger a reaction in Mu Mu's psyche? Fei Li responded, There's a possibility, though it's uncertain. After all, Mu Mu's situation is quite rare. She experienced a temporary mutation before her mental contamination exceeded safe levels, which is why she is currently able to recover from that state. Typically, as long as Mu Mu's mental contamination does not exceed critical levels, even if her psyche is momentarily stimulated, she should still be able to recover. However, this is merely theoretical. The actual circumstances remain unclear to me. Colin looked at Fei Li and then at Lu Ning, asking, What do you intend to do inside? Lu Ning fixed his gaze on Li Mu and replied, I believe I have glimpsed something different. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao and Colin exchanged glances. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow at Lu Ning. You're not planning to create any more trouble, are you? You want to cause Mu to mutate again, will you? Lu Ning shook his head. I don't think so. Inside the ward, Li Mu had naturally overheard the conversation. A cold, menacing expression appeared on her delicate face. Do you dare to come in? Aren't you afraid of death? Lu Ning tilted his head slightly to regard Li Mu. I'm not afraid. Li Mu's expression stiffened as she recalled Lin Zhao's earlier remarks about Lu Ning's uniqueness. Her face darkened. Get out. I don't want you to come in. I will not. Lu Ning replied calmly. Li Mu emitted a sharp, explosive sound. Noticing her agitation, Fei Li quickly checked her mental contamination levels and, upon confirming they had increased, breathed a sigh of relief. Fei Li turned to Lin Xiao and Colin. What are your thoughts? Lin Xiao and Colin fell silent for a moment. Then, Colin looked at Lu Ning, asking seriously, You want to harm Mu, will you? Lu Ning replied calmly, I will not. Then shall we allow him to enter and take a look? Captain? Lin Xiao hesitated briefly before giving a slight nod. He was uncertain of Lu Ning's intentions, but his recent performance at the division had been nothing short of miraculous. He felt that perhaps Lu Ning could indeed do something beneficial for Li Mu. Seeing that both Lin Xiao and Colin had consented, Fei Li naturally had no objections. She disregarded Li Mu's objections within the hospital room and opened the glass door outside. As the door swung open, Lu Ning stepped inside. Once Lu Ning entered the ward, the glass door closed behind her. Fei Li and the others watched the room anxiously. Aren't you afraid of death? Li Mu glared at Lu Ning with a cold, menacing expression. Not afraid, Lu Ning replied, maintaining her stance as she approached Li Mu. With each step closer, Li Mu's expression grew increasingly grim. The exposed skin on her face, neck, and palms began to twitch grotesquely, as if it might distort at any moment. Observing this, Fei Li's expression shifted slightly. It was a precursor to mutation. She quickly glanced at Li Mu's mental contamination level, her face easing slightly. It had risen a bit, yet remained within a controllable range. Lin Xiao, astonished, remarked, Is it happening again? What on earth is going on? Colin wore a similar expression of curiosity. Fei Li, pondering the seemingly impending mutation of Li Mu, displayed a fluctuating demeanor before speaking. Lu Ning previously mentioned that she saw a multitude of eyeballs within Li Mu's body. Those eyeballs reacted violently only after they saw Lu Ning. Initially, I thought this might be coincidental, but now it seems unlikely. Dr. Fei Li, what are you talking about? Lin Xiao asked, utterly confused. Fei Li's expression shifted repeatedly. After much hesitation, she finally spoke. I have a rather audacious hypothesis, one that may even be considered astonishing. Colin adjusted his glasses and responded, Please, go ahead. Given Mu's condition is exceedingly rare, perhaps a different therapeutic approach is warranted. Fei Li nodded slightly before continuing. My notion is derived from analyzing Lu Ning's origins. She emerged from the mist, potentially linked to it. As you know, mental radiation emanates from a mist, thus. Both awakened individuals and those undergoing mutation are essentially of the same origin. This origin stems from the mist itself. Li Mu's mutation is essentially a result of excessive mental contamination, rendering her unable to control her awakening abilities, which leads to her transformation into a mutated state. We previously proposed a conjecture regarding the shared source of abilities, that awakening powers might stem from certain entities within the mist, akin to those associated with dark arts or mutated beings, even divine offspring. Once abilities mutate and lose their original control, they may deepen their connection to these entities. Lu Ning's unique nature might cause the uncontrollable mutated powers to mistake her for one of these entities from the mist, triggering a violent response. Listening to Fei Li's explanation, Lin Xiao and the others were left in a state of bewilderment. They exchanged glances, all somewhat dazed. Wang Chuan scratched his head uncertainly, saying, Dr. Fei Li, are you implying that the powers within Senior Li Mu perceive Lu Ning as something akin to a dark god? Wei Xian and the others shared this sentiment, their expressions equally perplexed. Noticing their odd reactions, Fei Li remained unfazed, offering a gentle smile as she stated, That is precisely why I regard my hypothesis as exceedingly bold and truly remarkable. As a physician and a researcher, proposing innovative hypotheses is indeed a profoundly meaningful endeavor. Perhaps the likelihood of success is minimal, yet we must not overlook any potentiality. At this juncture, Lin Xiao interjected, recalling that Lu Ning had previously encountered several awakened individuals, and even some aberrants, yet none appeared to exhibit traits akin to Mu Mu. At this point, he abruptly halted, as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide with astonishment. Kiwawellen, standing nearby, seemed to have an epiphany. She emitted a faint gasp, covering her mouth in disbelief. Observing their reactions, Colin and the others were left perplexed. What is amiss? Meanwhile, Fei appeared to sense something, her spirit invigorated as she inquired. Did Lu Ning previously encounter a similar situation? Lin Xiao responded uncertainly. I'm not entirely sure if it resembles anything before. You see, while we were investigating Zhu Jiani, Lu Ning encountered a cultist from the Joyful Paradise. This cultist, upon transformation, claimed to have seen a fallen angel, and the extent of the transformation was quite extreme. However, this differs from Mu Mu's situation, judging by that cultist transformation. The degree of mental pollution was undoubtedly off the charts, rendering any reversal impossible. Listening intently, Fei's eyes sparkled with inspiration as she proposed, I have a bold notion. The others regarded her with peculiar expressions. Indeed, her thoughts were audacious. Lin Xiao chuckled awkwardly. Please go on. Fei continued, previously, Captain Lin, you mentioned that the mutated cultist belonged to Joyful Paradise. Thus, the abilities he possessed must have derived from the malevolent fallen angel. Conversely, it is evident that Mu Mu's abilities do not stem from a fallen angel. The differing reactions of both individuals upon encountering Lu Ning may perhaps be linked to the origins of their powers. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, their expressions filled with contemplation. Colin adjusted his glasses, incredulous as he remarked, Are you suggesting that these abilities possess consciousness? The expressions of Wang Qiwen and the others paled. If this were the case, did it imply that another consciousness resided within their bodies? Fei shook her head, then stated solemnly, This is not consciousness, but rather a mental instinct inherent to the very essence of mental radiation. Perhaps this instinct is the root cause of the intensified mental pollution experienced by awakened individuals, ultimately leading to their transformation. Lin Xiao and the others exchanged thoughtful looks. Then Colin recalled something, frowning, but Lu Ning is also an awakened individual, yet his mental pollution level is 0. Could it be that his awakened abilities lack this mental instinct? The group, regaining their focus, turned their gaze towards Fei. With a smile, she replied, This is precisely what makes Lu Ning exceptional, is it not? His ability is immortality, a power that has never been seen before. Colin's inquiry indeed opens up numerous possibilities. For instance, the spiritual instinct associated with immortality is not characterized by ferocity and does not lead to mental corruption. It is also possible that the ability of immortality not only heals the physical body, but may also mend the spirit. Thus, when Lu Ning experiences mental contamination, he will be promptly healed. Furthermore, it is conceivable that Lu Ning, having lingered in the fog for a protracted duration, has absorbed a substantial amount of spiritual radiation, rendering him completely immune to these spiritual instincts. At this point, Phileton paused and chuckled, proposing a bold hypothesis that the spiritual instinct of this ability originates from Lu Ning himself. If this were indeed the case, it would certainly prevent Lu Ning from suffering contamination due to the awakening of his spiritual instinct. Chapter 70. Miracle originating from Lu Ning himself? The group appeared somewhat perplexed. Indeed, Lu Ning had dwelled in the fog for thousands of years. Perhaps he had already transformed into something akin to those entities within the mist, and his spiritual instinct might also give rise to awakened abilities. Lin Xiao and the others exchanged glances, while Qiu Yue Lin's complexion paled slightly. Are you suggesting that Brother Lu Ning is akin to those evil gods? Wei Xian vehemently shook his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If Lu Ning were truly like those evil gods, how powerful would he be? Although Lu Ning's actions surpass ordinary comprehension, how could he possibly compare to an evil god? Even Wang Qiwen, who often contradicted Wei Xian, nodded in agreement. I think so too. If Lu Ning were truly an evil god, we would have perished countless times by now. Lin Xiao and Colin, though silent, clearly harbored skepticism. Phileton smiled. What I mean is not that Lu Ning possesses the power of an evil god, but rather that there are certain intrinsic similarities between him and those malevolent beings. Of course, this is merely a baseless, fanciful conjecture, and the likelihood of its validity is quite low. Just as Lin Xiao was about to speak, a piercing scream emanated from the hospital room. "Ah, what are you doing?" The group halted their discussion and turned their gaze toward the room, their expressions morphing into ones of utter bewilderment. Lu Ning stood by the bedside, his trench coat riddled with several holes, stained with traces of blood, evidently the handiwork of Li Mu. Meanwhile, 2 additional eyes had emerged on Li Mu's forehead, and other exposed areas of her skin seemed to be gradually forming eyes, perilously close to mutation. However, Lu Ning firmly restrained Li Mu, pinning her to the bed. Li Mu struggled violently, unleashing beams of laser-like energy. Each beam penetrated Lu Ning's coat, but failed to breach his flesh, leaving only shallow wounds. At this moment, Lu Ning had reached the 3rd tier, and with his continuous physical refinement, his corporeal strength was formidable. Li Mu, not being a physical enhancement type of awakener, found herself unable to free herself from Lu Ning's grasp. Witnessing this scene, Lin Zhao's expression turned to one of shock. What on earth is Lu Ning trying to do? Is this some sort of peculiar inclination? Wang Qiwen, filled with admiration, remarked, "Wait, didn't Lu Ning previously claim he wasn't looking for a girlfriend? Does he have a penchant for mutations? What are you all talking about? Shouldn't we be discussing whether we should stop Brother Lu Ning right now?" Xiao Yuelin glared at Lin Xiao and Wang Qiwen with a hint of exasperation. Colin adjusted his glasses and turned to Lin Xiao, inquiring, "Captain, what do you suggest?" Just as Lin Xiao was about to respond, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before their eyes. Lu Ning placed his hand on the chest of the thrashing Li Mu, who, in the throes of a deteriorating condition, appeared to be succumbing to madness. Li Mu's eyes widened in disbelief, staring incredulously at the calm and indifferent Lu Ning. After a brief moment of silence, a piercing shriek erupted from Li Mu as he teetered on the brink of insanity. At that moment, Li Mu's body trembled violently. Lu Ning began to pull outward, gradually extracting wisps of white mist from within Li Mu. This mist was interspersed with a series of distorted, phantom eyes, cold yet frenzied. Merely a glance from these eyes could drive an ordinary person to the brink of insanity. As the eyes became increasingly frantic, they sought to re-enter Li Mu's form, resulting in a fierce tug-of-war. In this struggle, the previously exposed skin around Li Mu's eyes began to revert to its original state, though his expression was one of profound agony. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Ning fixed his gaze on Li Mu and, surprisingly, pressed the extracted mist against his own chest. The mist, attempting to return, hesitated momentarily before writhing even more chaotically, striving to escape from Lu Ning's body. Undeterred, Lu Ning continued to pull, and gradually, more and more the white mist was drawn from Li Mu, with Lu Ning absorbing it into himself. As the quantity of mist he absorbed increased, Lu Ning's exposed left arm began to contort grotesquely, revealing an eye that spun wildly, radiating coldness and madness. Upon noticing Lu Ning, the eye glimmered with a white light. Yet, in the next instant, Lu Ning swiftly grasped it, forcefully tearing the eye from his skin. Blood flowed from the wound, which quickly sealed itself. The severed eye was carelessly discarded on the ground, crushed beneath Lu Ning's foot with a resounding crack. With an impassive expression, Lu Ning continued to extract the white mist. Gradually, the white mist within Li Mu diminished. After several breaths, it was entirely drawn out and absorbed by Lu Ning. Rising silently, he reached into his neck once more, extracting another eye and discarding it to the ground, where it was similarly crushed. Wiping the blood from his neck, he gazed down at the panting Li Mu, who lay on the ground, pale and drenched in sweat. Within Li Mu, the white mist and eyes had vanished. Meanwhile, Lu Ning felt an increase of white mist and eyes within his own body. He meticulously controlled his mental energy, surrounding these elements and gradually refining and absorbing them through his mental cultivation method. Although at times the mist and eyes would escape his mental grasp, resulting in the emergence of additional eyes upon his body, it was not a significant concern. Lu Ning casually removed an eyeball and crushed it underfoot, then turned to the stunned Feely and the others outside the door, calmly stating, Dr. Feely, could you please assess Li Mu's level of mental contamination? Thank you. Feely, as if awakening from a dream, glanced at Lu Ning, her eyes sparkling with wonder, as if she were beholding something entirely unprecedented. She employed the instruments within the ward to examine the mental contamination levels, her breath quickening with each passing moment. It had decreased. Truly, it had diminished. Li Mu's mental contamination level was merely 2. This was hardly characteristic of a normal 4th-tier awakener's mental contamination. Incredible. Absolutely astonishing. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao and the others also regained their composure. Lin Xiao and Colin exchanged breaths of astonishment. What did it mean to forcibly pull back an awakener teetering on the brink of degeneration? This was the greatest miracle since the dawn of the Mist Era. Then, Lin Xiao recalled something and hurriedly inquired, Dr. Feely, what about Lu Ning? What is his level of mental contamination? Feely did not respond immediately, still scrutinizing the data, her brow occasionally relaxing, then furrowing in confusion. She murmured, this data is peculiar. How can such figures exist? Something feels off, very off. Dr. Feely. Colin called her name once more. Feely snapped back to focus and replied, Lu Ning's data is highly unstable. At times it shows 0, yet at other times it reaches 32. Although it does not yet indicate degeneration, the contamination level is not insignificant. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao and Colin exchanged worried glances. What would be the cause? Kiwawelin observed Lu Ning expressionlessly extracting an eyeball from his face, then crushing it underfoot, finally noticing a satisfied smile on his lips, her mouth twitching slightly. Could it be that brother Lu Ning absorbed the aberrant spirit of Senior Mu, and that this aberrant spirit has affected him? Chapter 71. No thanks needed. Feely shook her head, uncertain. However, based on the mental contamination levels, Lu Ning shows no risk of degeneration. Wang Chuan pointed at Lu Ning's act of crushing the eyeball, his expression utterly bizarre. Is this what you call having no risk of degeneration? Feely found herself momentarily speechless. At that moment, Lin Xiao called out to Lu Ning within the ward, Lu Ning, are you all right? Is everything okay? Lu Ning looked up at Lin Xiao and calmly replied, I'm fine. As he spoke, he casually removed another eyeball from his arm and crushed it. Lin Xiao and the others were taken aback. Colin adjusted his glasses and asked, what is going on with you growing eyeballs? Are you feeling anything unusual? Lu Ning replied, it's not a major issue. Just now, I absorbed the white mist from Li Mu's body, and my mental energy is attempting to refine this white mist, which is resisting, hence the appearance of the eyeballs. But it's not a big problem. Upon hearing Lu Ning's explanation, Feely seemed momentarily dazed, murmuring, is it the source of the aberration within Mu's body that is resisting? That aligns with the instinctual theories of the mind. Kiwawelin expressed her concern, brother Lu Ning. You want TB like this forever, will you? No, once I refine some of the white mist, it will be fine. However, in comparison to the typical mental radiation, the refinement of this white mist presents a greater challenge. Upon hearing this, the group collectively exhaled in relief. At this moment, Li Mu gradually emerged from her previously weakened state. She slowly sat up, her expression no longer as frigid as before, and her gaze towards Lu Ning bore a hint of complexity. Part of the reason for her affliction stemmed from Lu Ning. Yet even without him, her level of mental pollution at that time remained perilously high, and it was quite possible that she would have succumbed to a transformation regardless. Now, however, Lu Ning had diminished her mental pollution to a level she had never dared to dream of, alleviating her concerns about mental contamination entirely. This was a significant boon for Li Mu. Nevertheless, Lu Ning's prior actions had been somewhat invasive to her. Although she could comprehend his intentions as a woman, she still felt a degree of discomfort. Observing an eye sprouting from Lu Ning's body, only to be subsequently removed, leaving a gory wound, Li Mu fell silent for a moment before speaking. Lu Ning, thank you. Lu Ning glanced at her calmly and replied, it's nothing. Li Mu inquired, is there anything I can assist you with? No. Lu Ning shook his head. Li Mu pondered in silence, uncertain of what to say next. Just then, Feily addressed Li Mu. Mu, take a moment to assess your condition. How do you feel? Li Mu responded candidly. I feel remarkably well, unprecedentedly so. Since awakening, I have never experienced such ease. My mental pollution level must be exceedingly low now, correct? Fei Li smiled gently. It seems the assessment was accurate. You have Lu Ning to thank for this. Li Mu glanced at Lu Ning, who was curiously examining the eye he had just removed. Fei Li's voice chimed in once more. Mu, let us conduct a comprehensive examination to ensure there are no lingering issues. Li Mu snapped back to attention and nodded. Then asked, what about Lu Ning? Lu Ning and Lin Xiao also turned their gaze towards Fei Li. After a moment of contemplation, Fei Li articulated, according to the test results, Lu Ning does not inherently possess a risk of transformation. However, his physical characteristics display traits akin to those of a transformation. My recommendation is to remain here for a day of observation, ensuring there is no danger before he departs. Lin Xiao frowned. Dr. Fei Li, this seems contrary to protocol. If the mental pollution level is normal, he should not need to be observed here. Fei Li replied with a gentle smile, yet you have witnessed Lu Ning's condition. The occasional appearance of eyes on him is indicative of potential transformation. Lin Xiao opened his mouth but fell into silence. At that moment, Li Mu interjected, then I shall also observe for another day. When Lu Ning is allowed to leave tomorrow, I will undergo testing. Upon hearing this, Fei Li paused, then nodded slightly, smiling. That is perfectly acceptable. Lin Xiao turned to Lu Ning. Lu Ning, what do you think? If you feel uncomfortable, I will speak to Director Wang. Lu Ning waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. Seeing Lu Ning's own acceptance of the situation, Lin Xiao and the others refrained from further discussion. After lingering for a while, Lin Xiao and the others, burdened with their own tasks, took their leave, leaving Lu Ning and Li Mu in the hospital room. Once Lin Xiao and the others departed, Fei Li remained outside the room for a while longer to examine data, ensuring that Li Mu's mental contamination levels were stable and not rapidly escalating, while also confirming that Lu Ning's peak contamination had not increased further. With a sigh of relief, Fei Li, the attending physician, gently smiled and remarked, Lu Ning, I have prepared a new room for you. However, as soon as Fei Li finished speaking, Li Mu interjected, let him stay here. I can keep an eye on him. Lu Ning glanced at Li Mu and replied, I'm fine with that. Fei Li nodded in agreement and said, very well. She then closed the door to the hospital room, leaving only Li Mu and Lu Ning within. Lu Ning surveyed the room before taking a seat on a chair, succumbing to a trance. Li Mu perched on the edge of the bed, and a profound silence enveloped them. After a while, unable to endure the quiet any longer, Li Mu broke the silence. I worry that if you move to a new room, the doctors here might want to study you. You know, what you did earlier can only be described as a miracle, and I imagine the doctors must be quite curious. Lu Ning met Li Mu's gaze and replied calmly, I have been studied many times before. Li Mu's lips twitched, and with a frown, she retorted, well then, if you wish to be studied, just tell Dr. Fei Li. Lu Ning shook his head. This arrangement is quite satisfactory. Li Mu pouted and leaned back against the bed, returning to her book. However, after flipping through the pages for a considerable time without making any progress, she turned to Lu Ning and inquired, the captain and Colin mentioned you every time they visited, saying you possess exceptional talent and can learn anything swiftly, and you are already a second-tier awakened one? I'm at the third tier. Li Mu exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock as she stared at Lu Ning. Third tier? How is that possible? How long have you been in the bureau? And you've reached third tier already? How could it happen so quickly? The captain said I was progressing fast too, Li Mu remarked, studying Lu Ning with an expression akin to that of an astonished spectator gazing at a marvel. By the way, how did you manage that earlier? How did you remove my mental contamination? Lu Ning pondered for a moment and replied, I'm not entirely sure. When I saw the white mist within you, I thought perhaps I could extract it, so I tried, and it worked. Li Mu was taken aback, her expression incredulous. You mean you had never done anything like that before? You simply thought of it and acted? What if you had failed? I didn't believe I would fail. Li Mu's breath quickened, her face flushed with indignation. Well, I truly appreciate your help. No need to thank me, Lu Ning said calmly. Chapter 72. The burden of gratitude. Li Mu then ceased her conversation with Lu Ning. After more than an hour, the hospital room door swung open once more, this time revealing not just one doctor, but a whole throng of them. The gazes of the doctors upon Lu Ning resembled that of parched travelers in a desert beholding a bottle of water, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Noticing this, Li Mu's brows furrowed, and she rose, saying, "What do you all want?" At the forefront stood an elderly man with graying hair, slightly stooped, who smiled and said, "Team member Li Mu, do not be anxious. I have heard that Lu Ning has managed to diminish the mental pollution and absorb the source of the corrupted spirit. You must understand how significant this matter is. We require precise information regarding the situation." Upon seeing the old man, Li Mu's expression shifted subtly, and he replied with a stiff demeanor, "Elder Ning, you have seen Lu Ning's current condition. He is struggling to control the mutations of his own body. Surely, you do not expect him to assist others in absorbing the sources of mental pollution?" "Not at all," Ning Wang reassured Li Mu with a smile. "As physicians, our only desire is to comprehend the underlying principles. In doing so, we may potentially discover a means to eradicate mental pollution." Li Mu furrowed his brow, glancing at Lu Ning. Lu Ning calmly responded, "Elder Ning, it has been a while." Ning Wang was the doctor who had conducted various tests on him upon his arrival at headquarters. Ning Wang smiled at Lu Ning. "Indeed, it has been some time. I have heard you have been faring well in the 7th Division. Would it be possible to conduct an examination this time?" Lu Ning nodded slightly, yes. Ning Wang opened the glass door. The expressions of several nearby doctors changed slightly. One middle-aged man, appearing somewhat apprehensive, remarked, "Elder Ning, could this be somewhat unsafe?" Ning Wang waved his hand dismissively, smiling, "I have faith in Lu Ning." With that, he stepped inside, while the other doctors exchanged glances, a few elderly men following suit. Ning Wang retrieved several tools from his portable toolbox and placed them on the table. Just then, a fissure appeared on Lu Ning's cheek, and an eye emerged, cold and devoid of compassion. The doctors nearby were taken aback, retreating hastily. With an expressionless demeanor, Lu Ning casually extracted the eye, and just as he intended to discard it on the floor and crush it, Ning Wang hastily intervened. "Lu Ning, may I have that eye for my research?" Lu Ning paused, handing over the blood-stained eye. "Sure." Ning Wang carefully placed the eye into a box. Subsequently, he used instruments to conduct a thorough examination of Lu Ning's body. Upon completing the assessment, Ning Wang expressed surprise. "Lu Ning, your mental pollution levels have significantly decreased, now at a peak of only 28. Lu Ning nodded. "I just refined a bit of white mist." Ning Wang exhibited a keen interest, straightening in his seat as he inquired, "Lu Ning, I heard from Fei Li that you absorbed the source of team member Li Mu's mental pollution into your own body. What method did you employ to extract that source?" At this point, Ning Wang quickly added, "If your method proves to be universally applicable, it would be beneficial for all awakened individuals, as it might alleviate their concerns regarding mental pollution. The Federation would undoubtedly reward you handsomely." "I simply perceived the white mist of mental pollution and thought I might grasp it, and then I attempted it and succeeded," Lu Ning replied, echoing his earlier words to Li Mu. The atmosphere in the ward remained momentarily hushed. Ning Wang's face, aged and rigid for a moment, softened as he rubbed it with a hint of resignation. "I've almost forgotten the difficulties of communicating with you," he admitted. With a lingering hope, he inquired, "Is there no technique or method you employ?" Lu Ning pondered seriously before shaking his head. "None. I simply thought to reach out and grasp it." A nearby physician, skeptical, questioned, "How did you come to believe you could seize the source of this mental pollution?" "Intuition," Lu Ning replied candidly. A silence enveloped the group. "Intuition, for heaven's sake." Ning Wang mused before pressing further. "What technique did you employ to envelop and refine these sources of mental pollution with your own mental energy?" "I considered that this mental pollution is essentially a form of spiritual radiation, which should be susceptible to refinement, so I gave it a try." Upon hearing Lu Ning's admission of contemplation, Ning Wang and the others understood the outcome instantly. Their expressions mirrored a collective acknowledgement of the inevitable. After exchanging glances, Ning Wang posed additional questions, only to conclude, with a sense of futility, that attempting to reduce the degree of mental pollution through Lu Ning's case was utterly unrealistic. Nonetheless, Ning Wang derived a rather encouraging revelation. Lu Ning had the ability to refine the source of mental pollution. Once he successfully refined it, could he potentially extend this method to eradicate the mental pollution afflicting other awakening individuals on the verge of deterioration? The likelihood seemed quite high, yet it necessitated further experimentation. They could only attempt once Lu Ning had completely refined Li Mu's source of mental pollution. For now, they had gleaned little from their inquiry. The group lingered in the ward for over an hour, posing numerous questions before taking their leave. Just before departing, Lu Ning called out to Ning Wang, old Ning. "Could you please inform the kitchen that I would like to have braised pork today?" Ning Wang chuckled, "Not a problem." As the ward door closed, Li Mu returned to her bed and calmly remarked, "Your mental pollution level has decreased? That's rather swift." "Yes, it's akin to refining mental energy," Lu Ning replied. Hearing his response, Li Mu nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. After a while, the staff delivered their meals. Lu Ning took a bite of the braised pork, revealing a satisfied smile. Noticing Li Mu's gaze, he awkwardly suggested, "Why don't you have a bite too?" Li Mu acquiesced with a nod. Lu Ning's expression froze momentarily before he selected the fattiest piece and tossed it to Li Mu. She stared at the chunk of fatty meat in her bowl, her mind filled with questions. When she glanced back at Lu Ning, she noticed he was already devouring the braised pork at a much quicker pace than before. After dinner, Li Mu proceeded to wash up first. Upon her return, Lu Ning then took his turn. When he emerged from the bathroom, he discovered a blanket laid out on the floor. As Lu Ning stepped out, Li Mu stated, "I'll sleep on the floor. You take the bed." "Oh," Lu Ning replied, lying down on the bed. Seeing him actually settle in, Li Mu's breath caught in her throat, and she hesitantly remarked, "Aren't you going to say anything else?" Lu Ning, tilting his head in confusion, asked, "What should I say?" For instance, one might say that the floor is cold, or something about seeking gratitude in return. Perhaps even the absurd notion of me sharing a bed with you. As she spoke, Li Mu found herself silenced by Lu Ning's calm demeanor, her embarrassment rendering her unable to continue. With a scowl, she wrapped herself entirely in the blanket and declared, "It's time to sleep." The following morning, Fei Li once again arrived to conduct tests for Lu Ning and Li Mu. Although Li Mu's level of mental pollution had slightly increased, it fell within the normal range for an awakened individual. Conversely, Lu Ning's peak level of mental pollution had notably decreased, now resting at just 23. Neither exhibited any abnormalities. Beyond the tests, Fei Li observed Lu Ning, who was examining the eyeballs in his hand, and inquired, "Lu Ning, how are you feeling? Do you think the presence of these eyes might affect your mental state? Are you experiencing any discomfort?" Lu Ning shook his head, responding, "Not at all." Fei Li nodded slightly, refraining from further questions, and smiled. "If both of you remain stable this afternoon, you will be free to leave." With that, she returned to her duties. By midday, Lin Xiao and Colin once again arrived outside the hospital room. This time, Wang Qiwen and the others did not accompany them. Lin Xiao's first question upon seeing Lu Ning was, "How are you? Are you all right? Did the doctors give you any trouble?" Lu Ning shook his head, "No." Colin adjusted his glasses and remarked, "We just met with Dr. Fei Li, and she said that if there are no unexpected developments this afternoon, you both can leave." Lu Ning nodded, "Yes." "Then we will stay here with you," Lin Xiao declared. After more than an hour, Fei Li and Ning Wang returned to the hospital room. This time, both entered to conduct thorough examinations for the two. The results indicated no issues, save for Lu Ning occasionally manifesting an eyeball. Everything else was normal. Ning Wang put away the equipment and smiled at Lu Ning, saying, "If you feel anything unusual, do not hesitate to seek me out." Lu Ning nodded slightly, then handed a glass filled with blood-streaked eyeballs to Ning Wang, stating calmly, "I just bored myself and pulled this out. Would you like it?" Ning Wang's eyes lit up with delight. "That's wonderful. I was just lamenting the lack of materials." Li Mu, Lin Xiao, and Colin stood nearby, their expressions frozen in shock. Over the past hour, Lin Xiao and Colin had watched Lu Ning intermittently extract an eyeball. As for Li Mu, she had been witnessing this since yesterday. The thought that Lu Ning's eyes resembled her own awakening ability made her feel as if her own eyes were subtly aching. "All right, you are free to go." Fei Li smiled as she escorted them out of the hospital room. "Thank you, Dr. Fei Li, and thank you, Dr. Ning Wang," Lin Xiao expressed, nodding in gratitude as they departed. Upon leaving the hospital area and stepping into the corridor, Lu Ning suddenly noticed a swirling white mist on one side. Lu Ning glanced down the corridor. where a silver metallic door stood, intermittently graced by the presence of medical personnel clad in protective gear. What lies beyond that door? Lu Ning inquired. Colin cast a brief glance in that direction before responding. It is likely a place dedicated to the study of hazardous materials. Lin Xiao pondered momentarily. They must be researching the fallen incense, right? Why do you ask? I observed traces of mental radiation emanating from within, Lu Ning replied. Both Lin Xiao and Colin looked momentarily perplexed. It is not unusual for a facility studying dangerous substances to exhibit mental radiation. After all, these researchers are all in protective suits, Lu Ning acknowledged with a slight nod. Subsequently, the group descended the stairs and departed from the headquarters of the FOB Bureau. Under the sun's warm embrace, Li Mu squinted slightly, a smile breaking forth uncontrollably. At last, we have escaped that wretched place. I feared I would be confined to a hospital room for eternity. Lin Xiao chuckled. You ought to express your gratitude to Lu Ning, Mu Mu. Li Mu glanced at the impassive Lu Ning. I have already thanked him. Besides, we are teammates. Colin interjected with a grin. Since Mu Mu is back, we must celebrate today at our division. Lin Xiao laughed heartily. Indeed, the celebration is in order. Let's head back. Upon returning to the 7th Division, it was 5 in the afternoon. As soon as they entered the door, Lu Ning was greeted by a hall adorned with flowers and colorful streamers, with a red banner proclaiming "Welcome Home," Li Mu hanging prominently. With a few crackles, colorful confetti rained down from above as he ran cheerfully exclaimed, "Welcome back. Sister Mu Mu, welcome back to the team, Senior Li Mu." Wei Xian and the others also beamed with joy. Not only they were present, but Qin Feng and Yinan, 2 retired team members who could afford a brief respite from the underground, had also come to welcome Li Mu. With slightly reddened eyes, Li Mu smiled warmly, feeling touched. Thank you all. Yuran rushed over and embraced Li Mu, her voice thick with emotion. Sister Mu Mu, I never imagined you would return. I thought I would never see you again. Li Mu gently ruffled Yuran's hair, smiling. Thanks to Lu Ning. Otherwise I might still be in the hospital. Yuran looked up from Li Mu's embrace and made a playful face at Lu Ning, then cheerfully said, Thank you. Lu Ning. No need for formality, he replied. Lin Xiao interjected with a grin. All right, little Ran, have we secured a place? It's already arranged, she confirmed. Lin Xiao waved his hand decisively. Let us go. Today is a joyous occasion. I'll treat you all to hot pot. After indulging in their feast, the time had slipped to 9 in the evening. With Li Mu freshly returned, Lin Xiao insisted she go home to rest, as her official duties would commence the following day. This applied not just to Li Mu, but also to Lu Ning. Early the next morning, as Lu Ning made his way to the division, he encountered a man in a tattered gray coat who hurried past him, emanating an unpleasant odor. Lu Ning baitit nomind. Just then, another figure swiftly brushed by him. Curiously, Lu Ning raised an eyebrow at the sight of a tall man whose body seemed to swirl with a white mist. Raising his gaze, he noticed yet another man in a black coat briskly approaching from a different street. The man's body was also enveloped in a white mist. Both men advanced toward the tattered figure ahead. It seemed that the ragged man sensed something amiss. He suddenly sprinted away with astonishing speed, far surpassing the limits of an ordinary person. As he fled, the other 2 men appeared to trigger some hidden mechanism. The surface of their coats writhed, and several tentacles emerged. Their previously attractive features twisted grotesquely, resembling melting wax figures. This monstrous visage caused some bystanders to turn pale, screaming in terror as they fled in all directions. One of the men rasped towards the tattered figure. Negate. At the sound of his voice, the running man's legs buckled, and he stumbled, nearly collapsing. Just as he regained his footing, the 2 men had already closed in, extending their sharp claws toward him. At that moment, a gunshot rang out. One man's head exploded, sending blood and brain matter splattering. The other transformed man turned to the source of the shot, only to see Lu Ning holding a red rose, aimed directly at him. Bang! Another gunshot echoed, and the second man's head similarly burst apart. The expression of the tattered-clad man shifted from despair to a flicker of hope as he beheld the 2 headless corpses, quickly turning his gaze toward Lu Ning. His voice was hoarse as he inquired, Someone from the Mist Bureau? Lu Ning nodded slightly. Indeed. The man's eyes gleamed with excitement. Wonderful. I have something to give you. Something of great importance. Just then, a hoarse and sinister voice echoed from a distance. Fallen. As the voice resonated, the imprisoned eyes within Lu Ning erupted violently, manifesting as eyeballs on his neck and cheeks. The man who had been running turned pale, freezing in place, his expression darkening further with despair. Chapter 74. The benefactor. As the tattered-clothed man prepared to flee, he witnessed a scene that drove him to madness. Lu Ning began to extract the eyeballs one by one from his own body, discarding them onto the ground and crushing them beneath his feet. While he continued this gruesome task, he addressed the ragged man. Wait a moment. He then turned his gaze backward. Behind him stood an extraordinarily beautiful woman, her expression a mixture of confusion and suspicion as she regarded Lu Ning. It seemed she could not comprehend how he retained his sanity despite his transformation. However, as she observed Lu Ning preparing to fire again, she sprang into action. In an instant, she transformed into a blur, darting towards Lu Ning while uttering sinister words. Negate. In response, 2 gunshots rang out. Bang! Bang! The woman staggered backward, 2 massive wounds appearing on her chest, blood pouring forth. Lu Ning raised an eyebrow in surprise. Her physical defenses were remarkably formidable. The woman, equally astonished, exclaimed in disbelief. The negation cannot affect you? Indeed, it cannot, he affirmed. Lu Ning politely responded while beginning to infuse his dual pistols with mental energy. Since ordinary bullets could not inflict substantial damage, he resolved to employ bullets amplified by mental force. The stunning woman seemed to sense Lu Ning's intention. Her expression shifted dramatically, and in the next moment, her gaze fell upon the ragged man behind Lu Ning. Just as she was about to unleash her abilities, gunfire erupted. Lu Ning did not wait for the mental energy to fully infuse. He interrupted the woman's attack. Having previously experienced the power of the bullets from his dual pistols, the woman immediately dove to the side. However, the bullets veered toward her, striking her leg directly. Frost enveloped her limb, and then the incendiary bullet detonated. Her left leg was obliterated, the immense force propelling her backward. Lu Ning aimed and fired again at the woman. The fallen figure was unable to evade. Although the bullets lacked the infusion of mental energy, and thus their power was diminished, they still inflicted harm. Several shots struck the same spot, fracturing her right leg as well. In the wake of such grievous injuries, terror flickered across her features as she cried out, "I surrender. Please don't kill me." Lu Ning paused. It was the first time he had heard a cultist concede. However, at that moment, he noticed a thick white mist suddenly surging from within the woman. The mist swiftly engulfed her, and before she could react, her form appeared to melt away like wax. When the white mist dissipated, all that remained of the beautiful woman were her garments and a pool of waxy residue. Lu Ning silently observed the remnants of her clothing and wax, then turned his gaze to the surroundings. The street was devoid of pedestrians, all having fled in haste, and he saw no other awakened individuals or aberrants. Only then did Lu Ning pivot to approach the ragged man behind him. The man regarded Lu Ning with a mixture of wariness and fear. Just then, another eye appeared on Lu Ning's cheek. He casually pried it out and crushed it underfoot. The man's pupils quivered, and he swallowed hard. Lu Ning stood before him and inquired, "Who are you?" The man, seeing the wound on Lu Ning's cheek heal before his eyes, took a deep breath and hurriedly replied, "My name is Zhu Yunxiao. My father is Zhu Jiani. If you're an officer of the Mist Bureau, you must have heard of my father's name. I have crucial information to report." Upon hearing Zhu Yunxiao's name, Lu Ning scrutinized him. The man appeared relatively young, likely not yet 30, yet he was unkempt, with a filthy face and tattered clothing, stained and likely unwashed for an extended period. Lu Ning kalimli stated, Lu Ning, an official member of the 7th Division's task force. I will take you back to headquarters. Zhu Yunxiao's face lit up with joy as he nodded eagerly. All right. However, he glanced around, and his expression shifted to one of dread as he spoke. Officer, we must hurry. Otherwise, it will be too late. Lu Ning, perplexed, looked at Zhu Yunxiao and asked, too late for what? Zhu Yunxiao's eyes brimmed with terror as he spoke. There is a divine benefactor here. A benefactor of the fallen angels. Their scheme is nearing fruition. If we do not act quickly, the entire base city will be obliterated. Lu Ning furrowed his brow and replied calmly, "Let us move." He began to run, and Zhu Yunxiao hurried to keep pace with him. Meanwhile, Lu Ning sent an urgent distress signal via his phone. The location was not far from the division, and in less than a minute, as they hadn't yet arrived, two figures descended rapidly from the sky, Colin and Lin Xiao. As soon as they landed, Colin gasped for breath. He glanced at Lu Ning, then surveyed the surroundings. And upon confirming Lu Ning was unharmed, he couldn't help but grumble, "Lu Ning, what were you thinking? You seem fine, yet you triggered an emergency call, forcing me to fly over with the captain using telekinesis. Do you have any idea how exhausting that was?" Lin Xiao, standing nearby, curiously turned his gaze toward Zhu Yunxiao, asking, "Who is this?" Lu Ning introduced him calmly. "This is Zhu Yunxiao. These two are our division's captain and vice captain." Upon hearing Zhu Yunxiao's name, Lin Xiao and Colin exchanged surprised looks, though they did not display any overt excitement. Lin Xiao chuckled. "So you're Zhu Yunxiao? It seems you've encountered some hardships. We were actually looking for you earlier, but we've since apprehended the higher-ups of the Joyful Heaven organization. You should be safe now." Fu Yunxiao responded, visibly agitated. "No, gentlemen, the higher-ups of Joyful Heaven have not been completely captured. They have been sacrificed. Their plan is on the verge of success. I came to find you for this reason." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao and Colin exchanged solemn glances. Lu Ning spoke calmly. "When I discovered him, he was being hunted by two deviants and an awakened individual. The awakened one employed negative and fallen abilities. They must be from Joyful Heaven." He paused before continuing. "Their strength should be considerable, likely at the 4th tier." At Lu Ning's words, Lin Xiao and Colin's expressions grew even more grave. "What about the awakened individual?" Lin Xiao inquired. "I intended to capture her alive. She pleaded for mercy, but for reasons unknown, she died abruptly. Before her demise, her mental corruption surged. This situation is somewhat different from typical deviations." Lin Xiao and Colin's faces darkened. Zhu Yunxiao, filled with dread, uttered, "It must be that divine benefactor. Only they possess such powers." Divine benefactor? Lin Xiao and Colin's faces twitched at this title, struggling to maintain their composure. "Are you saying there is a divine benefactor in our base city? Where?" Lin Xiao, disregarding the grime on Zhu Yunxiao, seized his collar. Zhu Yunxiao struggled to breathe and shook his head. I don't know, but my father discovered some clues and left them for me. I have not found the opportunity to relay the information to the Fog Bureau. A few days ago, I heard you were purging the followers of Joyful Heaven, and I realized this must be part of that divine benefactor's plan. So I decided to take the risk and attempt to act. Where are the clues?" Colin pressed urgently. Zhu Yunxiao reached into the depths of his tattered garment and retrieved a grimy piece of paper. "Here it is. Chapter 75. The overlooked individuals." Lin Xiao accepted the paper, unfolding it to reveal a series of names. Upon seeing these names, Lin Xiao quickly deduced, "Is this the guest list for that birthday party?" Colin and Lu Ning, upon hearing this, turned their gazes toward the paper. The three exchanged glances, and Lin Xiao, with a grave expression, stated, "We must return immediately and compare the list of deceased from the birthday party with the members of the Joyful Paradise to see if there are any individuals we have overlooked. Let us go." This time, Colin refrained from using telekinesis, as the number of names was too vast. The four swiftly made their way to the branch office. On the way, Lin Xiao looked at Zhu Yunxiao once more and inquired, "Did your father mention anything else besides this list?" Zhu Yunxiao shook his head. He said nothing more, only that this list conceals an important secret of Joyful Paradise. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, choosing not to press further. The four moved quickly, soon arriving at the branch office. Yuran was seated at the front desk, her expression anxious. Upon seeing Lin Xiao return, she eagerly glanced behind him. Upon spotting Lu Ning, a smile broke across her face. "Lu Ning, are you all right? The captain and vice captain rushed out earlier, claiming you were in trouble." Lin Xiao interrupted Yuran before she could continue, his tone serious. "Xiao Ran, there's an urgent situation. We can talk later." Noticing the solemn expressions on the faces of Lin Xiao and the others, Yuran paused, quickly nodding. "Oh, Do you need assistance? Not necessary. With that, Yu Ran returned to her position. The four proceeded to the activity room on the third floor. Inside, Li Mu and Wang Qiwen were already present. As Lin Xiao and Colin burst in, Li Mu was about to ask a question when an unpleasant odor wafted in. She frowned, only to see a man who appeared even filthier than a vagabond entering. Who is he? Wang Qiwen furrowed his brow, looking at the man with confusion. Xiao Yuelin also frowned, inquiring, "Captain, where is Lu Ning?" Before she could continue, Lu Ning entered last. As he walked in, the others were about to speak when Lin Xiao swiftly interrupted. "Colin, contact headquarters and request a complete list of all members of Joyful Paradise involved this time, including the senior executives." Colin nodded, understood. Lin Xiao approached the coffee table, opened the drawer, and began rummaging through it. Before long, he found a piece of paper. Wei Xian, sitting beside him, glanced over and was momentarily taken aback. "Captain, I sent this the victim list from the previous birthday party? What's going on?" Lin Xiao's brow furrowed deeply as he spoke. The situation with Joyful Paradise may not be over. There are still unseen forces at play. "What?" Wang Qiwen exclaimed in surprise. "How do you know this, Captain?" Lin Xiao produced the birthday party invitation list that Zhu Yunxiao had just provided. Comparing it swiftly as he spoke, "This is the list from that gathering. This individual is Zhu Jinyi's son, Zhu Yunxiao." Wei Xian and the others turned their gaze to Zhu Yunxiao, expressions of realization dawning upon them. Wei Xian, taking the initiative, stepped forward to assist Lin Xiao in the comparison. However, soon both individuals furrowed their brows in concern. "Something feels amiss," Wei Xian murmured. Lin Xiao also frowned, displaying a look of confusion. "It does seem rather odd. What is the matter?" Xiao Yulin inquired, perplexed. Wei Xian replied, "I compared several times, and the names on both lists are identical." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yunxiao's expression shifted dramatically. "That's impossible. My father clearly stated that there were crucial clues. How could they be the same? Is there some sort of mistake?" Wei Xian and Lin Xiao exchanged glances. Lin Xiao suggested, "Let us examine it more closely." Wei Xian nodded, and they began their comparison anew. After scrutinizing the list twice more, they found no discrepancies. Just then, Colin approached and said, "Captain, the list of members from Paradise has arrived. Additionally, I have reported the information that Zhu Yunxiao mentioned, indicating that there may be divine benefactors present in the base city. Headquarters has stated they will remain vigilant." Lin Xiao nodded, taking the phone from Colin and perusing the list displayed. Soon, his brow furrowed again. Still nothing. The members from Paradise do not appear on the invitation list. Wei Xian added, "The victim list and the invitee list are identical." Colin furrowed his brow, glancing at Zhu Yunxiao, while Li Mu and Xiao Yulin exchanged doubtful looks with Zhu Yunxiao. Observing their skepticism, Zhu Yunxiao exclaimed in disbelief, "That's impossible. My father would never deceive me. If everything was truly fine, why would he risk his life and instruct me to hide?" At that moment, Lu Ning suddenly interjected, "Captain, there is someone else." The group paused, turning their attention to Lu Ning. Wei Xian, looking puzzled, said, "We have scrutinized the list thoroughly. There shouldn't be anyone overlooked." Lu Ning calmly responded, "We missed one. The woman who reported the case, the same woman we encountered when dealing with Gao Tianlin." Upon hearing this, it was as if a thunderclap resonated in their minds. Lin Xiao and Colin's eyes widened in realization. Lin Xiao, astonished, remarked, "Indeed. Why didn't we think of her earlier?" Wang Qiwen and the others were expressions of disbelief. This shouldn't be the case. She was the one who reported it, and we should have had a vivid impression of her. Colin's pupils contracted as he frowned, saying, "Unless that woman is a formidable awakener, possessing the ability to make us subconsciously overlook her." Lin Xiao, with a serious demeanor, stated, "Call Bowen." When that woman reported the case, Bowen and the team found no anomalies regarding her, which means her information is normal and verifiable in the base city. We need to obtain her detailed information directly from Bowen. Colin nodded in agreement, understood. Just then, a piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the room. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, as the alarm emanated from each of their phones. This was the highest level of distress signal from headquarters. The expressions of all present turned grave. Lin Xiao, incredulous, exclaimed, "Something has happened at headquarters." Li Mu stood up and activated her phone, exclaiming in shock, "A high-risk soul artifact has appeared within headquarters." "What? A high risk? Where did the headquarters acquire such a high-risk soul artifact?" Both Lin Xiao and Colin appeared utterly bewildered, while Wang Chuan and the others were equally perplexed. In the suffocating silence, Lu Ning calmly inquired, "Captain, what shall we do now?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao decisively responded, "The headquarters possesses numerous medium-risk soul artifacts, and the First Division is stationed here year-round. With the alarm raised, other divisions will promptly come to assist. Against a high-risk soul artifact, we can hold out for a while. We must first locate that woman. I have a strong suspicion that this high-risk soul artifact may be connected to her." Pausing briefly, Lin Xiao continued gravely, "We must head underground." Qiu Yulin looked somewhat puzzled. "Captain, what do we need to go underground for?" Lin Xiao cast a serious glance at Qiu Yulin and replied, "To retrieve soul artifacts." The three members of Wei Xian were taken aback. "Are we also required to retrieve them?" "Indeed, the time has come for you to acquire them," Lin Xiao affirmed. Chapter 76. The Crimson Box. Lin Xiao swiftly led everyone downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, he turned to Colin and said, "Colin, you and Zhu Yinxiao wait here." Since Colin already possessed a soul artifact, there was no need for him to fetch another. As for Lu Ning, the capacity to wield multiple soul artifacts meant that he could never have too many. Colin nodded slightly and glanced at Zhu Yinxiao, who, understanding the situation, quietly stayed with Colin on the first floor while Lin Xiao and the others proceeded downwards, soon arriving at the second underground level. For Lu Ning, this was his first visit to this place. Compared to the first underground level, the second was even darker, featuring a long corridor that culminated in a large door. This door was crafted from silvery metal, flanked by two small rooms on either side. Lin Xiao addressed Wang Chuan and his companions, stating, "Your strength is still somewhat lacking. You cannot enter the division's treasury. Wait here for us, and I will select suitable soul artifacts for you." The three nodded in agreement. "Let us proceed," Lin Xiao urged Li Mu and Lu Ning. The trio hastened through the corridor until they reached the silvery door. Inside each of the two small rooms sat an elderly man, their hair grizzled and faces lined with wrinkles. Their expressions were indifferent as they regarded Lin Xiao and his companions. Lin Xiao spoke to the two elders. "A grave situation has arisen at headquarters. A divine benefactor exists within the base city, and we require soul artifacts." Lin Xiao's words elicited a subtle shift in the previously indifferent expressions of the two elders. They rose and approached the door, each retrieving a key and inserting it into the slots on either side of the door. Subsequently, they moved in unison to turn the keys, and as they did, a mechanical sound emanated from within the metal door. However, the door did not open immediately. A mechanical scanning device on the door swept over the group, after which Lu Ning heard one of the elders command, "Open the door for the retrieval of soul artifacts." With this command, the mechanical sounds resumed, and after a brief moment, the door finally creaked open. Inside stood two more elderly figures. Lin Xiao offered a slight nod to the two. One of the elders calmly instructed, "Follow me." Lu Ning and the others stepped through the door, marking Lu Ning's first entry into the division's treasury. He discovered that the interior of the grand door was likewise a corridor, flanked by several closed doors. The atmosphere here was saturated with spiritual radiation, and Lu Ning could even perceive wisps of white mist. The elder led the three of them to one of the doors and opened it. The room beyond was spacious, meticulously arranged with numerous black boxes. The elder glanced at the trio and remarked, "3 soul instruments?" Lin Xiao replied with a smile, "I won't need one. Just get one for Mu Mu." As for Lu Ning, he already possesses a handgun and a long knife. "Are there any soul instruments like rings, necklaces, or clothing? If so, please provide him with a complete set." The elder's previously numb and cold expression seemed to falter for a moment. He responded calmly, "That does not conform to the regulations." Lin Xiao grinned. "Regulations are rigid, but humanity is dynamic. A divine benefactor has emerged in our base city, and with the headquarters in disarray, any enhancement to our combat capability is crucial. Otherwise, our base city may be lost." Upon hearing this, The elder fell silent. After a moment, he slowly nodded. Very well. Lin Xiao continued. There are 3 novice first-tier individuals outside. Each should receive 1 soul instrument. Their awakening abilities include water manipulation, petrification, and strength enhancement. The elder nodded in acknowledgement. Let me see what I can find. He entered the room and began to search. Shortly, he emerged with a white wristband. Handing it to Li Mu. This is yours. It can enhance energy output. After a brief interval, he produced a pair of black shoes and a red metallic vest for Lu Ning. These shoes will elevate your speed and agility, while this vest can generate an energy shield and significantly boost your physical attributes. Lin Xiao expressed his disappointment. Are there no other options? Are these the only 2 that suit Lu Ning? The elder met Lin Xiao's gaze and replied calmly. You are aware of the limitations on the number of soul instruments in our division. Finding 2 is already commendable. Lin Xiao, feeling somewhat disheartened, conceded very well. Subsequently, the elder retrieved a ring that enhances elemental control, a pair of gauntlets, and a massive battle axe, intended for Wang Qiwen and the others. While the elder selected appropriate soul instruments for Wang Qiwen and his companions, Lu Ning had already donned the metallic vest and shoes. After equipping these 2 soul instruments, Lu Ning distinctly felt his body grow considerably lighter, and his strength and other attributes were greatly enhanced. Previously, under the refinement of the physical enhancement method, Lu Ning's physical capabilities had already surpassed those of an average 3rd-tier physical enhancer. Now, he felt that his physical attributes might rival those of a 4th-tier enhancer. Grasping these soul instruments, Lin Xiao took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. Elder Wang, please bring out that soul instrument as well. Elder Wang paused, his numbed eyes piercingly scrutinizing Lin Xiao. Are you certain? Li Mu, standing nearby, also exhibited a slight change in expression, glancing at Lin Xiao. Captain, that soul instrument is exceedingly perilous. Lin Xiao rubbed his nose and replied with a hearty laugh. I am well aware of the dangers associated with that soul instrument. I would not resort to using it unless absolutely necessary. Elder Wang remained silent for a moment before quietly exiting the room. Follow me. He closed the door behind him and approached another room. He took a deep breath and opened the door to the room. As soon as he stepped inside, Lu Ning was greeted by a strong metallic scent of blood. Accompanying this pungent aroma was a dense white mist, a potent manifestation of spiritual radiation, far more intense than the collective spiritual emissions of all the soul artifacts he possessed. Peering into the room, he discovered it to be quite empty, save for a singular object, a blood-red box. Elder Wang entered, retrieved the crimson box, and handed it to Lin Xiao, calmly advising, only use it if absolutely necessary. Lin Xiao nodded and secured the box on his back. Let us proceed. The group swiftly made their way down the corridor and soon arrived at the main entrance. An elderly guard stationed there, upon noticing the blood-red box on Lin Xiao's back, fell momentarily silent and offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. He then turned and opened the door. As the door swung wide, the 2 guards outside immediately focused their attention on the crimson box. No words were exchanged. Lin Xiao tossed several soul artifacts to Wang Qiwen and the others waiting at the entrance. These 3 are for you. Refrain from using them unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, the strain on your minds will be considerable. Wang Qiwen accepted the ring adorned with intricate runes, nodding earnestly. Wei Xian solemnly stowed away the gauntlets, while Qiu Yulin, clutching the enormous battle axe, appeared somewhat bewildered. Captain, is this weapon not too large? It feels rather unfeminine. Lin Xiao retorted, you are perfectly suited for this soul artifact. Qiu Yulin blushed further. The group hurriedly departed and soon reached the first floor. Upon seeing the blood-red box on Lin Xiao's back, Colin's expression shifted slightly. Captain, why did you bring that? Just in case, Lin Xiao replied. Colin fell silent, choosing not to elaborate. Let us go. Chapter 77. Please, embrace your fall. The group hastily approached the main door. Yuran was in the hall, playing a game, and glanced up at the commotion. Upon catching sight of the box on Lin Xiao's back, she froze in shock, her face paling. After the group left the hall and the division, Yuran finally regained her senses. She hurriedly stood up, eager to rush out. Just then, Qin Feng emerged from downstairs and, spotting you Ran, asked curiously Xiao Ran. Where are you headed? Seizing the opportunity as if it were a lifeline, she hurriedly inquired, Old Qin, did the captain just take that mid-level soul artifact? Why would he bring that? Is there a major crisis? Qin Feng's expression turned serious as he replied, Xiao Ran, this is classified information. You are not an awakened one and need not concern yourself with it. Hearing this, Yu Ran's eyes welled with tears, and she exclaimed in anger. What do you mean I don't need to know? I am part of the Mist Bureau too. Just because I Haven T awakened doesn't mean I forfeit my right to know. Qin Feng scratched his head, feeling somewhat helpless. The entire base city is in danger. This is significant. Even if you knew, it wouldn't change anything. Not you, nor I, can alter the outcome. Stunned by his words, Yu Ran's expression became one of deep concern. Is it truly that perilous? Indeed, all we can do now is to diligently fulfill our responsibilities and not allow distractions to hinder our focus. Yu Ran fell silent, choosing not to elaborate further. Lin Xiao and the others departed the hall, making their way to the parking lot. Along the way, Colin remarked, I just spoke with Bowen and obtained detailed information about Lillian. Lillian was indeed the name of the woman who had reported the incident. Lin Xiao nodded. The situation at headquarters is dire. We must go directly to find Lillian. Once we address her matters, we will head to headquarters. Colin nodded in agreement. At that moment, Li Mu turned to the side and frowned slightly at Zhu Yunxiao, asking, What are you doing following us? Lin Xiao and Colin also turned their attention to Zhu Yunxiao. With a look of intense hatred, Zhu Yunxiao declared, My father was killed by them. I seek vengeance. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Lin Xiao then inquired, What is your awakened ability? Zhu Yunxiao responded, I possess enhanced physical strength. My stamina far exceeds that of others at my level, allowing me to endure without food or drink for extended periods. Wang Qiwen, somewhat taken aback, remarked, Isn't that akin to a turtle's ability? Zhu Yunxiao's expression turned awkward. Before he continued, I can wear down my opponents using my stamina. Moreover, my recovery ability is quite formidable. As he spoke, Zhu Yunxiao recalled the earlier battle with Lu Ning, feeling somewhat disheartened. However, my recovery is merely normal and cannot compare to that of this officer. The expressions of Lin Xiao and the others grew increasingly peculiar. Who could rival Lu Ning in strength? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xiao spoke. Your abilities are not particularly strong. You would be of little use in this situation. If you truly wish to contribute, go to the One Tree Bar and inform the owner, Talon, that there are godsend individuals in the base city and that the Fog Bureau headquarters is under attack. The entire base city may be in danger. Urge him to rally all the awakened individuals he knows to assist the Fog Bureau headquarters. There will be rewards afterward. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yunxiao considered it for a moment and nodded. All right. Do you know where the One Tree Bar is? Yes, I've been there before. With that, Zhu Yunxiao swiftly made his way towards the bar. Meanwhile, Lu Ning and his companions each got into their vehicles, proceeding towards Lillian's residence based on the information provided by Colin. However, as they traveled, they suddenly noticed an advertisement screen in a nearby building flickering with static. As the static dissipated, the screen revealed a setting reminiscent of a news studio. A stunning woman in a black strapless gown stood there, captivating their attention and nearly causing them to stop the car in astonishment. Lu Ning and Wei Xian were in a vehicle assigned to Lu Ning. Upon seeing the woman, Wei Xian exclaimed, Isn't that Lillian? How could she appear on television? Lu Ning shook his head, I don't know. In the next moment, Colin's voice came through on Lu Ning's phone. It is likely that the entertainment group's technicians forcibly switched the television channel. Hearing this, everyone, whether in the vehicle or on the phone, fell into a contemplative silence. Lin Zhao's expression turned grave as he remarked, It is likely Tianxing Entertainment, the leading entertainment conglomerate in the base city, possesses the means to accomplish this in a remarkably short time. It seems that Han Yu's prior involvement with Happy Paradise was not solely due to the experiment. It is also connected to Tianxing Entertainment Group. What does this woman intend to do? Qiu Yuelin's voice echoed with confusion. Their bewilderment was shared by the pedestrians on the street, all of whom halted in their tracks, as did many vehicles on the road. As a formidable presence within Happy Paradise, Lillian's enchanting abilities were formidable, Even through the screen, numerous ordinary individuals appeared as if entranced. Within the screen, Lillian lifted the hem of her black gown and gracefully bowed to the camera, her face soon adorned with a captivating smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lillian. I hope to request your assistance today." Lillian was aware that no one would respond. She proceeded to speak, her voice becoming layered, still alluring yet tinged with an unsettling multitude of strange sounds echoing in the air. "Please, succumb to temptation." As her voice resonated, Lu Ning immediately discerned the anomaly. The mental radiation throughout the base city seemed to waver. Subsequently, the expressions of the pedestrians varied. Some appeared elated, others in agony, while some contorted in grotesque expressions. Many trembled and collapsed to the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. At that moment, a low growl reverberated. A tall, robust man stood as his skin peeled away, revealing ghastly muscles beneath. His physique swelled to over 2 meters in height, his hands transforming into claws and his feet becoming abnormally large. His clothing was torn apart by the sheer size of his form. Upon witnessing this grotesque, muscle-bound creature, the ordinary individuals who had seemingly succumbed to temptation were jolted awake, as if doused with cold water. A cacophony of terrified screams echoed throughout the street. Yet at that instant, more low growls emerged. In other parts of the street, additional ordinary individuals fell prey to the allure, their previously untainted minds succumbing to rampant mental corruption, resulting in swift transformations. Couples whose hands were intertwined were forcibly merged into a being neither male nor female, while others morphed into grotesque creatures with limbs on the ground and a gaping maw where their heads once were. With each transformation, chaos enveloped the street. Those yet to succumb to the corruption frantically pushed and shoved, desperate to flee. Among the vehicles, some drivers attempted to start their engines, eager to escape. However, others were either transformed or unconscious, leaving cars stranded in the middle of the road, utterly immobilized. With but a single utterance, Lillian had plunged the entire street into pandemonium. Chapter 78. The headquarters cut off from communication, a voice crackled through Lin Zhao's phone. "Get out." Lu Ning and Wei Xian promptly opened the doors and exited the vehicle. The individuals in the sports car and SUV ahead also emerged. Besides their group, numerous car doors on the street swung open, as some drivers and passengers deemed it futile to remain trapped in their vehicles, opting instead to flee on foot. Remaining here would only lead to their demise. After Colin set off, several steel needles materialized around him, vanishing into mere shadows in an instant. The next moment, several infected individuals nearby were pierced through the skull, resulting in immediate fatalities. The ordinary onlookers, who screamed in terror, were momentarily stunned by the scene, having failed to perceive the assailant who dispatched the infected. Lu Ning and his companions approached Lin Xiao, and Limu furrowed his brow, asking, "Captain, what should we do now?" Lin Xiao glanced at the already darkened screen and replied with a frown, "Lillian is not at her residence. Her whereabouts are unknown. The situation in the entire Bay City is dire, and finding her will likely prove challenging." Colin adjusted his glasses, surveying the chaotic surroundings, and suggested, "Should we first deal with the nearby infected? If we allow these infected to continue their rampage, many lives in the Bay City will be lost. Indeed, let's separate and handle the infected. Since this screen displayed Lillian, it is likely that others will as well. We should assume that the infected are not confined to this area alone. Here is the plan. Mu, you take Xiao Lin and Wei Xian. Lu Ning, you accompany Wang Qiwen. Colin and I will separate. Let us all act independently to eliminate the infected." "Understood." Limu nodded affirmatively. Lu Ning also nodded, "All right. If you encounter any danger, request backup, and I will rush over immediately." Colin spoke calmly. "Let us move." The action team divided into 4 small groups. Lu Ning chose a direction and began to advance with Wang Qiwen. They leaped from the rooftops and swiftly traversed the streets. Before long, the two heard distant roars. Turning their heads, they saw a large-mouthed infected gnawing on a corpse, blood splattering across the ground. The ordinary people around them turned pale with fear, some collapsing to the ground in terror. Wang Qiwen hurriedly drew his pistol, ready to fire, when suddenly a booming sound erupted. The largemouth infected S head exploded. Wang Chuan glanced at Lu Ning, who was sheathing a crimson rose. "Let S go," Lu Ning said, noticing Wang Chuan's peculiar expression, and inquired, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Wang Chuan replied, and they continued onward. As they distanced themselves from the previous street, they discovered that infected individuals were indeed not isolated to that area. Other regions were similarly afflicted. Moreover, numerous infected had already claimed the lives of ordinary people. The streets were littered with corpses and blood. Lu Ning and Wang Chuan dispatched any infected they encountered. The strength of the infected varied. The weakest were first tier, while the strongest reached third tier. However, for Lu Ning at that moment, third-tier infected posed little threat, easily dispatched with a single shot. As they crossed an intersection, they suddenly heard the sounds of combat nearby. Lu Ning turned to see two men and a woman besieging a fused infected. One of the men, a middle-aged individual, appeared to have reached second-tier strength. The other man and woman were young, likely still first-tier. They were engaging the fused infected in a fierce exchange. Lu Ning discovered that the young man bore wounds upon his body. At that moment, a figure swiftly emerged from a nearby alley, an abominable creature with an oversized maw. The appearance of this monstrosity heightened the pressure on the three awakened individuals, placing them in imminent peril. Just then, a gunshot rang out, echoing like thunder, shattering the skull of the aberrant being. The three awakeners were momentarily taken aback. Another gunshot followed, and the creature with the large mouth fell, decapitated. The trio turned towards the source of the gunfire and beheld Lu Ning standing atop a vehicle, dual pistols in hand. With a calm demeanor, he nodded at them before departing, accompanied by Wang Chuan. Observing their retreating figures, the young man was struck with astonishment, pondering, who is that person? He dispatched two aberrant creatures with mere gunfire. The young woman shared his shock, exclaiming, indeed, that aberrant was a second-tier creature, yet it was obliterated with a single shot. The power of that handgun is extraordinary. The middle-aged man, having withdrawn his gaze, glanced at the corpses on the ground and remarked, that handgun must be a soul weapon. I have not seen that young man before, but he appears to be second-tier, possibly even stronger. How remarkable it is that he has achieved such prowess at such a young age. I wonder when he awakened? He continued thoughtfully, why dwell on that? We should continue our search for any remaining aberrant beings. The middle-aged man spoke slowly. This time, the Bay City is facing a grave crisis. Though we may not be formidable individuals, as members of this Bay City, we must contribute our part. If the city falls, none shall survive. The young man and woman exchanged solemn glances and nodded vigorously in agreement, recognizing the truth in their leader's words. As they proceeded, Lu Ning observed that, apart from the three awakened individuals, numerous others had joined the fray against the pervasive aberrant creatures. These individuals were not affiliated with the Fog Bureau, and, fundamentally, they bore no obligation to confront the aberrations. However, the situation had escalated alarmingly, with an increasing number of ordinary citizens perishing, prompting more awakened individuals to take action against the aberrant beings. In addition to the awakened, officers from the Public Security Bureau had also entered the battle. While the firearms wielded by the officers might not be particularly effective against second- or third-tier aberrations, they still proved lethal against first-tier creatures. By the time Lu Ning and Wang Chuan had cleared their designated area, midday had arrived. Upon returning to their vehicle, Wang Chuan appeared pale and breathless. Lin Xiao and his companions had likewise returned to their vehicle. Wei Xian and Xiao Yulin bore expressions of exhaustion as well. Upon seeing Lu Ning and Wang Chuan return, Lin Xiao promptly stated, "Let us proceed to headquarters." Colin adjusted his spectacles and inquired, "How shall we get there?" "I have already contacted the Public Security Bureau. They've been clearing the roads since earlier," replied Wang Chuan. "Very well," Li Mu asked, "Captain, what is the situation at headquarters?" Lin Zhao's expression grew serious as he replied, "There has been no news for quite some time." As these words were uttered, the expressions of Colin and the others grew grave. Chapter 79. The Mist Enveloping Headquarters. Let's first assess the situation at headquarters. Without further ado, the group boarded their vehicles, exiting through the cleared passage provided by the Security Bureau en route to headquarters. As the vehicles traversed the streets, Lu Ning discerned that the large-scale mutation incidents were not confined solely to the 7th district. Several other districts were similarly afflicted. Along their path, the streets were littered with corpses, and the air was filled with the wails of the bereaved. Fortunately, the mutated beings had been largely dealt with by the Mist Bureau, the Security Bureau, and civilian awakeners. Currently, the logistical departments of the Security Bureau and the Mist Bureau were managing the aftermath. Despite the clearance of the roads by the Security Bureau, their progress remained arduous, with a painfully slow pace. Upon entering the central area of the 1st district, Lu Ning suddenly furrowed his brow. He observed that the white mist in the central region of the 1st district had thickened considerably, its density surpassing anything he had witnessed within the base city. At that moment, a startled voice from Chiu Yuelin echoed through his phone. "Why is there white mist ahead?" Wang Chuan's voice followed suit. "Is this mist a result of mental radiation? How can it be visible to the naked eye? The level of mental pollution must be astronomical." Lu Ning, perplexed, inquired, "Can you all see the mist?" Previously, only he had been able to perceive the mental radiation, and he had not anticipated that others could as well. Wei Xian nodded gravely. "Lu Ning, is this caused by mental pollution?" The voices on the phone fell silent, each person eager to hear Lu Ning's explanation. He nodded slightly. Indeed. A collective gasp escaped the group. Lin Zhao's serious voice broke the silence. If mental radiation has reached this level, it nearly rivals the mist itself. Is it the result of that high-risk soul artifact within headquarters? No wonder there has been no communication from headquarters. Such a dense level of mental radiation has likely severed all external contact. Colin also spoke up. As they drew nearer, Lu Ning and his companions noticed that the streets nearby were becoming increasingly deserted. Vehicles were abandoned haphazardly, and the sidewalks were strewn with corpses and blood. Occasionally, mutated beings could be seen lurking about. While they continued their journey down the street, a sudden roar erupted. From the rooftop of a nearby building, a colossal figure over 3 meters tall descended with tremendous force, crashing down towards Lin Zhao's sports car at the forefront. In an instant, Lin Zhao's vehicle accelerated, narrowly evading the monstrous creature. The beast landed with a thunderous crash, shattering the ground beneath it and causing web-like fissures to radiate outward. At this moment, all 3 vehicles came to a halt, and everyone disembarked. Lin Zhao's eyes blazed with fury as he fixated on the massive, muscular monster, exclaiming, "Damn it! You dare to damage my car!" In an instant, he vanished from sight, and the next moment, a flash of crimson light sliced through the air. The enormous creature was cleaved in two, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Yet, even after the beast's demise, Lin Zhao, still unsated, delivered 2 additional strikes, dismembering the creature into pieces before finally retracting his arm. Colin approached, poised to speak, when once again, roars erupted from both sides of the street. Everyone turned to see the rooftops and alleys flanked by a multitude of aberrants, numbering over 20. These aberrants varied widely in form. Among them were the commonly seen large-mouthed aberrants, fusion aberrants, and muscular giant aberrants, alongside humanoid aberrants covered in writhing tendrils. Upon their emergence, these aberrants immediately launched an assault on Lu Ning and his companions. The tendrils of the humanoid aberrants, capable of extending and retracting, rapidly shot forth towards them. Lu Ning and his companions swiftly retaliated. Lin Zhao vanished from sight, charging forward with remarkable speed. Colin wielded his telekinetic powers, sending steel needles hurtling towards the aberrants. An eye manifested on Li Mu's forehead as he began to gather energy beams. Lu Ning, armed with dual pistols, unleashed a flurry of shots at the throng of aberrants. The aberrants presented were of relatively low rank, with the most formidable among them being the tendril-covered aberrants. There were 2 of these, both of 4th-tier strength, swiftly dispatched by Lin Zhao as if he were slicing through vegetables. The remaining aberrants fell to the combined efforts of Colin, Li Mu, and Lu Ning. As for Wang Chuan and his companions, they lagged behind, refraining from engaging in combat. Unless they employed soul artifacts, they were only capable of dealing with 1st-tier aberrants, and even against 2nd-tier aberrants, they would likely require a combined assault. Faced with such numbers, executing effective attacks proved challenging for them. Once all the aberrants were vanquished, Lin Xiao glanced at the corpses strewn across the ground and remarked, "It seems that due to the severe mental pollution in this area, ordinary people have either mutated or perished." Colin surveyed the surroundings, calculating the area with a grave expression. This expanse likely spans 2 to 3 kilometers. Every ordinary person within this region is surely dead. Lin Xiao shook his head, lamenting, "Such is the nature of this world. We must press on. If the headquarters falls, the entire base city will be doomed. At that point, not only these individuals will perish, but all humanity within the base city will be lost." "Shall we continue driving?" Colin inquired. Reflecting on the earlier scene, Lin Xiao replied, "Let us run in. The interior will likely be swarming with aberrants. If we drive in and encounter an ambush, we may not be able to escape in time to retaliate." He added with a hint of trepidation, "Moreover, my car alone is still outstanding. The vehicle was nearly totaled just now. If it were to be destroyed, that would be a significant loss." Lu Ning and the others disregarded Lin Xiao's latter comments. "Then let us proceed," they agreed, and the group set off towards the headquarters. As they approached a street leading to the headquarters, they suddenly heard the sounds of battle erupting from the other side. The expressions of Lin Xiao and his companions turned serious as they looked towards the commotion. "Let us investigate," Lin Xiao said calmly. The group dashed towards the source of the conflict. Before long, they encountered a group of individuals engaged in combat with the aberrants. Among them, one figure stood out distinctly. He was tall and imposing, with one leg crafted from metal. Rather than engaging directly, he orchestrated the assault of the other awakened individuals. Under his command, the other awakened individuals moved with precision. Despite facing numerous aberrants, they maintained a firm suppression. Among them, a tattered-clad man exhibited remarkable agility, frequently appearing in regions where others could not defend themselves, using a massive steel plate to shield against the aberrants' assaults. Each time he was sent flying by an attack, he effortlessly rose again, as if untouched, continuing to assist others in fending off the onslaught. Witnessing these two figures, Lin Xiao felt a twinge of surprise. "Is that Talon and Zhu Xiao? Have these awakened reinforcements been summoned by Talon? I didn't expect them to arrive here so swiftly. It seems they took an alternate route." Colin adjusted his glasses and spoke, "Let us proceed to join them." As Lin Xiao spoke, he dashed towards Talon and the others. Chapter 80. Awakening Lin Xiao and his group hastened towards them. Talon, who was directing the awakened, noticed the sound of their footsteps and turned to see them, breaking into a smile. "Ha ha ha, you all seem a bit late. I thought you had already entered the headquarters." Lin Xiao waved dismissively, "Not quite. You saw the chaos in the live stream, didn't you? We dealt with the aberrants outside before coming here." Talon nodded slightly. "We encountered some on our way as well and took care of them. However, considering the more troublesome situation at headquarters, we didn't stop and came directly here." "You are correct in that regard. How was the situation at headquarters?" Talon's expression grew serious as he shook his head slightly. "We have been unable to make contact since earlier. The psychic radiation is too severe." Lin Xiao was not surprised. At that moment, Lu Ning gazed at Talon and calmly stated, "The psychic contamination within you has increased. In this environment, you are more susceptible to mutation." Hearing this, Lin Xiao's expression shifted subtly, and he then remarked, "Old man, leave the rest to us. You and these fellows are not part of the Mist Bureau, so do not proceed to headquarters. Instead, assist us in handling some aberrants on the periphery." Talon frowned. "What do you mean by that?" "I am well aware of my own condition. You all have seen the outrageous level of psychic radiation at headquarters. It is visible to the naked eye. Do you think you few can manage it? Every extra hand adds strength. But your condition is unstable," Lin Xiao countered, frowning. "If you were to mutate, it will be detrimental to us." Talon grinned. "Do not worry. I will inform you in advance when the time comes for me to mutate. At that point, do not hold back." "You," Lin Xiao interjected, "enough with the banter. Let us deal with these aberrants quickly and head to headquarters. The situation there does not look good. Any delay increases the danger." Talon somewhat impatiently interrupted Lin Xiao. Colin adjusted his glasses again, stating, "Captain, time is running short." Lin Xiao, maintaining a serious expression, nodded slightly. "Very well. With the addition of Lin Xiao and his companions, the Aberrations, who could have held out a little longer, were swiftly eradicated. After defeating the Aberrations, the group made their way towards headquarters, while Talon introduced Lin Xiao and his companions to the free awakened present. However, to be frank, there was little need for extensive introduction. After all, the free awakeners known to Talon all frequented the One Tree Tavern. Lin Xiao, Colin, and Li Mu were regular patrons there and were naturally acquainted with each other. The main purpose was to introduce the newcomers, including Lu Ning, to the free awakeners. Talon particularly highlighted Lu Ning, saying, "Gentlemen, do not be deceived by this young lad's appearance. He is fully capable of assisting Lin Xiao in confronting fifth-tier aberrants. His strength has already reached the second tier, so do not regard him as merely a novice. If danger arises, seeking his aid is not a matter of shame." The group of free awakeners exchanged surprised glances at Lu Ning. Lin Xiao, standing nearby, chuckled. Lu Ning has already reached the third tier. Talon's eyes widened in disbelief, and even his running pace faltered. Third tier. His gaze towards Lu Ning was filled with astonishment. Lu Ning calmly nodded yes. How could it be that only a short time had passed since his awakening, and he had already reached the third tier? The others, initially merely curious, were now equally astonished. According to Talon, Lu Ning had only awakened a few months prior. To achieve the third tier in just a few months, what kind of monster was this? Lu Ning's eyes swept across the gathered free awakeners, and many of the lower-tier individuals averted their gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Lu Ning spoke calmly. "You can call on me in times of danger. However, I cannot guarantee success." A collective sigh of relief swept through the free awakeners. Initially intimidated by Lu Ning's cold demeanor, they were pleasantly surprised to find him so approachable, willing to assist them in perilous situations. The group of awakeners expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Commander Lu Ning. The mission is paramount, and we shall not trouble you. Indeed, if the opportunity arises, it would be of no concern for the commander to assist us. However, if it would impede the rescue of the Mist Bureau headquarters, then there is no need for you to intervene." Precisely. Our resolve to accompany Talon here signifies our determination, and we are prepared to face death if necessary. After all, if the Mist Bureau headquarters is overtaken, our base city will cease to exist. Everything is for the safety of the base city. Agreed. We may perish, but the Mist Bureau headquarters must remain secure. Lu Ning listened calmly, his gaze sweeping over the free awakeners, and he nodded slightly, understood. He chose not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Wang Chuan and Xiao Yuelin were somewhat taken aback. They had not anticipated that these free awakeners would be willing to sacrifice themselves for the Mist Bureau headquarters. Even they felt a tinge of fear at this moment. Wei Xian, noticing the expressions of Wang Chuan and Xiao Yuelin, chuckled, surprised. Wang Chuan glanced at Wei Xian, puzzled. "Why aren't you surprised?" Wei Xian grinned. "Isn't that an obvious statement? If humanity does not unite in the face of danger, we would have perished long ago. It's not just them. Even ordinary law enforcement officers are willing to sacrifice themselves when threatened, as long as they can ensure the safety of the base city and the survival of the majority of humanity. That is what makes it worthwhile." Observing Wei Xian's resolute gaze, Wang Chuan unusually refrained from mocking him. Xiao Yuelin took a deep breath, tightening her grip on the battle axe on her back, her expression growing resolute. "I do not wish for any calamity to befall the base city. If that were to happen, my parents would perish as well, and I cannot bear the thought of losing them." Amidst their hurried exchanges, they moved swiftly, encountering several groups of mutants along their path. Yet these mutants, faced with such a multitude of awakened individuals, were swiftly vanquished. Before long, they approached the headquarters. Upon seeing the colossal structure, a wave of joy washed over them. However, their expressions quickly turned grave. The towering edifice bore numerous signs of damage, and the ground was marred with scars, as if it had endured a fierce battle. Yet, within the headquarters, an eerie silence prevailed, devoid of any remnants of conflict. Tyrone and Lin Xiao exchanged a glance, and Lin Xiao spoke. "I will take the lead." Before he could finish his sentence, footsteps suddenly echoed from the mist ahead. Tension gripped everyone as they turned toward the source of the sound. Momens. Four figures emerged from the fog, the foremost being Lu Chong, an awakened individual known to Lu Ning. Upon seeing Lu Chong, Lin Xiao was taken aback. "Old Lu, you've only just arrived?" Lu Chong and the other three awakened individuals hurried forward, nodding as he inquired, "What is the current situation at headquarters?" However, before Lin Xiao could respond, Lu Ning's red rose unleashed a bullet. The deafening crack startled all the three awakened and Tyrone, their eyes widening in shock. Yet, those familiar with Lu Ning tensed, their vigilance heightened toward Lu Chong and his companions. In the next moment, they witnessed Lu Chong being blasted backward, a grotesque wound marring his chest. Strangely, no blood flowed from the wound. Instead, a mass of white wax swirled forth. Lu Ning maintained a calm demeanor as he continued to fire at the fallen Lu Chong. Just then, Lu Chong's body transformed into a tangle of distorted white wax. This wax possessed remarkable resilience, and the bullets striking it inflicted minimal damage. Chapter 81. Sacrifice Mutants? Tyrone furrowed his brow, and the others shared in his astonishment and fury. Could there truly be mutants capable of altering their appearance? The other three mutants likewise morphed into humanoid monstrosities composed of consolidated wax. Lu Chong, adorned with ghastly wounds, slowly rose, his injuries healing at an astonishing rate. His voice resonated with a mechanical tone. "You will all perish here." "Damn you!" In an instant, Lin Xiao vanished from his position, reappearing before Lu Chong, his hands transforming into bone blades that sliced through the air with crimson brilliance. To everyone's astonishment, the mutant moved with blinding speed, his waxen hands solidifying into dual blades that successfully parried Lin Xiao's assault. The clash of bone and hardened wax resonated like the sound of clashing steel. The two figures danced across the square, their movements unleashing fierce gales that cracked the ground beneath their feet. Meanwhile, as Lin Xiao battled Lu Chong, Colin had already launched a barrage of steel needles from his body toward one of the wax mutants. As the steel needles pierced through the waxen aberrant, the creature seemed utterly unharmed. It flashed a sinister grin at Colin before charging towards him. Colin frowned slightly and thrust his hands forward, unleashing a surge of telekinetic force that sent the waxen aberrant flying, crashing heavily to the ground. With a firm grip of his hands, he intended to tear the aberrant apart, but found himself thwarted. His psychic energy failed to shred the creature. Instead, it erupted with formidable strength, breaking free from Colin's hold. Adjusting his glasses, Colin remarked calmly, "Quite resilient indeed." At that moment, two other waxen aberrants joined their predecessor in rushing towards them. Li Mu, with a cold expression, unleashed a beam of energy from the eye on his forehead. The laser traveled at lightning speed, striking one of the aberrants. Although the creature's exterior was scorched black, the damage appeared minimal. The targeted aberrant then turned its gaze toward Li Mu and charged at him. Meanwhile, Talon had begun directing the others. "Sara, Wang Yang, utilize your abilities to hold them off. And you too, Zhu Yanxiao, step up and attack. The rest of you, focus on offense." The bodies of these aberrants likely resemble fluid, making conventional damage ineffective. Noticing the anxiety among the group, Talon quickly reassured them, but there is no need for excessive worry. These aberrants are merely low tier. If they were mid or high tier, Colin wouldn't have been able to repel them. Being low tier, they must have vulnerabilities. Prioritize targeting their heads and hearts. Seek out their weaknesses. No sooner had Talon finished speaking than the sound of gunfire echoed. One of the waxen aberrants sensed danger and attempted to evade to the side, just as the bullet seemed destined to miss. It inexplicably veered and struck directly at the aberrant's head and heart. This particular aberrant was not as transformed as the one resembling Lu Chong. Its skull and heart were punctured, blood gushing forth from the heart's position. The aberrant staggered momentarily before collapsing. Lu Ning spoke calmly, "The weakness lies in the heart." The other awakened individuals exchanged bewildered glances at Lu Ning. Previously, they had seen the immense power of his dual pistols against the aberrants, but how could a bullet curve? In stark contrast to the astonishment of the awakened, Colin remained composed, swiftly launching a steel needle into the heart of the waxen aberrant. The creature convulsed as if struck by lightning, blood erupting from its heart as it fell heavily to the ground. Li Mu also targeted the heart of another aberrant, successfully dispatching it. After Colin eliminated one aberrant, he called out to Lin Xiao in the square, "Captain, the weakness is in the heart." Acknowledged. Lin Xiao's voice resonated from within the mist. Shortly thereafter, a cacophony of clashes erupted, followed by a piercing shriek. Moments later, Lin Xiao emerged slowly from the haze. His expression was icy as he flicked the blood from his bone knife. Colin and Talon simultaneously turned their gazes towards Lu Ning, and upon noticing his composure, they both smiled. It was indeed him. Lin Xiao restored his hands to their original state and grinned. "That fellow is a fifth tier, but alas, he pales in comparison to me. Let's proceed." However, just then, footsteps echoed once more, causing everyone to furrow their brows. Lin Xiao murmured, "Are there truly this many aberrants?" Soon, 7 figures emerged from the mist, approaching them. To their astonishment, the leader was Lu Chong. Upon spotting Lin Xiao, Lu Chong beamed, "Old Lin, how goes it?" Yet, the response he received was Lin Xiao's hands transformed into bone knives, his expression cold. "Stand there and do not move." Lu Chong and his companions were momentarily taken aback, then grew vigilant. Lu Chong fixed his gaze on Lin Xiao and, casting a sidelong glance at Colin and the others, spoke calmly, "Old Lin, could there be some misunderstanding?" Lin Xiao refrained from answering, instead turning to Lu Ning. "Lu Ning, what say you?" Lu Ning replied calmly, "They are not aberrants." Instantly, Lin Xiao exhaled in relief, retracting his bone knives and smiling. "Apologies, old Lu. We just encountered 4 shape-shifting aberrants, one of whom even took on your appearance." "Shape-shifting aberrants? Taking on my form?" Lu Chong and his team members' expressions grew grave. "Behold, the corpse on the ground." Lin Xiao pointed to the lifeless body of the waxen aberrant. Upon seeing the limp waxen corpse, Lu Chong frowned and looked at Lin Xiao. "How can you prove you are not aberrants?" The action team members behind Lu Chong also wore solemn expressions. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. "Shall I reveal where you went at the end of last year?" Lu Chong was momentarily stunned, his expression turning awkward. Before he cleared his throat, "I believe you now." The action team members behind Lu Chong exchanged curious glances between him and Lin Xiao. Sensing the scrutiny, Lu Chong felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. He quickly shifted the subject. "We just dealt with the aberrants in the area and came over. What about you?" "We haven't been here long. The situation at headquarters remains uncertain." Lu Chong nodded, his expression serious. "It might be due to the use of the illusory star realm. Or perhaps—" Lu Chong did not finish his thought, but Lin Xiao and the others understood his implication. Lin Xiao declared resolutely, "Impossible. If the headquarters has already fallen, then that divine benefactor from Paradise of Joy would undoubtedly have begun to disseminate mental radiation. The ultimate goal of these divine benefactors is often to appease the dark gods, and that lunatic would surely wish to offer our entire base city as a sacrifice to the fallen angel." Lu Chong nodded in agreement. "Indeed, let us proceed. I want to see what exactly is happening in Paradise of Joy." The group gathered together and walked toward the headquarters entrance. Chapter 82. The disappearing team members. Upon entering the door, they were met with the familiar hall. At this moment, the hall was devoid of any presence. The air thick and somewhat dim. Perhaps due to the white mist, visibility was lower than usual. The group advanced cautiously into the space. The crowd checked their phones, discovering a complete lack of signal, rendering communication with the agency impractical. Lu Chong, Lin Xiao, and Tai Long deliberated briefly and ultimately resolved to advance cautiously, layer by layer, for the sake of safety. However, as they all entered the hall, the entire space suddenly warped. In the next instant, Lu Ning realized that many individuals had vanished, leaving only himself and the 3 others behind. Among them were Kiwawelin and 2 other awakened individuals, all of whom were gazing around in terror. Upon noticing Lu Ning's presence, Kiwawelin hurried over, her voice trembling. "Lu Ning, what is happening? Why have the others disappeared?" Lu Ning scanned the surroundings and shook his head slightly. "I do not know." The other 2 awakened individuals soon regained their composure and approached Lu Ning as well. One of them, an elderly man with silvery hair, spoke up, "Commander Lu Ning, You possess the greatest strength here. We shall follow your lead. What should we do next? The other, a graceful young woman named Wang Yin, nodded in agreement, like Mr. Commander Lu Ning, we are at your command. Lu Ning did not decline their offer, but instead turned his gaze toward the second-floor platform. He drew his twin pistols and stated calmly, infected beings are approaching. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed from the second-floor platform, growing ever closer. Soon, grotesquely contorted monsters burst forth from the depths of the corridor. These creatures appeared to be amalgamations of several humans, some still clad in tattered remnants of silvery protective gear. It was evident that they had once been the guards of the headquarters. Now, these guards had succumbed to infection, and their numbers were substantial. More than 10 infected beings leaped down from the second-floor platform, charging swiftly toward Lu Ning and his companions. Chi Wu, the silver-haired elder, changed expression, pressing his hands firmly against the ground, causing walls of earth to rise. His awakened ability, control over earth elements. The earthen walls materialized, momentarily obstructing the advance of the infected. Some of the infected collided with the walls, producing a thunderous sound as the structures trembled violently, even developing fissures. Others, however, maneuvered around the walls, continuing their encirclement. At that moment, Lu Ning began firing repeatedly. The resounding gunfire of the red rose and white rose echoed throughout the hall. With each shot, an infected creature's head was struck. Most of the infected had their skulls shattered, their lifeless bodies sliding to the ground before coming to a halt. Yet 2 infected beings remained, their heads only slightly injured but not fatally so. Their formidable defenses clearly surpassed the 3rd tier. These 2 creatures were larger and faster than the others. Upon being attacked, they instinctively raised their arms to shield their heads. Disturbingly, their arms were grotesquely deformed, sprouting numerous eyes that shifted and fixated intently on Lu Ning. Lu Ning cast a fleeting glance at these eyes before directing 2 shots at the 2 afflicted beings. Regrettably, the numerous arms of these mutants shielded their vital areas, rendering Lu Ning's assault ineffective. He unleashed a torrent of bullets upon the remaining mutants, systematically eliminating them one by one. As only 4 remained, the 2 4th-tier mutants advanced towards Lu Ning. Their multiple arms, which guarded their critical areas, simultaneously lunged at him with tremendous force, producing a whistling sound through the air. However, just as they were about to seize him, Lu Ning's foot struck the ground, and his figure vanished in an instant. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted behind one of the mutants, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The mutant, struck as if by lightning, was propelled backward, its massive frame soaring over 3 meters like a cannonball. In midair, its bones emitted a cacophonous crack, and blood gushed forth. The remaining 4th-tier mutants, still reeling from the shock, had yet to react when Lu Ning reappeared before them. The 2 heads on the 4th-tier mutant expressed astonishment, their myriad eyes fixated on him. With his right hand clenched into a fist, Lu Ning summoned a radiant white light that shimmered like the sun. In the next moment, he unleashed his fist upon the 4th-tier mutant. A resounding boom echoed as white energy surged from his punch. The mutant emitted a bizarre howl, its multiple arms reaching out in a futile attempt to block the impending strike. Yet upon contact with Lu Ning's fist, their bones shattered. His fist landed with unyielding force upon the mutant's chest, unleashing a torrent of power that caved in its torso, sending it hurtling backward while it coughed up blood. The 4th-tier mutant flew over 10 meters before crashing to the ground. It trembled momentarily, using its 3 remaining arms to prop itself up in a desperate struggle to rise. However, Lu Ning's foot descended mercilessly upon its body, pinning it back to the earth. Drawing forth his twin pistols once more, Lu Ning aimed at the sunken chest of the fallen mutant, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The mutant, with its bones already shattered, was powerless to withstand such an onslaught. After 4 shots, its chest became a grotesque crater, and its life force extinguished. Lu Ning then turned his gaze towards the 4th-tier mutant he had previously sent flying. Remarkably resilient, it still clung to life. Yet, the blow he had dealt earlier had severed its spinal cord, and it struggled to prop itself up with its arms, reduced to crawling without the support of its spine. Just as it managed to crawl a short distance from Lu Ning, it caught his eye and let out a desperate roar. Lu Ning tilted his head slightly and approached. Seeing him advance, the mutant summoned all its strength, launching itself at Lu Ning in a desperate leap. However, Lu Ning swiftly pivoted, delivering a powerful kick imbued with soul-shattering force that sent the mutant soaring once more. This time, he convulsed several times and was unable to rise. Lu Ning approached and delivered a few more shots to ensure the complete demise of the aberrant. Subsequently, he glanced towards the direction of Kiwawelin and her companions. Aside from the two fourth-tier aberrants, there were still two others that Lu Ning had yet to eliminate. At that moment, these two aberrants were assaulting Kiwawelin and her team. Although they were at a disadvantage, the trio managed to fend off the attacks with great effort. Chi Wu's control over earth elements allowed him to conjure earthen walls and elemental puppets, which could hold one aberrant at bay. Meanwhile, Wang Yin employed sound wave attacks. Although the aberrant did not sustain any substantial damage, it was deterred from advancing. Coupled with Kiwawelin's intermittent firearm harassment from the side, they were able to resist the aberrant effectively. Lu Ning raised his twin guns and swiftly dispatched the two aberrants. Observing their adversaries being so effortlessly vanquished left Kiwawelin and her companions momentarily stunned. They then beheld the grotesque remains of the two fourth-tier aberrants, resembling decayed flesh. Chi Wu and Wang Yin gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with surprise. The formidable power Lu Ning had previously displayed with the soul artifact pistol was immense. Yet they had not anticipated his close combat prowess to be even superior, capable of reducing such formidable aberrants to this state. Chi Wu expressed his respect. "Commander Lu, your strength is truly remarkable. You dispatched both fourth-tier aberrants in such a brief span." Wang Yin nodded fervently in agreement. Hearing their words, Kiwawelin raised her chin proudly, as if basking in their praise, and declared with great satisfaction, "Need you say more? Brother Lu is incredibly powerful." Lu Ning paid no heed to their conversation, maintaining a calm demeanor. Let us proceed further. Chapter 83. Survivors. Lu Ning took the lead, with Kiwawelin and her companions closely following. Their footsteps echoed in the vast hall, rendering the headquarters unusually silent. They first scoured the first floor, discovering numerous bloodstains in the offices and even some bodies. Similarly, there were ample signs of battle. However, Lu Ning and his companions did not encounter any survivors. The offices on the first floor were few. Once their investigation concluded, Lu Ning led the trio into the stairwell, opting against taking the elevator. As soon as they entered the stairwell, Lu Ning sensed a powerful gust of wind approaching. He did not evade, but calmly observed a handsome man brandishing a dagger aimed at his heart. However, as the dagger neared, a faint crimson shield materialized. The shield merely quivered, and the dagger halted mid-air. The handsome man's pupils constricted slightly. A soul artifact? As he prepared to retreat, he glanced up only to find the ominous muzzle of a gun aimed at him. Bang! The man's head exploded, red and white matter splattering across the walls and floor of the stairwell. Wang Yin gazed at the headless body on the ground, a hint of regret crossing her features. He was rather handsome. I never expected him to be a cultist. Lu Ning shook his head. He was an aberrant. Wang Yin looked astonished. Do aberrants really look this good nowadays? Lu Ning remained silent, while Chiu Yulin elaborated. The aberrants produced by the joyous paradise might manifest in such a manner. It is likely a result of that accursed incense. Chiu Yulin recalled the appearance of Gao Tianlin after his transformation. Remarkably handsome, yet unsettling. Lu Ning led the trio up the staircase. Upon reaching the second floor, they continued their search, room by room. However, they encountered several aberrants, yet not a single survivor. This disheartening reality caused Wang Yin and Chi Wu's spirits to plummet. Chi Wu's expression soured as he voiced his frustration. Why are there no survivors? Not even our teammates who entered with us can be found? What kind of infernal place is this? Wang Yin furrowed her brow, but chose not to speak. Lu Ning glanced at Chi Wu and calmly replied, "Your mental contamination levels have risen. Maintain a tranquil mindset." Chi Wu's countenance shifted slightly. My mental contamination has increased? Xiao Yulin assessed Qi Wu and nodded. Old Qi, I believe your temper has grown more volatile than before. Upon reflection, Wang Yan's expression also shifted. Qi Wu swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. After a deep breath, he declared, It's fine. I will adopt a more relaxed attitude moving forward. You need not worry, Commander Lu. Lu Ning nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Just then, a sudden roar echoed from a distance, jolting everyone. Could it be survivors? Xiao Yulin exclaimed. Lu Ning immediately sprinted towards the source of the sound. After traversing a corridor and rounding a corner, they arrived at the scene. On a metallic walkway, a man and a woman clad in trench coats were battling a throng of aberrants, retreating while fighting. Both were members of the Mist Bureau's action team, and Lu Ning recognized them as the duo who had once accompanied Yin Feng in escorting reward supplies. At that moment, they were both drenched in blood, unable to even utilize their awakened abilities. Just as Lu Ning and the others laid eyes on them, a grotesque aberrant, its back covered in tendrils, lashed out, striking the woman forcefully in the chest. She was sent sprawling backward, blood spilling from her lips. The man, witnessing this, let out a heart-wrenching cry, Xiao Yan. Yet, he was powerless to retaliate, even the firearm in his grasp trembling uncontrollably. As the tendril lashed out once more, gunfire erupted. The aberrant's appendage was severed by the bullets. It emitted a pain growl, but another bullet followed swiftly. Bang! The aberrant's head was struck with immense force, causing its entire body to lean back. However, the bullet failed to shatter its skull. Capable of withstanding dual gunfire, it was evident that this aberrant had attained 4th-tier strength. Nevertheless, the interruption of its attack provided the man a fleeting opportunity to retreat, evading further assaults from the remaining aberrants. As the aberrant withdrew, Lu Ning passed by, his dual firearms trained on the encroaching threats, unleashing a volley of shots. The aberrants varied in strength. The formidable tendril aberrant had reached the 4th tier, while the others were below the 3rd tier. Lu Ning discovered that the degree of mental contamination within these aberrants could reveal their strengths and weaknesses. He directed his assaults towards those whose powers were not particularly formidable, easily dispatching them with bullets. As these aberrants approached him, only 3 4th-tier aberrants remained: a tentacled aberrant, a gaping-mouthed aberrant, and a muscle giant. The tentacled aberrant unleashed over a dozen tentacles, encircling Lu Ning. Meanwhile, the gaping-mouthed aberrant opened its grotesque maw, saliva dripping forth, corroding the metallic floor and creating pits that emitted wisps of smoke. With each step the muscle giant took, the corridor trembled, the ground beneath it sinking slightly. Confronted by the 3 4th-tier awakened beings, Lu Ning maintained a calm demeanor, sheathing his dual pistols and clenching his fists. In an instant his form vanished, causing the tentacles to strike nothing but air, leaving a hollow in his former position. When Lu Ning reappeared, he stood before the tentacled aberrant. This aberrant, humanoid in shape, bore numerous tentacles sprouting from its head and back, amounting to dozens in total. Upon sensing Lu Ning's proximity, all its tentacles seemed to spring to life, converging towards him. Then, a flash of white light erupted, and the thunderous sound of the resonance fist reverberated throughout the corridor. This singular blow obliterated the tentacles that stood between Lu Ning and the tentacled aberrant, and his fist came crashing down upon the aberrant's head, shattering it completely. Clearly, this aberrant was not of particularly robust physical constitution. The lifeless body of the decapitated tentacled aberrant thudded to the ground as Lu Ning vanished once more. At the moment of his disappearance, the muscle giant had just arrived at Lu Ning's previous position, its massive fist crashing down and creating a substantial dent in the metallic floor. Lu Ning reappeared atop the muscle giant's head. Just as he was about to launch an attack, a fierce wind swept past him. The gaping-mouthed aberrant darted by, its sharp claws slashing towards Lu Ning's neck. Yet, as the claws neared, they were thwarted by the crimson shield activated by Lu Ning's blood-colored battle armor. Instantly, he altered his course, seizing the gaping-mouthed aberrant's claw and, with a powerful motion, hurled it downwards towards the muscle giant. The collision of the two aberrants produced a deafening roar, the force sending both crashing to the ground. Lu Ning planted a heavy foot on the back of the gaping-mouthed aberrant and delivered a crushing punch. The aberrant's skull caved in immediately, blood erupting from its mouth. However, despite the severe damage, the aberrant's formidable vitality allowed it to persist. It struggled to turn its head in an attempt to bite Lu Ning, but he stomped down with such force, reinforced by the resonant's fist, that its bones shattered. The muscled giant, which had been preparing to rise beneath the gaping-mouthed aberrant, staggered unsteadily from the impact. However, the muscular giant steadied himself and launched a powerful punch towards Lu Ning. The fierce wind swept through, causing Lu Ning's hair to dance, yet he appeared utterly oblivious. He clenched his fist once more and struck the concave area of the mutant's head with tremendous force. This blow contorted the mutant's skull into the shape of a ceramic bowl. Even the formidable vitality of the mutant could not salvage his life. He perished on the spot. At that moment, the muscular giant's fist descended upon Lu Ning. The shield activated around Lu Ning held for a brief moment before shattering, the colossal fist crashing into him. Boom! Lu Ning was sent hurtling backward, twisting in midair. He planted his feet against the wall and propelled himself like an arrow towards the muscular giant. Chapter 84. The living soul artifact. As Lu Ning soared towards him, the muscular giant roared, clenching his fists and striking down with great force. In response to the giant's descending fists, a radiant white light shimmered from Lu Ning's right hand. With each collision of fists, a thunderous sound erupted, accompanied by the sickening crack of bones and anguished cries. Though Lu Ning's physique was considerably smaller than that of the muscular giant, and his fists were dwarfed in comparison, the power of the Jinhuan fist surged forth, shattering the giant's bones with unbridled ferocity. The muscular giant stumbled backward under the overwhelming force, while Lu Ning landed on the ground due to the recoil. Without a moment's pause, he charged again at the muscular giant, fists clenched tightly, delivering a rapid series of blows. The muscular giant possessed the highest defense among the 3 fourth-tier mutants. It took Lu Ning 3 successive punches to fracture the giant's chest, the violent impact obliterating his internal organs. Even so, the giant's formidable vitality compelled him to swing his fists in a desperate attempt to retaliate. However, as his fists neared Lu Ning, they lost all strength, and his massive form swayed before collapsing to the ground. Lu Ning gazed at the 3 lifeless bodies of the 4th-tier mutants, exhaling softly before turning his attention to his rear. Both Qiu Yuelin and Wang Yin, along with Qi Wu, had developed a profound understanding of Lu Ning's capabilities. Witnessing him slay 3 4th-tier mutants left them with little surprise. Meanwhile, a man from the 1st Division's action team knelt before the woman who had previously been sent flying, entirely oblivious to Lu Ning's situation. His eyes were bloodshot, and his hands trembled slightly. Xiaoyan, hold on. Stay strong. Lu Ning looked at the woman lying on the ground. Blood continuously flowed from the corner of her mouth, her complexion pale as a sheet, and her breath exceedingly weak. She gazed at the tearful man, opening her mouth, only to spew forth another mouthful of blood. With great effort, she extended her hand towards his face, and he grasped her hand tightly, leaning closer. She struggled to swallow the blood, her voice hoarse yet resolute as she uttered, "Survive." With those words, her breathing ceased entirely. The man stared at her face, his lips quivering as tears streamed down his cheeks. He opened his mouth but could produce no sound. He gazed intently at the woman, as if he had lost his very soul. The atmosphere in the corridor grew heavy with silence as Kiwawelin and her companions observed the man's demeanor. Kiwawelin, being young and emotionally sensitive, discreetly wiped away her tears. In contrast, Wang Yin and Qi Wu, seasoned veterans in the realm of awakened beings, felt a twinge of sentimentality, yet remained largely unfazed. Lu Ning approached the man and spoke calmly. "She has passed away." The man remained silent. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Ning placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "I require information." At these words, the man jolted, as if awakening from stupor. He took a deep breath, wiped his eyes, gently laid the woman's hand down, and then looked up at Lu Ning, saying, "Brother, please forgive my display." Lu Ning shook his head in understanding. "It's quite natural. The man forced a smile that resembled more of a grimace than a true expression of joy. I know you. You're Lu Ning, correct? Your performance during the ambush on the upper echelons of Happy Paradise left a lasting impression. Lu Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, I am Lu Ning. Are you inquiring about the situation at headquarters? Yes, I have heard that a high-risk soul artifact has emerged there. How did it come to be? Upon hearing Lu Ning's question, a mix of anger and hatred crossed the man's face. We were all deceived. Those wretches from Happy Paradise allowed themselves to be captured on purpose. They knew we would seize all the fallen incense. It is not merely a dangerous substance, but rather a soul artifact embryo. Soul artifact embryo? Lu Ning furrowed his brow, recalling the soul artifact embryos he had encountered in the black market at a tavern. Soul artifact embryos are inherently dangerous as they emit mental radiation, akin to the fallen incense. Could it be that this high-risk soul artifact was a transformation of the fallen incense? But how could that be? Such a sophisticated soul artifact could not possibly undergo metamorphosis so easily, Chi Wu thought skeptically. The man sighed ruefully and explained, under normal circumstances, a high-tier soul artifact could not transform so effortlessly. Yet, those members of Happy Paradise sacrificed themselves. They became the crucible containing the incense, which ultimately facilitated the successful birth of that high-risk soul artifact. What? Sacrificed themselves? Kiwawelin exclaimed in shock. So many members of Happy Paradise. All of them gave up their lives? They are utterly insane. Wang Yin and Chi Wu shared her astonishment. Although they were unaware of the exact number of members in Happy Paradise, it was evident that a considerable quantity had simultaneously sacrificed themselves for the creation of a single soul artifact. Such an act was incomprehensible to any ordinary awakened being. The man glanced at the stunned trio before turning his gaze back to the composed Lu Ning. Some madness is beyond the grasp of ordinary people, and much of this madness stems from the malevolent deities and their acolytes. I believe Lu Ning can comprehend this. Lu Ning appeared puzzled. No, I cannot comprehend it either. The man paid little heed to Lu Ning's response and continued. After their sacrificial acts, the fallen incense furnace emerged. At the moment the fallen incense burner emerged, a formidable wave of spiritual radiation and corrupting power began to spread outward. The initial surge of spiritual radiation directly afflicted numerous ordinary individuals working at headquarters, including medical personnel and defense guards, leading to their mutation. You must have seen the afflicted. Lu Ning nodded slightly. What about the others? Director Wang. What about your deputy captain and captain? The man's expression turned grim as he spoke. At the very moment the fallen incense burner was born, they retrieved a medium-risk soul artifact from the treasury, intending to seal the incense burner, though a high-risk soul artifact poses great danger without a user. A mid-tier awakened individual could still hope to seal it by employing a medium-risk soul artifact, if life were not a concern. However, the fallen incense burner is alive. Wang Yin and the others exchanged glances. Chi Wu, unable to accept this revelation, exclaimed, Are you suggesting that the soul artifact is alive? How can that be? It is clearly an object. Lu Ning, however, remained composed and inquired, Is it the influence of spiritual instincts? He recalled the conjectures regarding spiritual instincts he had heard from Ning Wang and Fei Li in the hospital room. For reasons unknown, that soul artifact is indeed alive. Perhaps high-risk soul artifacts are exceptional? The man shook his head, and a look of fear gradually emerged on his face. He spoke slowly. The fallen incense burner may have sensed its perilous situation and has even corrupted a medium-risk soul artifact, the illusory Star Realm, utilizing it to divide space. Wang and the others were scattered, as were we. Lu Ning nodded slightly. So you became separated from the others and were surrounded by the afflicted until now? The man let out a bitter laugh. It's not entirely accurate to say we were lost from everyone. Originally, there were 7 others with me and Xiao Yin, but they have all perished. Chapter 85. Fear upon hearing the man's words. Lu Ning and the others fell silent. Lu Ning then asked, Where's the fallen incense burner? The man looked at Lu Ning in astonishment. That is a high-risk soul artifact. You will perish if you go there. Perhaps you wouldn't even be able to withstand the spiritual radiation it emits. Lu Ning replied calmly. I can go. They will not accompany me. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yuelin opened her mouth, intending to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Qiu Yuelin understood her own capabilities. Even the mere spiritual radiation from a high-risk soul artifact would be sufficient to cause her mutation. Wang Yin and Qi Wu also refrained from further discussion. Having survived as free awakened individuals for so long, they possessed a clear understanding of their own strength. The man paused in silence before speaking. The fallen incense burner is located at the original site of the incense research on the 6th floor. Lu Ning nodded slightly, understood. He then surveyed the surroundings and asked, Are there any other survivors here? The man shook his head. I do not know. We did not discover any other survivors at the time. However, we came down from the 3rd floor, and we have not been up to the floors above. Moreover, you have brought quite a few people. Haven to you? There may be newcomers arriving. How can we eliminate the spatial division? This should require locating the illusory star realm. But I do not know where it is now. Lu Ning pondered for a moment and found he had no further questions. He spoke. The infected here have been cleared. You may rest here while we leave. The man managed a strained smile at Lu Ning and continued. From our last encounter, I recognized your extraordinary nature. Perhaps you will survive. Best of luck. Lu Ning replied calmly. I will not die. The man said no more, turning his gaze towards the woman lying on the ground, gently arranging her disheveled hair. Lu Ning chose silence and turned it apart. Qiu Yuelin and the others hastily followed suit. As the group traversed the corridor for a while, a gunshot suddenly rang out from behind them. Lu Ning and the others halted in their tracks. Turning around, Lu Ning saw the man cradling the woman. Both collapsed on the ground as if in slumber. Qiu Yuelin covered her mouth, her eyes reddening. Wang Yin beside her side, I never expected. Qi Wu glanced at the pair and suggested, Shall we move on? Lu Ning nodded, and the group continued onward. The headquarters of the Fog Bureau sprawled widely, with each floor featuring a maze of intricate corridors. They scoured the hallways, discovering more infected individuals. However, no survivors had yet been found. As the man had stated, his entire team was deceased, and the members of the action squad who had entered alongside Lu Ning had not appeared in this area. Let us head to the 3rd floor, Lu Ning directed towards the stairwell. At that moment, the space distorted, revealing a phantasmagoric illusion before Lu Ning and the others. It depicted several awakened individuals besieged by a throng of infected. The sheer number of infected overwhelmed the awakened, who, despite their valiant resistance, were unable to hold their ground. A young man was seized by a muscular giant, dragged from the defensive circle into the mass of infected. His expression morphed into one of terror and despair as he screamed, Ah, save me. Yet, in the next instant, he was violently torn apart. Qi Wu's lips twitched as he hoarsely exclaimed, It's Reagan. Some of the others are friends who came with us. Wang Yan's complexion turned ashen, her body trembling slightly. She witnessed the illusion of Reagan's demise, observing how the defensive formation faltered, leading to the swift downfall of the remaining awakened, all consumed by the infected. Severed limbs flew through the air, blood gushed forth, a scene of utter carnage. Qiu Yuelin bent over, retching, her body quaking as fear clouded her eyes. Only Lu Ning remained composed. Gazing at the phantasm, he stated, This is likely a projection utilizing the power of the illusory star realm. It must be the work of that fallen incense burner. Qiu Yuelin, in disbelief, questioned, But why would a soul artifact do this? Lu Ning cast a glance her way and replied, To instill fear. In fear, the spirit gradually shatters, making transformation easier. Wang Yin and Qi Wu were struck by the weight of his words. Terror flickered in their eyes. Wang Yin swallowed hard, incredulous, a soul artifact. Capable of such malevolence? Qi Wu trembled slightly. So, we are merely puppets in its hands. Lu Ning shook his head, not quite. If it were truly that formidable, it wouldn't resort to such petty tricks. Yet, in the next moment, the phantasmal figure of the aberrant slowly materialized, appearing in the corridor. The recently bloodied aberrants turned their terrifying and fierce gazes towards Lu Ning and his companions. The sudden emergence of these aberrants caused Qiu Yuelin to involuntarily hold her breath, while Wang Yin and Qi Wu instinctively took 2 steps back. Lu Ning, maintaining a serene expression, drew his twin pistols. The corridor echoed with gunfire, followed by a thunderous roar. In less than a minute, the aberrants that had previously torn apart a group of awakened ones were reduced to lifeless bodies strewn across the corridor. Lu Ning calmly reloaded his pistols and glanced back at Kiwawelin and the others. Given the current situation, the fallen incense burner possesses the capacity to summon aberrants from other dimensional planes into our realm. Exercise caution. Kiwawelin nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, Chi-Wu let out a low chuckle. Lu Ning turned his gaze toward him, eyebrows knitting together slightly. In his view, the previously sparse white mist within Chi-Wu's body began to multiply at an alarming rate, indicating a rapid escalation of his spiritual pollution. Wang Yin and Kiwawelin also noticed something amiss with Chi-Wu and promptly distanced themselves from him. Wang Yin attempted to call out, "Old man Chi, are you all right?" Chi-Wu chuckled ominously. "We 1T survive. We are all doomed. The high-risk soul artifact is too terrifying. We will be torn apart like the others." The fabric of his clothing seemed to writhe, as if tentacles were squirming beneath, his expression morphing into one of grotesque fury. At that moment, his body suddenly trembled, and the writhing tentacles vanished. He looked up at Lu Ning, his eyes pleading, "Don't kill me. I can still be saved. I haven't fully transformed yet." Lu Ning remained silent, pressing the red rose against Chi-Wu's forehead. Fear intensified in Chi-Wu's eyes. "No, don't kill me." Yet in the next instant, his expression twisted into one of rage. "You force my hand." A sharp stone pillar shot forth from beneath Lu Ning's feet, aiming for the space between his legs. However, as the pillar approached, it was repelled by a crimson barrier. Bang! Chi-Wu's head exploded. Lu Ning retracted the red rose, calmly stating, "Let us go." Wang Yin cast a sorrowful glance at Chi-Wu's decapitated body before following suit with Kiwawelin. Chapter 86. The future has changed. The trio ascended to the third floor, continuing their search for survivors. However, after scouring the entire floor, they found only a handful of aberrants. Wang Yin speculated, could it be that the two individuals earlier wiped out most of the aberrants here? After all, they initially appeared on the third floor. "It's possible," Lu Ning replied, leading them to the fourth floor. Upon reaching the fourth floor, Lu Ning noticed a heightened concentration of spiritual radiation, likely due to their proximity to the fallen incense burner. While it posed no issue for Lu Ning, both Kiwawelin and Wang Yin furrowed their brows. Xiao Yulin glanced around nervously before turning to Lu Ning and inquired, "Brother Lu Ning, have you heard any sounds?" Wang Yin nodded in response. "I heard it too. It seems like someone is whispering, but I cannot discern what they are saying." Lu Ning observed the two with a calm demeanor and remarked, "It is likely the mental pollution caused by spiritual radiation, leading you to experience hallucinations." Upon hearing this, both women's expressions changed dramatically, and they fell into silence. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ning suggested, "If you remain here for too long, you may undergo mutations. Let's head downstairs. The lower 3 floors have been cleared, and there should be no mutated individuals. You should be safe there." Wang Yin, feeling anxious, replied, "But as you saw earlier, Commander Lu Ning, the fallen incense burner brings the mutated ones here. If it's just the two of us, we would surely be killed by them." Xiao Yulin echoed her concern. "Brother Lu Ning, perhaps we should stick with you." After traversing the previous floors, both Wang Yin and Xiao Yulin felt that only by staying close to Lu Ning could they find a sense of security. Lu Ning responded nonchalantly, "I have no objections, but I fear you may not withstand it." "We will definitely endure." The two affirmed solemnly with nods. Lu Ning ceased further discussion and stepped out of the stairwell. Upon exiting, he immediately spotted 2 mutated individuals in the corridor. One of the mutated beings exhibited severe mental pollution, having reached the 4th tier of mutation. Perhaps the proximity to the fallen incense burner intensified the strength of the mutated beings. As soon as these two spotted Lu Ning and the others, they charged forward. However, to Lu Ning, they posed little threat. He swiftly dispatched the 3rd-tier mutated being with a single shot and obliterated the 4th-tier one with a powerful strike to its head. The commotion attracted attention, causing several doors along the corridor to burst open, revealing more mutated beings. Among them were 3 additional 4th-tier mutated individuals. Yet for Lu Ning, they were still easily vanquished. As the sounds of battle subsided, the corridor lay strewn with the bodies and blood of the fallen, mutated beings. "Let us proceed," Lu Ning urged as he led Xiao Yulin and Wang Yin through the remnants of their foes. As they traversed 2 more corridors, the trio once again encountered a phantasmal projection. This projection featured 4 individuals, 2 of whom Lu Ning recognized, Wang Qiwen and Talon. The other 2 were strangers, not even the free awakened individuals who had accompanied Talon. At this moment, the condition of the 4 was far from favorable. Wang Qiwen's left arm was bent at an odd angle, likely broken, his complexion pale and devoid of his usual vigor. The other 2 were blood-soaked and appeared lethargic. Talon, while looking the best among the 4, still bore a pallid complexion, occasionally contorting his face into a grimace. Due to the nature of the spatial projection, Lu Ning was unable to ascertain Talon's state of mental pollution, but judging by his expression, it seemed he was perilously close to mutation. As Lu Ning beheld the 4, both Wang Yin and Xiao Yulin behind him also caught sight of them. Upon catching sight of Wang Qiwen, Xiao Yueling exclaimed, "Lu Ning, it's Brother Wang. His hand is injured." Lu Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Yueling's expression grew increasingly complex. Throughout her journey with Lu Ning, she had encountered little danger, as he had shielded her from all threats. To Xiao Yueling, the most formidable peril was the pervasive high concentration of psychic radiation surrounding them. It was only upon seeing Wang Qiwen that she truly comprehended her fortune. Wang Yin furrowed her brow and remarked, "Another phantasm? It seems they wish to instill fear in us. But where are the aberrants?" Lu Ning remained silent, for from the illusory projection, footsteps echoed down the corridor. Soon, he beheld a man in a formal suit slowly emerging. This man possessed strikingly handsome features, adorned with a faintly sinister smile. At first glance, it was clear to everyone, save Lu Ning, that he was either a transformed aberrant or a high-ranking official of Joyous Paradise. The moment they laid eyes on him, all present felt the bizarre and alluring aura emanating from him. Talon and his companions halted, while Wang Qiwen and his group took a step back, tension evident on their faces. Talon, however, maintained a calm demeanor, positioning himself at the forefront. His voice was cold as he queried, "A high-ranking member of Joyous Paradise?" The man smiled slightly, his smile wicked. "You guessed correctly, but there is no reward." Talon clenched his fists and replied slowly, "It seems not all members of Joyous Paradise have made sacrifices." The man chuckled, "Oh, you mean those captured at your headquarters? They're merely sacrifices, while I am a confidant of Her Holiness." Talon's expression turned icy as he responded, "You dare to be so audacious, seeking to annihilate our base city? Do you not fear the retribution of the Federation's powerhouses? Many a heretical cult has been obliterated in our wake." The man appeared to find this notion amusing, laughing uproariously before finally stating, "That was merely in the past. The future has been altered." His expression brimmed with zeal. "My lord has delivered a divine oracle. He is on the verge of descending. At that time, all humans who do not worship my lord will become his sustenance." Talon scoffed. "How many times have you recited this tale? Yet to this day, no malevolent deity has manifested." The man reiterated, "The past is the past. The future has indeed been changed." He fixed his gaze on Talon and declared, "Watch. The miracles from the mists will multiply, all evidence of my lord's imminent arrival." He then laughed. "Alas, you shall not witness it, for you are all destined to perish here." As he was about to utter his fallen words, lightning crackled around Talon. Despite one leg being a metallic prosthetic, Talon's speed was remarkable. He instantly reached the man. Grasping the man's neck, he forcefully hurled him against the wall. In the next moment, the metallic wall caved in. The man coughed up blood, and Talon, with a fist charged with lightning and radiant light, was poised to strike. However, at that moment, Tyrone's expression shifted dramatically as black feathers sprouted from the skin of his arms. His visage contorted in agony as he staggered back, emitting a low pain growl. The handsome man was released, coughing several times, and then cast a bewildered glance at Tyrone. Soon, he erupted into laughter. "You are indeed formidable, but alas, you are on the brink of transformation. Ha ha ha, nearly transformed?" As he laughed, His expression morphed into one of grotesque delight. In that case, allow me to escort you to your demise. Fall. Tyrone's body convulsed violently, his clothing tearing apart as sharp, needle-like feathers rapidly emerged. He bellowed, "Run. You almost flee downwards." One of the awakened protested defiantly, "Captain Tyrone, we cannot abandon you. Get out." Tyrone's body crackled with arcs of lightning, his hands morphing into razor-sharp claws. The three exchanged glances, and Wang Chuan's face twitched as he growled, "Hurry." They turned and sprinted toward the staircase. "Think you can escape?" The handsome man smirked wickedly, preparing to unleash his powers upon them. However, at that moment, a sharp claw suddenly seized the handsome man by the neck, dragging him into a room off the corridor, the door slamming shut with a resounding thud and locking firmly. Chapter 87. Trouble, a harrowing scream, accompanied by the thunderous clash of metal, echoed from within the locked room. The wall adjacent to the corridor bulged intermittently, as if struck with immense force from within. The cacophony persisted for nearly a minute, and blood began to seep through the crack of the door, finally silencing the anguished cries. The room fell into an eerie stillness, an unsettling quietude enveloping the space. Gazing at the tranquil yet ghostly remnants, Wang Yin and Qiu Yueling exchanged anxious glances, cold sweat beading on their foreheads, their eyes fixed intently on the locked door. Suddenly, a resounding crash reverberated as a large hole was punched through the alloy wall, and a grotesque creature emerged. It was a towering humanoid figure, nearly 3 meters tall, cloaked in black feathers, its head bearing a nightmarish avian visage, faintly reminiscent of Tyrone. Lu Ning regarded the transformed Tyrone with a flicker of tumult in his eyes. Wang Yan's face paled, a mixture of sorrow and fear washing over her. "Is that boss Tyrone? How could he have become like this?" Although Qiu Yueling was not well acquainted with Tyrone, she had gleaned enough from their brief interactions to know him as a kind-hearted man. Witnessing his transformation, her eyes reddened, though fear gripped her heart. "Lu Ning, do you think Uncle Tyrone will come after us?" No sooner had Qiu Yueling spoken than the air warped, and the mutated Tyrone materialized in the corridor. Upon spotting Lu Ning and the others, Tyrone's once cold gaze ignited with murderous intent. He emitted a low growl, purple lightning flickering amidst the black feathers. In the next instant, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning, his lethal claws sweeping toward Lu Ning. The claw, shimmering with a flash of lightning, was momentarily halted by a blood-red shield, which